Zhang Xiaoqiang is a minor character, initially a wretched soul, merely subsisting day by day. Confined within the walls of his home, he narrowly escaped the first outbreak of the zombie virus. Witnessing his neighbors within the same apartment complex transformed into zombies instilled in him an overwhelming fear. In this brutal, cannibalistic world, he struggled alone to survive. Ultimately, after enduring the torment of solitude, he gathered his equipment and ventured into the chaotic, smoke-filled realm outside. He took the cockroach, a symbol of resilience, as his example, for these creatures managed to survive in the crevices of a ravaged world until those spaces could no longer harbor them. In this merciless apocalypse, he exhausted every ounce of ingenuity to set traps, build strongholds, withstand the tide of the undead, and contend against both the living and the elements. Chapter 1. The end of days. I must survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the ground, his stomach burning with hunger. In truth, he had been trapped in his home for over a day and a night, without a single morsel to eat. Had it not been for the shred of rationality he still possessed, he likely would have succumbed to his impulses, bursting through the door to confront the zombies lurking outside in a desperate fight for survival. Just half a month prior, he had been an aging recluse in Jinan City, having lost his parents to cancer and his only sister having married far away, leaving him alone in the family home. Fortunately, his deceased parents had left him a rental property, ensuring he would not suffer from hunger and allowing him to live a simple, tranquil existence. Regrettably, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang began to relish this mundane life of idleness, the world erupted into chaos with the emergence of a zombie virus. He witnessed in horror the transformation of ordinary people. Their bodies remained intact, their faces familiar, but they had become mindless undead, driven only by an insatiable hunger. In a mere 15 days, he had seen the city overtaken by countless restless corpses. The veneer of law and order evaporated, the streets ran red with blood, and countless zombies lay upon the ground, licking the remnants of their victims. Fresh screams echoed from every corner, while sporadic fires cast a daylight glow across the night sky. No one knows the cause of the outbreak, but through careful observation, Zhang Xiaoqiang deduced that a single bite from a zombie, or a mere drop of their blood coming into contact with an open wound, could lead to infection. Those infected would succumb to fever and die within 3 days, at which point they would lose all cognitive function, reduced to a primal instinct to consume the flesh of the living, sustained only by their blood and gore. Truth be told, he was unsure whether he had already been infected or if he would become one of the undead. Fear gripped him, the fear of being devoured by the very monsters he once knew. He shuddered at visions of his flesh being torn apart, or of himself roaming the streets as a frenzied zombie, feeding on the living. In response to the outbreak, he had swiftly locked the anti-theft door and sealed every window and entrance with tape. He affixed newspapers to the glass and drew the curtains tight, fearing that the zombies still retained some sense and would advance upon him the moment they detected his presence. Yet, despite his precautions, he found himself ensnared by fate. At present, 5 zombies loitered just outside his door's former neighbors, transformed into the undead on the very day the virus erupted. For the past 5 days, they had relentlessly battered against his door, driven by a frenzy of hunger and desperation akin to loyal hounds waiting for their prey. Through the peephole, he could see their decayed features, some missing entire portions of their skulls, their exposed veins twitching grotesquely as they mindlessly gnawed at the air. Zhang Xiaoqiang rose. Gripping a kitchen knife tightly, he could only confront 2 zombies at once. Should the number exceed that, he would be vulnerable to their attacks. If that were to happen, it would be tantamount to death, as he had merely been fortunate enough to escape the initial wave of the outbreak. Should the virus seep into his bloodstream, not even divine intervention could save him. Now, with his supplies depleted, his only hope lay in bursting out of his hideaway to seek sustenance. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, he resolved not to await death. He would battle the horrors waiting outside with unwavering resolve. His home was located on the 2nd floor of an old tenement that had been constructed during past urban renovations. There was a communal platform, nearly 400 square meters, adjacent to both sides of the building, connecting it to neighboring structures by a series of stairs. In the pre-apocalypse era, the platform had been adorned with flowers and vegetables tended by his father and neighbors, forming a small garden corralled with iron fencing. Zhang Xiaoqiang's immediate objective was the last surviving vegetables in that garden. He approached the front room, carefully peeling back a corner of the newspaper he had taped over the window a fortnight earlier to peer outside. Rows of plump green cabbages grew lushly in the middle of the platform, eliciting drool from his mouth. Removing his gaze from the cabbages to scan his surroundings, he noted that only a few zombies were present on the platform. Across from his apartment, 2 families had opened their balcony walls to connect with a greenhouse, and through the entrance, He observed several zombies moving in and out, postured in threatening indicators against the living. Estimating, he acknowledged the presence of 6 zombies wandering aimlessly among the cabbages, while 5 others at his doorstep awaited him like wolves around a sheep. Little did he know how many more might lurk in the neighboring buildings, so he needed to act swiftly to secure the cabbages. Any prolonged struggle nearby could alert the other zombies, leading them to converge upon him and vanishing any hope of escape. Understanding that confronting zombies with nothing but bare hands was out of the question, he devised a plan. He rushed to the storage room to find some thin rope, affixing one end to the iron railing at the window while tying the other end to the door handle, thereby ensuring that when he opened the door, the zombies would not force their way in. He could just crack open the door and take them out one by one. Next, Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through his toolbox and extracted a triangular file about a foot long, its metal darkened with age, but undoubtedly sharp and sturdy. For extra assurance, he used his knife to carve the wooden handle to fit snugly within a section of pipe, securing it with iron nails, transforming it into a weapon suitable for dispatching zombies. With all preparations complete, he positioned himself behind the door to verify his gear. Approaching the threshold, he hesitated momentarily, his left hand holding the makeshift iron spear and his right resting anxiously on the doorknob. Ultimately, he thought, sometimes one must take risks to gain reward, and with steely resolve, he slowly opened the door. A sharp bang resonated as the door swung open, and a fetid stench of decaying flesh assaulted him, forcing him to slam the door shut once more, his eyes nearly blinded by the olfactory onslaught. Realizing there were no masks available, he hastily grabbed a wool scarf and wrapped it around his mouth and nose, dousing it with some floral fragrance he could find for relief. When he opened the door again, a grimy claw reached through the gap, its owner attempting to squeeze through. This time, he was prepared and did not falter at the sight. He inspected the abomination, noting the mottled flesh tightening around its skeletal fingers, tapering to claws resembling those of a hawk. The fingernails shriveled and sharp, flexed in a grotesque rhythm, desperately trying to wedge its head through the doorway while its face appeared indistinct, hollow sockets staring at him, the gaunt cheekbones scraping against the iron door. With no hesitation, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his spear high and thrust the pointed triangle toward the monster's eye with a fierce jab. Gripping the pipe tightly with both hands, he put every ounce of strength into the thrust, barely aware of his own force. The weak vessel he normally embodied displayed an unforeseen ferocity. A surge of exhilaration washed over him in that moment. He felt capable of conquering all the zombies before him. At that instant, 2 more hands clawed through the doorway, jostling for entrance, snapping him back to reality. He swiftly extracted the spearhead, noting how the zombie's eye socket had morphed into a dark void that poured thick, black blood, causing the creature to collapse into an unceremonious heap on the floor. As he stared at the lifeless form, a chill coursed through him. "For left," he muttered, refusing to look back at the fallen zombie. Having never wielded a spear before, and still struggling to maintain control, he employed his rudimentary skills, dispatching the remaining 4 zombies. When the last one hit the ground with a thud, Zhang Xiaoqiang, exhausted and trembling, dropped his makeshift weapon. Seated on the floor, he panted heavily, one leg stretched forward, the other bent. The spear, now nearly 6 feet long, rested against his side, its triangular points smeared with dark, foul-smelling blood. The slightly tarnished green anti-theft door gaped open a crack of 10 centimeters, revealing the lifeless forms of several zombies lying just outside. They had once been his neighbors, now reduced to mere corpses, one by one fallen at his hands. Yet, instead of horror at the carnage, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a rush of triumph. Chapter 2 Mutation. After resting for half an hour on the floor, Zhang Xiaoqiang found some of his strength renewed. He hoisted the spear and untied the rope from the doorknob, only to discover that the bodies of the slain zombies were now barricading the door. With determination, he rammed the spear into the bodies, moving through the threshold and scanning the area. Littered across the staircase were numerous corpses, almost blocking his path, their head crushed in blackened blood and yellowed brain matter splattered about. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not gaze any longer, fearing that another look might make him vomit. Standing atop the heap of bodies made his hair stand on end. The overwhelming stench of decay penetrated even the floral scarf wrapped around his face. Who knew how many more zombies awaited him downstairs? He retreated to the kitchen, seizing a metal pot lid as a makeshift shield. Though it wouldn't protect him against blades or bullets, it could perhaps guard against a zombie's claw. Having dispatched the zombies at his door, it was time to take care of the ones lingering near the garden on the platform. Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed to eliminate the one moving up and down the staircase first, as it posed the closest threat to the cabbages, and only by neutralizing it could he hope to retrieve the vegetables before the others drew near. He donned a pair of thick leather gloves and, while the zombie's attention was diverted, dashed toward the staircase. As fortune would have it, a zombie was slowly ascending. It caught wind of him and lunged forward, claws outstretched. This was the first time he experienced a close encounter with the undead. The creature bore a ghastly visage. Its eyes rolled back, jaw agape wide enough to accommodate a fist, its teeth akin to sharpened shards of blackened glass. An intense wave of stench hit him, and nausea twisted in his stomach, threatening to expel his last meal. Before he could react, the zombie slammed against his pot lid, pushing him back. Regaining his composure, he sidestepped and kicked his right foot into the creature's chest, sending it tumbling down the stairs. In one fluid motion, he closed in on the fallen beast and stabbed into it repeatedly with his spear, blood spraying in all directions. The overwhelming stench assaulted him, driving him almost to the brink of madness. Yet he forced himself to endure as he hurried at last to the garden, dropping his spear to hastily gather as many cabbages as he could carry, the brown earth caking under his fingernails. He worked quickly, keeping an eye on the zombies across the way, ready to flee at a moment's notice. As the noise of his struggle began to stir interest among the nearby zombies, they started to close the distance. Sweat poured down Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead as he stuffed pockets with vegetables, frantically clawing through the muddy soil, yanking cabbages free. He ignored the muck that splattered against his skin. To him, this was sustenance, hope. But the zombies now lay only a mere 10 meters away. There was no room for greed. He had to leave. Seizing his bag and the spear, he dashed towards safety, quickening his pace as he approached the entrance. Just before he could cross the threshold, an icy grip seized his ankle, pulling him down to the ground. His fertilizer bag spilled its contents, and in a panic he glanced back. To his horror, one of the zombies he had slain earlier, now only half a head in existence, still clung to him with its bony fingers, twisting sharply. Its talons immediately tore into his ankle, blood streaming freely. This is it. An icy constriction gripped him. He remembered that anyone bitten by the undead was doomed to become one of them. Zhang Xiaoqiang chastised himself for underestimating their terrifying resilience, surprised that even missing a large portion of its skull, the zombie displayed such vitality. In a moment of urgency, he kicked out to free himself from its grip, sprang upright, and lunged with the spear, delivering one final blow to obliterate what remained of the creature's head. It fell into stillness. However, this relief was fleeting as the zombies on the other side drew closer. 3 lumbering beasts advanced, followed by a trio of mutated senior women who had begun to salivate at the scent of fresh prey. The moment Zhang Xiaoqiang locked eyes with them, he felt a sense of dread wash over him, knowing they were hungry for his flesh. He hastily packed the cabbages into his bag and sprinted into the safety of his home, fiercely locking the door behind him. Leaning against the iron door, he gasped for breath. Having slain multiple zombies and outrun death yet again, he found himself utterly drained. With over a day having passed without food, his meager strength had dissipated. Even with a deep gash on his ankle from the claws of a zombie, fortune still shone on him. His efforts had borne fruit. Emptying the bag revealed 11 intact cabbages, totaling more than 20 pounds. Yet as he pondered his next meal, he suddenly collapsed, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His heart felt like it was being hammered with a sledgehammer, and though his mouth opened wide, no sound emerged. Only a low, raspy croak escaped his throat, while an inferno ignited within his gut, a scorching iron ball rolling through him. His head grew heavier, vision blurred. Worst of all, he sensed a fever igniting within him all at once. He was engulfed in flames, causing an unsettling veil to descend over his thoughts. He had endured hunger before, surviving even 60 hours without sustenance, but this sensation was decidedly different. Was he truly about to mutate, to become one of the shambling corpses outside? At that moment, an indescribable pain flooded his being, a burning sensation roiling from within and turning his skin red, tormented to the brink. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never known such suffering for the first time. He craved death, believing it could offer solace from this torment. Is this the agony of becoming a zombie? He wondered. 3 days to mutate? Will it never come to an end? Quickly, let me become a zombie. As he lay on the ground, he repeatedly slammed his head against the floor, the blood streaming into his eyes, blurring his vision into crimson haze. Zombies, food, survival, nothing mattered anymore. He merely wished to escape the harrowing agony. Even death would be preferable. Driven solely by instinct, he battered his head against the ground, yearning for unconsciousness. As his temperature soared beyond the limits of human tolerance, his will began to fade. The thought of reuniting with his sister became a distant fantasy in his final moments. He lamented only that he had not had the chance to enjoy the cabbages he had fought so hard to obtain, only to perish hunger-driven. When Zhang Xiaoqiang again opened his eyes, the surroundings remained unchanged, devoid of heavenly or hellish transformation. He was still within the 4 walls of his home. Have I become a zombie? Confused, he examined his fingers. His neatly trimmed nails were intact. He checked his teeth flat. Could it be I still haven't turned? Zhang Xiaoqiang struggled to rise, moving toward the bedroom and catching his reflection in the mirror. His appearance was disheveled, hair tangled from neglect, face smeared with blood, eyes appearing small and dark brown. The image in the mirror was utterly unremarkable, devoid of any charm. Yet he felt a swell of excitement could confirm that his body exhibited no signs of infection. He had not mutated into a zombie. He was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, only the gnawing hunger grew louder than before. Although he felt oddly invigorated, his condition markedly improved. Pondering his current state, he struggled to understand the sudden change in his body. Yet, given the circumstances, this transformation was undoubtedly beneficial, affirming that he bore no signs of infection. Upon this realization, he could not resist the allure of the 11 cabbages lined up neatly on the floor, his gaze aflame with desire. With haste, he retrieved 2 cabbages, setting them into a pot on the induction stove, preparing to cook them. Tap water was off limits. Who knew if zombies lingered in the waterworks? Fortunately, being a solitary resident, he had grown fond of ordering bottled water, and luckily, a half-full container remained. Before long, the cabbages boiled while vibrant green leaves pulsed with life, triggering Zhang Xiaoqiang's hunger. Saliva flowed freely, and he momentarily forgot the fetid air surrounding him. Unable to contain himself, he deftly pulled the cabbage leaves from the pot, taking deliberate bites rather than devouring them ravenously, savoring each flavorful morsel. Unbeknownst to him, he consumed every last leaf, even allowing the earthy residue to remain in his mouth to save water. After a pause, he let the pot cool, finally rinsing his mouth, swallowing the earthy remnants to stave off dehydration, then carefully sealing the remaining water supplies to prevent evaporation. In this resources-trapped apocalypse, even a single drop could mean the difference between life and death. Finally, he laid down everything and sat on the floor, reflecting on the preciousness of life. Outside, the flesh-hungry zombies clawed at the door, unceasing in their pursuit. But within that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang found within himself a newfound belief in the will to survive.
Chapter 3 of The Zombie Who Loves to Bathe in the Early Morning. The shrill alarm of his phone jolted Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. Rising from his slumber, he made his way to the living room, as was his routine, to inventory the dwindling supplies. The cabbage he had fought tooth and nail for 5 days prior now amounted to a solitary head. Entering the kitchen, he ignited the induction cooker, adding water to the last remaining cabbage, bringing it to a boil. Once cooked, he portioned it into 2 servings, one for breakfast and the other for dinner. After finishing his morning meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang, as usual, approached the window to observe the zombies below, gazing at the far end of the road, where the heavy, oppressive sky loomed, shrouded in thick, obscure clouds that carried a chill, weighing heavily on his heart and making each breath feel labored. Truth be told, he longed for a convoy to suddenly appear at the end of that road, with soldiers standing resolutely in camouflaged vehicles, wielding their steel rifles to sweep away the despair that plagued humanity, banishing the foul, decaying zombies to the depths of hell, thereby restoring life to its rightful course and allowing him to return to the days of simply biding his time in lethargy. Yet, fantasies remain mere fantasies. The zombies continued to wander aimlessly, and Zhang Xiaoqiang remained burdened with the worry of sustenance. He retreated to the living room, cradling his head in his hands, preparing for the day's physical training. Spending too long alone in his room rendered his body increasingly feeble. Thus, if he wished to survive and eventually escape this dead city, he had to relentlessly enhance his physical fitness. Even if the results of his daily exertions seemed minuscule, perseverance would surely yield unexpected rewards. One day. 94 at 95. With his hands pressed against the floor, sweat poured from his body, exhaustion setting in. It had been a long while since he had exerted himself to this extent. However, the thought of the zombies lurking outside, the scant food supplies at home, and the possibility of his sister, stranded elsewhere, awaiting his rescue urged him to take another breath, clasp his hands behind his head, and begin anew. Curiously, ever since his ankle had been injured by a zombie, his physical condition had begun to improve gradually. In the past, he could barely manage 10 sit-ups before collapsing in fatigue. Yet now, he could sustain over 100, and on top of that, perform 1,000 frog jumps, an achievement he had never dared to dream of, but the reality before him compelled him to accept it without question. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped a towel to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. After 1,000 frog jumps and countless thrusts with his makeshift spear, he found himself thoroughly fatigued. The remnants of his breakfast had nearly been digested, and his stomach began to grumble anew. The supplies at home had dwindled to a point where he could hardly endure for a few more days. Thus, the pressing matter at hand was to seek out new provisions to satiate his hunger. He recalled that across the community, there existed a convenience store that typically sold cigarettes, alcohol, and groceries, including rice and eggs. However, at present, over 20 zombies meandered aimlessly in the vicinity, making it evident that, should he attempt to breach their ranks in his current state, he would surely be devoured to the last morsel. With this in mind, he consumed the remaining cabbage, drank until his hunger was somewhat quelled, and then secured a kitchen knife in his belt. Wielding his makeshift spear and a metal pot lid as a shield, he approached the door. Effortlessly, he unlocked the security door, and, just as he had done 5 days prior, he dispatched 6 zombies with precision. Subsequently, he ventured into the stairwell, drawing his knife to sever their heads and limbs, ensuring he would not be harmed by any undead that remained animate. Having dealt with the zombies in the entire building, as he descended the stairs, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that the door to the first-floor residence stood ajar. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gripped his shield and spear, stepping cautiously inside. To his surprise, he found no lingering zombies, and upon searching the entire dwelling, he discovered no food. Fortuitously, it appeared that the owner of this abode was a military enthusiast. Within the bedroom, Zhang Xiaoqiang stumbled upon a crossbow and a combat knife, as well as a high-powered telescope. Although he was not well-versed in the workings of the crossbow, he managed to locate the accompanying instruction manual. MP9 Military Anti-Terrorism Sniper Crossbow, draw weight 48 kg, range 180 m, effective range over 100 m. Net weight of 4.6 kilograms, accompanied by one spare string, a quiver for the crossbow, one LED spotlight for the crossbow, one laser sight, a mechanically adjustable sight with 4 directional settings, one 432 optical sight, a complete set of stringing tools, 3 long arrows, 1 pack of steel balls, 2 calibration arrows, and 4 ordinary arrows. Upon reviewing the contents, Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately strung the MP9, placed a steel ball, aimed at a calendar 5 meters away, disengaged the safety, and pulled the trigger. A loud bang reverberated. The MP9 jolted violently backward, causing a sharp pain in his shoulder, nearly making him lose grip of the crossbow, which almost fell to the ground. Rubbing his shoulder, he cast a glance at the calendar. The image of a beautiful woman from last year's calendar had vanished, leaving a cascade of paper shreds scattered across the floor. As Zhang Xiaoqiang removed the calendar, remnants of concrete tumbled down, revealing a fist-sized pit in the concrete, with a slightly deformed steel ball embedded in the wall tiles. Such incredible speed, what tremendous power, he inhaled sharply. If a zombie were to be struck in the head from this distance, its skull would surely be obliterated, wouldn't it? His shoulder throbbed persistently as he delicately caressed the crossbow, as if tenderly touching a girl's delicate skin, fearful of inadvertently injuring it with too much force. The lustrous surface of the crossbow glimmered faintly, reminiscent of the soft, radiant lips of a fragile maiden, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Zhang Xiaoqiang set down the MP9 Military Anti-Terrorism Sniper Crossbow and picked up a pair of binoculars, an elegant silver-gray high-power binocular model, with the manual stating 10 by 50 mm binoculars with a magnification of 10 times, objective lens diameter, field of view at 1000 meters being 114 meters, and a minimum focusing distance. Approaching the window, he raised the binoculars to peer outside. The sky remained overcast, and at some unknown moment, rain began to fall, the oppressive clouds perpetually inducing a sense of gloom within him. The zombies below were magnified into his view through the binoculars, and as he observed the sharp fangs in their mouths, he could almost smell the putrid stench emanating from them. Standing by the window, he scrutinized the zombies in front of the convenience store. After half a month, they seemed to have begun their transformation into the legendary mummies. Their hair had become sparse, the flesh on their faces gradually eroding to reveal only shriveled skin. The zombies moved slowly, lacking sight, only changing direction when colliding with walls or vehicles, and many of their shoes had become deformed from incessant wear over the past fortnight. Some zombies had one foot clad in a shoe while the other was bare, stumbling unevenly. As the rain intensified, the outside world became increasingly hazy, yet the zombies below suddenly ceased their movements, standing still in the rain like a row of telephone poles, filling the entire street with a chilling sight. Through the binoculars, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed these zombies lifting their heads, mouths agape to catch the falling rain. Although their expressions were indiscernible, he sensed their profound enjoyment of the rain's cleansing, rendering their hunger for flesh and blood seemingly irrelevant. Upon realizing this, an exhilarating thrill surged through him. The fact that these zombies had halted their actions and ceased feeding implied that his presence would not disrupt their consumption of rainwater, right? Did this mean he could move freely, even firing a shot without them retaliating? At that moment, impulsiveness triumphed over reason. Zhang Xiaoqiang set down the binoculars, slung the crossbow and military knife across his back, seized the iron spear, and strode down the stairs with determination. The heavy rain diluted the stench of decay in the air, and he inhaled deeply, feeling as though he hadn't breathed such a clean atmosphere in years. Although the stench had dissipated, an iron-like scent reminiscent of rust now permeated the air. The zombies in front of the convenience store, like their companions on the street, stood in the rain, mouths wide open to catch the droplets. Zhang Xiaoqiang bent low, tiptoeing towards them, as the relentless rain splashed around his feet, creating countless ripples in the puddles, each step sending tiny waves radiating outward. 30 meters, 20 meters, but he drew ever closer to the zombies, his heart racing, his grip on the iron spear tightening. Taking 2 deep breaths, he continued to advance. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself nearly 2 meters away from these zombies, raising the iron spear, poised to strike at their heads. Yet, the zombies remained oblivious to his approach, still lifting their heads to catch the rainwater. It was then he noticed that the once gaunt cheeks of one zombie had begun to regain their roundness, with some flesh returning to its hands, as if life were reawakening within it. Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped back 2 paces, scanning his surroundings in the dim light. The number of zombies in front of the convenience store had swelled from over 20 to more than 40, with many more emerging from the hallways and rooms, all reveling in the rain. In the next moment, he thrust the iron spear toward the head of a zombie. The spear pierced through the zombie's eye socket before retracting, and the creature collapsed onto the rain-soaked grass, splashing water in all directions. Fearing that he might awaken the other zombies, he turned and sprinted away, glancing back after running over 10 meters, only to find all the zombies still motionless in place. Elation surged within him. Slaying motionless zombies was exhilarating. As the sky grew darker, Zhang Xiaoqiang charged ahead. 1, 2, that when the 43rd zombie fell beneath the thrust of his iron spear, he had finally cleared a path to the convenience store. With the rain beginning to lessen, he knew he had to act swiftly. Rushing into the store to replenish his strength. Upon reaching the entrance of the convenience store, he dispatched the owner who had turned into a zombie and dashed through the already shattered glass door. The narrow space was devoid of any zombies, and upon looking inside, he was filled with excitement. The interior was in complete disarray, with the outermost 2 rows of shelves collapsed. Although the shelves were mostly bare, an array of mineral water, rice, canned fish, various biscuits, and cigarettes lay scattered across the floor. His stomach was empty, and the sight of such abundant food was enough to make him want to shout with joy. Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed heartily, his laughter echoing as tears streamed down his face, tracing down his cheeks and dripping from his chin, merging with the rainwater. He remained oblivious to the fact that some of the rainwater mixed with his tears, slowly flowing into his mouth. Chapter 4 Mutation Revisited. Zhang Xiaoqiang wiped the tears from his face and rose to gather the scattered supplies around him. Outside the convenience store, the relentless downpour continued, leaving only the sound of raindrops pattering against the earth. His mind, devoid of thoughts, mechanically collected various items, bringing them together. Rainwater dripped incessantly from the hem of his clothes, soaking him to the skin, the icy chill gnawing at him and making him tremble uncontrollably. The gnawing hunger in his stomach urged him to eat quickly. He rummaged through his belongings and produced a box of wafers. As he tore open the packaging, a cockroach fell out, scuttling across the ground. Instinctively, he raised his foot to crush the creature. However, in the end, he refrained from squashing it, instead imprisoning it within an empty mineral water bottle, tightening the cap but leaving 2 small holes for ventilation. The cockroach lay still at the bottom of the bottle, motionless. He did not provide it with food, he merely wished to discover how long it could survive without sustenance. In this desolate apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt akin to a castaway on a deserted island, bereft of hope and future. Apart from the zombies that roamed the streets, the only companion he had was this cockroach, embodying the loneliness that gnawed at his heart like a feral beast, a toxic elixir corroding his very soul. Truth be told, he occasionally pondered whether he might be the last human on Earth, reigning as the sole monarch of a barren realm. Yet, behind this crownless glory lay a despair that plunged him into the depths of an abyss. If you cannot endure solitude, then learn to savor it, a famous saying inexplicably surfaced in his mind. As he nibbled on the wafer, he calculated how long his supplies might last. He even contemplated escaping the city under the cover of rain, but regrettably, he lacked the ability to drive, let alone steal a vehicle. Venture outside, he shook his head, dismissing the wild notion. He had no idea how many more days the rain would persist, whether all the zombies relished the downpour, or where he might go. His life had only seen the cities of Wuxi and X City, where his sister had married. The future is bleak, sigh. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented. Unconsciously finishing the box of wafers, he retrieved a bag of fertilizer, tossing anything he could find into it. By the time he stuffed in a few packs of cigarettes, it was nearly full. He then secured 2 bottles of mineral water with a woven strap and hoisted them onto his shoulder as he made his way home. Stepping out of the convenience store, the torrential rain poured down, the galvanized pipe digging into his shoulder, the searing pain gnawing at his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he trudged onward, perhaps due to the icy chill of the rain or some bodily ailment. His recently elevated spirit crumbled beneath the relentless storm, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy, the path ahead becoming a blur. The rain continued to fall, a spring deluge in February, yet it carried a bone-chilling cold that seeped through the collar of his clothes, sapping the warmth from his body. As he stepped through the doorway, one foot still outside, he could no longer hold himself upright, collapsing forward and spilling the supplies from his makeshift weapon onto the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay there, gasping for breath, rolling over to lie flat on the cold concrete, staring up at the staircase and ceiling as he struggled for air. Rainwater dripped from the hem of his clothing onto the tiled floor, and as the water soaked into his body, a burning sensation coursed through him, as if countless needles were piercing his skin. Yet, the frigid chill penetrated to his bones, refusing to relent. Crouching on the ground and trembling uncontrollably, the fire of hunger in his belly intensified, awakening an unprecedented desire to consume food. In a frenzy, he dumped the contents of the bag onto the floor. Food, cigarettes, mineral water scattering them across the tiles. Kneeling down, he grabbed a piece of chocolate, tore open the wrapper, and without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole, barely chewing. Various food wrappers fluttered to the ground as he surrendered completely to his hunger, his sole thought fixated on devouring everything in sight. Before long, the floor was littered with torn packaging and empty metal cans. The food dwindled until it vanished entirely, yet the pangs of hunger grew ever more intense. In desperation, Zhang Xiaoqiang tore open a bag of rice, shoving raw grains into his mouth, crunching them as they scraped against his throat, nearly choking him. He had no time to sip even a drop of water. His sole desire was to eat, and eat again, continuing to feed himself until the bag, containing over 10 kilograms of rice, was nearly empty. Still unsatisfied, he cracked open raw eggs, consuming the whites, yolks, and shells alike, tearing through vegetables, leaves, and stems, devouring everything edible like a ravenous locust. Only when he could find no more food did he slowly regain his composure, surveying the wreckage of the kitchen. Did I do this? Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly. Everything that had just transpired felt like a dream, and upon waking, he remembered nothing. Enough provisions to last a month had been consumed in a matter of moments, the flavors and textures now a distant memory. Despite the copious amounts of food he had ingested, his belly showed no signs of expansion. He felt as if he had not eaten at all. Could it be that the rainwater has altered my digestive capabilities? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, baffled, but rather than dwell on it, he chose to dismiss the thought, a testament to his greatest strength, never getting stuck in a quandary. A slight itch at his ankle reminded him of the deep, 10-centimeter wound inflicted by a zombie's sharp claw 5 days prior, yet now, the edges of the wound had knitted together, forming deep brown scars. It appeared that with a gentle pull, the darkened scab would fall away, leaving no trace of the injury. Have I become superhuman? Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled at his healing ability, wondering if the rainwater had exponentially enhanced his self-repairing speed. Is this what they call immortality? He mused, letting his thoughts wander. If that were the case, he would no longer need to fear injury, yet, the thought that this extraordinary healing came at the cost of consuming enough rations to last 2 months brought a dull ache to his chest. I must avoid injuries in the future. Otherwise, if I run out of food, I might have to resort to munching on zombies. Chapter 5 of the Evolution of Zombies. The torrential rain persisted for a full 3 days before finally relenting. Yet, even after such an unyielding downpour, the sky remained shrouded in a somber gloom, with layers of dark gray clouds obscuring the winter sunlight. Only a few feeble rays managed to penetrate the thick canopy, casting a faint glow over the entire city. Throughout these dreary days, the zombies stood utterly motionless in the rain, enduring its relentless baptism, while Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity to tirelessly scavenge various provisions from the convenience store in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the window, raising his binoculars to survey the surroundings. This had become a habitual practice for him. However, aside from the zombies, there was little of interest to behold outside, rendering the view monotonous and dreary. Through the lenses, every movement of the zombies was crystal clear. The days of incessant rain had failed to cleanse the streets, which remained littered with shattered bones, broken glass, and discarded beverage bottles scattered haphazardly. The thought of the relentless rain brought a dull ache to his body. The water not only carried the virus but also possessed a potent corrosive quality. The steel protective bars outside had become marred with rust, leading Zhang Xiaoqiang to believe that they had been ravaged by moisture for over a decade. Could it be that this rain was indeed the fabled acid rain? The garments that had been corroded by the rain were now tattered and torn, with only shreds of fabric clinging to the zombies as they roamed. The zombies on the streets continued their aimless wandering, yet their movements displayed a newfound agility. Their nails had grown longer, and some of the once formidable zombies had begun to exhibit even greater stature, moving with a grace that resembled that of a living person. The exposed skin appeared dark and glistening, and many ordinary zombies obstructing their path were easily toppled, having no discernible effect on the more evolved ones. Conversely, some zombies had grown increasingly emaciated, their forms shrinking and becoming more nimble, their joints more flexible, enabling them to leap over low barriers. The claws of these creatures were now alarmingly elongated, exceeding those of the typical zombie by more than double. A chill crept over Zhang Xiaoqiang as he muttered to himself while peering through the binoculars. Could they be starting to evolve? The thought that zombies were undergoing evolution left him questioning humanity's prospects. As he tightened his grip on the binoculars, the blood drained from his fingers, revealing a bluish hue. Lowering the 10x binoculars, he was left with a bitter taste in his mouth. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly, resting against the windowsill, his mind clouded with despondency from his observations over the past few days. Zhang Xiaoqiang estimated there were around 200 zombies outside his building, with 9 having undergone mutation, 3 exhibiting agility, and 6 demonstrating increased strength. The mutation rate stood at approximately 5%. Given that Y City had a population of 500,000, this suggested a base number of at least 25,000 mutated zombies, with a national population of 1.5 billion in Huagua. This would yield 75 million mutated zombies. Worldwide, with a population of 7 billion, how many zombies could there possibly be? Leaning against the windowsill, Zhang Xiaoqiang stared vacantly at the zombies below, his feet littered with cigarette butts. He recalled a film he had once seen, where the protagonist lost all contact with the outside world, leading a solitary and monotonous existence under the vast, unending sky, accompanied solely by a wild wolf with white legs. The wolf was far superior to him, possessing the entirety of the wilderness, while Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself confined within a house besieged by countless zombies, gazing longingly outside, paralyzed by fear. The wolf, affectionately named Two White Socks, would frolic around him, while Zhang Xiaoqiang was left with a nameless cockroach, merely lying still at the bottom of a bottle. Feigning death, Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up a bottle of mineral water, raising it before his eyes. The cockroach remained motionless at the bottom of the bottle. He shook the bottle gently, prompting the cockroach to scurry about, desperately attempting to escape the narrow opening, only to fall repeatedly. He watched in silence, feeling a pang of sorrow for the cockroach, but more so for himself. He realized that he was not so different from the creature trapped within the bottle, both ensnared by the shackles of their respective fates. At that moment, an agile zombie suddenly caught his attention. Through the binoculars, he observed this zombie lunging at another, while the surrounding zombies began to stir, converging upon the commotion. Could it be that these creatures are capable of infighting? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, fixated on the scene before him, his mind momentarily adrift. He witnessed the zombie, besieged by countless others, appearing more robust and agile than the typical agile variant, though it stood at a mere 1.4 meters tall, significantly shorter than its counterparts. It moved with remarkable speed, evading the grasp of other zombies. Clutched in its hands was something it was poised to consume. Initially, Zhang Xiaoqiang could not discern what it held, but as it turned to face him, he realized it was the tail of a rat. The rat was small, and the chaos was brief. Once the zombie devoured it, the horde returned to a semblance of calm, observing the slightly more robust agile zombie retreating to the opposite side of the street, where there stood a row of old tiled houses adjacent to a drainage ditch. Zhang Xiaoqiang surmised that the rat must have emerged from the gutter. Is it possible that the D-virus only affects humans? He mused, watching the agile zombie linger quietly by the ditch, beginning to grasp the fundamental cause of the zombie's evolution. D-virus flesh and blood rainwater zombie evolution? Chapter 6. The zombie gathering in this once vibrant city now shrouded in silence. Zhang Xiaoqiang persists in leading a simple yet fulfilling existence. He rises, engages in physical exercise, partakes in meals, continues to train, dines once more, exercises again, enjoys a brief period of leisure, and ultimately retires for the night. The sheer volume of his daily workout swiftly depletes his stockpile of provisions. At times, he finds himself forgetting the original purpose of his training, mechanically and numbly going through the motions. With no internet and no living souls around, he is left with little else to occupy his time beyond the rigors of exercise. Zhang Xiaoqiang has grown dissatisfied with his previous training methods, now donning a backpack laden with heavy weights, practicing assassination techniques and evasive maneuvers while bearing a burden of nearly 30 to 40 pounds. At this point, his iron spear remains poised at a single point. He is confident that even with his eyes closed, he can evade the lunges of the undead. After all, one cannot afford to be idle. Idleness breeds errant thoughts, and being confined within this limited space offers little beyond exhausting him to the point of resembling a lifeless dog. Upon completing his daily regimen, he often finds solace in gazing through binoculars from his windowsill at the zombies, a rare source of entertainment for Zhang Xiaoqiang. In a fit of extreme boredom, he even assigns names to the undead. The ordinary zombies are dubbed cannon fodder, while the stronger variants are termed Hercules, abbreviated to D-type zombies. The agile ones are referred to as the Flash, shortened to S-type zombies. Perhaps it is a reflection of his morbid sense of humor. The S-shaped zombie, which has an insatiable appetite for mice, remains stationed before the sewer, seemingly continuing to evolve, standing at a height of 1. 4 meters, its arms have elongated further, with its hands now drooping down to its ankles, each adorned with 5 sharp claws resembling glistening daggers. Strangely, no other zombies dare to approach within a radius of 15 to 16 meters. Should any zombie inadvertently trespass into its territory, it emits a hoarse growl as a warning. In Zhang Xiaoqiang's perspective, the S-shaped and D-shaped zombies on the street have both evolved after consuming human flesh. If they continue to feast upon more flesh and blood, their evolution will persist. The S-shaped zombies may evolve into S2, S3, or even higher forms like S4, S5, and S6, and similarly, the D-shaped zombies will undergo comparable transformations. As for humanity, it is likely that fewer than 10% remain, or even less. Should the zombies be deprived of human flesh and blood, they may turn to attack any living creatures. In the not-so-distant future, 63 billion or more zombies may consume all living beings on Earth, he mused, a bitter smile crossing his face. He pondered whether there would be zombies capable of thriving in water. If such a reality were to manifest, the Earth would be left with nothing but insects alongside the zombies. He cast aside these chaotic thoughts, took a moment to rest, and after finishing a cigarette, began preparing a meal. Glancing at the dwindling supplies, he realized they could no longer sustain him for many more days. After dining, Zhang Xiaoqiang, as per his routine, powered on his computer, intending to indulge in a single-player game. Yet, as the startup sound echoed, the screen suddenly went black, and the household lights extinguished. Has the fuse blown? He wondered, momentarily dazed, as he searched for a flashlight and a fuse. It took him a considerable time to comprehend that the city's power grid had succumbed to a 3-month-long operation and was now on strike. The entire city was enveloped in darkness. Seated on his bed, Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, lost in thought amidst the profound silence, where he could even hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Occasionally, sounds from downstairs, a soda can kicked by a zombie, would echo into the stillness of the night, carrying far and wide. He sat in quiet contemplation, feeling an unprecedented tranquility, reminiscing about the past until the early hours of the morning, yet paradoxically becoming more alert. I can no longer remain here. I must make a desperate bid for survival and abandon this dead city. Without water or electricity, with food from the small shop downstairs beginning to spoil, I cannot stay here any longer. I must escape. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqiang was genuinely afraid of death. Given the choice, he would much prefer to remain in the safety of his home. In this apocalyptic world devoid of communication, media, or even the presence of fellow humans, he felt utterly lost. Outside lay countless dangers, with innumerable zombies lying in wait, and even some animals possibly undergoing mutations. Yet, what frightened him even more were the sinister living beings and the unpredictable future. However, he had now exhausted his resources. Even if he had food, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Moreover, it had been a whole month since the crisis erupted, and his sister's fate remained uncertain. Even if the odds were grim, he could not give up until he received confirmation of her demise. Determined to exhaust every effort to reunite with her, after a brief moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his decision. He could no longer live in the shadows of this sunless room. He needed to break free from his prison and fight his way out of the city that had long been overrun by zombies. If he could survive and escape, he would head south to reunite with his sister. If he were to perish, it would be a release, and death would not be feared. With this resolve, he approached his iron weapon and opened the door. However, as he reached the stairway, he was met with the sight of hundreds of zombies swaying below, some even gnawing on the corpses of their own kind. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the scene, a chill running down his spine. Could it be that the street zombies have all converged here? Chapter 7. In a desperate struggle downstairs, in a confined space, an overwhelming number of zombies were densely packed. The staircase leading up to the platform was slightly misaligned, creating an angle with the main building, where hundreds of zombies were wedged together. A few of them caught a whiff of Zhang Xiaoqiang's scent and charged towards him. The pungent aroma of blood mingled with the stench of decay assaulted his senses. 2 S-type zombies, swift as the wind, lunged at him in an instant. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to ponder. He sprinted away from the oncoming horde, with the 2 S-type zombies closely trailing him. He executed a half-circle turn, glancing back to see the S-type zombies drawing nearer, while 6 D-type zombies loomed in the distance, their movements unperturbed. Why are the S-type zombies so fast? Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in distress. At that moment, the S-type zombies were merely 3 to 5 steps away, closing in rapidly. I must fight. He anchored his right foot, stepped back slightly with his left, and pivoted for a thrust. Die! Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, driving the gun's muzzle into the forehead of one zombie, swiftly twisting the weapon to extract it. Another S-type zombie was upon him, its claws reaching for his face. He retreated half a step with his right foot, sidestepping the creature, as a desiccated arm with the foul odor of death brushed past his nose. In a swift motion, he swung the iron spear in a wide arc, crashing it down onto the zombie's lower back. The impact sent the creature sprawling forward onto the ground, and Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped forward a few paces to pin it down. He let out a slight sigh of relief, but soon, the 6 D-type zombies were advancing towards him with the deliberate pace of a normal human. He could not afford to be complacent. Analyzing the staircase's layout, he sought to lure them apart for individual confrontations. Unfortunately, these zombies instinctively charged at him, their synchronized movement thwarting his plans. A glance at the base of the building revealed several ordinary zombies still consuming flesh, and an idea sparked in his mind. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang led the 6 D-type zombies towards the massive corpses. As anticipated, the D-type zombies collided with the ordinary ones, creating chaos. Seizing the rare opportunity, he dashed behind one D-type zombie and thrust his weapon forward. He withdrew the spear, watching as the D-type zombie collapsed atop an ordinary one, while the rest of the D-type zombies maneuvered around the fallen body, closing in on him once more. With no time to dispatch a second, Zhang Xiaoqiang circled with the remaining D-type zombies 5, 4, 3, 2 until the last one fell at his hands, leaving him panting with the iron spear in hand. Now, only 70 or 80 ordinary zombies remained, one of which was pinned beneath the deceased D-type zombie, oblivious to the recent skirmish, focusing solely on the flesh before them. Even Zhang Xiaoqiang, standing directly behind them, went unnoticed. He yearned to eliminate each of these zombies, yet the intensity of the battle had drained his stamina. Attempting to dispatch them all could very well lead to his own demise. Thus, he resolved to retreat to his home and ponder a solution. What method can I employ? Should I burn them? I lack gasoline, and even cooking oil is in short supply. What about a sniper crossbow? I only have 6 bolts and 40 steel balls, enough to take down a quarter, but what of the remaining 3 quarters? Could I lower a rope from the window to descend, but how do I remove the railing without any tools? What if I wrap myself in thick clothing and charge out? Zhang Xiaoqiang shuddered at the thought, shaking his head. That would be a death sentence. After much contemplation, inspiration struck him as he considered the zombies themselves. Zombies cannot see but can hear and smell, and they move relatively slowly. S-type zombies are not included in that slowness. Whoever claims they are slow shall face my wrath. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. They possess poor vision, average hearing, and an acute sense of smell. He began to summarize, realizing that the zombie's sensitivity to blood could extend up to 100 meters, as evidenced by how all the zombies in the vicinity had congregated at his location. Their heightened sense of smell, he repeated, recognizing that such an acute olfactory ability indicated a well-developed sensory organ, which also meant vulnerability. I've devised a plan. Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded, reasoning that the more acute a zombie's sense of smell, the more critical it becomes to its existence. During their mutation, the sensory organs of zombies developed unevenly, leading to an over-reliance on smell. Thus, any disruption to this sense would significantly impair them. In simpler terms, their sense of smell served as both radar and locator. If that sense were compromised, the zombies would be akin to headless flies, unable to concoct a napalm bomb. He resolved to create some makeshift gas bombs instead. With determination, Zhang Xiaoqiang ventured into the kitchen, quickly assembling several crude gas bombs using damp dried chili peppers as the base, adding star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan peppercorns, wrapping them in a bedsheet, and drenching them in peanut oil. Additionally, he prepared some ground pepper, encasing it in newspaper. Once everything was ready, he stepped outside, finding dozens of ordinary zombies once again encircling the area, likely drawn by the scent of blood and flesh. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no mind. After all, there were still plenty of corpses for them to feast upon. He returned to the staircase, where the zombies remained clustered together, and a few more sluggishly approached him from the edges. He tossed the newspaper wrapped with ground pepper into the horde, watching as it dispersed in the air, the pepper creating a swirling black-gray mist that slowly enveloped the zombies. Chapter 8, I. Take the cockroach as my role model. In no time, the horde of corpses began to stir chaotically. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignited his homemade gas canisters and hurled them into the throng of cadavers. Shortly thereafter, dense clouds of smoke began to billow forth, exuding a suffocating odor that brought tears to his eyes. Even Zhang Xiaoqiang, standing on the platform, was affected, let alone the zombies below. The undead, akin to a disturbed swarm of hornets, flailed about aimlessly, shoving and shrieking at one another. Some, driven to panic by the acrid fumes, turned on their fellow beings, clawing and biting in a frenzy. A number of zombies were knocked to the ground, subsequently trampled mercilessly by hundreds of feet, becoming engulfed in the mass of bodies. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched this rare spectacle from his vantage point, feeling invigorated. The disarray below left no trace of the horde, only a handful of unfortunate zombies, their bones crushed, lay paralyzed on the ground. Tightening his grip on the iron spear, Zhang Xiaoqiang methodically dispatched them one by one. He then ventured into the convenience store, where the shelves were rapidly depleting. After consuming the last biscuit, he cast a greedy glance over the barren food racks. Only 8/10 full, he lamented. The small shop was already modestly stocked, and after his several previous raids, most shelves were stripped bare, leaving only a few condiments. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, he stuffed everything into his backpack, recalling that his home had little tobacco left. He took a pack of red-boxed Huangalo cigarettes and a pack of soft Zhonghua to bring back with him. Zhang Xiaoqiang planned to escape the city the following morning, so he concentrated on gathering supplies. Returning home, he revisited the 2 residences on the first floor, hoping for bountiful finds. Unfortunately, the haul was meager. However, he did discover a box of steel balls and a multifunctional folding military shovel in the room of an enthusiast. The shovel, capable of chopping, peeling, clamping, and sawing, was hidden beneath the bed, a fortunate acquisition for Zhang Xiaoqiang, as the previous owner had long since perished. His final treasure was a large, unfolded provincial map concealed within a desk. After loading all consumables and water into his pack, he realized that the glass containers of the condiments would add unnecessary weight. He retrieved several empty mineral water bottles and transferred the seasonings into them, ultimately dismantling the few remaining cigarettes to fit into his backpack. Having completed these preparations, Zhang Xiaoqiang sought out an old-fashioned military canteen, once used by his father during hunting trips, cleaned it thoroughly, and filled it with water. He could never have too much of it, for who knew what viruses lurked outside? Next, he found an antiquated military messenger bag to accommodate the old aluminum lunchbox, which could be used to boil water and cook food, along with a small enamel cup, all relics from his father's past.
Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but exclaim, though my father's possessions are old, each one is a treasure.
Upon conducting a final check, he decided to add the 2 remaining packets of Longjing tea leaves into his messenger bag. With his provisions arranged, it was time to inspect his weaponry. The iron spear, military knife, and his repeated practice with the crossbow had led Zhang Xiaoqiang to discover a technique. Removing the protective lacquer from the arrow shaft would reduce wear and enhance stability. After applying some lubricant, he secured the military shovel to his backpack, and, contemplating further utility, he attached a hammer to the shovel, uncertain of when it might come in handy. As the day waned and darkness descended, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his way to the first-floor residence, retrieving several imitation mahogany chairs to build a fire in the living room. The wind gusted through the open window, causing the flames to dance gracefully, illuminating the room in flickering shadows. The interplay of light and darkness stirred Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts, prompting him to reminisce about the joys and sorrows experienced within these walls. This would be his last night in the home he had known. Awakening at dawn, Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed out the window at the hazy sky, a chill wind brushing against his face, stirring a subtle unrest within him. He had moved 3 times, yet this was the place he had resided in the longest, having spent half his life here. He had once believed the latter half of his existence would continue in this manner, but fate had other plans, and today he would have to part with it. After packing his belongings, checking his weapons, and donning his attire, he took one last tour of the house, etching every detail into his memory. He was uncertain if he would ever return or what challenges awaited him. From the living room to the kitchen, and finally to the bedroom, he touched the computer, lamenting, "I bid farewell to the days of no computer and no internet.
I shall forever relinquish the title of homebody."
Inside the plastic bottle housing the cockroach, the creature remained motionless at the bottom, seemingly oblivious to the events occurring outside its confines. Zhang Xiaoqiang gently shook the bottle, causing the cockroach to stir, seeking an escape route. Astonishingly, 2 months without sustenance had not affected it in the least. A sudden realization dawned upon Zhang Xiaoqiang. The cockroach, though humble and inconspicuous, exhibited a remarkable composure in adversity. It conserved every ounce of strength, minimizing its consumption while quietly awaiting an opportunity to escape. This instinct for survival, although innate, filled him with admiration, igniting a flicker of hope for the future where once there had been only confusion. "I shall take the cockroach as my role model, living through the apocalypse as it does,"
Zhang Xiaoqiang declared to himself.
Unscrewing the cap, he released the cockroach, watching as it scurried into the corner. In his heart, he whispered a blessing, "May you survive." Chapter 9. The living woman. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the iron gate, casting one last glance at the room before stepping outside. The security door clicked shut behind him, the key dangling from a thin string around his neck, pressed firmly against his chest. It would symbolize his future spiritual solace, serving as a sanctuary for his soul. A month after the apocalypse had begun, Zhang Xiaoqiang left his home, resolutely confronting the uncertain future that lay ahead in this desolate world. On the platform, the concrete floor was littered with the corpses of the undead, strewn haphazardly about. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them little mind as he descended the stairs. Although the horde had dispersed the previous day, more than 40 zombies still meandered in the garden. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found himself surrounded by a dozen half-bodied zombies. Their faces turned toward him, their foul mouths opening and closing in a futile attempt to bite. Unable to rise, he stepped over the fallen zombies, making his way toward a narrow path leading to the street. Utilizing his MP9 military crossbow, he dispatched the zombies obstructing his route and emerged onto the street. He passed by the corpses he had slain the previous day on the platform, as well as the lingering undead in the garden below. In the vicinity, there were fewer than 100 zombies remaining within a kilometer, averaging 1 every 10 meters. The street leading to the city center was blocked, while the path out of town lay at the street's end, requiring 3 to 4 hours of walking to escape. Undoubtedly, zombies awaited along the way. Despite the low population density, tens of thousands still roamed. With caution, Zhang Xiaoqiang advanced along the street, careful to confront only the fewer than 50 zombies ahead of him. Observing the near 50 undead, he felt a pang for the remaining steel balls. Although he had acquired approximately 1.5 pounds of ammunition, each shot diminished his supply, and he was unable to guarantee a 1-for-1 kill ratio. He carefully maneuvered down the street, having doused himself with some white liquor scavenged from a convenience store, using the pungent aroma to mask his scent from the zombies. Holding the crossbow, he walked on tiptoe, meticulously avoiding shards of glass scattered on the ground. His iron spear was secured in a leather loop on his backpack, the tip pointing skyward, the butt occasionally tapping against his calf. He had tested the effectiveness of the liquor's scent, which would obscure his presence from zombies beyond 30 meters, but unfortunately, it was ineffective at closer ranges. As he navigated past the zombies, he took care not to disturb them, feeling as though he were in a real-life version of a video game similar to The Dirty Dozen. When he encountered an unavoidable zombie, he would gradually approach within 30 meters, waiting for it to draw near before executing it with a close-range shot from his crossbow. Uncertain of how many zombies lurked at the street's end, Zhang Xiaoqiang endeavored to conserve his strength in preparation for the unknown dangers ahead. After successfully eliminating his 11th zombie, he finally arrived at the intersection at the street's end, exclaiming with a heavy heart, "What a plight!" He had struggled to reach this point, yet the sight before him left him bereft of tears. Beyond the intersection lay the main thoroughfare leading out of the city, where a heavy Dongfeng dump truck lay overturned, blocking the road. Behind the 8-meter-long truck, countless other vehicles formed an impassable barrier. To his left, a street lined with construction material warehouses extended toward the development zone, where factories thrived, each employing thousands who had undoubtedly transformed into zombies. If Zhang Xiaoqiang dared to venture down this road, it would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. To his right lay a street filled with various small restaurants, continuing toward the riverside container port. The density of zombies on this street was no less than that behind him, yet he had no choice but to press onward toward the riverside. The density of zombies here was significantly greater, and Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself straining with each step, often forced to confront 4 or more zombies simultaneously. His methods of dispatching the undead grew more adept. He no longer waited for them to approach, instead opting to shoot them from a distance. He successfully eliminated 2 D-type zombies, fortunate not to encounter any S-type zombies, an unexpected stroke of luck. Truth be told, he held little concern for the D-type zombies, as their sluggish speed granted him ample time to aim. However, the S-type zombies filled him with dread, their swiftness posed a constant threat. Halfway through, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to pause for a moment near a tall floor-to-ceiling window. As he passed various vehicles parked along the street, he couldn't help but lament, "What a pity. Why didn't I get my driver's license back in college?" He reproached himself for his lack of foresight, wishing he had at least learned how to operate a vehicle, even if he hadn't obtained a license. Casting one last glance, he prepared to turn away, but suddenly, he whipped his head back toward a nearby car window. Indeed, though the view is unclear, I can discern a figure inside. Approaching the vehicle, he peered through the windshield, spotting a person seated in the passenger seat, staring blankly out the window. The individual had shoulder-length hair and wore tattered clothing, soiled and unrecognizable. "Not a zombie," Zhang Xiaoqiang asserted with certainty, having never encountered a zombie that remained so still. He opened the car door, and an overwhelming stench assaulted him. Even his seasoned nose, accustomed to the odor of decay, struggled to withstand it. As he looked closer, he saw that the person wore a dress that had long lost its original color, their face pallid and somewhat malnourished, though relatively clean except for their murky eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of excitement. A woman, and she is still alive. Chapter 10 Life and Death at Breakneck Speed. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood outside the vehicle, gazing at the woman inside, who appeared lost in thought. "What on earth are you doing?" After so long without human interaction, compounded by the fact that this was the first living person Zhang Xiaoqiang had encountered in this post-apocalyptic world, he felt a surge of excitement, causing his words to falter. Ahem, who are you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat and tried again. No response? He waved his hand in front of her eyes. Still no reaction? He gave her shoulder a gentle nudge, and she swayed slightly with the force. Still nothing. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced around. A few zombies had begun to appear behind him, and time was running out. With a resounding slap, Zhang Xiaoqiang struck her across the face. Wow, the woman erupted into tears. Finally, a reaction. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled in relief. Who are you? He continued to inquire. Wah, stop crying. With the zombies multiplying, his patience wore thin. Wah, she paid him no mind. Frustrated, he delivered another slap to her face, the noise cutting through the chaos like a switch turning off a loud radio, leaving a serene silence in its wake. He flung open the car door and urged, What are you thinking? Hurry up and drive away. I can't, I've always wanted to learn, but no one taught me. The woman replied, her voice tinged with distress. Her words struck Zhang Xiaoqiang like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned. Without uttering a word, he exited the car, preparing to flee. When he turned back, however, he found her still sitting there, dazed and unresponsive. Move, are you just going to sit there and wait to die? He shouted, utterly baffled at how this foolish girl had survived thus far. Oh, she responded, approaching him with a lost expression, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. A vein throbbed on Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead. Stay close behind me. Just as they reached a tall floor-to-ceiling window, a loud crash echoed as the glass shattered, and amidst the flying shards, a towering D-class zombie leaped beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, swinging its massive claw toward him. He ducked just in time, the claw slicing through the air above his head, colliding with the iron gun strapped to his backpack, a tremendous force reverberating through the weapon and sending him sprawling onto his back. The D-class zombie then bent down, its left claw poised to strike. In a panic, Zhang Xiaoqiang yanked the woman aside just as the claw slammed into the ground, sending a concrete slab flying from the sidewalk, scattering fine sand everywhere, some grains even landing on his head and trickling down his collar. Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily dazed by the sudden onslaught of the zombie. He rolled on the ground, the canteen on his back clanging noisily, until he found himself behind the zombie. With all his might, he pulled out the iron hammer from his backpack and swung it at the D-class zombie's ankle. Thud! A tremendous recoil shot through him, the hammer nearly slipping from his grasp, his palm aching as if it were being torn apart. A massive foot came down toward him, and Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not engage the D-class zombie any longer. He seized the woman and desperately rolled toward the riverbank, colliding with the tire of a parked car, scrambling to his feet as dizziness overwhelmed him. At that moment, the D-class zombie advanced, and behind it, through the shattered window, a horde of zombies poured forth, at least 4 S-class zombies sprinting toward him, leaping over the towering D-class zombie. Apologies for the interruption, but I must take my leave. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an urgent pang of fear, shouting as he dragged the woman with him, racing toward the riverbank. Yet, after just a few steps, he realized that a multitude of zombies was slowly closing in from the front. He surmised that the woman's cries had attracted the attention of the undead horde, which now encircled him. Chilled to the bone, Zhang Xiaoqiang scanned his surroundings, seeking an escape route, but at that moment, the densely packed zombies continued to converge from both ends of the street. He cursed himself for his carelessness as the undead drew nearer, his anxiety mounting. To evade the pursuing S-class zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang could only sprint toward the ordinary zombies blocking his path, his eyes darting across the throng until they landed on a luxurious bus parked by the roadside, an idea igniting within him. The bus had collided with the corner of a building, and behind it sat a pickup truck. The nearly 4-meter-high bus could provide him with a temporary refuge from the zombies. With the S-class zombies closing in, he wasted no time, dragging the woman toward the bus. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaped into the back of the pickup truck, scrambling onto the roof of the bus, then pulled the woman up first. He positioned himself at the edge of the bus's roof, preparing to leap, but the weight of his backpack hindered his movements. With his upper body sprawled on the roof and his lower half clinging to the bus, the bag threatened to pull him down. I'm going to end up dead because of this backpack. Chapter 11. Type D2 zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed the backpack while desperately kicking against the side of the bus, as the S-type zombies approached ominously. In a moment of determination, he planted a foot against the bus window frame and, leveraging that slight force, managed to vault himself onto the roof of the vehicle. Just as he retracted his leg, a tremendous crash reverberated, causing the bus to sway slightly. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his head to look down and saw an S-type zombie sprawled on the ground, evidently the cause of the earlier impact. Below, the horde of zombies pressed together tightly, resembling sardines crammed into a can. As he munched on instant noodles, he raised his binoculars to observe the spot where the D-type zombie had just emerged. The central electronic screen continued to scroll a message: Blue Sky Network Club Grand Opening Specials, now offering all services at half price. We welcome everyone. Damn, it turned out to be a large internet CAF with 3 floors of space, and the glass on the street-facing side of the second floor had been shattered, leaving only dark, hollow windows. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered a curse. Why open during a viral outbreak? It was no wonder that hundreds of zombies had surged forth. The D-type zombie circled the bus, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to scrutinize its features. Towering over 2 meters, significantly taller than other D-type zombies, which dared not approach it, its skin resembled recently unearthed bronze, dark and thick with a faint metallic sheen, and its muscles bulged to a degree that could rival a governor, the veins visibly coiling beneath the surface, causing the bus to tremble slightly with each of its movements. Could this be the legendary D2 type zombie? One wonders how many humans it must have devoured to evolve into such a creature. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his crossbow, aiming at the D2 type zombie. Its threat was too great to ignore. This time, he was armed with only 6 bolts, one of which was slightly dulled, making it unlikely that he would retrieve it. Good steel should be put to use. If you don't spend, you won't catch the wolf. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself, calming his nerves as he centered the crosshair of his scope on the D2's head. With a squeeze of the trigger, the bolt flew forth with a sharp twang. Roar! The D2 type zombie howled, its forehead displaying a small gash, mocking Zhang Xiaoqiang. Where did the bolt go? He wondered, scanning the area around the D2. Just then, a regular D-type zombie collapsed to the ground, an arrow piercing through its right ear and emerging from its left temple, quickly swallowed by the horde. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the rampaging D2 zombie, feeling a sense of despair. Is this really how it's going to be? Is its head plated with armor? How could a bolt bounce off like that? The sound of the fired bolt had given away his position, and the D2 charged towards the bus, knocking down the zombies that stood in its way. With a resounding crash, the bus emitted a pained groan, a massive dent forming in its side as the windows shattered and fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang, standing on the roof, struggled to maintain his balance, while the woman next to him screamed in terror. Trying to catch a chicken only to lose the rice. The bus groaned under the relentless assault, sending Zhang Xiaoqiang into a state of heightened anxiety. He frantically searched for a way to escape the roof as the D2 repeatedly slammed against the bus, lifting it off the ground before it thudded back down. His hands gripped the bus's air vent, feeling as though he were riding a bucking bull. The vehicle continued to shift, gradually moving from its original position, many zombies getting caught beneath it, their bodies ground to pulp. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt hopeless. Is there still a paradise left in this world? He gazed up at the sky, wishing to see it one last time before death, but the view was obstructed by the protective railing above. In this apocalypse, what could possibly still be worth stealing? Wait, the railing? An idea sparked in Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind. Perhaps there's a chance. In the next moment, he untied a thin hemp rope from his backpack, tossing the blanket tied to it off the roof. He then secured the rope to a heavy iron hammer. The bus continued to shake violently, the woman clinging tightly to him, almost throwing both of them off. Is this what they call vehicle vibrations? He mused, busying his hands while his thoughts raced. All right. Zhang Xiaoqiang swung the hammer, aiming for the protective railing above. The bus trembled once more, and the flying hammer curved midair, striking an S-type zombie on the head, knocking it down. Patience, patience, the bus won't fall apart for several more minutes, he reassured himself as he prepared to swing the hammer again. Clang! The hammer struck the steel railing, rebounding back towards him at a greater speed, landing squarely between his legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang's trembling left hand instinctively reached for his groin, and after a moment, he let out a long sigh of relief. That had been a close call. Chapter 12. At the end of one's rope, the violent tremors of the vehicle thrust Zhang Xiaoqiang perilously close to being crushed by his own hammer as he repeatedly flung it away. Ding! At last, the hammer became lodged between the railings. Seizing the rope, he swung towards the wall, his feet poised to push off against it. However, the weight of his backpack threw him off balance, causing him to collide sideways with the wall. His forehead struck with force, splitting open and allowing blood to trickle down, staining his collar. The agony of the impact nearly compelled him to release his grip.
This backpack is going to be the death of me.
Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered, his voice tinged with despair, before turning to the woman beside him. Quick, hold on tight.
Do not let go.
Fearful of losing him, the woman immediately wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, refusing to loosen her grip, nearly suffocating him in the process. Yet, in that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no heed to her plight. He hastily began to ascend the rope, but the D2 zombies continued to batter the luxury bus, which was still valiantly holding its V-shaped form. It's a domestic product, it's sturdy. If it were imported, I would have perished several times over by now, he mused while climbing. The scent of blood had drawn the surrounding zombies to his feet, and looking down revealed a sea of zombie heads. His numerous brushes with death had rendered him numb to fear. The threats below him no longer held the power to terrify. Just like now, the incessant impacts of the hammer had loosened the jute rope tethered behind it, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could distinctly see it sliding down the hammer's handle. Panic surged within him. He desperately quickened his ascent. At last, when only 3 centimeters of jute rope remained from the hammer's handle, he grasped the protective railing. Zhang Xiaoqiang set the woman down and stood upon the railing to gaze below, where the horde continued to jostle, the D2 zombies having dismantled the luxurious bus into mere fragments, now inching closer. Today is just dreadful. Nothing seems to go right. Surely, the railing I stand upon won't give way too, he thought, casting a wary glance at the steel caps securing the railing. Fortunately, there was no sign of looseness, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Now trapped in midair, unable to ascend or descend, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to lament the misfortunes of the day. If he were to have offspring, Zhang Xiaoqiang would tell them, the closest distance I have ever come to losing you is nearly 0.01 centimeters. Should he find a woman willing to share the latter half of her life with him, he would express, the farthest distance I have ever been from paradise is merely 3 centimeters. Below him, the D2 zombies roared, and Zhang Xiaoqiang dangled in the air, standing on the protective railing, gazing down at the horde of corpses. In his heart, he harbored resentment, cursing himself for not discerning the sign of the internet CAF, lamenting his choice of path. Surely, seeking death in the development zone would be preferable to waiting for it here. He cursed himself for not burning paper offerings for his parents before leaving. Now, they did not bless him, and he even resented that no one had come to rescue him. Lost in thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to regret. He regretted not running home, regretted not simply climbing over the obstructing truck. Surely that would have been better than hanging in midair. He regretted that he had not saved 2 of the gas grenades he had crafted yesterday, even though he had hardly made a few in total. Standing on the railing, he oscillated between rage and regret, while the D2 below clamored loudly. Oh my god! A woman's piercing scream erupted beside him. Thud, thud, thud. The glass window behind the railing shook, and a figure swayed behind the screen. Zombies! Panic surged within Zhang Xiaoqiang. He could not load his crossbow, and with one hand on the iron spear, he struggled to maintain control. Should he resort to his military knife? Alas, separated by the iron bars, Zhang Xiaoqiang could not kill it, while it could harm him. Such a disparity in their exchange of damage was overwhelmingly disadvantageous for him. This prompted a memory of a scene from a film he had once seen. A man fell into a pit, clutching a vine, with an abyss beneath him. A venomous snake lurked close, ready to strike, while a mouse gnawed at the root of the vine, and the man was tempted to taste the honey on its leaves. Foolhardy. Zhang Xiaoqiang had deemed it then. Now, he found himself in a similar predicament. Aside from the absence of a mouse and honey, all else was in place. Having narrowly escaped death countless times today, am I truly destined to perish here? The S-type did not catch up to me, the D2 did not slay me, yet a mere cannon fodder seeks to finish me off? When it truly came to the brink, Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart settled into tranquility. The multitude of unexpected events and constant perils had left him utterly weary. It would be better to end this swiftly. At the very least, before I depart this world, I shall not travel the road alone, he murmured quietly. Chapter 13 Yang Core Thud, Thud. The sound of impact continued to echo, with the glass poised to shatter at any moment. This zombie has never tasted flesh, nor has it felt the rain, it's merely a lowly novice. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented from the sidelines, contemplating that if he were up against a flesh-eating zombie, it would have long since broken through, sparing him from this torment. Oh heavens! Continue to toy with me, I fear you not. If you have the gall, send forth a rat. The process of awaiting death rendered Zhang Xiaoqiang increasingly hysterical, competing with D2 in the volume of his shouts. Rat, rat, come forth, let your brother embrace you. Zhang Xiaoqiang whimsically hummed a song of his own creation, searching frantically for a mouse. In the story, the mouse was nibbling on vines above him, and he gazed upward in pursuit of it. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed maniacally, choosing to amuse himself before his demise, only to discover a treasure instead. Above the protective railing loomed a colossal sunshade, obstructing the ascent. Having endured the test of time, the shade bore the brunt of fierce winds from the riverside, resulting in a slender crack along its length. Climbing atop the railing, Zhang Xiaoqiang drew forth his tiger-tooth military knife and began to saw at it with the back of the blade, fibers of PC material cascading downwards. In a short while, he managed to carve out an opening for passage, though directly above remained a series of steel bars. With care, he could undoubtedly scale the heights. Surviving yet again instilled a sense of ease in Zhang Xiaoqiang. He took the woman with him, ascending layer by layer, though burdened by an encumbrance. The instinct for survival propelled them both, for neither desired to meet their end so readily. However, when they finally toiled to the 7th floor, poised to reach the rooftop, that scoundrel, the one who brought forth life without a care. As the saying goes, when one window opens, another slams shut. Consequently, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself trapped against the final barrier before the rooftop. He was certain that the homeowner was an extraordinary individual, a person of exceptional character, a citizen who had contributed their utmost to the iron cause of the nation. Damn it! To think someone would craft a sunshade from stainless steel, unbelievable. Zhang Xiaoqiang prodded it with his knife, producing a resonant clang, yet it remained immovable under the blade. Peering down, the throng of corpses below resembled a swarm of ants, huddled together. Looking up, the icy steel above sent a chill through his bones. Hanging precariously between the 7th and 2nd floors was a vastly different experience. The wind at this height howled ominously. Zhang Xiaoqiang mournfully mused, a sprinkle of salt, and after hanging here for 2 days, I might as well become dried meat. He ceaselessly hacked, sawed, and jabbed at the steel plate, yet it remained as unyielding as aged leather. His fingers grew increasingly numb, the wind intensified, and his body turned colder. Zhang Xiaoqiang realized that if he did not ascend before nightfall, he would become a desiccated corpse by dawn. The steel's resilience proved formidable. The military knife was of no use against it, leaving only the hammer at his disposal. He sheathed the knife and wielded the hammer with all his might, but each strike merely bent it slightly before it rebounded. Just one more jolt, and I might perish from this last little shake? The daylight began to wane, and though the city in central China was not particularly cold in winter, the night brought temperatures below freezing. Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companion hung in midair, devoid of any windbreak, with only a single blanket, which he had tossed to the zombie. After a vigorous round of striking, he decided to take a brief respite, finally affording himself a moment to regard the woman beside him. This woman, too, exhibited an unusual silence. Zhang Xiaoqiang's voice shattered the stillness. What is your name? Today, her piercing cries had precipitated their dire circumstances, yet the thought of solitude was unbearable, so he restrained himself. Yang Kur, she replied, her voice muffled. Yang Kur? Zhang Xiaoqiang smirked, a hint of disdain flickering in his heart. Kur? What a peculiar name. The stench of filth clung to her, quite unbearable. How have you survived these past days? He inquired further. She lifted her gaze, recalling and recounting. On that day, I was out shopping with my brother. According to Yang Kur, the day the virus erupted coincided with her brother's birthday, and they had gone out to celebrate. Having procured supplies at the supermarket for their festivities, they had just begun their journey home when the world unraveled before them. It was terrifying. Everyone on the street went mad, she recounted, her expression distant. 90% of the populace began to mutate, husbands devouring their wives, mothers tearing at their children, sons lunging at their mothers. Witnessing the chaos unfold, she felt her legs weaken, collapsing onto the pavement. Her brother, in a bid to protect her, was ultimately consumed by the zombies. Their survival hinged entirely on the food in their car, sustaining them for nearly a month, living, eating, and sleeping cramped within the vehicle until today. Those monsters kept battering the car. No one answered my calls, neither to 110 nor my parents. Yang Kur spoke pitifully, only to then ask, Uncle, do you have any food in your bag? I haven't eaten in 2 days. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, retrieving the scant remains of instant noodles from his backpack, handing her a packet while retaining one for himself. He bit open the packaging and washed it down with water. Upon receiving her share, Yang Kur eagerly tore into it, devouring it ravenously. After regaining some strength, Zhang Xiaoqiang rose once more, resolutely continuing to strike at the steel barrier that had previously aided him through countless crises. He refused to believe he could not overcome this obstacle today. Chapter 14. The unknown fear. The sound of metal striking echoed through the stillness of the city, reverberating back to Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears. Yet, he seemed to feel nothing, lost in the sight of that cursed steel plate. Puff, he missed his mark, the hammer striking the concrete wall instead, a small fragment of debris striking his face. He squinted and glanced at the tiny dent in the wall, contemplating, to make a hole in the concrete wall? Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, realizing it would be more productive to continue striking the steel plate. With renewed vigor, he raised the hammer and persisted in his task, but halted at the steel plate. Concrete wall, steel plate, the steel plate is affixed to the concrete wall. Ha, he exclaimed loudly. No longer striking the steel plate, he directed his blows at the junction where the steel met the wall, a single expansion screw loosening in response. Zhang Xiaoqiang hammered relentlessly, his arms growing weary and his stomach beginning to grumble, yet he remained oblivious, mechanically pounding away in a state of numbness. As more expansion screws began to yield, the twilight deepened, leaving only a sliver of dusk illuminating the world. Sizzle! At that moment, the entire stainless steel plate fulfilled its purpose, fluttering downwards to the ground below. Trembling, Zhang Xiaoqiang stowed the hammer back in his backpack and continued to strike the concrete wall, only to have the force of his blows rebound painfully upon his hands. After resheathing the hammer, his fingers could no longer spread apart. With great effort, he heaved himself up to the rooftop, curling into a ball upon the ground. Today had been overwhelming. 1,000 days at home are blissful, but a mere half day out is fraught with peril. In just this single day, he had encountered more dangers than in the entirety of his previous life, even surpassing the harrowing experience of facing hundreds of zombies. The emotional roller coaster had left Zhang Xiaoqiang utterly exhausted. Truth be told, he held a certain admiration for himself. Time and again, he had eluded certain death, even when faced with the relentless horde below and the tank-like ferocity of D2, suffering only a minor scrape upon his forehead. Could it be that I possessed the potential to be the protagonist? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused contentedly. Watch out! A sharp cry from Yang Kur jolted him back to reality, as the maintenance door on the rooftop was flung open, a dark figure advancing towards them. The night had fallen, rendering the rooftop an impenetrable darkness, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could not discern whether the approaching zombie belonged to the throng below. Thus, he drew his iron spear and stepped forward. Just as he neared, he stumbled over the support of a solar water heater, tumbling to the ground.
Haven't I had enough fun for today?
He thrust the spear towards the zombie, but lying on the ground hampered his strength, the spear tip merely pricking the zombie's calf. Seizing the opportunity, he knelt, forcefully wedging the spear between the zombie's legs, causing it to lose its balance and topple over. Swish! Zhang Xiaoqiang yanked the spear from the zombie's head. During the brief moment he dispatched the zombie, no other undead had ascended to the rooftop, granting Zhang Xiaoqiang a slight reprieve. The rooftop was shrouded in darkness, and he fumbled for a lighter, attempting to ignite a flame to better discern the zombie's features, but the winds above thwarted his efforts, extinguishing any flicker of light. He retrieved the hammer and hooked the zombie's jaw, dragging it into the stairwell, then gestured to Yang Kor to close the wooden door leading to the rooftop, sealing the bitter cold winds outside. Lighting the lighter, he illuminated the zombie's visage. Before him lay a female zombie, her face gaunt and desiccated, scarcely resembling her former self. Her clothing remained intact, a stylish and vividly red down jacket adorning her, paired with faded denim jeans, suggesting she had been rather youthful in life. Subsequently, the two of them navigated along the wall to the 7th floor, striking the security door with the hammer several times, but receiving no response. They continued down the wall, unperturbed by the possibility of zombies within the stairwell. Having lingered on the upper floors for so long, any zombie should have already been drawn to him, the bloodstains on their bodies serving as a guiding light for the undead. Upon reaching the 4th floor staircase, Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped onto something soft and unidentifiable in the darkness, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps across his skin. It was precisely this lack of visibility that instilled in him a profound fear, a terror of the unknown that eclipsed even his dread of D2. Chapter 15 Lower than beasts. Zhang Xiaoqiang retreated 2 steps, tripped by the staircase, and found himself sitting upon the steps. He retrieved a lighter, illuminating his surroundings. The flickering flame danced erratically, influenced by his rapid breaths. There, resting quietly on the staircase, lay a pale white handbag. He exhaled in relief, picked up the bag, and began to rummage through its contents. A set of keys, a wallet, some foundation, lip gloss, and mascara, alongside nail clippers and eyebrow pencils, various cosmetics. He opened the wallet, revealing an identification card, several bank cards, and a few hundred yuan in cash. The ID bore the image of a youthful and charming woman, smiling, Xiao Xiaoyan, born on May 12, 1994. This must belong to the zombie abandoned on the rooftop after Zhang Xiaoqiang's actions. She must have lived here. One of these keys is surely for the front door. He felt a flicker of fortune, grateful that he would not have to spend the night on the cold cement floor. With a snap, he tossed the lighter aside. It had burned for too long and was beginning to feel hot in his hand. Zhang Xiaoqiang dug into the handbag once more, pulling out a flashlight, and descended to the 4th floor to test a key. It didn't fit. He moved to the 3rd floor, and again, it was not the right one. Was it on the upper level? He returned to the 5th floor, and with a click, the security door swung open. He cautiously led Yang Kor into the living room. The living room was spacious, decorated in a relatively simple style. Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered a flashlight on the antique shelf by the entrance and tested it. It still functioned. As he shone the light around, he noted that the unit consisted of 3 bedrooms and a living room, 1 master bedroom, 1 study, and 1 children's room. On the small bed in the children's room lay the desiccated corpse of a young boy, approximately 5 or 6 years old, emaciated to the point of resembling a mere skeleton, curled up on the bed like a mummy. Zhang Xiaoqiang chose not to linger on the site and walked out immediately. The tragedies of the apocalypse were far too numerous. Who could say whether tomorrow would bring the same fate upon oneself? He turned to Yang Kor and said, "Sit for a moment, I will check the kitchen and bathroom." With that, he proceeded to inspect the water supply and gas systems. As expected, the supply of both had been severed. However, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered that the hot water pipes still had a considerable amount of water flowing through them, and the temperature was quite high. Initially astonished, he soon understood, reflecting on the community's method of hot and cold water supply. Presently, the cold water pipes still carried municipal water, while the hot water was provided through a large solar water heater installed on the rooftop, promoting energy conservation and environmental friendliness. The solar water system was an independent hot water system for the residential building, requiring only a pump to transport the municipal water to the solar heater. Since the solar heater was situated atop the building, it could supply hot water downward without the need for electricity. Given that it was summer, the water temperature was likely around 70 degrees Celsius, scalding hot, indicating that the rooftop reservoir contained ample water. The glass door of the bathroom was shattered. After clearing away the shards of broken glass, Zhang Xiaoqiang scrubbed the bathtub clean and filled it with hot water. He then returned to the living room where Yang Kor was resting and said, "There's hot water here. I've prepared it's a bit scalding, but you can wash in a moment. The toiletries are fully stocked. It seems the owner didn't manage to take them all."
Yang Kor appeared somewhat embarrassed.
Having gone a long time without a bath, she was acutely aware of her own odor. Feeling too ashamed even to meet Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze, she lowered her head and asked timidly, "Uncle, can I skip the bath?"
Zhang Xiaoqiang almost thought he misheard her, responding, "Skip the bath?" Yang Kor's face flushed crimson as she murmured, "There are dirty things in the water." I saw it with my own eyes. Half a month after the zombie outbreak, she had witnessed a survivor in a car drinking from a pool of water in a roadside flowerbed, only to start violently vomiting within minutes. As he retched, he transformed into a zombie. The water must be contaminated.
Zhang Xiaoqiang could easily deduce that the unfortunate survivor had ingested a significant amount of rainwater, while he himself had merely splashed a few droplets into his mouth and had been left in a dire state.
Yet that individual had consumed the water to his fill. There was no justice in that. As long as you don't drink the water, you'll be fine. Besides, this is sealed hot water that hasn't been contaminated. Zhang Xiaoqiang imparted his wisdom, recalling that he had been drenched in rainwater and had suffered no ill effects. Yang Kor kept her gaze fixed on her feet, remaining silent, silently protesting against him. Look! Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at her, pouring some water to wash his hands, then standing up to shake off the droplets. Yang Kor retreated a few steps, wary, feeling insecure, until she felt safe enough to stop and observe him. Her scrutinizing gaze made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. What a thin skin I have! Zhang Xiaoqiang berated himself inwardly. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed, and she was still watching. Are you done yet? If you don't wash soon, the water will cool. Zhang Xiaoqiang grew impatient. At last, Yang Kor hesitantly approached him, stepping forward 3 paces then retreating 1, halting 5 meters away, unwilling to come closer. You really haven't turned into a monster, she asked, her tone laced with suspicion. Would a monster engage you in discussions about life and ideals? Would a monster teach you how to bathe? Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, exasperated. Oh. Yang Kor relaxed her worries. Alright, I'll go find something for you to change into. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the bedroom he had entered earlier, hoping to find a change of clothes for Yang Kor. With her petite, lowly-like figure, the deceased owner's clothes were somewhat oversized, but they would surely be better than her current filthy attire. He discovered a cashmere dress and a set of undergarments that still bore the price tags. Placing these on the towel rack in the bathroom, he tested the water temperature and found it just right, saying, "You can start washing now." Yang Kor blushed as she entered the bathroom, while Zhang Xiaoqiang settled onto the sofa, contemplating their next steps. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Despite the distance, the surrounding silence made it easy to discern as steam began to rise, and with the glass door of the bathroom having been long damaged, fog began to seep out slowly. Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes inadvertently caught glimpses of Yang Kor's indistinct silhouette through the mist. As time passed, he could even discern the gentle curves of her back, and the alluring scenery before her. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself transfixed, silently cursing himself for being a beast, yet suddenly pondering, if he were to avert his gaze, would that not render him lower than a beast? Chapter 16. Confronted with such a mindset, he would occasionally fixate on that enchanting silhouette for several seconds before shifting his gaze elsewhere, only to return his attention with renewed fervor. He was no paragon of virtue, and naturally, he would not shy away from seizing an opportunity. Meanwhile, Yang Kor seemed to be worried that he might suddenly distance himself from her, often peeking out to check on him. During these moments, Zhang Xiaoqiang would adopt a facade of gentlemanly decorum. The sound of the shower persisted for quite some time until the bathroom door swung open, footsteps echoing in the air. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced over and beheld the woman who strolled into the living room, a stark contrast to the filthy, odorous girl he had seen moments earlier. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, still glistening with droplets of water, while her face, framed by the dark locks, was as pale as porcelain, with a youthful visage accentuated by a hint of rosy blush, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. "Uncle, the clothes are a bit oversized," Yang Kor said, her cheeks aflame, unable to meet Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze. Truth be told, she had never worn anything so revealing in front of a man, leaving her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself momentarily entranced, acutely aware of certain physical changes within himself. He hastily composed himself and replied, "Why don't you check the wardrobe? There might be something more suitable for you." Yang Kor nodded gently and retreated into the room. Shortly thereafter, she emerged, awkwardly stating, "There is nothing suitable. The female owner's size is too large, so I'll just wear this for now. I'll wash the clothes I've changed out of later." She then added, "Oh, uncle, I've refilled the water. You should take a shower too. I'll help you wash the clothes you've taken off." As Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in the bathroom, gazing at his reflection, he found it hard to believe how much he had transformed. His lips and chin adorned with a significant amount of stubble, his complexion darkened. He bore little resemblance to a youthful man. Instead, he appeared slightly haggard and aged. Upon shedding his garments, he noticed that his physique had changed considerably. The muscles on his body were now more pronounced. Where there had been only a few muscles before, now he was filled with strength, his entire form radiating vitality. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had been conservative with water, which meant it had been ages since he enjoyed a proper hot shower. Now, reclining in the bathtub, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, finally able to indulge in the comfort that had long been absent from his life. After thoroughly cleansing himself, he retrieved an electric razor from the bathroom cabinet and meticulously shaved off his beard. His hair had grown long as well. After washing, his bangs hung low enough to cover his eyes. His trousers had become stiff, and even after removing them, they remained upright on the floor. The upper garments were equally unpleasant, so he rummaged through the male owner's wardrobe and found a suitable outfit along with unwrapped undergarments. Once he had dried himself, he stepped out of the bathroom. As Yang Kor had seen him emerge from the shower, she now beheld Zhang Xiaoqiang in his entirety for the first time. Although his features were ordinary, his cleanliness stood out, particularly his bronzed skin and the rugged contours of his face, making him resemble a soldier more than a university student. This was the first occasion she had witnessed a man emerge from the bathroom clad only in his briefs. The garment was somewhat small, accentuating certain aspects of his physique, and with his firm muscles exposed, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached Yang Kor, scissors in hand, and said, "Could you assist me in trimming my hair?" Yang Kor waved her hands. "Uncle, I've never done this before. I'm afraid I won't do a good job." Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled and teased, "At this point, who cares about looks, just make it short and tidy." After a moment of hesitation, she acquiesced, "Alright, I'll do my best to make it look nice."
Zhang Xiaoqiang merely wished for her to trim his long hair uniformly, even if it ended up resembling a jagged cut. He wouldn't mind. However, Yang Kora took the task very seriously, meticulously circling around him with the scissors, the subtle fragrance from her body intoxicating him. Each snip was executed with utmost care, and amidst this, Zhang Xiaoqiang found his thoughts drifting, only to realize after a while that she had crafted a perfectly neat buzz cut. "Why don't you check in the bathroom to see if you're satisfied?" Yang Kora set down the scissors and addressed him. Zhang Xiaoqiang casually ran his hand over the prickly stubble at the roots of his hair, smiling. "Shorter is better." "This feels much more comfortable, thank you," Yang Kora inquired. "Uncle, what is our next plan?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment and responded. "Night is approaching. We'll rest here for the night and seek an opportunity to leave tomorrow. The food we have is only sufficient for a few days. We cannot linger here for too long." Reluctantly, Yang Kora replied. "Then I'll go wash our clothes in the bathroom." As night fell, Yang Kora washed their clothes and hung them on the balcony to dry before taking a seat beside Zhang Xiaoqiang. He asked, "Do you have any relatives?" "None," Yang Kora whispered. "My brother was my only family, and he died during the zombie outbreak," Zhang Xiaoqiang continued. "There are some matters I need to clarify with you. My objective is to leave here and head south, not in search of a safe zone, but to see if I can locate my sister. I cannot predict the hardships and dangers that lie ahead. Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" "Of course, if we happen to find a safe zone along the way, you needn't continue risking your life with me." After hearing this, Yang Kora affirmed, "I will go with you." However, her eyes quickly dimmed, and she murmured, "But I am a woman. I might be a burden to you. If you prefer not to take me along, I would understand." Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. "We can travel together, and you may utilize my supplies I shall not be stingy in this regard. However, if we find ourselves in a dire situation where I must abandon you, I fear I would not risk my life for you, as my primary goal is to survive and reunite with my sister." After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his way to the master bedroom, collapsing onto the spacious mattress, closing his eyes. That night, he lay in a stranger's bed, with a corpse in the adjacent room and a living woman by his side. Chapter 17 Encounter with the D2 zombie. That night, sleep eluded Zhang Xiaoqiang, for ever since the onset of the apocalypse, he had been plagued by an overwhelming sense of insecurity during the nocturnal hours, resulting in a restless slumber. At the slightest rustle, he would rise, armed with an iron spear, to patrol his surroundings, only returning to bed once he had assured himself of the absence of any anomalies. Thus, when Zhang Xiaoqiang finally opened his eyes, he felt a fleeting disorientation, as though he were still nestled in the comfort of his own home. The unfamiliar living room, the strange curtains, and the alien quilt jolted him back to reality, reminding him that he was sleeping in the house of strangers, adjacent to a mummified corpse, and recalling the harrowing escapes of the previous day. He descended from his bed, a subtle ache coursing through his body, his stomach beginning to grumble, a reminder that he needed to replenish his energy. As he made his way to the kitchen, he noted the floor littered with an array of snack wrappers and yogurt containers, standing amidst what resembled a refuse heap. Upon opening the refrigerator, he found an assortment of ingredients neatly arranged. Though most had spoiled due to the passage of time, the freezer still contained a considerable quantity of frozen meat and sausages, untouched by the brief power outage, the ice still intact. In the kitchen cupboard, he discovered a bounty of rice, flour, and various coarse grains like cornmeal and mung bean flour.
What a pampered generation!
Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, amused at the thought of the little boy starving amidst such provisions. This household utilized natural gas, but his attempts to ignite it proved fruitless. The gas supply must have been cut off. After a brief survey of the kitchen, he unearthed a small gas canister tucked away in a corner behind the cupboard. After igniting the lighter with a satisfying pop, a blue flame flickered to life. Utilizing the remaining ingredients in the refrigerator, he prepared a hearty breakfast. Upon entering the secondary bedroom, he found Yang Kora still in a deep slumber, which only added to his amusement. Given her personality, he thought, she would likely struggle to survive even a day outside. He approached her bedside and gently shook her awake, announcing, "It's time to eat." Together, they devoured a pot of rice sufficient for 7 or 8 people, along with all the accompanying dishes. After the meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang touched his forehead, noting that the wound from yesterday's mishap had begun to scab. He washed himself with bottled water from the living room, donned a clean outfit belonging to the male host of the household, and proceeded to flatten the flour into dough, cooking all the sausages and frozen meat, which he meticulously packed into his backpack. Once prepared, they ventured downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they were met with a throng of zombies clustered outside the communal security door. The undead, having caught the scent of the two, thrust their arms through the gaps in the barricade, reaching out in a frenzied manner. As the zombies pressed against the iron gate, a tall figure emerged from the mass. "D2! Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, uttering the words with a mix of dread and urgency. Bang! The iron door began to warp under the relentless assault, prompting him to turn and sprint back upstairs. The sounds of impact echoed behind him, igniting a fire of anxiety within his chest. Frantically, he searched his person for any sharp object, and upon feeling the familiar weight of a crossbow bolt, he tore it free and drew the arrowhead across his fingertip. Blood welled from his index finger as he marked each iron door from the 2nd to the 7th floors with his crimson trace, returning to the room to contemplate his next move.
We cannot ascend to the roof.
There is nowhere to flee up there, and being trapped indoors is equally perilous. The security door cannot withstand the D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused as he approached the window, gazing down below. The rear of the residential building was enclosed by walls, with a small vacant area devoid of zombies, yet the protective railing obstructed his exit. Installing protective bars could be a death sentence. He was consumed by frustration. The relentless banging at the door continued, and he and Yang Kora darted about the room like headless flies, eventually finding their way to the bathroom, where they spotted a vent window just large enough for a person to escape through. With a hammer in hand, he dismantled the grating covering the vent, cautiously poking his head outside. It's a bit high, the distance from the 5th floor to the ground was approximately 15 to 16 meters. He tore down the curtains and fashioned a makeshift rope by tying them to the bedsheets. Not enough. Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through the house for anything that could serve as a tether. D2 was already at the base of the stairs, the vibrations from the door being battered reverberating through the upper floors, shaking the framed pictures on the walls. Such a foolish oversight. Zhang Xiaoqiang slapped his forehead, seizing the bedding and stripping the duvet cover, then scouring the children's room for the little boy's bedding as well. Forgive me, young one, I shall burn paper offerings for you during the festivals, he muttered incessantly to himself. Bang! The D2 had begun to batter the iron door across the hall. In a flurry, Zhang Xiaoqiang hastily lowered his makeshift rope, and after securing Yang Kur, he threw down his backpack, satchel, water bottle, and iron spear, extending his legs outside, gradually shifting his body backward. Bang, 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 each impact against the door resonated within Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart as he became lodged in the vent. Thud. The door was breached, and the D2 entered. Zhang Xiaoqiang's breaths quickened as he slowly inched backward. Only my shoulders remain, he encouraged himself, retreating cautiously, his heart racing with each passing moment. The D2 zombie meandered through the living room, into the bedroom, through the children's room, and finally entered the bathroom. Zhang Xiaoqiang hung precariously, half of his head trapped in the vent, while the D2 loomed below. The bathroom was cramped, and the window was situated too high. The D2 was less than a meter away. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not make a sound, fervently praying for divine protection. The D2 sniffed the air, its claws flailing as it sought to grasp him. One claw brushed against his forehead, the resulting breeze ruffling his hair, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Roar the zombie, frustrated by its inability to reach him, grew more violent, thrashing its arms, shattering the sunken mirror, sending shards flying in all directions. A small fragment of porcelain grazed his face, drawing a drop of blood. The D2 caught the scent of blood, its claws reaching for Zhang Xiaoqiang's head. His mind went blank, save for his knees pushing desperately against the exterior wall. In that fleeting moment when the claws were about to grasp his head, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his escape. The D2's frenzied howls echoed in his ears as he slid downward, his eyes fixed on the vent, fearful that the D2 might follow. The makeshift rope tightened and loosened as the D2's claws severed the sheets. Zhang Xiaoqiang plummeted. Thud. His back collided with an unseen object, and without pausing to contemplate, he rolled several times to dissipate the impact before regaining his footing. He landed atop a regular zombie, who collapsed beneath him, its tattered jacket emblazoned with XX greening, while his iron spear pinned it down as it struggled to rise. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his foot and delivered a decisive kick to the zombie's head, the satisfying crack of its neck signaling its demise. He gathered his backpack and water bottle, scanning his surroundings. The area was enclosed by walls, with a small room overflowing with potted plants and clutter, securely locked. Outside stood an aluminum ladder, typically used for tree pruning. He propped the ladder against the wall, assisting Yang Kur as they climbed to the top. On the other side lay Binjiang Avenue. He leaped from the wall, scanning the horizon, and at last, he had escaped. Chapter 18, I. Have no milk. The newly constructed Binjiang Avenue lay desolate, its expansive surface eerily silent. Across the way, through a fence, countless containers were neatly stacked in orderly fashion, while several towering gantry cranes loomed in the midst. Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions strolled along the lonely thoroughfare, surrounded by an unsettling stillness, devoid of any sight of zombies. Truth be told, he harbored a deep disdain for slaying the undead. Despite having dispatched numerous foes, including over a dozen evolved zombies, he had yet to witness any significant advancement in his own abilities. Without profit, there can be no gratuitous sacrifice. Who would willingly hunt zombies without a benefit? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. Adjacent to the port group, a verdant belt of greenery led towards the riverside. The pair navigated carefully through the thickets, avoiding the occasional zombie that wandered into their path. These zombies were merely elderly individuals who had ventured to the riverside for exercise, moving at a sluggish pace. Before long, they arrived at the banks of the Yangtze River. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the river, the water flowed gently downstream, its greenish hue imbued with a certain clarity, unmarred by the pollution of upstream cities. The water appeared crystal clear, breathing new life into the Yangtze. As Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kur ambled along the riverbank, their spirits gradually lifted. Not long after, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself obstructed by a horde of zombies. From a distance, he spotted a dozen or so aimlessly wandering along the embankment, their presence punctuated by a row of fishing rods leaned against the water's edge. Recognizing them as mere ordinary zombies, he was reluctant to waste his precious steel balls. Gripping his iron spear, he approached, instructing Yang Kur, find a place to hide. As Zhang Xiaoqiang engaged in combat with the zombies by the Yangtze, the river flowed quietly, reminiscent of millennia past, bearing witness to countless memories and the passage of time. On the riverbank, beneath the willows, he battled the undead. He dashed and leaped, commanding the scene, his weapon moved with grace, and when the last zombie fell, silence enveloped him. The undead lay scattered across the ground, the river breeze gradually whisking away the sweat from his brow. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he realized he could confront over 10 zombies single-handedly. He recalled a time when he had been cornered by 6 ordinary zombies within the confines of a room, racking his brain for a solution. Now, he had grown to this level. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it hard to believe. Soon after, he called out to Yang Kur, and together they continued their slow trek along the riverbank. The path was treacherous, often obstructed by sewage channels that forced him to take lengthy detours. They trudged on until dusk, having covered barely half the distance. Zhang Xiaoqiang utilized a military shovel to dig a pit in the sandy bank, just large enough for him to curl up in for the night. He nestled into the sand, consuming 2 flatbreads and sipping a bit of water. Unfolding the silk blanket he had salvaged from the 5th floor, he wrapped it tightly around himself and Yang Kur. Although the silk was soft and delicate, it offered little protection against the wind, and the chill gradually permeated their makeshift cocoon. Time slipped away, and eventually, Zhang Xiaoqiang succumbed to sleep, lulled by the rhythmic sound of the water lapping against the shore. The biting morning wind roused Zhang Xiaoqiang from his slumber. The winter air was crisp and refreshing, devoid of the pervasive stench of decay that plagued the city. He was reluctant to open his eyes, savoring the rare moment of peace. Yang Kor lay peacefully in his embrace. After last night's bath, her features were finally cleansed, the foul odor nearly dissipated. At that moment, a warm breath wafted across his face, prompting him to open his eyes, only to be met by the intimidating sight of two enormous dog heads looming before him. The breath they exhaled crystallized into white mist in the frigid air, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to tense up, paralyzed by fear. These two dogs were clearly mutated by the zombie virus, exhibiting a formidable presence. The larger one stood an impressive 180 centimeters, while the smaller one was at least 170 centimeters tall. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained motionless in the sand pit, allowing the dogs to sniff him curiously. Having faced a D2 zombie before, he found the prospect of these dogs, seemingly more formidable and in pairs, unsettling. Not a bitter thought crossed his mind. It seems today is not my day. To be devoured by dogs would be a rather creative demise. As he contemplated his fate, he surreptitiously observed the two formidable canines. Their limbs were robust and elongated, their paws wider than his hands, and their chests broad with slender waists. The larger dog bore an elongated white mark on its forehead, while the smaller one sported a tuft of red fur at the tip of its tail. Zhang Xiaoqiang braced himself for the inevitable, yet to his surprise, the dogs lost interest in him. Instead, they unearthed his backpack from the sand, rummaging through it before turning to him with soft whines. Could it be? Zhang Xiaoqiang scarcely had time to ponder, as he unzipped his backpack and retrieved a plastic bag. The larger dog, adorned with red-tipped fur, swiftly snatched the bag from his hands, using its paws to tear it open and feasting on the cooked meat and sausages inside. In no time, the two dogs had devoured everything, leaving not a trace behind. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart sank. That was 7 to 8 pounds of cooked meat and over a dozen sausages. Not a single morsel left. After finishing, the red-tailed dog began playfully bounding around the larger one, while the latter continued to sniff Zhang Xiaoqiang. Is it still hungry? He wondered, despair creeping into his thoughts. The larger dog sniffed at his chest but made no further advances, leaving him in a state of confusion. I have no milk. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, his face a mask of despair as he addressed the imposing canine. Chapter 19 Defeating monsters and looting treasures. The large dog sniffed him twice, then retreated a couple of steps and snorted, disregarding the two individuals, as it trotted toward the riverbank, playfully frolicking with its smaller companion. Phew! Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled in relief. Observing the two large dogs drinking and cavorting by the river, he mused, dogs are undoubtedly superior to cats. No wonder it's said that keeping a cat is inferior to having a dog. He roused Yang Kor, and after a casual meal, they shouldered their backpacks and embarked on their journey for the day. As Zhang Xiaoqiang walked along the path, the two large dogs followed them at a distance, not approaching even when he stopped. This was a small square nestled within a greenbelt, with several cassette players scattered around its perimeter. Approximately 70 to 80 zombies lingered in the square, among them one of Type S and two of Type D. This must be a dancing spot for the nearby antis, Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded. Retrieving his binoculars, he contemplated a way to circumvent the area when, with a sudden swoosh, two dark figures dashed past him toward the square. He hastily raised his binoculars to observe. The two large dogs dashed through the throng of zombies, occasionally severing the heads of their undead foes. The sharp claws of the zombies were powerless against the dog's thick and resilient fur, and soon the zombies in the square began to topple one by one, until not a single one remained standing. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached to find the two large dogs gnawing on the skulls of several evolved zombies, feasting on the yellowed brain matter. After consuming the brain, the dogs tore into the robust flesh of the D-type zombies, showing no interest in the desiccated remains of the ordinary and S-type zombies nearby. Once they finished devouring the D-type zombie, the dogs continued to lick their lips in delight. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened the straps of his backpack and pressed on with Yang Kor as they neared the urban-rural fringe. The two large dogs barked at Zhang Xiaoqiang a few times before turning and racing off into the distance, their figures gradually fading from view. What a pity to lose two guardians, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked as he turned back to continue his journey. By a ditch leading to the Yangtze River, Zhang Xiaoqiang dispatched a solitary zombie with a swift pull. The gunless muzzle withdrew from the zombie's head, causing it to collapse to the ground, a somewhat rusted key falling from its pants pocket. Looting after slaying monsters? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused upon spotting the key on the ground, instinctively scanning his surroundings in search of the fabled treasure chest. No treasure chest appeared, but he did discover a 28-pound bicycle in a nearby bridge arch. The basket contained a severely spoiled boxed meal, a teacup, and a portable thermos. Tied to the rear was a fish basket filled with fishing gear. Clearly, the previous owner had ridden their bicycle here to fish, only to transform into a zombie just after parking it. The tires were deflated, appearing rather pitiful, yet Zhang Xiaoqiang found a portable foot pump within the fish basket, suggesting the owner was quite meticulous. The bicycle itself was in decent condition, having escaped the corrosive rainwater by being sheltered in the bridge arch. Zhang Xiaoqiang inflated the tires and pushed the bike out. The bridge above led to the suburban road. Climbing onto the bridge, he mounted the bicycle and pedaled towards the outskirts, riding the noisy bicycle along the rural cement road. Zhang Xiaoqiang pedaled with fervor, feeling a surge of joy. I can now count myself among the cycling community. Though merely a bicycle, it was vastly superior to walking, despite the stark contrast to cars and motorcycles. Sporadic zombies, catching a whiff of his scent, shuffled towards him, but Zhang Xiaoqiang zipped past them with ease. Watching the S-type zombies fall further behind, he felt a bubbling urge to sing aloud. As Zhang Xiaoqiang pedaled along the road, Yang Kor sat behind him. Flanking the road were rows of fields, interspersed with scattered ponds. The arrival of early spring had prompted the trees in the countryside to sprout new buds, and swallows were already seen gathering spring mud to build their nests beneath distant eaves, the landscape adorned with a tender shade of green. The modern girl, carefree and unburdened, felt safe enough to chatter after believing they had escaped danger. "Uncle, your stick poked me."
Yang Kor tugged at the iron spear strapped to Zhang Xiaoqiang's backpack.
Hearing her complain about a stick poking her, Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly lost control of the bike, veering dangerously close to the ditch. "Just bear with it," he retorted, not turning to look, merely muttering under his breath.
"Your stick is really poking me, it hurts a lot." Yang Kor continued to pull at the iron spear.
Zhang Xiaoqiang, riding the bike, felt a warmth in his nose, as if blood were about to flow, and his thoughts drifted back to the morning he had seen her bathing, causing him to shiver slightly. Ignoring her, he continued pedaling, but she became more animated. "Did you really take down all those monsters by yourself yesterday, uncle? That's so impressive," she exclaimed, suddenly recalling. "Where do you live, uncle? What do you do?" Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling that the life of a recluse was not particularly glamorous, maintained his silence. "Uncle, isn't it tiring to ride with that heavy backpack? Would you like to take a break? My backside is sore from sitting back here." Did she not see the zombies lurking by the roadside? Chapter 20 Yang Kor attracts the monsters. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to himself, continuing to ignore her.
"Uncle, what does your mother do?" "My mother works at XX, she might know her."
Her mouth flapped incessantly like a chain unshackled, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his head buzzing.
"Uncle, what does your father do to help?"
Zhang Xiaoqiang inexplicably recalled a line from A Chinese Odyssey, where Sun Wukong remarked, "He is like a fly incessantly buzzing in your ear, buzzing, buzzing, ever present and omnipresent." I truly wish to grasp his neck and extract his intestines, choking him until the entire world falls silent.
A surge of impulse welled up within Zhang Xiaoqiang, envisioning himself kicking Yang Kor out of the vehicle and strangling her to death.
"If you wish to live, then be silent," Zhang Xiaoqiang bellowed. The cacophony behind him vanished, and the world fell into silence, albeit only for a fleeting 3 minutes. "I'm so scared, why?" she began to wail uncontrollably. In the distance, the zombies were drawn to her cries. Zhang Xiaoqiang regretted his decision to save her yesterday. She was nothing but a brainless little girl, oblivious to her surroundings, unable to notice the zombies lurking by the roadside, only knowing how to cry and fuss. Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated abandoning her and fleeing alone, but ultimately could not muster the resolve. He was a homebody, yet not a murderer.
"Dear sister, please cease your weeping. I admit my fault. Is that not sufficient?
If you continue to cry, you'll attract the wolves."
Upon noticing a coach parked by the roadside, surrounded by dozens of zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang was desperate to prevent Yang Kor's cries from drawing them closer.
Fortunately, she had not completely lost her wits, and her sobbing subsided into quiet sniffling behind him. But he rode his bicycle past the bus, with zombies trailing closely behind. Creak! Zhang Xiaoqiang halted, one foot planted firmly on the ground.
An S-shaped zombie lunged onto the road, blocking his path.
"Run, the monster is after us!"
Yang Kor shouted anxiously from behind. The S-shaped zombie was too swift. If he attempted to maneuver around it, he would undoubtedly be dragged off the bike. Its sudden appearance caught Zhang Xiaoqiang off guard, and the zombies behind were drawing ever closer, not to mention the burden he carried in the back.
"Get out of the car!" Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, then brandished his hammer, hurling it toward the S-shaped zombie.
"There's a monster!"
Yang Kor shrieked. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her, leaping off the bike without time to retrieve his iron spear, drawing his military knife to confront the creature. Clang! The sound of the bicycle crashing to the ground echoed, but Zhang Xiaoqiang was too preoccupied to care whether she lived or died. His experiences battling zombies had instilled confidence in him. Even without the iron spear, facing a single S-shaped zombie would not instill fear. The hammer struck its chest, causing it to stagger back 2 steps. Zhang Xiaoqiang dashed to its side, aiming for its neck with his blade. Simultaneously, the zombie sensed his presence and swung its arm to grasp him. The knife clashed against its claw, producing a jarring metallic screech. "What kind of claws does it have? Wolverine?" Zhang Xiaoqiang was genuinely startled. The military knife was knocked away by its claw, and another claw swung toward him. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned back, narrowly avoiding the claw that sliced through the air, carrying with it a stench of decay. He swiftly kicked its leg, causing the zombie to topple backward. Seizing the moment while it struggled to rise, Zhang Xiaoqiang darted behind it, reversing his grip on the knife and plunging it downward. The blade pierced through the top of the zombie's head until it became lodged, and with a forceful tug, Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled it free. The blade stuck in its skull, using his foot to brace against the zombie's shoulder for leverage.
From Yang Kor's direction, blood-curdling screams echoed, sending chills down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine.
That Yang Kor must be feeding the zombies now. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented as he glanced toward the direction of the bicycle. Put! He burst into laughter, for the girl was scampering along the embankment, shrieking and leaping, with the zombies behind her forming a chaotic line, occasionally tripping over one another in their pursuit. Yang Kor was akin to a player in a game, leading the monsters. Whenever the zombies began to lag, she would dazedly run alongside them, spotting them and letting out another scream to keep them following. How talented! Her speed is perfectly balanced, just enough to keep the zombies at bay without losing them. The entire scene flowed seamlessly, a delight to behold. Had he not known she was terrified, one might have assumed she was exhilarated. Come over here. Zhang Xiaoqiang called to her.
She seemed utterly oblivious to her surroundings, nearly burying her head and continuing to scream, "Run!" And Zhang Xiaoqiang steadied his bicycle and rushed to her side, patting her. She flailed her arms in a panic, seemingly failing to recognize him. He hoisted her onto his shoulder and sprinted back, while she mindlessly grasped at the backpack on his back. Zhang Xiaoqiang seated her upon the crossbar of the bicycle, adjusting the stand, and pedaled forward. Fields of crop slid past his peripheral vision as she gradually quieted, lost in thought, the sky dimming as yet another night approached. Chapter 21 I won't come down even if it kills me. The bright campfire cast a warm glow upon Zhang Xiaoqiang as he leisurely sharpened his military knife beside it. Yang Kor, tightly wrapped in a silk blanket, stared vacantly into the flames, her body trembling incessantly, untouched by the food in the box beside her. It seemed the fright had left her quite shaken. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at her from the corner of his eye but chose to ignore her, focusing instead on honing the blade. The high-intensity use from the previous days had caused some damage to this replica of a tiger's tooth, and naturally, one must care for their lifeline. Apart from the crackling of the burning wood, the only sound that lingered in the night was that of the whetstone grinding against the knife's edge. Do you want to live? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly broke the silence. She looked up at him, bewildered. Do you wish to continue living? He reiterated, and her eyes brightened as she nodded vigorously. If you want to survive in this apocalyptic world, you can only rely on yourself. Zhang Xiaoqiang reminisced about the countless times he had drawn and holstered his gun, relentlessly training at home. Rely on myself? Yang Kor questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. From now on, you must forget everything from your past, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed, fixing his gaze upon her. You are no longer your parents' pampered daughter, nor are you the mischievous student of your teacher. You must even forget that you are a woman. He suddenly recalled the blissful days of his previous life as a recluse. You need to learn to observe zombies, confront them, and ultimately kill them. He imparted with the authority of someone who had endured. How am I supposed to kill them? Yang Kor inquired. Your body is agile, and your speed is commendable. He thought of the scene where she had lured the monsters. As long as you are not afraid, ordinary zombies cannot catch you, but just be wary of the evolved ones. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to share his experiences, gradually instilling confidence in her. Uncle, thank you. Yang Kor expressed her gratitude. Get some rest, we begin training tomorrow. He advised. Oh. She replied, wrapping herself in the blanket and lying down. Uncle, what did you think when you peeked at me bathing? Was it appealing? Yang Kor suddenly asked. What a loss, no chest, no waist, no hips, an entirely no figure, Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed instinctively. Yang Kor turned away, ignoring him. The night deepened, and the chill intensified. Unconsciously, Yang Kor edged closer to the fire in her sleep as Zhang Xiaoqiang placed a few logs between her and the flames, fearing she might accidentally roll into the fire. He wished to sleep but was plagued by an unsettling feeling that something might occur during the night, an inexplicable sensation that left him restless, unsure of when it would arrive or depart. Each time it manifested, it heralded misfortune for him. The first time, he was tormented by the rain, and the second, he was battered by a mutated cat. This was now the third time. Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated to awaken Yang Kor, unaware of when danger might strike or from where it might emerge. At least with her within his sight, he could keep a semblance of watchfulness. The night breeze stirred the flames, dancing like a sprite, casting flickering shadows around. The warmth of the fire no longer provided any comfort to Zhang Xiaoqiang. A chilling, eerie sensation seeped into his bones. He took up the crossbow, stringing it with a steel bolt he typically reserved, checking the military knife at his waist and the iron spear in hand, still feeling insecure as he grasped a hammer to tuck into his belt. Silently, Zhang Xiaoqiang awaited the impending unknown by the fire. As time dragged on, his anxiety intensified. He loathed this feeling, as if everything were orchestrated by fate, leaving him merely a pawn, ever at risk of being crushed underfoot. Even facing a D2, he would prefer to avoid this lurking danger. Uncertain how much time had passed, a towering figure, akin to an ancient beast, shattered the night and appeared by the firelight. Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted to assess it. A massive head adorned with two formidable horns seemed poised to pierce the darkness. The horns spiraled upward, growing sharper, reflecting a metallic glint in the firelight. Its massive hooves were sturdy and robust, while the rest of its form remained obscured in shadow. What manner of creature is this? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, uncertain of this mutated beast's origin. Those sharp horns and powerful hooves promised incredible strength. He dared not move, fearing the creature might misconstrue his stillness as a threat. Through his encounters with large dogs, he had learned that not all mutated animals posed a danger to humans. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, remaining motionless, silently hoping the beast would simply depart. The creature took 2 steps forward, scrutinizing the flames, displaying both curiosity and a hint of fear, its demeanor flickering with hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood by the campfire, entirely disregarded by the beast. Observing it closely, he noted its height was approximately 160 centimeters, its coat mottled and somewhat yellowed, with a solid frame resembling a wall. Upon closer inspection, it bore some resemblance to a goat, though he could not be certain. The goats he had seen had short, thick horns that curved backward, whereas this creature's horns resembled those of an African antelope, long and straight. As time drifted by, the beast gradually approached, and Zhang Xiaoqiang grew increasingly vigilant, aiming the crossbow between its eyes. The atmosphere grew tense. The creature seemed intrigued by the fire while he remained focused on it, oblivious to Yang Kor sleeping at the fire's edge. The beast appeared to lose interest in the flames, taking a step back as if preparing to leave. Crack! A spark erupted from the burning wood, startling the creature, which charged toward the fire, its horns lowered. Zhang Xiaoqiang was uncertain of the beast's intentions regarding the burning campfire. Whoosh! The bolt found its mark on the creature's forehead, trembling slightly at the impact. The creature halted, its head still bearing the embedded bolt, pointed at Zhang Xiaoqiang. A bitter sensation crept to Zhang Xiaoqiang's lips. What weapon could he wield against a creature that could withstand a crossbow bolt? Casting aside the crossbow, he gripped the iron spear. I'm all in. There was nowhere to flee, retreating into the darkness would only hasten his demise, and his eyesight could not rival that of the beast. The creature, seemingly in great pain, shook its head vigorously in an attempt to dislodge the bolt but to no avail, redirecting its fury toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. The beast pawed at the ground and charged at him, its sharp horns aimed directly at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang angled the spears but into the earth, leaning forward in a stance, the spearhead aligned with the creature's head, waiting for it to collide with him. The beast lunged, its speed not matching that of the mutated cat, yet its force rivaled that of a D2 zombie. At the moment of impact, Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled aside. Thud. The first sound was that of collision, the second, the splintering of the spearhead. As Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, watching the spear break into two pieces, a chill gripped his heart. The tremendous force of the impact had also injured the beast, causing its front legs to falter. It swayed its head as if trying to regain its senses. Seizing the rare opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang lunged forward, climbing atop the creature, gripping its neck fur with one hand while plunging the military knife toward its throat with the other. Thud, the blade struck its skin with a sound reminiscent of piercing leather but merely skidded off afterward. The creature was clearly displeased with Zhang Xiaoqiang riding upon it, bucking and leaping in protest. Casting aside the military knife, he locked his arms around its neck, determined, his mind fixated on a singular thought: I want to come down even if it kills me. Chapter 22. A magnificent chunk of meat. The beast danced fervently by the campfire, akin to a frenzied bull, while Zhang Xiaoqiang was jostled upon its back, disoriented and nauseated. Wow! The remnants of his dinner erupted from his stomach, and in the chaos of its movements, he lost all sense of direction. His fingers, tightly gripping, throbbed in agony. Had it not been for the pain, he might well have forgotten the existence of his arms. His legs felt as if countless ants were gnawing at them, a searing ache radiating through him. With each violent jolt, it felt as though his coccyx had shattered, leaving a numb void between his hips and abdomen. Wow! Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to retch, now only bitter bile remaining, the taste of despair lingering in his mouth. Clinging to the creature's neck, his body swayed in rhythm with its tumultuous leaps, each joint and bone rattled as if disassembled, devoid of strength, merely a mechanical embrace around its torso. A bitter sweetness tinged his lips as he bit down too hard, causing his gums to bleed. His eyelids grew heavy, the world spinning around him in a dizzying haze. Zhang Xiaoqiang was oblivious to where the beast would take him, nor could he fathom what fate awaited him. He was trapped upon this creature, unable to dismount, unable to endure the pain of the wind piercing his eyes. He buried his face into the coarse fur of the beast, succumbing to its relentless pace. The sound of rushing wind and thundering hooves filled his ears as he felt the vibrations coursing through his body. His mind became a blank slate, nothing mattered anymore, and he savored the last vestiges of tranquility. Time became a nebulous concept until the first light of dawn began to break. The beast's pace slowed, and he could feel the dampness of its neck. As the sky brightened completely, the creature panted heavily, its steps faltering. An opportunity. A spark ignited within him, and he released his grip, seizing the beast's horns, pulling himself forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang perched upon its neck, his legs wrapped tightly around its throat. With his left hand grasping its spiraled horn and his right hand drawing forth a hammer from his waist, he brought it crashing down onto the beast's skull. Gah! The creature emitted a mournful cry, thrashing its head in a desperate attempt to dislodge him. Dizziness washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang once more. Thus, whenever the beast settled momentarily, Zhang Xiaoqiang would strike its head with the hammer. Each blow prompted a shake of its head. He would hold on, refusing to be thrown off, waiting for it to pause before striking again. The cycle continued, the creature growing weary, and Zhang Xiaoqiang nearing his limit. Suddenly, he felt himself tipping backward as the beast reared up, its head tilting back, taking him along for the fall. Clinging to the horn, he braced himself for it to regain its footing, which it did after a brief interlude of approximately 10 seconds. Its front legs hit the ground, and in that fleeting moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang spotted his chance. A crossbow bolt embedded firmly in its forehead, neither too deep nor too shallow, perfectly lodged in its skull, causing excruciating pain without being fatal. Hope surged within him as he summoned his remaining strength to remain steadfast upon its neck, awaiting the right moment. The opportunity has arrived. The beast reared once more. Grasping the large horn, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up, his left foot hooking under its chin while his right foot pressed against its shoulder. With determination, he straightened his body. Bang! The hammer struck the base of the crossbow bolt, and with a metallic ding, the bolt sank deeper. Gah! The creature let out a thunderous wail, reverberating painfully in his ears. The beast bucked violently, and sitting atop its back, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if he were soaring through the air before crashing back down. The hammer flew from his grasp, and his left hand, clinging to the horn, was bloodied from the spiral texture. Uncertain of the passage of time, he remained until the beast reared up again, retreating a few steps, and then falling sideways to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang barely had time to leap off, tumbling down alongside it. He shouted, wrenching his left leg from beneath the beast, already numb, and as he rubbed his calf, pain surged through him. Is it broken? Panic set in. Upon careful examination, he found the bone intact, though his left foot dangled limply from his calf. Dislocated, he concluded. Gently, he moved his foot a few times before abruptly yanking it upwards. Hiss! The pain was sharp, and upon inspection, it had not rejoined. Despair washed over him. I never learned how to do this. After several attempts, he finally managed to set his foot properly. Limping, he surveyed the carcass of the beast. Good morning, uncle. Wow, what a massive sheep. Yang Kor exclaimed from behind him. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned dazedly, spotting the campsite just 10 meters away, the extinguished bonfire still emitting wisps of smoke. Yang Kor, with sleepy eyes, gazed upon the corpse of the mutated beast, and he realized he had returned to where it all began after a night of tumult. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at her blankly before glancing up at the brightening sky, fatigue washing over him with a fierce intensity. Don't mind me.
I'm going to sleep for a bit, he rasped, collapsing atop the beast's body, seeking warmth in its residual heat. Meanwhile, the young girl practiced her frog jumps nearby, her breath coming in labored gasps, while Zhang Xiaoqiang examined the beast's magnificent horns, which measured nearly 60 to 70 centimeters. Their spiral patterns wound from base to tip, smooth to the touch like jade, yet they emitted a metallic ring when struck. The horns were hollow, thick at the base and tapering to a sharp point, their hardness such that even a military knife left no mark, while the knife itself bore the scars of battle. What a treasure, he marveled, caressing the horns, admiring their exquisite and intricate designs, which shimmered with an air of elegance and mystery. He recalled the arduous process of removing them and felt a shiver of apprehension. Using a military knife, useless, hammering, ineffective. In the end, he had no choice but to chip away at the skull with the hammer and crossbow bolt, painstakingly prying them free. Nearby, a few bamboo strips supported a piece of hide, which was also a valuable find, impenetrable and resistant to tearing, yet remarkably lightweight. The process of skinning it had tested his wits, ultimately requiring him to use the saw on his entrenching tool to slice it away, little by little. Now, the mutated beast lay bare before him.
Uncle, I've jumped 2,000 times. Yang Kor called out, snapping Zhang Xiaoqiang from his reverie.
Take a break, then jump another 2,000, he replied casually, contemplating what to craft from the magnificent horns. Uncle, she persisted.
What is it?
Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, turning to her.
It's exhausting.
Do we have any meat to eat? Otherwise, I can't jump, she complained.
None. Zhang Xiaoqiang responded firmly.
But look at that enormous chunk of meat.
Yang Kor pointed at the sleek carcass of the mutated beast. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered.
Zombies consume flesh and blood, mutated dogs feast upon zombies, yet the dogs that ingested infected corpses did not turn into zombie dogs. This indicated that the virus merely facilitated evolution rather than mutation. This suggested that within the animal's body, certain substances reacted positively with the virus, implying that animals possess immunity to the virus. Furthermore, zombies do not consume other zombies, indicating that the flesh of the undead holds no allure for them and exerts no influence on their continued evolution. The conclusion is that zombies are only interested in fresh blood and flesh devoid of the virus. Thus, when zombies besieged the mutated dog, they sought to devour its flesh, meaning that the dog's blood and meat were free of the virus, having been purified within the animal's body.
This means that humans would also be safe to consume.
Zhang Xiaoqiang mused aloud.
Uncle, is that all right? Yang Kor urged. Continue your practice.
We'll discuss food later.
Zhang Xiaoqiang deflected her inquiry. Yay, we're having meat for dinner.
Yang Kor exclaimed, skipping away. Chapter 23. Call me cockroach. To eat or not to eat, that is the question. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed vacantly at the large piece of meat before him.
If only I could find someone to taste it first.
He cast a sideways glance at Yang Kor, but ultimately decided against it. After all, she was merely a little girl, albeit somewhat simple-minded and no longer innocent. However, it seemed that most had long since lost their innocence. Shaking off those thoughts, Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze returned to the meat, which appeared slightly darkened, likely due to insufficient bleeding, with blood having fully seeped into the flesh, approximately 300 to 400 pounds in weight. He swallowed hard. It had been several days since he last had meat, and his cravings were beginning to surface. Limping toward the meat, he resolved to carve out a piece the size of his fingernail using a spade. With a swift motion, he closed his eyes and stuffed it into his mouth. As the morsel approached his lips, he paused to inhale the raw, sanguine aroma. He moved to the campfire, where he roasted the piece, watching as it gradually turned golden and curled, until it emitted a tantalizing fragrance. Trusting in the resilience of his body, which had endured bizarre trials from the rain, he tossed the meat slice into his mouth.
Quite tough. Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked.
It's like chewing on leather, he concluded with a finality.
Is it done yet?
I can hardly wait. A mutated beast's thigh sizzled over the fire as Yang Kor urged him on. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the cooking meat. Not yet. After consuming the meat slice without any adverse effects, he coaxed the little girl into trying it as well, confirming his hypothesis that the D-virus was harmful to humans yet beneficial to animals.
I wonder if monkeys will turn into zombie monkeys, he mused, staring into the flames. It's burnt, it's burnt.
I told you so, but you wouldn't listen, oomph.
Yang Kor complained as the meat began to char.
If you dislike it so much, then don't eat it, no good deed goes unpunished.
Zhang Xiaoqiang chided her. Alright, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's so tough.
Yang Kor grimaced. No matter how much I chew, I can't seem to break it down.
Just chew a bit more, think of it as pig meat.
Zhang Xiaoqiang imparted his wisdom. Uncle, what is your name? Yang Kor finally remembered to ask.
Upon hearing her inquiry, memories surged within him, causing a dull ache in his heart. Xiaoqiang, stop playing and come home for dinner, was the call of his mother from his childhood. Now, everyone, please introduce yourselves, the teacher had said as she stepped down from the podium, and he stood before over 50 pairs of eyes. I am Zhang Xiaoqiang, he replied softly, a memory from his middle school days.
Xiaoqiang, what is wrong with you, Xiaoqiang?
A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person, whoa, his classmates recited movie lines beside him. Zhang Xiaoqiang, ha, isn't that just cockroach in Chinese? I'm sorry, ha, I can't help it, it's just too funny. This was a recollection from a past blind date. He felt a deep resentment towards his name, which clung to him like a curse throughout his life. A name is merely a symbol, a remnant of the past, it does not define anything.
Zhang Xiaoqiang stated gravely to Yang Kor. But how should I address you? I can't keep calling you uncle, can I? You still complain about being unmarried, and what about those 31 flowers, you're still blooming. Upon hearing Yang Kor's question, he fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled the cockroach in the bottle, desperately clinging to life, and the countless times he had narrowly escaped death after leaving home. Just call me cockroach, Zhang Xiaoqiang declared resolutely. Ha! Cockroach, yuck, that's so disgusting, I absolutely detest cockroaches, why would you choose such a name, uncle? Yang Kor offered her candid opinion on his chosen moniker. Have you eaten your fill? If you have, then off to sleep with you. Tomorrow we resume training. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed her to rest. Yang Kor muttered as she rolled herself in her blanket to sleep. Zhang Xiaoqiang finished off the remaining roasted meat, clutching his stomach in contemplation. Each time he was injured, his appetite seemed to flourish, although it was a joy to see his wounds healing quickly. The consumption of food weighed heavily on his heart. He meticulously cut the meat from the mutated beast, placing it on the fire to roast, preparing it as future rations. Though the taste was not particularly delightful, it sufficed to stave off hunger. As the meat was steadily removed, the mutated beast was gradually reduced to a mere skeleton, revealing a crystalline fragment mixed with blood, exuding an inexplicable hue. Is that a stone? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, somewhat perplexed. With all the beast's flesh removed and roasted, Zhang Xiaoqiang calculated in his mind, the body is quite large, yet only about 100 pounds of meat remain, the rest is taken up by bones and internal organs. Once cooked, it amounts to merely 40 or 50 pounds. After tidying up the beast's meat, he turned his attention to the hide, scraping away the remaining flesh and sinew, preparing it for tanning with wood ash. He paused only when it appeared adequately prepared, contemplating its potential uses. This posed a dilemma. His primary weapon was destroyed, the iron spear shattered into 2 pieces, while the triangular file that served as its tip had been bent into an S shape, and the galvanized pipe was now warped. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of regret. The iron spear had accompanied him through countless fierce battles, and now it had reached a point of no return. He buried the remains of the iron spear and, holding 2 beast horns, closed his eyes. Uncle Zhang, slow down. I can't keep up. Zhang Xiaoqiang rode ahead on his bicycle, with a bundle of roasted beast meat strapped to the back, while Yang Kor trailed behind, ostensibly for exercise. Chapter 24 Yang Kor vs. Zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang disregarded her and continued to ride. Zhang Xiaoqiang, stop right now. Yang Kor exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she had only just learned his name that morning. Creak. He halted his vehicle. Finally, you're willing to stop. Puff, puff, I thought I was going to collapse. Yang Kor gasped as she approached Zhang Xiaoqiang. He paid her no heed, peering through his binoculars. What is going on? She inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Ahead, by the edge of a field, stood a solitary zombie. The surrounding area was desolate, with the nearest undead creature over a mile away. This was a rare opportunity. Do you see that zombie? Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed it out to Yang Kor. What about it? It looks rather ordinary, she replied dismissively, fanning her face with her hand. You need to take care of it. Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke in a tone akin to instructing someone to crush an ant. Yang Kor was taken aback. But I have no experience, she stammered, gazing at him with wide eyes. No one starts off with experience. This is a perfect chance, go on, I'll be watching you from behind, he encouraged her. But, if I'm in danger, will you save me? Yang Kor pleaded. No, I told you, one must rely on oneself. If you're too afraid to confront it today, then you might as well dig a grave for yourself to avoid further suffering. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression was serious, his tone resolute. What can I use to kill the monster? Yang Kor clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Here. Zhang Xiaoqiang produced a steel hammer. Oh, come on. You re-bullying me, why not give me that instead? Yang Kor pointed at the sniper crossbow strapped to his backpack. You need the courage to face the zombie directly, rather than hiding far away. Zhang Xiaoqiang's impatience grew. If you don't move soon, I'll leave you behind. I don't want to carry a burden while fighting for my life. He feigned readiness to ride off. Alright, fine, I'll go, I never said I wouldn't. Yang Kor reluctantly accepted the hammer and slowly approached the zombie. The creature was only 60 to 70 meters away, yet it took her 5 minutes to cover even half that distance, still outside the 40-meter danger zone. Hurry up, or I'll leave. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, his voice carrying enough to startle the zombie, which began to shuffle towards them. Yang Kor quickened her pace, moving closer to the zombie, which, upon catching her scent, lunged towards her. Oh my god, she screamed, turning to flee, her cries echoing even to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was several meters away. Puff! A steel ball whizzed past her hair, causing her to freeze in terror, paralyzed in place. If you run again, I will shoot you. Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed the sniper crossbow at her. Ah! Yang Kor burst into tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood the brutal reality. A 14-year-old girl faced alone against a zombie, but he felt powerless. His harrowing encounters with mutated beasts in the post-apocalyptic world had taught him, no one is anyone's savior. To survive amidst countless zombies and mutated creatures, one must rely solely on oneself. If she cannot kill the zombie today, then let the zombie take her life, he thought. The onset of the apocalypse had forced all survivors to start from scratch. Zhang Xiaoqiang was just an insignificant figure, with no responsibility or obligation to save anyone.
Thus, in this world, there are no laws, no human rights, and certainly no emotions.
To dwell on such notions would only hasten one's demise.
With tears in her eyes, Yang Kor gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had his sniper crossbow aimed at her, hesitating briefly before turning back towards the zombie. She halted about 7 or 8 meters away from it, then veered left, attempting to circle behind.
Starting to use your brain?
A bit of progress, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, lighting a cigarette as he watched. By the time Yang Kor reached her destination, the zombie had turned around, prompting her to dash to the right in an attempt to outmaneuver it once more. Yet, as she passed, the zombie pivoted to face her again. The two engaged in a back-and-forth game of hide-and-seek. Thud. The zombie stumbled, unable to keep pace with Yang Kor, and fell to the ground.
What an opportunity! Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Realizing the rare chance before her, Yang Kor rushed toward the down zombie.
Thud. She focused solely on the creature, neglecting her footing, and fell alongside it. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Xiaoqiang, witnessing such a golden opportunity squandered, choked on his smoke in frustration.
As Yang Kor regained her footing, the zombie did as well. Thus, the first round of Yang Kor vs. Zombie ended in a stalemate. Chapter 25 Utter Victory. After a period of acclimatization, Yang Kor no longer harbored the same dread of zombies as she once did, her proximity to them steadily diminishing. She began to taunt the undead within a 2-meter radius, and Zhang Xiaoqiang, witnessing her progress, felt a sense of solace in his heart. Having finished a cigarette, he glanced at his watch, muttering, 15 minutes have passed. He then looked up at the sky, hoping she would eliminate the threat before exhaustion overtook her. A wicked thought crossed his mind. Yang Kor maintained her stance against the zombie, which suddenly lunged forward unfazed. She ducked low and deftly maneuvered behind it, delivering a powerful blow with her hammer to its back. Alas, the zombie was impervious to such damage. It quickly turned and swiped at her, its claws narrowly missing the fringe of her hair. In the second round of their confrontation, Yang Kor held a slight advantage. Bored, Zhang Xiaoqiang lit another cigarette, exhaling a series of smoke rings. Having survived the earlier peril, Yang Kor grew more composed and emboldened, actively provoking the zombie, which seemed to lose its bearings amidst her antics. She suddenly leaned to the left and then swayed to the right, causing the zombie to miss its mark. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a swift kick to its knee, sending it tumbling forward. Ah, she exclaimed, stepping forward to execute a textbook self-defense kick right between the zombie's legs. Witnessing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a tightening in his own core. Subsequently, Yang Kor leapt onto the zombie's back, her hammer gripped tightly in both hands as she unleashed a flurry of strikes upon its spine. The creature attempted to rise several times, only to collapse once more, until it lay motionless. In the third round of their bout, Yang Kor achieved a complete victory as Zhang Xiaoqiang approached her side, where she continued her assault, muttering indistinctly. Smack, he clapped a hand on her shoulder. In a flash, her hammer swung towards his face, and he leapt back just in time, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yang Kor persisted in her relentless assault, appearing somewhat delirious and detached from reality. Zhang Xiaoqiang squatted beside her, observing as she hammered away while sobbing, "Woe is me, a filthy cockroach, woe is me, stinking pest. I shall douse you in extermination spray, 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 and vanquish you." Woe is me. A wave of potent resentment surged towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Standing aside, he watched as Yang Kor continued her relentless attack on the zombie. Her strength gradually waned, the once flourishing hammering slowing to a halt. Zhang Xiaoqiang assisted her to a nearby spot to rest. "How do you feel?" he inquired. "I'm hungry," she replied, patting her stomach, seemingly having regained her composure. "Uncle, you should have seen it, that monster's claw was mere inches from my eyes. Truly, it was so close it could have struck me. I was so frightened." Sitting on the ground, her eyes sparkling with excitement, she recounted the harrowing experience while holding a piece of jerky, occasionally gesturing in the air to emphasize her thrilling tale. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat beside her, munching on jerky while observing her animated gestures. He had witnessed every moment of the earlier encounter and felt little interest in her exuberant narrative. "Ah, today I killed 1, tomorrow I shall kill 2, and then perhaps 1,000, she exclaimed, growing increasingly exhilarated. Zhang Xiaoqiang regarded her brashness with skepticism, muttering, "A wolf raised in the mountains grows arrogant once it tastes victory."
"Here," he said, offering her the crossbow. Yang Kor looked at him with confusion, hesitating to accept. "Take it." Zhang Xiaoqiang placed the weapon in her hands. "You have earned the right to wield it," he said earnestly, his expression calm. "Really for me?" she asked, delight lighting up her face as she fumbled with the crossbow, unsure of its operation.
"That's not how you do it."
"You should hold it this way." Zhang Xiaoqiang patiently demonstrated how to draw back the string and load the steel bolts. Click.
Yang Kor successfully prepared the crossbow, aiming it around.
Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the first zombie she had slain, feeling a twinge of pity for it. Its head, the most vital part, remained unscathed, while its torso was reduced to mere fragments, a fate more gruesome than ancient methods of execution.
"Uncle,
will you really not abandon me?" she asked casually, though her gaze frequently darted towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Glug, he swallowed nervously, glancing at the sharp arrowhead, his calves trembling slightly. This, Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat felt dry. Yang Kor looked at him quizzically. "As long as you persist in your training and have the courage to face zombies alone, I will certainly not abandon you," Zhang Xiaoqiang declared solemnly, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead.
I will definitely keep striving." Yang Kor smiled brightly.
"Ah." Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled, relieved. After a brief respite, the two set off once more, with Zhang Xiaoqiang riding the bicycle and Yang Kor sitting on the crossbar. As they rode, the bicycle began to wobble. Dismounting to inspect, they discovered that the front tire had been punctured and was now flat. Damn it, what bad luck! Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed under his breath. We need to switch vehicles, get down, he called to Yang Kor. Switch to what, uncle, she inquired, remaining steady on the crossbar. The 11 bus, he replied, retrieving some jerky from the rear rack for her. Chapter 26 Respite. Zhang Xiaoqiang ambled along the narrow rural path, burdened with cured meat upon his back, while Yang Kor trailed closely behind, brandishing a crossbow to eye in the distance. A solitary bicycle stood abandoned. Zhang Xiaoqiang, panting from the weight of the meat, glanced at Yang Kor, who was vocally expressing her fatigue and need for a break. Observing the dimming sky, he realized that nightfall was imminent. Nestled at the base of a small hill, an isolated two-story villa sat amidst the farmland, devoid of any obstructions, and, naturally, free from the ever-present throngs of the undead. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to spend the night in that villa. Since the last time he had been cornered by D2 inside a house, he had developed a distaste for enclosed spaces. However, given the dangers posed by mutated beasts at night, he deemed the villa a safer option than the wilderness. This was a quintessential farmhouse, slightly aged, with its once bright white ceramic tiles now dulled with time, and the corners of the foundation were overrun with withered, yellowed moss. The concrete surface of the grain-drying yard was adorned with numerous slender, fine cracks. The stainless steel doors and windows of the villa were securely locked. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Xiaoqiang rapped on the door a few times, then pressed his ear against the iron gate to listen for any sounds from within, but the house remained silent. Stepping back a few paces, Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the villa, contemplating a means of entry. Uncle, what are you searching for? Yang Kor inquired, observing his actions. Do not disturb me, can't you see I'm trying to find a way in? Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, somewhat irked. If the bottom doesn't work, then try the top. Yang Kor suggested, gesturing towards the second floor. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast his gaze upwards. Above the main entrance was a balcony, behind which lay a glass door. From the ground level, it was unclear whether the door was locked, but even if it were, it mattered little. Wasn't there a hammer? He instructed Yang Kor to step on his shoulders to reach the balcony and then descend inside to unlock the door. Uncle, there might be monsters inside. Yang Kor said, her expression betraying trepidation. Are you still afraid of zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang countered. Oh right, I'm not scared anymore, she replied, recalling their victorious battle against the undead earlier that day. Be careful, you're stepping on my face. I'm sorry. Just a little more, I swear. Forget it, you can step on my head instead, I'll take it as bad luck. Uncle, I can't reach, how about I come down, and you step on me instead? With your little frame, could you withstand my weight? Get ready, lift off. With that, Zhang Xiaoqiang hoisted Yang Kor as shoe soles upwards. As her feet flailed momentarily in the air, she vanished. Uncle, wait for me, I'm going to open the door, her voice echoed back as she disappeared behind the glass door. Creak. The iron gate swung open. Uncle, it's so dark inside. I am really scared. Yang Kor said, her voice laced with anxiety. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid her no mind as he slipped into the house, which felt eerily void of life, casting a somewhat sinister atmosphere. Inside was a main room adorned with a painting of the god of longevity on the wall opposite the door, accompanied by a porcelain figurine atop a cabinet beside it. The decor was rather ordinary, with the white ceramic tiles on the floor showing signs of discoloration. Zhang Xiaoqiang wandered through the first floor until he discovered the kitchen, which, apart from a full water tank, was entirely barren, devoid of oil, salt, vinegar, or rice, so clean that even a mouse would weep upon entering. Adjacent to the kitchen was a corridor that led to the rear of the house, where a small courtyard awaited, flanked by several earthen structures. One was a shed for vehicles, cluttered with tires and tools in the corner, another served as a firewood storage. There were also two more rooms, one a pigsty, and the other a smokehouse, typically used for curing meats, yet it contained no smoked delicacies. The courtyard featured an iron gate leading towards the back of the hill, secured with a robust military-grade lock. The homeowner must have evaded the virus, fleeing with supplies in a vehicle, and still had the time to secure the front and rear doors? Zhang Xiaoqiang speculated. On the first floor, there was an elderly bedroom furnished with outdated wooden furniture and a large bed. The remaining rooms had been repurposed as storage, with a few grains of rice scattered across the floor. The second floor comprised a living area, a lounge, and 3 bedrooms. The lounge boasted wooden flooring, a spacious sofa set, and an upscale home theater system. The bedding was intact in the 3 bedrooms, allowing for immediate rest. After sharing a meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor utilized the large pot in the kitchen to boil water for a refreshing bath. You sleep inside, and I'll take the living room. Stay alert for any disturbances during the night, don't sleep too deeply, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed before retiring. I know, stop nagging. Oh, it's been ages since I've slept in a proper bed. Yang Kor exclaimed joyfully as she stepped into the bedroom. Chapter 27 Neurosis. Zhang Xiaoqiang reclined on the sofa, draped in a blanket, his eyes closed, with a military knife resting beside him. The sofa's softness enveloped him, allowing his entire body to relax, and he soon drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a metal pipe jabbed at his abdomen, yet he remained oblivious, merely shifting his hand to scratch and continuing to sleep. The pipe then slapped his face, jolting Zhang Xiaoqiang awake with a start. A blinding beam from a flashlight pierced through the darkness, rendering him momentarily sightless. A shadowy figure loomed behind the light. It took Zhang Xiaoqiang some time to adjust, squinting to discern the scene before him. A crude hunting rifle was aimed at him, the flashlight's beam sweeping across his body in search of concealed weapons. Who are you? The figure inquired, the voice suggesting youth. I am a survivor.
I am merely seeking refuge here. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied candidly. I care not whether you are a so-called survivor, why are you in my home, speak. The figure's tone was laced with anger. Lower your weapon and allow me to explain. I am not a villain, Zhang Xiaoqiang urged. You dare ask me to lower my gun while in my own home, you are audacious, the person erupted, slamming the rifle butt against Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. Zhang Xiaoqiang covered his face, attempting to continue his plea. Don't move, if you do, I will end you. Yang Kor chimed in, brandishing a crossbow as she joined the fray. The figure redirected the rifle towards her, preparing to pull the trigger. In that instant, Zhang Xiaoqiang lunged at him. A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the ceiling, plaster dust and cement debris raining down. The pungent scent of gunpowder filled the living room as Zhang Xiaoqiang and the assailant became entangled on the floor. They rolled across the ground, crashing into the sofa, producing a loud thud, then colliding with the coffee table, resulting in a shattering crash. Glass fragments scattered across the wooden floor, both men sustaining cuts on their faces and hands, seemingly oblivious to their injuries. In a moment of opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang wrested the rifle from the assailant's grasp. However, the assailant, seizing the moment, charged into Zhang Xiaoqiang's nose with a brutal headbutt. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though his face had become a spice shop. An overwhelming mix of sour, salty, bitter, and spicy sensations surged forth. Tears and mucus streamed from his eyes and nose, and before he could react further, a pair of large, calloused hands tightened around his throat, gradually applying pressure. Care became scarce, and Zhang Xiaoqiang's cheeks transformed from crimson to a shade of blue, the lack of oxygen clouding his thoughts. He struggled to pry the hands from his throat but to no avail, his tongue slowly protruding from his mouth. The flashlight rolled into a corner, its beam illuminating the wooden floor. Yang Kor stood at the bedroom door, unable to discern the struggle, her anxiety mounting. A wave of dizziness washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind. He bent his right leg, driving his foot into the assailant's abdomen, launching him backward with a forceful kick. Cough. Ha! Zhang Xiaoqiang sat up, massaging his throat, coughing while gasping for air, desperate to replenish his lost oxygen. Ah! The assailant lunged at him once more. Bang! Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the rifle barrel beside him, swinging it with all his might. The stock struck the assailant, who let out a pained cry and retreated down the stairs, familiar with his surroundings, vanishing in mere moments. What are you standing there for? Come and help me up. Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped, slumped on the wooden floor, calling out weakly to Yang Kor. Okay. Yang Kor, snapping out of her stupor, approached and assisted Zhang Xiaoqiang back onto the sofa. The recent attack left Zhang Xiaoqiang bewildered. He retrieved the flashlight and, using its light, glanced at his watch. 5:20. Sleep seemed futile now. Who knew if that person would return? Yang Kor, blissfully unconcerned, returned to her slumber while Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the sofa, waiting for dawn. Could he be the homeowner? Does he see us as intruders? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. But wait, why isn't he living here? There are no zombies around, it's quite safe. His thoughts grew tangled. Why would he not stay at home and sneak back in the dead of night? Surely, he harbors a secret? Good morning, uncle. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his head as Yang Kor emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes, the daylight already bright outside the glass door. The stainless steel door of the first floor hall was tightly locked, with light filtering through the vent in the iron door, casting a few bright spots inside. It wasn't through here. Could it be? He followed the corridor beside the kitchen to the small courtyard at the back. The iron gate of the courtyard was ajar, a heavy lock dangling from the iron door by a chain. Pushing open the iron gate revealed a dirt path winding toward a small hill. The earthen road lay at the foot of the hill, where sparse vegetation thrived. Scattered pine trees stood 2 to 3 men tall, while waist-high shrubs dominated the hillside. Stay here and don't wander off. Wait for my return, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kor, as he inserted 2 spiraled beast horns into 2 bamboo tubes that had been punctured. The 1-foot-long bamboo tubes held the horns securely, leaving about 2/3 protruding, making it less likely for them to fall off his back. And what if you don't come back? Yang Kor pouted. Then you should run as far away as you can. Keep an eye on the bag. Chapter 28. Encountering the survivor. Zhang Xiaoqiang chose to disregard the ominous crow, securing the beast's horns and wielding the sniper crossbow as he proceeded along the earthen path towards the mountain behind. With the crossbow in hand, he treaded cautiously on the firm, compact trail, intermittently surveying his surroundings, ever vigilant to the whispers of the wind and the rustling of grass, as he walked for approximately 15 minutes. In the distance, he spotted an opening at the base of the mountain, surrounded by an expanse devoid of cover. The cave was not the terminus of the dirt path, rather, it meandered around the cave, vanishing behind the mountain. The cave stood about 6 to 7 meters high and approximately 5 meters wide, with discernible signs of human excavation around its entrance. Loading steel balls into the crossbow, Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously ventured into the cave. It was quite deep, and a faint cool breeze wafted from within. Not far from the entrance, he noticed several weathered, incomplete characters etched into the cave wall that read, "Prepare for famine, prepare for war." After traversing a few meters, he encountered a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle parked beneath the rocky wall. This was a red-painted motorcycle tricycle, emblazoned with the words double guns in large white letters on its cargo area. It appeared to be in excellent condition, with a sizable fuel tank that bore a key inserted into it. A key, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought, feeling a surge of curiosity as he approached to inspect it closely. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him from behind. A large foot kicked him sharply in the back, causing him to stumble forward and crash onto the uneven ground. Inadvertently, his finger pulled the trigger, and a steel ball shot into the darkness ahead. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled to the side. Clang! A rock the size of a bowl crashed down onto the spot where he had previously fallen. Rising to his feet, he drew the beast's horns and directed his gaze towards the source of the attack. A man stood behind the agricultural vehicle, the dim lighting of the cave obscuring his features. He held a kitchen knife, pointing it at Zhang Xiaoqiang, his expression one of frantic agitation. I knew it. "You've come for me, Haven to you," the man shouted, his voice echoing in the confined space. Gripping the beast's horns tightly, Zhang Xiaoqiang took a couple of steps forward, beginning to discern the man's appearance. He was quite young, perhaps in his early 20s, muscular, with one hand tightly clutching the knife while the other formed a fist, his legs trembling with anxiety and fear. "Don't come any closer. I don't want this, please don't capture me." The man's agitation escalated as he saw Zhang Xiaoqiang approach, the knife quivering more violently in his grip. Is he insane? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, attempting to maintain composure. Calm down, I'm merely passing through. I am not here to seize you. He endeavored to convey his benign intentions. No, you're lying, you've come to take me, you ought to kill me. Ah, the man screamed, lunging at Zhang Xiaoqiang with the knife. Ding! Zhang Xiaoqiang intercepted the knife with the beast's horns, and with a powerful kick, he struck the man in the chest, forcing him back nearly 10 paces. Ah, the man flung the knife towards Zhang Xiaoqiang and turned to flee towards the cave's entrance. Zhang Xiaoqiang crossed the beast's horns defensively in front of him, and the knife clattered to the ground upon impact. Oh no, that girl. Zhang Xiaoqiang feared for Yang Kur, who was inside the small building, and hurriedly pursued the man. Upon exiting the cave, he spotted a figure sprinting up the mountain. Zhang Xiaoqiang closely followed until the man reached the summit and halted against a rock face, with a quarry below leaving him no path to escape. Don't come any closer. I don't want this, I never wanted to kill them, it's not my fault, the man proclaimed, retreating until his back pressed against the rock wall, half his body suspended in midair. Zhang Xiaoqiang was at a loss for words, having been attacked in the dead of night, now forced to witness the man's unraveling. He hesitated to act against him, reluctant to take a life yet fearful of being ambushed from behind. I killed them. They are no longer my grandparents, my parents, my older brother and sister-in-law, they are monsters who devoured Xiaohao right before my eyes. The man's face twisted with rage and despair, his words spilling forth. Hey, brother! Take it easy, no one is accusing you of wrongdoing. Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned concern, inwardly dismissing the man's irrationality. It was evident that he was completely out of touch with the realities of the post-apocalyptic world, still believing himself to be a murderer. Ha ha! You can't fool me, I know you're here to capture me, I refuse to go to prison, you won't catch me. The man, now frenzied, leaped off the cliff. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood atop the mountain, watching the man plummet, crashing onto a massive boulder below, blood seeping from the cracks and pooling on the ground. What a fool, Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered in judgment. The consequences of being disconnected from the internet were truly dire. He reflected on the state of the world. Chapter 29, The Dog Day Apocalypse. As I descended the narrow mountain path, I was met with a row of fresh graves. Father, grave of Xiang Weiga; mother, grave of Huang Xiu; brother, grave of Xiang Wei; sister-in-law, grave of Chen Shangyun. Continuing my gaze, I noted, nephew, grave of Xiang Jiahao. In total, there were 7 newly dug graves. On the very day the apocalypse struck, the man's family gradually succumbed to transformation, ultimately devouring their own young nephew, Xiang Jiahao, before his eyes. In a frenzied state, he exterminated all his family members who had begun to turn into zombies, his psyche shattered and spiraling into madness. 4 months following the cataclysm, he languished in guilt and terror. The man became increasingly fearful of the outside world, even dreading the confines of his own home, only daring to return at night to check on things, until he crossed paths with Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang was uncertain whether this encounter would bode well or ill for the man. Had he not met Zhang, the man would have survived, yet he would have remained ensnared in perpetual anguish and remorse. This damned apocalypse. A wave of pent-up frustration surged within Zhang Xiaoqiang, refusing to dissipate. After descending the mountain, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle in the cave and promptly turned back. Vroom vroom. The 3-wheeler emerged from the cave, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of exhilaration as he took the wheel. Today, I've finally got myself a motor vehicle. He circled the vicinity a few times, reveling in his newfound mastery before coming to a halt. Sitting in the front seat, he lit a cigarette and savored a deep inhaled. It was a moment of relief. Having a vehicle was undoubtedly preferable to traversing on foot. Despite the multitude of tribulations he had faced since leaving home, the joy of acquiring transportation felt exceptionally rare. Unscrewing the fuel cap, he noted there was still half a tank of gas. Pondering whether he might find some diesel within the cave, he ventured into the stillness of the darkened passageway, illuminating it with his flashlight. After walking about 30 meters, the tunnel began to narrow, still allowing enough space for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. Upon reaching 50 meters, the passage opened up dramatically. Before him lay a vast cavern, its ceiling soaring approximately 30 meters high. One side of the rocky wall bore a slender fissure through which light streamed, illuminating the entirety of the cave. After traversing another 7 or 8 meters, he encountered a staircase with a dozen steps leading down to a small pool of water, roughly 5 or 6 square meters in size, its depths unfathomable, yet its water crystal clear and pure. The spring water appeared safe, as the man had partaken of it for months without any ill effects. Ascending the steps, he arrived at a spacious platform, nearly 500 to 600 square meters in area, dry and well ventilated. In the center lay a bed fashioned from straw, covered with several quilts and blankets. Not far from the bed was a fire pit, constructed of stones, with a large iron pot resting atop it.
Surrounding the platform were various jars and containers, along with hundreds of tightly packed plastic woven bags. Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the area, discovering an abundance of supplies, hundreds of plastic bags brimmed with rice and corn, each capable of holding 100 jin. Collectively, they amounted to tens of thousands of jin. Surrounding the grains hung an impressive array of cured meats, indicative of the slaughter of at least 2 plump pigs. The cave also housed nearly 1,000 jin of neatly stacked cabbage, along with a dozen jin of preserved vegetables, 2 jars of pickled produce, and even a dozen free-range chickens, with a proud rooster leading his flock of hens as they foraged in a corner. Incredible! This is practically a small-scale base. Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled. Should I consider living here until death? The thought of parting with such resources was a bitter pill to swallow, yet, the prospect of spending a lifetime with Yang Kor sent a shiver down his spine. The young girl was formidable, and if he truly took her as a partner, he would not merely be gaining a wife but rather inviting a formidable ancestor into his life. The three-wheeler rattled its way into the courtyard, causing Yang Kor, who was exercising nearby, to stare in disbelief. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of disdain at her surprise. What, have you never seen someone driving a three-wheeler so stylishly? Uncle, where did you steal this three-wheeler from? Her question nearly caused Zhang Xiaoqiang to tumble from the vehicle. Mind your own business. Hurry up and gather your things, we're moving, he shouted to Yang Kor. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to rest in the cave for a spell before setting off for the provincial city. Humans are, after all, social creatures. In the face of the perilous apocalypse, a group was always stronger than an individual. Furthermore, Yang Kor needed time to train. While she was still growing, her malleability could be advantageous in ensuring her survival in this harsh new world. He descended from the upper floor with 2 mattresses, several blankets, sheets, and other supplies, loading them into the vehicle while calling for Yang Kor to join him. Uncle, have you noticed anything different about me today? She asked, brushing her hair aside with a peculiar tone. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at her, finding her figure unchanged. I don't see anything different, he replied dismissively. Uncle, take a closer look, she insisted, standing before him and tilting her head upward. Chapter 30. Scavenging supplies. Yang Kor's hair was meticulously styled, her shoulder-length locks playfully gathered into a small ponytail on the right side. A vibrant silk scarf adorned her neck, while she wore a light yellow mid-length women's trench coat, faded jeans that had seen better days, and a pair of white women's hiking shoes. She exuded a refreshing and tidy aura, further enhanced by her recent cleansing ritual. Her previously pallid complexion was now touched with a hint of blush, and her lips were adorned with gloss, making her crescent moon-like large eyes and mischievous, delicate nose appear adorably charming. She possessed the potential of a stunningly youthful beauty, stirring a flicker of desire in Zhang Xiaoqiang, who began to entertain some mischievous thoughts. Yet, upon observing Yang Kor's figure once more, all his impulses vanished without a trace. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized that he had mistakenly believed himself to be a connoisseur of youthful allure, only to now confront the fade of innocence before him, with her almost board-like physique. He understood now. All along, I have yearned for voluptuousness. Zhang Xiaoqiang had come to a genuine understanding of his innermost desires. What is there to admire? When was the last time you brushed your teeth? Your breath stinks, he teased Yang Kor. Uncle, you're such a bad person. Yang Kor retorted with a final remark. Yang Kor's attire reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang of his own somewhat soiled and tattered clothing, which bore several large tears. It was time for a change. He ascended the stairs and rummaged through all the wardrobes, finding a few outfits that seemed to fit, albeit in overly vibrant colors that would likely attract the attention of mutated beasts from afar. In another search, he surprisingly unearthed a sealed set of intimate apparel. Should I let Yang Kor try it on? Zhang Xiaoqiang wickedly pondered. Never mind, that would be a disgrace to such exquisite lingerie. He shook his head. Descending back downstairs, Zhang Xiaoqiang donned a black and gray down jacket over a turtleneck sweater, paired with a pair of old blue military trousers made from an indeterminate yet durable fabric. It appeared to be workwear from a bygone era, still in pristine condition and quite comfortable. He tossed the spare clothing into the vehicle's compartment. Hold on tight, he called to Yang Kor, who was seated in the back, as he drove the tricycle towards the cave. Yang Kor was running around the platform in circles as Zhang Xiaoqiang fitted a sharpened wooden stick into the beast's horn. Testing its balance, he found it manageable. The horn was both lightweight and remarkably sturdy. Transforming it into a spear proved far lighter than his previous makeshift iron spear. He twirled it gracefully, yet worried that the horn might not be securely fastened. With a decisive thrust, he planted the spear into the ground, the tip easily embedding itself, and after a slight shake of the shaft, it proved steadfast. He retrieved a few iron nails and used a hammer to secure the connection between the horn and the shaft. Thud, thud, thud. With each swing of the hammer, the spear sank deeper, and once secured, he noticed that the spearhead had penetrated the ground by over 40 centimeters. Grasping the shaft, he tugged, but it remained immovable. Leaning down, he inspected the spearhead, which was firmly lodged. The surrounding soil cracking and caving and digging into the earth revealed a massive rock beneath the shallow layer of soil. Incredible! Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, observing the horn embedded in the stone. I hardly exerted any effort. Grabbing another horn, he aimed it at the rock and thrust downward, the tip penetrating a few centimeters. I have a plan, he exclaimed, using the other horn to excavate the spear from the rock, revealing a sizable pit in the stone floor. Yet, the spearhead showed no signs of wear. It remained extraordinarily sharp, its surface unmarred by the recent exertion. A divine weapon. Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled, it could likely pierce through even D2. The sky remained dreary and overcast, the clouds as dull as ever. Zhang Xiaoqiang navigated the tricycle along the rural path, while Yang Kor sat in the back, surrounded by a pile of supplies. "How many houses have we checked?" he inquired.
"The third one." "Uncle, why are we searching for so much food when there is plenty in the cave?" Yang Kor questioned, perplexed. "Why do you care so much?" Zhang Xiaoqiang replied curtly, focusing on the road. Though he had resolved to venture to City W in search of a survivor's sanctuary, he was not about to leave himself without an escape route. The cave could serve as a secret base, and since it was to be a storage facility, the more resources, the better. Now, during this period of respite, he was taking Yang Kor along to scout for supplies. In the morning, they had searched 3 houses, collecting several thousand pounds of rice, some corn, and various other provisions, yet it all felt insufficient. This was their second search of the day. The tricycle came to a halt by a small river, about 6 meters wide and shallow enough to reveal the sandy bottom. The narrow riverbanks were overgrown with weeds, littered with plastic bags, bottles, and glass containers that once held pesticides, muddling the water. A concrete bridge spanned the river, leading to a flat expanse on the opposite side, where dozens of uniquely shaped 2-story buildings were scattered among the terrain, surrounded by patches of vegetable gardens that had long since fallen into neglect. Zhang Xiaoqiang parked the tricycle at the bridgehead and, accompanied by Yang Kor, stealthily approached the other side, hoping to enhance her experience in confronting zombies. However, as they reached the nearest building, they encountered no undead. "Something feels off," Zhang Xiaoqiang said, raising his binoculars to survey the area. The village was eerily silent, exuding an air of desolation from years of abandonment. The two continued to tread cautiously in their search. A seemingly newer building stood at the village's edge, flanked by 2 brick houses on either side, completely surrounded by hundreds of zombies, yet not a sound emanated from within. "Are there any living people inside?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, observing through his binoculars. "Should we rescue them or not?" Chapter 31. The sanitary napkins triumph. This predicament is quite perplexing. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a deep sense of hesitation within him. This would mark the 3rd survivor he encountered, while for Yang Kor, it would be her 6th. Up until now, aside from Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor, all other survivors had succumbed to various fates. In this apocalyptic world, the odds of surviving were exceedingly slim, and Zhang Xiaoqiang yearned to encounter more living souls, yet the multitude of over 100 zombies before him posed a formidable challenge. A few, perhaps a dozen, might be manageable, but at present, I am utterly helpless. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to abandon the idea, hoping to seize the opportunity to gather supplies while the zombies were distracted. "Wait here, I shall drive over," he instructed Yang Kor as he turned away. "Uncle, look." Yang Kor pointed behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. The horde of zombies was stirring, shifting towards him, led by 2 S-type zombies, followed closely by D-type and ordinary zombies. "Run!" Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped Yang Kor's hand and sprinted towards the opposite bank. "Are you injured anywhere?" he inquired as they ran. "No." "What's the matter, uncle?" Yang Kor replied, her expression perplexed. "Have you come into contact with any blood?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed on. "Blood, uncle, does that thing count?" Yang Kor seemed somewhat embarrassed. As they reached the bridge's edge, the S-type zombies were closing in, pulling away from the ordinary zombies. "We'll talk later." Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened his grip on the beast-horned gun, preparing to confront the most threatening S-type zombies first. The 2 S-type zombies lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang, one after the other. He inhaled deeply and thrust the gun forward, causing the foremost S-type zombie to freeze momentarily. A spiral beast horn emerged from the back of its skull, and with a swift twist of the gun, half of its cranium was sent flying. Just as he retracted the gun, the second S-type zombie leapt towards him, claws outstretched. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised the gun to deflect its claws, ready to thrust forward again. Thwack! The sound of a crossbow string being released resonated from behind, followed by a thud, as a hole appeared in the white eye sockets of the S-type zombie, which then collapsed forward. "Uncle, how did I do?" Yang Kor beamed, exuding a sense of pride. With the D-type and ordinary zombies still at a distance, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor cautiously approached the tricycle. "What exactly is that thing?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered aloud. "Uncle, you're so clueless. It has something women experience every month." Yang Kor rolled her eyes, exuding an air of superiority. "Oh, that truly is a significant injury." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded silently, although a sense of unease crept over him. Casting a glance at the small building across the river, he felt a twinge of regret. Just imagine how many supplies might be inside. As he withdrew his gaze and prepared to turn back, he inadvertently noticed the guardrail of the concrete bridge. The rail, constructed with upright red bricks, was built quite rudimentarily to conserve materials. Giving it a firm kick, he found the bricks somewhat loose. An idea sparked in Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind. "I have a plan." He kicked open a gap in the guardrail large enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through, then positioned the tricycle across the bridge, effectively blocking the roadway. "Hand me that thing," Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kor. "What thing?" she asked, puzzled. "Its scientific name is sanitary napkin, with a colloquial name of jelly." Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression was solemn. After much persuasion, he finally obtained that thing from Yang Kor, which still retained a slight warmth in his hand. He urged her to move away to avoid confusing the zombie's sense of smell. A shiver ran down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine as he delicately pinched the thing between 2 fingers, carefully attaching it to the tip of his beast-horn gun. The horde of zombies was nearing the bridge, and Zhang Xiaoqiang extended the gun with that thing out through the gap in the railing, waiting for the zombies to take the bait.
The beast-horned gun, adorned with that thing, resembled a flag fluttering in the wind, with a central red mark drawing the horde towards it in reverence. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood behind the tricycle, the beastly horn of his weapon poised approximately 1.5 meters from the gap, just out of reach of the zombie precariously perched at the edge. The D-type zombie had already ascended the bridge. The blood on that thing was sufficiently fresh, causing the D-type to disregard my immediate presence entirely as it lunged hungrily towards that thing. Thud! The D-type zombie stumbled, falling into the abyss beneath the bridge, while the remaining ordinary zombies, intoxicated by the scent of blood emanating from that thing, became exhilarated, their steps noticeably lighter as they converged upon the gap, leaping into the river in a frenzy akin to a flock of startled ducks. Beneath the bridge, the D-type zombie struggled to rise, only to be toppled by the relentless onslaught of its fellow undead. The massive zombies beneath the bridge accumulated in layers, resembling a precariously stacked tower. Once all the zombies had descended, a small pyramid of over 100 corpses emerged, limbs intertwined, a spectacle both grotesque and fascinating, with arms draped over thighs and shins cradling heads.
Faintly, one could still hear the mournful cries of the D-type zombie trapped at the bottom. Ah, truly magnificent. My creativity knows no bounds, ha. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed with unrestrained glee, beckoning Yang Kor to return. He tossed that thing, which had been suspended from the tip of his weapon, onto the heap of corpses below and paid no further mind to the zombies as he steered the tricycle back towards the village. With an air of delight, Zhang Xiaoqiang hummed a cheerful tune as he navigated the tricycle, while Yang Kor sat in the rear, simmering in silence. That D-type zombie met its end in such a distinctive manner, ha, lured to its doom by jelly, Zhang Xiaoqiang mused contentedly. Jelly, he pondered, suddenly alert, I've heard that men encounter great misfortune when confronted with such things. Could it truly be that ominous? Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind was rife with conflicting thoughts. Chapter 32 The Despairing Man. The tricycle came to a halt in front of the modest building that had recently been besieged by zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang disembarked and surveyed his surroundings. The owner of the building appeared to be quite affluent. The vacant lot in front had been transformed into a quaint garden, enclosed by walls on either side, suggesting that the owner had a fondness for flowers. He tapped on the iron gate, calling out, "Is anyone there? I have come to rescue you." After a prolonged silence, there was still no response. Zhang Xiaoqiang climbed over the wall and descended into the garden, which had evidently been neglected for quite some time. Many of the flowers had withered away, and the garden itself was not particularly large, spanning roughly 30 to 40 square meters. In the center stood a well, its opening covered with a metal sheet to prevent debris from falling in. Reaching the entrance of the building, he turned the doorknob, and the door swung open. Inside, there were only a few pieces of antiquated furniture, which bore the marks of age and were coated in dust. The living room lacked any modern decor, exuding a vintage charm that made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel as though he had stepped back into the 1920s or 30s. Ascending the wooden staircase to the second floor, he found the decor there to be in stark contrast to that of the first. The second floor was lavishly adorned, infused with a modern ambience. However, the lighting was dim, casting a somewhat somber atmosphere. A sound, like a series of clucks, emanated from a corner. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Xiaoqiang peered into the shadows. In the corner, two genuine leather sofas were positioned, with a high-legged glass coffee table between them, upon which several plates and soup bowls were scattered. Sitting on the sofa against the wall was a man, whose age was evident. His hair had begun to turn gray. The man was gaunt, appearing more skeletal than even the zombies, and when he saw Zhang Xiaoqiang, his expression shifted to one of intense excitement. He attempted to speak but could only emit a series of clucking sounds. Desperate to rise, he found himself too weak and grew increasingly agitated. Eat, he finally managed to articulate two words. Zhang Xiaoqiang retrieved a piece of beast meat from his pocket and offered it to him. The middle-aged man clutched it eagerly and began to gnaw at it, choking and rolling his eyes in his haste. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, observing as the man devoured the meat with alarming speed, finishing it in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xiaoqiang was well aware of the meat's texture. It was tough, fibrous, and difficult to chew, though it had the singular advantage of being filling. A small piece could suffice, rivaling even compressed biscuits. Once the man finished eating, he appeared significantly revitalized and began to speak coherently. "Is there more? Please give me some more," he implored, his eyes filled with hope as he gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "You've been hungry for far too long, you cannot eat anymore now." "Wait until evening," Zhang Xiaoqiang counseled him. "No, I want it now. I'll pay you, I can give you a lot of money, truly, I am not deceiving you, just give me a little more food." The man's urgency intensified. "I do not want your money, I have food, but I will not give you any more until nightfall," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied calmly. "You don't want money? Just say what you wish, and I will give you everything I have. Please, I beg you, just a little more food." The man pleaded desperately. "If you eat more, you will die. Surviving until now has not been easy," Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to urge him. "Die, am I afraid of death? I have been waiting for death, waiting to be starved to death. Do you know what that feels like? The greatest wish I had while waiting for death was to die from being overfed." The man spoke with a hint of madness. "You need not die now. Come with me. I have an abundance of food that could sustain you until the end of your days," Zhang Xiaoqiang offered, hoping to take him away. "No, I am not going anywhere. This is my home. My wife is here. My wife." Boo-hoo, the man became hysterical. My wife has been with me for 30 years, 30 long years." As the man recounted his tale, Zhang Xiaoqiang learned of his life. The man had been wealthy, having secured numerous contracts in W City, where he resided for most of the year, returning home annually for the New Year festivities. He had returned early last year after finishing a project, only to be caught in the outbreak of the virus. Fortunately, both he and his wife had managed to avoid infection, but their food supplies dwindled after 2 months of confinement. His wife, who had already been in poor health, succumbed to starvation, and out of sheer desperation, he began to consume her remains to survive. I ate her. I deserve to die. I should have joined her long ago. Let me eat until I burst. The man lamented, again demanding food. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. The thought of cannibalism made him nauseous, yet he refrained from judging the man, recognizing that he might not have fared any better in his position. Do you have any weapons? Do you possess a weapon? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, resolving to fulfill the man's wish, believing that the sooner he ended his own life, the sooner he could escape this wretched apocalypse. A weapon? Yes, I have one. Wait here while I retrieve it. The man, using the sofa for support, unsteadily made his way to a study. Moments later, he emerged with a wooden box, which he handed to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Upon opening it, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered a handgun nestled inside, along with 3 magazines filled with ammunition. Why don't you use the gun to kill those monsters? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, perplexed. I've tried, they cannot be killed. The man replied as Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless. He descended the stairs and retrieved several dozen pounds of rice and cured meat from the tricycle, handing them to the man, who then locked the door with great care, never to be seen again. Chapter 33 Relocation of all items. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the driver's seat of a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle, a redwood box opened on his laptop in his hand. He gripped a glossy black pistol, its weight substantial, the grip adorned with a black pentagram, a Wuxi pistol, reminiscent of the Black Star pistols from Hong Kong cinema. Despite the gun's age surpassing that of Zhang Xiaoqiang, its previous owner had maintained it remarkably well, showing little sign of wear. He pulled back the slide and aimed at a small tree ahead, pulling the trigger. Click. The sound of an empty chamber echoed, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of satisfaction at this unexpected acquisition. With this pistol, his life gained an added layer of security, though the ammunition was sparse, 3 magazines containing roughly 50 rounds. Inserting a magazine into the grip, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised the Wuxi pistol, taking aim in all directions. Every man harbors an innate fondness for firearms, and for Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had only ever handled toy guns, this moment was exhilarating. Uncle, did you find this thing inside? Yang Koer's face radiated eagerness. Children should not play with guns. Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished, tucking the pistol into the small of his back. Yang Koer's expression darkened further. A rice, coarse grains, beans, vegetable oil, and cured meats were loaded into the vehicle, bound for the cave. The once spacious platform of over 500 square meters had transformed into a cluttered space. The harvest from the small village had been plentiful. With the impending new year before the viral outbreak, every household was butchering pigs and curing meat, a boon for Zhang Xiaoqiang. When will we ever finish this? Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, gazing at the mountainous pile of cured meat. In the countryside, every household raised pigs, and with the rising pork prices, families typically kept at least 3 or 4, some even 10 or more. Although some would be sold before the new year, each household still retained at least 1 or 2 pigs, averaging around 150 pounds of cured pork per family, not to mention the dried fish, air-dried chicken and duck, and cured rabbit legs. 5 ones are 5, 2 fives are 10, 3 fives are 15, 4 fives are 21? Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the dozens of smoked pig heads and hundreds of cured pig trotters before him, feeling a sense of numbness as he struggled to tally the numbers. After finally counting the cured meats, he found approximately 10,000 pounds of smoked pork and nearly 1,000 pounds of other cured and wild goods. Fresh meat was a rarity in the countryside, with families generally consuming their own cured meats, only venturing to town for purchases during festive occasions. The sight of meat for over 100 people amassed together was indeed a spectacle. Calculating the quantity, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized that he and the young girl could consume it over the span of a century. Yet, cured meats could hardly last that long. Even 2 years seemed a stretch. With towns now overrun by zombies and animals gradually mutating, resources in this post-apocalyptic world would only become scarcer. The thought of so much cured meat spoiling and decaying made Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart ache. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind from his childhood visits to his grandmother's home. In the 1980s, rural living conditions were poor, and it was rare to enjoy meat. His parents took him and his sister to see their grandmother, who, eager to treat them, dug out some cured meat she had saved. Having not seen her for a long time, Zhang Xiaoqiang followed her closely, until she unearthed a piece of golden-hued cured meat from a pile of chaff. He had once asked his grandmother why she kept the meat hidden in the chaff, and through her explanation, he learned that cured meat stored in chaff could last for 7 to 8 years without issue, and some even lasted over a decade, retaining its flavor perfectly. Ha! Chaff! An idea struck Zhang Xiaoqiang. Let us go out again while there is still light, he exclaimed excitedly to Yang Koer. Woo, uncle, you're bullying me, I'm still so tired I can't stand up straight. Look, my hands are all scraped up. Yang Koer pouted, showing her palms to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Not going is also an option, then you won't have any meat to eat in the future. Zhang Xiaoqiang countered with a serious tone. Woo. You just know how to bully me, I'm still underage. Yang Koer complained, trailing behind him. Underage? Come on, you youngsters are doing everything adults should be doing and still claim to be underage? Humph. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought, feeling a twinge of bitterness. The 3-wheeled vehicle rumbled its way into the small village, and the corpses beneath the bridge had risen, drawn by the scent of human presence, jostling beneath the bridge. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no mind. The riverbanks were steep and high, even normal adult men would struggle to climb them, let alone these sightless zombies. Following the established protocol, he parked the vehicle, entered, and began searching for target supplies to transport. The chaff was typically stored in the storeroom or beside the pig pen, as farmers usually fed it to their pigs. Zhang Xiaoqiang worked on the ground while Yang Koer organized and loaded from the vehicle. Uncle, Yang Koer called out, halting Zhang Xiaoqiang as he turned to retrieve more items. What? He paused, glancing at her and pulling out a cigarette, ready for a short break. Uncle, can I go upstairs? She pointed towards the small building. What for? Zhang Xiaoqiang queried, puzzled. Grains and cured meats were generally stored in the kitchen or storeroom, making an upstairs visit unnecessary. Well, I'm running low on my supplies and wanted to check the bedroom upstairs. Chapter 34. The treasures of the countryside. Yang Kor gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a rather unfriendly expression, pondering something. Huh, what on earth is it? Speak plainly. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a puff of smoke, slightly annoyed. You're so annoying, uncle. You're terrible, it's the thing you used to fish for zombies. Oh, your expression back then was so lewd. Yang Kor blurted out shamelessly. Go on, find more of it, that thing is incredibly important. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression now mirrored a similar lewdness. That's a formidable weapon. As he watched Yang Kor stride into the small building, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to reminisce about earlier events. What was it that Archimedes said? Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the world. I say, give me a sanitary napkin, and I can make the zombies collectively jump off a building. Zhang Xiaoqiang declared with a sense of pride. Of course, it has to be fresh, he added, concluding with a smirk. Uncle, come quickly. I've found something wonderful. Yang Kor called from upstairs. Could it be a hidden treasure chest? Zhang Xiaoqiang made his way upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor and taking in the sights, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he had stepped into a labor protection supermarket. The living room, approximately 70 to 80 square meters, was lined with rows of shelves brimming with various goods. The walls were adorned with a variety of camouflage uniforms, even old-fashioned green military attire and blue military trousers, presumably meant for farmers to wear while working in the fields. As Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the living room, Yang Kor eagerly rummaged through the shelves. 9 shelves leaned against the walls, one filled with liberation shoes and training boots, another with brushes, towels, soap, and laundry powder, a small hardware shelf stocked with screwdrivers, screws, switches, plugs, electrical wires, bulbs, and utility knives. There was also a shelf dedicated to women's essentials, toilet paper, and shampoo. Zhang Xiaoqiang even spotted a shelf overflowing with men's undergarments, thermal pants, women's undergarments, and various socks. How many days has it been since I last changed my underwear? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. Although he had changed clothes at other people's homes, he couldn't wear someone else's undergarments. The sight of clean underwear made him feel an itch beginning to stir. The remaining shelves were filled with farming tools, children's favorite snacks, school supplies, and backpacks. Finally, he discovered a glass display case for cigarettes, showcasing a modest selection priced at 3 to 4 yuan, 5 to 6 yuan for the better ones, and only 10 yuan for the finest. Beneath the counter, he found 10 packs of Wangala cigarettes, selling for 18 yuan each, likely reserved for welcoming guests during the new year. Yang Kor, the little girl, was rummaging through a backpack, tirelessly selecting supplies. Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to her, stop choosing, just take everything back. Ha, yay, Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the dazzling array of supplies before him, a wave of profound satisfaction washed over him, filling every corner of his being. After a week of strenuous labor and physical exhaustion, he was rewarded with a bountiful stash of provisions. The thought brought tears to his eyes. Not only had he lost weight, but even Yang Kor's once plump little chin had returned to a more pointed form. Feeling a sense of triumph as he gazed at the abundance of supplies, he noticed Yang Kor squatting on the floor brushing her teeth, seemingly trying to compensate for 3 months of neglected toothpaste. It appeared she held a grudge against Zhang Xiaoqiang's earlier remarks. As for the rice and other grains, it was unnecessary to elaborate. Nearly 200,000 pounds were stacked high, and farmers would not only stock enough grain for a year but also an additional year's worth, likely a remnant of the hardships endured by their ancestors during famines. Coupled with unsold stock, all of it now lay heaped in this place. Various fabrics for bedding, mattresses, and clothing salvaged from wardrobes were all brought back by Zhang Xiaoqiang. The inventory from the small shop was even more impressive. He had even transported the shelves themselves, along with 10 large white plastic containers for bulk corn liquor, each standing taller than a person and capable of holding dozens of pounds of water. Yang Kor was quite perplexed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's obsession with acquiring all the white plastic containers, but he understood that having ample drinking water while out and about was crucial. 2 containers could sustain 2 people for over a month. If it weren't for the discovery of a few barrels of diesel, we definitely wouldn't have been able to gather all this. Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected, his gaze drifting towards the steps below, where 5 large iron barrels stood neatly lined up, filled with diesel and 1/2 full. Beside the barrels was a Yamaha single-phase diesel generator. The sight of the generator still sent a shiver down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. He had found the diesel generator in a red brick room behind the small shop, its doors and windows securely locked. When he pried open the wooden door, his eyes fell upon the blue-painted diesel generator, which was nearly new, accompanied by 6 large barrels, 5 of which were filled with diesel. After he pushed the generator out, however, calamity struck. Chapter 35. A power restored. The single-phase generator was not excessively heavy, just 2 pounds shy of 100 kilograms. Zhang Xiaoqiang could easily sprint while carrying a 100-pound sack of rice, yet he found himself utterly incapable of lifting the 200-pound generator. Yang Kor, lacking strength, struggled for quite some time but was unable to hoist it onto the vehicle. In a moment of despair, Zhang Xiaoqiang was at a loss until Yang Kor serendipitously unearthed a rusty pulley from who knows where, which alleviated his burden. With considerable effort, they managed to hoist the diesel generator onto the 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle using the somewhat clumsy pulley. Gazing at the hefty barrel of oil weighing 300 pounds on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Uncle, could you please smell and see if there's still any odor? After speaking, Yang Kor blew air towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. If you brush your teeth for another week, it should be about right, he replied absent-mindedly. How annoying. Stinky uncle, really? Yang Kor questioned, somewhat skeptical, as she exhaled into her palm to check her breath. Having sorted through the thoughts that Yang Kor had disrupted, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to lament.
The pulley, which had undoubtedly been around for countless years, fell apart while lifting the oil barrel. Staring at the disassembled state of the pulley, Zhang Xiaoqiang was left dumbfounded. Without the pulley, they could not lift the oil barrel. Without the oil barrel, there would be no diesel, and without diesel, what could the painstakingly loaded generator possibly achieve? Ultimately, they resorted to siphoning the original diesel into an empty barrel on the vehicle. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xiaoqiang still felt the lingering taste of diesel in his mouth. Life without computers and the internet is truly dull. The aging homebody began to express a fresh sentiment. After stepping outside, Zhang Xiaoqiang had been constantly on edge, and the arduous task of transporting supplies in the cave left him no room for other thoughts. Now, in a moment of respite, the spirit of the homebody began to reignite. Why didn't I think to bring back a computer, he pondered, glancing at the generator. Suddenly, he recalled having found a PSP 3000 in a small building, likely left behind by the children of a family working elsewhere. With this thought, he sprang into action. He located a power strip, connected it to the diesel generator, filled it with diesel, and manually started the generator. Vroom vroom, the distant hum of the diesel generator filled the air, while beside two makeshift beds stood a bamboo pole, from which hung a bare incandescent bulb radiating a warm orange glow. Sitting on the bed, Zhang Xiaoqiang played with the PSP, and as he basked in the long mist light, he felt as though he had returned to a civilized society.
Is there power now? Yang Kor asked, standing beneath the glow, tilting her head and drying her damp hair with a towel. Indeed. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded proudly. Yay! Does that mean we can use the water heater for a shower? Yang Kor exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. Little sister, even if you lugged the water heater back, you wouldn't know how to operate it. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied sternly. After placing 2 blankets into the vehicle's cargo area, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled. They were nearly readied out. A barrel brimming with diesel was securely fastened in the vehicle, alongside 3 large barrels of spring water, 2 bags of rice, some cured meats, and a large red plastic container housing a dozen free-range chickens, each one raised in the cave. Finally, he stuffed in a large waterproof tarp that could serve as a tent. All set. Zhang Xiaoqiang affirmed with a nod. Uncle, are we really leaving? Yang Kor asked, gazing at the pile of supplies. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, merely nodding in response. Can we not go? Yang Kor lamented, reluctant to part with their current comfort. You can stay here by yourself. Zhang Xiaoqiang said earnestly, looking at Yang Kor. She glanced at the mound of supplies and then at the dim path leading to the cave entrance, shivering slightly. Uncle, I've made up my mind. Wherever you go, I shall follow. If we are to perish, let it be together, as a pair of fated souls, Yang Kor declared nonchalantly. Who would willingly die alongside you? If we must die, let us do so far apart, to spare ourselves the annoyance of each other. Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, though a flicker of emotion stirred within him. Oh, I see. Then it's you die, I live. I'll just find myself a handsome lad to share this place with. Yang Kor pouted, teasingly. Hey, I'm not even dead yet, and you're already plotting to claim my inheritance? Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in exasperation, the flicker of sentiment long extinguished. All right. Enough of that. To get to bed early, uncle. We need to be on our way tomorrow. Oh, and don't forget to let me play with the PSP for a bit. You've had it for long enough. Yang Kor said, casually taking the PSP 3000 and retreating to play with it. How did I end up rescuing such a troublesome person? Why did I become so infatuated with saving her? Zhang Xiaoqiang grumbled as he lay back on the bed, staring at the cave ceiling. Boom! Outside, the sound of spring thunder echoed, faintly resonating within the cave. Chapter 36. Dig deep and store abundantly. It's raining. We can't leave now, uncle. You can take your time to sort out your thoughts. By the way, can I play with the PSP for a while? That fish dragon in that hunter game yesterday was so difficult to defeat. Today, I must conquer it. Yang Kor cheerfully ran towards the cave with the PSP in her hands, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang gazing vacantly at the downpour outside. The torrential rain fell incessantly, the dense curtain of droplets obscuring anything beyond 10 meters. Water cascaded down the hillside, pooling at the cave entrance in varying sizes, while countless raindrops struck the puddles, creating a multitude of bubbles that were swiftly shattered by the relentless deluge, only to rise again in a cyclical dance. The last heavy rain lasted 11 days. How many days would this one endure? Watching the relentless downpour, a chill coursed through Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. The previous rainfall had catalyzed the evolution of zombies and the mutation of animals. What calamity might this deluge bring? For Zhang Xiaoqiang, zombies devoid of evolution resembled docile sheep. They could trample a person in a stampede but posed no real fear. In contrast, evolved zombies were akin to ferocious predators, capable of severing one's neck and tearing open one's chest to feast on flesh and blood, an insidious threat that was nearly impossible to evade. Yet, in comparison to mutated animals, zombies paled in significance. Zombies acted purely on instinct, driven by an innate pursuit of flesh to facilitate their evolution. Mutated creatures, however, were an entirely different matter. Their appearances were unpredictable, and they possessed cunning intelligence, inheriting the primal instinct to hunt. They understood ambush, encirclement, and even surprise attacks. As the apocalypse loomed, various dangers accompanied it, and every survivor who had managed to endure thus far had faced immense challenges. With the protraction of this dire state, survival would only grow more arduous. Reflecting on the numerous survivors who had perished for various reasons before his eyes, Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a long sigh.
When it rains, it pours. Let it be, he muttered, trudging into the cave, his steps growing heavier with each stride. The flickering electric lights, which dispelled darkness and ushered in illumination, cast intermittent shadows within the cave. The grinding wheel of the cutting machine whirred rapidly, filling the air with the acrid scent of singed fur as Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully operated the machine to slice up the hide of a mutated beast. After laboriously skinning the creature last time without a means to utilize the hide, he recalled the cutting machine and electric drill he had found at a roadside repair shop during his idle moments. Thus, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to fashion armor from the hide. "Uncle, what are you doing? It smells awful." Yan Kor shifted her gaze from the PSP to Zhang Xiaoqiang. "If you find it stinky, then keep your distance. I'm busy and have no time for you." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied without looking up, meticulously handling the cutting machine. A few minutes later, Yang Ko exclaimed, "Uncle, my stomach hurts." She rubbed her belly while gazing at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Figure it out yourself. I'm not a doctor, and even less a gynecologist." Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to focus on his task. "No, it's just that I need to go to the bathroom," Yang Kor said, slightly embarrassed, her voice softening. "Then why are you standing here? Do you expect me to wipe your bottom?" Zhang Xiaoqiang finally raised his head, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his expression teasing. "You're so disgusting, uncle, you're really gross. Such impure thoughts, how filthy." Yang Kor stood up, hands on her hips, glaring at Zhang Xiaoqiang indignantly. "Humph, compared to you middle schoolers, I am truly pure," Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, feeling a twinge of bitterness within. Zhang Xiaoqiang was a man of traditional values. He had only shed his virginity at the age of 27. Ever since his girlfriend had dumped him, ending their brief, blissful affair of 3 to 4 months, he had been oblivious to the pleasures of the flesh. Countless times, he had found himself clutching bills in his pocket, wandering around the various salons in Wenzhou and the entrances of nightclubs. The sweat from his palms dampened the notes, as his heart wrestled with the resolve to step inside. Yet, whenever he recalled the posters about syphilis and gonorrhea plastered on community bulletin boards, it felt like a cold bucket of ice water had been dumped over him, leaving him teary-eyed as he turned back home, continuing his solitary existence while chatting with the 5th girl from his neighborhood. Ah, the grievances. How many years had it been since he had experienced that? 7 years? Or was it 8? It was hard to keep track. "Uncle, what should we do with this torrential rain outside?" Yang Kor's anxious tone interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's reverie. Normally, they would relieve themselves outside the cave, but today, the rain rendered that impossible, leaving them without a restroom. "Find a spot to handle it. As long as it's not in the passageway, near the puddles, or by the supplies, you can go anywhere." Zhang Xiaoqiang emphasized the 3 rules to Yang Kor. "Then I can only go to the deepest corner? But it's so dark in there, I'm a little scared." Yang Kor hesitated, glancing towards the farthest depths of the platform. "Then hold it in." Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed her. Returning to his work, Yang Kor stood there, wavering for a moment, before ultimately deciding to venture deeper to address her personal matter. Grabbing a flashlight and clutching the PSP, she headed into the depths of the platform. Could it be that Yang Kor possessed the hidden potential of a homebody? Observing her slow, cautious movements, Zhang Xiaoqiang silently scoffed, "That's leftover fun for me." "Uncle, come quickly and see," Yang Kor called out from the depths. Zhang Xiaoqiang was startled by her shrill voice, nearly injuring himself with the cutting machine. "What is there to see with that bony backside of yours? Nonsense," he retorted angrily, standing up. "No, there's a door here." Yang Kor's voice rang out again. "A door? Is the little girl trying to entice me?" Zhang Xiaoqiang mused wickedly, compelled to move towards her. In a corner, a rusted iron door stood quietly against the uneven stone wall, its surface resembling the scales of a serpent, so corroded that it was nearly indistinguishable from the stone itself. Zhang Xiaoqiang wondered how Yang Kor had spotted this door. "Ah, uncle, you have no idea. It was pitch black here. The ground was littered with small stones, making it difficult to walk. I was using one hand to steady myself against the wall when suddenly, I felt the rust and discovered it." "Am I impressive or what?" Yang Kor exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her urgent need. As she knocked on the iron door, it emitted a dull thud, with rust cascading down like rain. The door was secured tightly with a rusted lock that seemed to have fused with it, resembling a solid lump of iron. With a forceful bang, Zhang Xiaoqiang pried the door open with a crowbar, a wave of stale, musty air wafting out. "There's no ventilation in there," he pondered, holding back Yang Kor, who was eager to rush inside. Once the air cleared sufficiently, he turned on his flashlight and stepped inside, with Yang Kor impatiently trailing behind. Just a few steps beyond the iron door, they entered a vast chamber. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the far stone wall, revealing a massive circle of light. The space was expansive, nearly 1,000 square meters, utterly empty except for some long-forgotten slogans etched onto the distant stone. "Salute to the great leader Chairman Mao. All imperialism is a paper tiger. Dig deep and store abundantly." Yang Kor chanted the slogans, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliarity of it all. "Uncle, what does dig deep and store abundantly mean?" she inquired with curiosity. "It means to dig holes when there's nothing to do and to burrow when there's something to do," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied absent-mindedly, having found no immediate benefit from the discovery. Chapter 37. I just want to sleep? Sigh, it has been pouring for 3 consecutive days. When will it finally come to an end? Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented as he gazed at the seemingly endless rain outside the cave. He could only wonder how things would change once the deluge subsided, but surely the zombies would not simply vanish all at once. Shaking his head, he stepped back into the cave. Upon entering, he beheld Yang Kor engaging in her usual antics, with one hand clutching a beast-horn spear slung over her shoulder and the other shielding her forehead. She struck a pose reminiscent of Zhang Xiaoqiang, the Monkey King. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang approach, she fumbled and pretended to thrust the spear forward.
Have you been slacking off while I was away?
Zhang Xiaoqiang scolded her, his voice tinged with irritation. In this apocalyptic world, acquiring skills was tantamount to securing one's survival. Whether one possessed talent was one matter, diligence was another. Without effort, even the greatest gifts would amount to naught. What are you talking about? I merely took a brief rest because my hands were sore. It was really just a moment. Besides, you never notice when I'm putting in the effort, so how could you possibly know if I'm not trying hard enough?
Yang Kor pouted, stamping her foot in playful defiance. All right. Continue practicing, and I shall keep an eye on you.
Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The beast-horn spear she wielded was approximately 1.6 meters in length, nearly matching her petite stature.
Reflecting on her height left Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling disgruntled.
Why is it that the parts that should grow have not, and all the height has gone to her head? It's impossible to find anything pleasing to the eye. After he fashioned a smaller beast-horn spear, it had become a toy for the little girl. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not a stingy person, though Yang Kor was a bit scatterbrained and carefree. She possessed a fundamentally good heart and recognized those who treated her well. She had matured somewhat, yet she still occasionally attempted to charm Zhang Xiaoqiang with her 3-0 figure.
The little girl's flirtations were a torment to Zhang Xiaoqiang.
Each time she teased him, he would recall the image of her washboard physique during the times he had surreptitiously observed her bathing, and his desires would dissipate entirely. It wasn't that he didn't want to. Rather, he found himself unable to respond while grappling with such a figure, and with Yang Kor always nearby, he scarcely had the opportunity to converse with the fifth young lady. The thought alone brought him to the brink of tears. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at the 2 rudimentary leather armors before him and felt a swell of satisfaction. The animal hides had been cut into strips and sewn into the camouflage attire. While it may not stop bullets, it should at least withstand the claws of zombies. Right, he mused silently, though the image of D2 dismantling a luxurious bus flickered through his mind. Except for D2, he resolved that he would keep his distance from D2 in the future.
Isn't it a bit large?
You don't seem quite comfortable in it. Yang Kor remarked as she examined the camouflage outfit adorned with beast skins. The outfit hung loosely on her, evoking the image of a little girl donning her father's clothes.
It is a bit big. I have an idea.
Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through their supplies and produced a utility belt to fasten around Yang Kor's waist, transforming her into a charming little soldier. Yang Kor puffed out her chest, attempting to adjust the belt. It's a bit tight, she complained.
Make do with it. Who told you not to have a waist?
Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes in response. As Yang Kor engaged in some stretching exercises, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of idleness wash over him. After another puff on his cigarette, boredom set in, and an idea struck him that he grabbed a plastic bucket and headed toward the cave entrance. The mouth of the cave, the bucket filled with rainwater. Zhang Xiaoqiang was uncertain whether this decision was prudent. The last time he had tasted the rainwater that splashed into his mouth, it had left him feeling utterly miserable, a sensation he wished never to experience again. Yet, the harrowing encounters he had faced, escaping death repeatedly while being cornered by D2 at the air vent, and riding atop a mutated beast, had ignited within him a fervent desire for strength, for the power to command his own fate, rather than relying on capricious fortune. Carrying the water bucket to the platform, he found Yang Kor beneath the lamp, clumsily sewing her camouflage outfit. It seemed she was dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaoqiang's handiwork. Observing the full bucket of rainwater, Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered how he had managed to collect such a large amount. Perhaps his greed had once again gotten the better of him, treating free resources as something to hoard without restraint. He scooped a ladle of rainwater, staring at it as a fierce internal debate ensued.
To drink or not to drink, this dilemma was deeply troubling.
Just a little, only a tiny sip, he decided, but the sight of the full ladle made it difficult to swallow. Finding a straight-sided cup, he watched as the raindrops dripped slowly from the ladle into the cup, and the painful memories of that dreadful day resurfaced. The scorching heat and biting cold had sent shivers down his spine. By the time he regained his composure, the cup was filled to nearly 8/10 full. Gazing at the cup brimming with rainwater, the minuscule courage he had mustered evaporated like mist. He carelessly set the cup on the makeshift dining table beside the bed. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply, clutching his cigarette as he squatted on the steps, staring blankly at the water pool below. Glug glug. Ha! The sound of Yang Kor drinking and placing the glass on the dining table snapped him from his reverie. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of unease and abruptly turned around. The straight-sided cup was now empty, and Yang Kor was walking toward her little bed, preparing to continue her needlework. Wait! Zhang Xiaoqiang called out, his voice tinged with urgency.
Yang Kor turned, looking at him with confusion.
What's wrong? Why did you take my cup without even asking? He exclaimed, irritation flaring as he scolded the little girl for her recklessness.
Uncle, don't be so petty.
I don't mind at all, so why should you?
Yang Kor replied nonchalantly.
Forget it. Do you feel anything strange? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed on, his concern deepening. Yang Kor appeared puzzled, rubbing her belly, touching her cheek, scratching the back of her head, and finally replied, nope.
There must be something.
Try to feel it again, he persisted. There is nothing, just a tiny bit of sleepiness. Yang Kor rubbed her eyes.
Just feeling sleepy? He could hardly believe it. Yeah, uncle, did you put something in the water? You re so wicked. Yang Kor teased as she climbed into her little bed and burrowed under the covers. Zhang Xiaoqiang intended to speak again, but Yang Kor had already drifted off to sleep. Watching her slumber, he felt a surge of anxiety, preparing to act should she transform unexpectedly. Surely the little girl does not wish to become a monster, he mused silently. He refrained from disturbing her, opting instead to watch over her quietly. Time passed, and suddenly Yang Kor stirred, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to tense up. Gripping the beast horn spear, ready to spring into action, she rolled over, mumbling incomprehensible words in her sleep, scratching her backside before resuming her slumber. It was a false alarm, and Zhang Xiaoqiang gradually relaxed and resumed his vigil. That night, Yang Kor slept soundly while Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself restless. The young girl, despite her tender years, was plagued by numerous quirks, grinding her teeth, snoring, smacking her lips, and drooling. Every sound she made kept him on high alert. The most amusing moment came when, midway through her sleep, an unknown substance oozed from her nose, leading Zhang Xiaoqiang to believe she was beginning to mutate. Yet, as Yang Kor exhaled, the substance transformed into a bubble of mucus, expanding and contracting with her breaths. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he had been transported into a cartoon, observing animated characters in their slumber. After glancing at the clock, he noted that over 8 hours had passed. With dark circles under his eyes, Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer resist the pull of sleep and inadvertently succumbed to slumber. Chapter 38. Uncle, you must take responsibility. Zhang Xiaoqiang, in a state of drowsiness, suddenly felt something teasing the tip of his nose. He attempted to sneeze but found himself unable to do so. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of crescent-shaped, large eyes. The eyes blinked playfully, and a breath of fresh, invigorating air wafted from their owner's mouth, bringing a hint of warmth in the early spring season. Uncle, you are quite amusing. Why are you sleeping on the floor instead of in bed? Yang Kor, her eyes sparkling with mirth, gazed at the bewildered Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was still trying to comprehend the situation. When did you wake up? Zhang Xiaoqiang stammered, finally coming to his senses. Just now. I had such a comfortable sleep yesterday. By the way, uncle, why are you sleeping on the ground? It's quite chilly. Yang Kor continued to press him for answers. Well, you see, I was originally in bed, but halfway through, I rolled off onto the floor, and, that's how it happened. Zhang Xiaoqiang chose to gloss over the fact that Yang Kor had almost transformed into a zombie the previous day. Yang Kor glanced at the neatly stacked bedding 5 meters away from Zhang Xiaoqiang and then back at him, her confusion evident. Humph. Uncle, do you take me for a fool? Do you really expect me to believe that you rolled all the way from there to here and then sat up to sleep? She scoffed, her expression one of cleverness. Never mind. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Tell me, do you feel any difference compared to usual? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, tension creeping into his voice as he studied Yang Kor's youthful face. Difference? Yang Kor scratched her head, tilting it in contemplation while Zhang Xiaoqiang observed her closely, not missing a single detail. Do you feel extremely hungry, as if you could devour an entire cow? He prompted. Not at all. Yang Kor replied, staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Then do you feel any pain throughout your body? The kind that seeps to the bone? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed on, unwilling to relent. Still nothing. Yang Kor responded, perplexed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's odd behavior, yet instinctively cooperating. Do you not sense a force swirling around you, ready to unleash little fireballs or ice arrows at a mere gesture? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a chill run down his spine. Had a night of unease been for naught? Uncle, did you dream of traveling through time while you slept yesterday? Would you like me to cast a powerful forbidden spell to turn all the monsters in the world to dust? Yang Kor suspected Zhang Xiaoqiang had not yet fully awakened. Seriously, is there anything amiss with you? If not, then just find something wrong. Zhang Xiaoqiang snapped, his irritation evident, though he was unsure whether to be angry at Yang Kor or himself for being caught in this predicament. Nothing is wrong. Why are you getting so worked up? Well, does wanting to go to the bathroom count? Yang Kor replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt utterly defeated. As Yang Kor resolved her personal matters at the cave's bottom, he gazed at the upright cup in his hand, filled halfway with clear rainwater. It appeared pristine, indistinguishable from pure drinking water. Could it merely be a placebo effect? Zhang Xiaoqiang, somewhat skeptical, took a sip of the rainwater. It's a bit bland, and somewhat astringent, he commented, smacking his lips in evaluation. Why can't I fall asleep? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, lying on the bed and staring at the cave ceiling. While the little girl drank and drifted into slumber, he remained wide awake. Was it truly a case of different strokes for different folks? Oh dear, this is so painful. Uncle, did you give me laxatives yesterday? Yang Kor emerged, rubbing her stomach with a distressed expression. In a short span, she had made 3 trips to the cave's bottom. Gurgle, gurgle, sounds emanated from Yang Kor's stomach. Ah, here it comes again. If this continues, my intestines will surely burst forth. Woo-woo, she wailed, rushing back to the cave's bottom. Zhang Xiaoqiang, bewildered by the scene, suddenly felt his own stomach rumble. Am I also afflicted? He exclaimed, jumping from the bed and hastily grabbing a roll of toilet paper as he chased after Yang Kor. Hey! Can't you see I'm here? Yang Kor shouted, squatting in a corner with her back to the stone wall. Emergency, I'm also experiencing diarrhea, just bear with it. Zhang Xiaoqiang, unfazed, unbuckled his belt and squatted down facing Yang Kor. But, I'm a girl.
Can't you find somewhere else to solve this? She protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment.
Would you prefer I relieve myself on your bed or on the rice?
Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted defiantly, then, without further ado, let nature take its course, unleashing a powerful stench that filled the small space.
Feeling better? More comfortable?
Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he had shed a heavy burden, oblivious to the foul odor surrounding him.
Humph.
Yang Kor, pulling up her pants, dashed outside as Zhang Xiaoqiang paid her huff no mind, lost in thought. Did she leave without wiping? A few minutes later, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to rise, Yang Kor rushed back in and squatted down opposite him.
Did you not realize there is a man present?
Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, momentarily forgetting his earlier shamelessness.
Would you prefer I relieve myself on your bed or on the rice? Yang Kor quickly mimicked him.
Zhang Xiaoqiang bolted toward the platform, only to hear Yang Kor call out, "Uncle, you forgot to wipe." In a fit of surprise, Zhang Xiaoqiang stumbled and fell to the ground. Thus, the two of them engaged in a comical exchange at the cave's bottom, continuing until they could no longer bear it, their bodies exhausted and their dignity in tatters. As they sat weakly on their respective beds, Yang Kor hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something. Zhang Xiaoqiang, enduring the lingering discomfort, contemplated, could the rainwater have contained some toxic substance? Suddenly, Yang Kor's voice broke through his thoughts. Uncle. Since you saw that, you must take responsibility, she proclaimed, her face drawn in a pitiful expression.
Didn't you see I was preoccupied at that moment? Who had the time to pay attention to you?
Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed, thinking, you expect me to take responsibility? Who will take responsibility for me? No, that's not it, I've never let my husband see that.
Yang Kor clarified. Still not seen, you've done it but not seen it?
Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, clearly incredulous. Really, I swear. With my ex-husband, I helped him in the carriage. They say women feel pain when they are touched there. Yang Kor explained, squatting and drawing circles on the ground, looking quite aggrieved.
They? Who are they?
Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, intrigued. They are the older sisters I live with, just upstairs.
Weren't you just saying you were pregnant?
Zhang Xiaoqiang questioned, puzzled. Yes, they told me that if a man releases that thing on a woman, she will get pregnant, and if she doesn't want to, she must use protection. Since I got that on my hand, I will definitely get pregnant.
Yang Kor seemed to realize something and became restless. Little sister, have you never read about physiology in your biology textbook?
Zhang Xiaoqiang asked earnestly.
Those sisters didn't explain it clearly. I thought pregnancy and the arrival of a girl as time were not directly related.
Zhang Xiaoqiang mused in frustration. Others say, if you don't score well in biology for the middle school exam, it's not important, you can skip it.
Yang Kor still didn't grasp the connection between pregnancy and biology.
Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless.
Chapter 39. Oh dear,
my back lying quietly on the bed and gazing at the ceiling, Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, another day has passed, how many days has it been since I left home?
Feeling a twinge of boredom, he lamented, why did I have to drink that glass of water yesterday? The memory of the chaotic day spent with Yang Kor made him wince.
Good morning, uncle.
Yang Kor radiantly stood at the foot of the bed, greeting Zhang Xiaoqiang with her cheerful demeanor.
Utilizing the slivers of light streaming through the crevices of the stone wall, Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted to assess Yang Kor, who appeared somewhat different from her usual self, an indescribable feeling lingering in the air. As always, her hair was tied in a ponytail, cascading behind her right ear, the strands fluffy and her raven-black locks shimmering, her large eyes, crescent-shaped, sparkled with mischief, while her dainty nose crinkled slightly. Her rose-tinted lips revealed a set of delicate, porcelain-like silver teeth, which peeked out as she smiled. Her smooth, oval face showcased two dimples, and although she had not applied blush, a healthy, natural flush graced her cheeks, complemented by a subtly protruding chin that resembled a vibrant sunflower. Clad in a camouflage outfit, she embodied the spirit of a spirited young soldier. Today, Yang Kor shone like a sunflower, dazzling Zhang Xiaoqiang to the point of dizziness. What a disgrace, he scorned himself, wondering how, despite having perused countless adult films and being a seasoned veteran in the realm of beauty, he could be so entranced by this young girl.
Wow! Uncle, you seem to have become younger today.
Yang Kor exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new world.
Really? Zhang Xiaoqiang stroked his chin, delighted.
Could it be that rainwater has rejuvenating properties? He mused inwardly.
Indeed.
You used to look as old as my father, but now you resemble my uncle.
Yang Kor asserted with conviction, searching for a small mirror to demonstrate her point.
Zhang Xiaoqiang felt profoundly struck.
His title had now been downgraded from uncle to uncle in a more casual sense.
I am not a creepy uncle, he silently protested. If you keep this up, you might just transform from uncle to brother.
Yang Kor added with a playful tone.
Brother? Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind flickered with the lyrics of an old song. Sister, boldly move ahead, do not look back, on the road that leads to heaven, 9909. Sister, boldly move ahead, do not look back, on the road that leads to heaven, 9909. Sister, boldly move ahead, do not look back, from now on, you shall build that red embroidered tower, scattering red embroidered balls, right on my head, let's share a jar of red sorghum wine. Uncle, look.
Yang Kor interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's reverie, having produced a small mirror to show him.
He. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at his reflection, a youthful face grinning back at him. Before the apocalypse, he had been a listless, plump boy with vacant eyes. Now, he appeared to be a young man of approximately 27 or 28, with smooth, fair skin and a hint of charm, accentuated by a stubbly chin that exuded a touch of masculinity. Stroking his chin, he marveled at his reflection, exclaiming, "Being young feels wonderful." "Uncle, when are we having lunch? I'm starving."
Yang Kor interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's self-admiration once more.
Swish, swish of the spatula danced up and down in the iron wok, sought ing smoked meat and cabbage, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, awakening the cravings in Zhang Xiaoqiang's stomach. A pot of white rice and a large plate of smoked meat stir-fried with cabbage were neatly arranged on the simple dining table, as Yang Kor swiftly picked up the lean meat, disdainfully ignoring the fatty pieces.
Zhang Xiaoqiang watched in frustration, feeling equally disheartened.
"I like lean meat too," he sidily cried out, having reached his limit. Zhang Xiaoqiang piled all the lean meat onto his plate, savoring it slowly.
"Uncle, how could you do this?" Yang Kor exclaimed, clearly upset, her gaze fierce, akin to a peasant looking at the oppressive landlord, as if she were about to squash Zhang Xiaoqiang like a cockroach. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unfazed, steadfast in the face of the tumultuous storm, until Yang Kor's burning gaze made his skin flush.
"Alas, my skin is not thick enough," he mused, shaking his head as he placed a piece of fatty meat onto Yang Kor's plate, casually remarking, "Children shouldn't be picky eaters.
Stingy, miserly, shameless.
I'll poke you to death." Yang Kor muttered, poking the fatty meat in her bowl with her chopsticks. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained indifferent, focusing solely on his meal, when a crisp crack echoed from Yang Kor's hand. Looking up, he was left in awed. A pair of chopsticks had pierced through the fatty meat and rice, emerging from the bottom of the bowl. Yang Kor, releasing her grip, stared blankly at her right hand, while Zhang Xiaoqiang gaped, his mouth agape, as rice grains tumbled from the corners of his lips. "It's the bowl's fault."
Yang Kor pouted, turning to Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Uncle, look. This stick is too flimsy," she declared, holding up a broken beast-horn spear. "Nonsense, you must have broken it intentionally, how would I know?" Zhang Xiaoqiang suspected this was Yang Kor's revenge for forcing her to eat fatty meat. "Oh, really? If you don't believe me, watch." Yang Kor raised the spear, and with a flick of her fingers, crack, the spear broke again. Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped in disbelief. "Try lifting a sack of rice," he suggested, standing beside the grain pile. "Uncle, you're bullying me again. How can I lift something so heavy?" Yang Kor complained as she approached the grain pile and attempted to lift a bag of rice. The bag, weighing over 100 pounds, floated effortlessly in her embrace, like a balloon held to her chest. Yang Kor seemed puzzled, gripping the bag's corner and twirling it in the air. "Uncle, is it filled with cotton?" she inquired, doubtful. "That's not right, throw it over here and let me see." Zhang Xiaoqiang soon regretted his decision. The bag of rice, propelled by the wind, collided forcefully with him, knocking him to the ground. "Ouch, my back!" Zhang Xiaoqiang cried out, trapped beneath the bag. "Haha, uncle, do you think I'd become a superhero?" "Hee, a female superhero, I'm a salted egg superhero, ha ha ha," Yang Kor exclaimed, her delight causing her to apply greater pressure. "Hey, be gentle, do you want to crush me?" Zhang Xiaoqiang called out, lying on the bed as Yang Kor attempted to massage his sore back. Chapter 40 of The Sun has emerged. Why is this happening? Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, tears brimming in his eyes as he observed Yang Kor frolicking on the platform. He was engulfed in frustration and inner turmoil. Although his back injury from the previous day had significantly healed, his strength and agility had not improved markedly. He could barely muster an increase of 2 to 3%. In other words, his strength was on par with a D-type zombie, and his agility could rival that of an S-type. Yet, what was the use of this? Previously, the act of slaying D-types and S-types had been no different from dispatching small fry. Encountering a D2 was still child's play even when faced with mutated beasts. Would he have to revert to being a crazed cowboy once more? Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to wallow in self-pity, resenting the fact that while Yang Kor had transformed into a veritable Popeye, he merely remained an indestructible cockroach. How was it fair that the girl had gained immense strength simply by indulging in a refreshing slumber and making a few trips to the restroom, while he had endured relentless torment and anguish, reduced to a mere shell of a man? And to add insult to injury, he suffered from the adverse effects of injury-induced starvation. Is it possible that my name is inauspicious? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. It must be that cursed Tang Bohuadat's Zhou Xiang. An invisible cloud of resentment swirled ominously around him, heavy with discontent. Alas! Oh! Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply, resigning himself to his fate. And no matter how unfortunate his name might be, it was still a gift from his parents, accompanying him for over 30 years. Despite being teased by classmates during school and facing rejection during blind dates, he had managed to survive until now. After all, those long-lost classmates, the girls, had likely turned into zombies by now. Uncle, stop sighing. Don't worry, I will protect you. Yang Kor declared, striding over with an air of pride. The girl held her head high, her gaze seemingly fixed on the ceiling, her small chest puffed out, and her quail-like eggs tightly bound by her camouflage attire. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt even more disheartened at the sight of Yang Kor, who resembled a proud little peacock. Rest assured, uncle. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I will take care of them. If you want to pick on someone, I'll join you. Yang Kor assured him, thumping her small chest to emphasize her promise. Now that's somewhat amusing. At least my efforts haven't been in vain. There is a spark of conscience. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a flicker of comfort in his heart, but then a troubling thought crossed his mind, am I not becoming a mere sponge? The man's pride was bruised, having to rely on a young girl. Just a little smile from you, and you treat it as love. A touch of sunshine, and you consider it brilliance? Look at yourself now, have you practiced today? Zhang Xiaoqiang assumed the role of the wise elder, imparting wisdom to the somewhat naive girl. What are you talking about? Now that I've grown stronger, surely I can ease up on the practice a bit. Yang Kor retorted, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Can an ant, no matter how strong, compete with a cat? What sort of attitude is this? Are you lifting your tail in defiance? Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished her, his expression filled with exasperation. Reluctantly, Yang Kor shuffled off to train, muttering, no matter how much an ant trains, it can never surpass a cat. Such ignorance, such poor metaphors. What are you mumbling about? Don't think I can't hear you, hurry up. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly bellowed from behind her. I wasn't saying anything, you're so annoying, you sound less like an uncle and more like an old aunt. Yang Kor complained as she wielded her beast horn spear, crafted from rebar, practicing her stabbing techniques. Little rascal, are you trying to play with me? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a twinge of pride. It seemed the adage about the diligent being rewarded held some truth. He soon found himself sinking back into melancholy, reminding himself that a man should not hide beneath a woman's skirt. A man must stand tall. Zhang Xiaoqiang steeled himself, reflecting on the details from the previous day. The cup of rainwater that girl drank was 8/10 full, mine was only 5/10. Could it be that the dosage was insufficient? He believed he had unearthed the reason and eagerly dashed toward the water bucket. Why isn't there any reaction? I don't feel sleepy, nor do I have any urge to relieve myself, I feel nothing at all. Sitting on the bed with a roll of toilet paper in hand, Zhang Xiaoqiang awaited a response, but reality proved harsh. There was no reaction whatsoever. Is it only effective for women? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a deep sense of anguish, experiencing the pain of being inferior even to women. Could it be that it only works the first time? Zhang Xiaoqiang was beset by frustration, overwhelmed by a feeling of being dominated by women. His belief in traditional masculinity was the one principle he held dear and had fought for throughout his life. Previously, he had lacked opportunity, but now, having finally tasted the exhilaration of being a man through Yang Kor, he found himself crushed by the weight of reality. Being a man is no easy feat, especially when striving to be a steadfast gentleman. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented incessantly. Ha, ha, ha. Yang Kor diligently practiced her stabbing techniques on the platform, sweat beading on her forehead and glistening as it trickled down her cheeks to her chin before dripping with each movement. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched her in a daze, relinquishing any hopes of the peculiar rainwater. It was evident that the rainwater's effect only worked the first time. While Yang Kor had gained immense strength and beauty, he had merely obtained the latter. Although he too had experienced enhancements in strength and speed, in comparison to Yang Kor, they were negligible. In a world like this, one cannot rely on looks to survive. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed his newfound youth with disdain. Even if he had undergone cosmetic changes, he could never attain the standards of a pretty boy, not to mention that there were no wealthy women to be found in this apocalypse. Rainwater was indeed a marvelous substance. The first drop had made him feel as if he were a soldier of the 8th Route Army tortured by the Japanese, while even the slightest amount almost led him to his demise. The second drop felt more akin to a weight loss tea. Aside from a slight discomfort, it was otherwise tolerable, and downing a large cup posed no issue. It seemed to be a miraculous remedy designed specifically for humanity. Oh, darling. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, feeling a sense of glee upon realizing that he still had a substantial amount of rainwater left. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to store it away for later. Gazing at the half-filled plastic jug of rainwater, he felt it was still insufficient. Even if he had no use for it, he could always save it for his son. The thought of his son made Zhang Xiaoqiang sigh once more. Where on earth is his mother? That little girl, with her slender frame, he chose to set that matter aside for now. Good things are never too plentiful. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted the large bucket, preparing to fetch more, and upon seeing the perspiring Yang Kor, the spirit of the homebody descended upon him. The motto of a recluse was, if you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit. If you can avoid exertion, do so resolutely. After all, she is strong, why not take advantage of it? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no qualms about exploiting the labor of a child. He called for Yang Kor to carry 2 large plastic jugs as they made their way toward the cave entrance. Clang! The plastic bucket fell to the ground, spinning a few times before rolling aside. Oh! The sun has come out, I haven't seen the sun in ages. Yang Kor exclaimed joyfully, standing in the sunlight. For nearly 4 months since the apocalypse had begun, the sky had been shrouded in gloom, with dense, obscure clouds sparing not even a sliver of light, rendering the world even more desolate. Now that the rain had ceased, the sun had emerged, its golden rays illuminating the earth in a radiant glow. The warm sunlight enveloped Zhang Xiaoqiang, yet a chill crept into his heart. Could it be that men truly bring misfortune upon themselves when they engage with that substance? Why is everything so amiss? As he watched Yang Kor reveling in the sunlight, a children's book flashed through his mind. The sun has emerged, and the little girl smiles in the sunshine. Chapter 41. What is it? The air was thick with suffocating waves of heat, the sun blazed fiercely as if it were the height of summer in April. This unseasonable climate inflicted a devastating blow on the vegetation of the season. The new buds hanging from the branches along the roadside drooped lifelessly, while the tender green grass that had recently adorned the wilderness had withered back to a desolate yellow, collapsing to the ground in silent protest against the scorching sun above.
Zhang Xiaoqiang piloted a three-wheeled agricultural vehicle along the asphalt road, clad in a camouflage outfit. The fabric, from collar to cuffs and waist to back, was drenched with sweat, and the hot wind that met his face offered no relief, only a stifling and oppressive sensation. The clothing, soaked and then dried only to become damp again, was adorned with patches of salt crystals. Yang Kor sat in the back compartment, loudly lamenting the heat, her camouflage attire tossed aside, revealing her smooth, bare torso adorned with a chest wrap. Clutching a piece of cardboard scavenged from somewhere, she fanned herself, her bare feet perched atop a sack of rice. The space around her was filled with provisions, cooking utensils, and clothing. Today marked the third day since the rain had ceased, and the second since Zhang Xiaoqiang and her had departed from the cave. Before their departure, Zhang Xiaoqiang had pulled Yang Kor to block the passage to the supply platform with gravel. Only those familiar with the area would ever discover the hidden provisions behind the mound. He had also carefully concealed the remaining half-jug of rainwater deep within the cave. As they prepared to embark on their exploration of the apocalyptic world, Yang Kor felt a pang of reluctance. Though the cave was rudimentary and poorly lit, it offered safety and comfort. The supplies they had painstakingly transported back together felt like a little nest they had built with their own hands.
We will return, Zhang Xiaoqiang assured Yang Kor, but as he climbed into the vehicle, he mused, without a computer, without the internet, without the allure of beautiful women, who would want to come back? It's so hot. It's so hot, it's so hot. Yang Kor cried out from the back, as if her vocal lamentations could chase away the heat enveloping her. The significant loss of moisture made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel a bit lightheaded. His salt-encrusted, half-dry clothing clung uncomfortably to his body, and Yang Kor's incessant wails filled his ears with a dull buzzing. Creak! Zhang Xiaoqiang halted the vehicle and shouted at Yang Kor, "Stop the noise, it's unbearable." Yang Kor fell silent, but the cardboard she was waving shook more vigorously, expressing her discontent. Zhang Xiaoqiang reached for an empty plastic bottle in the driver's compartment and handed it to her. "Fill this with water and add some salt." His throat felt parched, as if seared by flames, and his voice came out hoarse. "Uncle! It's so hot, let's find a place to rest. Aren't you hot too, please?" Yang Kor, unbothered by her scant attire, swayed her hips and pleaded with Zhang Xiaoqiang, her fair skin flushed from the heat, resembling a ripe apple. Zhang Xiaoqiang disregarded the tempting sight before him, and when Yang Kor passed him the water bottle, he drank greedily until not a single drop remained. "Uncle, please, I might suffer from heatstroke. Look at the red spots forming on my skin." Yang Kor persisted in her pleas. "I'm the one driving and I'm not complaining, yet you, sitting in the back, are making all this fuss." Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed at Yang Kor, reflecting on how today's young girls seem unable to endure hardship. He recalled how, during past job hunts, he would cycle all day in the sweltering heat, quenching his thirst with roadside tap water when he could not afford a drink. "Humph. Regardless, I am to be your future wife. Is this how you treat your beloved? If you don't relent, I'll strip and stand on the roof, without even my underpants, and let us see who suffers." Yang Kor began to throw a tantrum, shaking her little fist at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Although she had whimsically added the title of fiancée, her threat hit its mark. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, that little girl might actually go through with it. If someone were to see, it would be a great embarrassment. Though Yang Kor's figure may not be perfect now, she certainly has the potential to blossom in the future. After nurturing her with care for so long, the thought of someone else stealing her away would be heartbreaking. Zhang Xiaoqiang momentarily forgot how he usually bullied Yang Kor. All right, I yield. Let us find somewhere to rest." Zhang Xiaoqiang conceded, realizing the temperature was indeed unbearable and that he craved a moment of respite. "Oh, victory, all imperial ambitions are but paper tigers." Yang Kor exclaimed triumphantly, echoing slogans from the cave, only to quiet down upon noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's displeased expression. Not far from the roadside stood a robust evergreen tree, its trunk so thick that 3 people could not encircle it. Its massive crown provided a welcome shade, instantly bringing a sense of relief. Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly maneuvered the vehicle beneath the tree. Before it had even come to a complete stop, the little girl leaped out, brandishing her horn spear. The cool shade enveloped her and dispelled much of her discomfort from the heat, prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to exhale a sigh of relief as he prepared to exit the vehicle. Suddenly, a lithe figure dropped from the treetops and lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang. He had just begun to rise, one foot still in the driver's compartment and the other dangling in the air, utterly unprepared for the incoming threat. All he could see were a pair of crimson eyes and a mouth full of white fangs aimed at his throat, his mind blank, his body rigid, even unable to close his eyes. Smack! Yang Kor, with remarkable swiftness, swung her horn spear, striking the creature with a forceful blow. Bang! It was akin to a hammer smashing a watermelon. The creature's head exploded under the tremendous power of the spear, sending its eyeballs, brain matter, blood, and shattered bones raining down from the sky. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could catch his breath, another figure leaped from the tree crown, launching itself at him. With her spear's thrust expended, Yang Kor could only sweep the weapon sideways, but its diminished power lacked the strength to deter the creature. It deftly evaded the blow in midair, repositioned itself, and continued its assault on Zhang Xiaoqiang. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Xiaoqiang reacted swiftly, pushing off the seat with his right foot and leaping backward just as the creature lunged at him. Bang! Smack! Zhang Xiaoqiang and the creature collided to the ground, the impact nearly knocking the wind out of him, making it difficult to breathe. The creature, like a spring-loaded mechanism, sprang back up upon hitting the ground, lunging once more for Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang had yet to fully sit up when the creature was already upon him. He lifted his left arm to shield his throat, his only thought being, I must not let it bite my neck. As it sank its fangs into the sleeve of his left arm, Zhang Xiaoqiang exerted force, driving the creature forcefully into the ground, then pressing his entire weight down upon it. With its scarlet eyes, ivory fangs, and round head, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself face to face with the creature, a pungent, animalistic stench assaulting his senses, causing tears to well up in his eyes. With his weight pinning it down, Zhang Xiaoqiang clenched his right fist and began to rain blows upon the creature's head, one after another, until he lost count. His knuckles were bloodied and bruised, skin torn, with glimpses of bone beneath, while the creature's head became a gruesome mess, its original form barely recognizable. Only when he felt the creature beneath him go still did Zhang Xiaoqiang exhale deeply, lying on the ground and gazing up at the tree canopy, gasping for breath. Chapter 42. Wow! How adorable! Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly beneath the shade of a tree, gazing up at the sky, his breath coming in rapid bursts as his chest rose and fell. His right hand throbbed with a dull ache, the sensation oscillating between numbness and pain, crashing upon him like relentless waves, as if it were being fried in a pot of hot oil. Paying no heed to the agony in his hand, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to stare at the heavens, seemingly unable to shake off the tumult of the recent skirmish. The brief but intense battle had sapped much of his strength, leaving him too weary to even wiggle his fingers while sprawled on the ground. It was then that a cherubic face appeared before him, adorned with a playful smile. Uncle, you're so pathetic. I killed mine in an instant, while you took ages to finish yours. Besides, the one you killed seems even smaller than mine. Yang Kor squatted beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes in response. Easier said than done. Does that little girl possess some kind of divine aura? Why do these creatures only come after me and not her? Yang Kor knelt beside him, tending to his injured hand while Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned death, lost in thought beneath the dense canopy above. My luck is truly abysmal. Before encountering Yang Kor, things were bad enough, but ever since, misfortune has followed me relentlessly. I nearly fell victim to a mutated beast while camping at night, was almost strangled in that little building, nearly choked on rainwater, and now, even trying to cool off, I almost got bitten by that creature. Is it possible that this little girl is cursed? Being around her brings nothing but bad luck, Zhang Xiaoqiang mused as he scrutinized the busy little girl before him. Upon noticing his gaze, Yang Kor looked up and beamed at him, her fair cheeks flushed from the warmth nearby, resembling a delectable red apple. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled like a tranquil pond, twinkling with starlight, complemented by her two dimples and small canine teeth, rendering her irresistibly adorable at that moment. Instantly, Zhang Xiaoqiang's introverted heart was set ablaze by her charm, filling him with an overwhelming sense of affection. This little girl is mine. No one shall take her from me. He swore an oath to the deity of introverts. Ouch, be gentler, you're bandaging me, not preparing a pig's trotter. Zhang Xiaoqiang's reverie was interrupted by the sharp pain in his hand, leading him to grumble at Yang Kor. Alright. I know, it's not my fault, I've never done this before. Besides, who told you to get yourself into such a mess? You should take better care of yourself. Yang Kor retorted, softening her touch, her tone reminiscent of a wife chiding her husband. In truth, Zhang Xiaoqiang secretly relished her playful complaints. Having lived alone for many years had rendered him somewhat reclusive, but now, the little girl's antics seemed to breathe life back into his spirit. As Yang Kor clumsily tended to his wounds, applying ointment and wrapping them in gauze, Zhang Xiaoqiang lay beneath the shade, savoring the coolness of the ground. Even the pain in his hand seemed to fade as he lost himself in the momentary tranquility. Uncle, all done. Are you satisfied? Yang Kor's voice shattered this rare moment of peace. Huh, so soon? Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented. Yes, quick, take a look at my handiwork. Yang Kor urged, eager for his praise. What could he say? Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand now bore the appearance of a weathered relic, swathed in bandages that resembled an underdeveloped wild pear, with uneven bulges and depressions. 3 patches of gauze indicated that Yang Kor had missed some spots while overcompensating in others. The layers upon layers of gauze made his hand feel as if it had gained considerable weight. Adorned with no bows or lipstick marks, the little girl had scrawled clumsily with a red marker, produced by Kor, accompanied by a heart symbol that resembled a counterfeit seal. Acceptable, though you mustn't become complacent. Keep striving for improvement, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, suppressing a smile as he feigned seriousness in his praise. Got it. Yang Kor replied, visibly pleased. But, uncle, it seems we've run out of gauze, she exclaimed, glancing at the makeshift bandage on his arm. Yes, I'll figure something out. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied impassively, inwardly lamenting, that's at least a pound of gauze. Feeling sufficiently rested, Zhang Xiaoqiang rose to his feet, only to find that his left sleeve had been shredded into tatters by the creature's bite, and the hide lining was riddled with small punctures. A chill coursed through him as he realized that the beast's teeth had easily penetrated what could withstand a military knife. Had it bitten him directly, his flesh and bones would have surely suffered. He silently thanked himself for not being lazy and neglecting to reinforce his clothing with the hide. Approaching the carcass of the creature, he examined it closely. It was roughly the size of a rural dog, with a long, slender body and disproportionate short, stout legs, creating a rather peculiar appearance. One head had been smashed into a bloody pulp by Yang Kor, leaving only the jaw and neck intact. The other, which Zhang Xiaoqiang had dispatched with a punch, bore a somewhat rounded shape. Its bushy tail was long and thick, almost half the length of its body, resembling an African mongoose. Uncle, what is this creature? Yang Kor inquired curiously, poking at the body with a beast horn spear.
It looks familiar. If it were smaller, it would resemble the weasels that rural folk often use to steal chickens. Some places even call them yellow immortals. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled seeing a weasel skin hanging on the wall at his uncle's house when he was young.
Can we eat it? Yang Kor seemed eager to try the wild fare. I'm not sure. It should be edible, I think.
Zhang Xiaoqiang replied uncertainly, recalling that his father had never hunted a weasel.
Do weasels bite? Why was it in a tree? Can they climb? Yang Kor bombarded Zhang Xiaoqiang with questions, treating him as if he were a walking encyclopedia. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left feeling exasperated.
With a small knife she had found, Yang Kor showed no aversion to the creature's foul-smelling blood and began skinning it, demonstrating a potential knack for becoming a skilled cook. Zhang Xiaoqiang, with his right hand cradled against his chest, watched Yang Kor at work. Feeling a sense of comfort, however, he couldn't help but wonder where she kept producing these odd items from, reminiscent of a character from a cartoon, constantly pulling out peculiar treasures. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched squeaks echoed from the tree above, capturing both their attention. Yang Kor gripped her spear tightly, while Zhang Xiaoqiang crouched behind her, feigning an I'm-injured demeanor. The squeaks persisted, calling out with a hint of urgency. Moments later, 3 round little heads peeked out from the tree trunk, 3 small weasels, slightly larger than mice, gazing down with bright eyes.
Wow! How adorable!
Yang Kor exclaimed excitedly, causing the trio of little weasels to retreat in fright at her sudden outburst.
Could it be that we have entered their territory, prompting them to attack?
Zhang Xiaoqiang began to piece together the situation.
Chapter 43. Yang Kor loses her temper. What is this? Why can't I take those adorable little creatures with me? It's not as if I can't care for them. Yang Kor incessantly complained from the back of the vehicle, questioning Zhang Xiaoqiang's refusal to bring along the 3 little yellow weasels.
Zhang Xiaoqiang, adopting the posture of a one-armed hero, navigated the tricycle at a pace barely exceeding 20 miles per hour. His stance was awkward, and he felt quite unaccustomed to it. Yet, given the uncertainty of the area and the potential presence of other mutated beasts, he had no choice but to drive while injured. Though he had considered teaching Yang Kor how to drive, her newfound confidence after her transformation into a strong sailor made him wary. Who knew if she might turn the tricycle into a racing vehicle? Thus, he resigned himself to the adage that those capable must bear the burden, taking the lead despite his injuries.
Hey, uncle, are you even listening to me? Yang Kor pressed on, noticing that Zhang Xiaoqiang was nearly focused on driving in silence.
Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to ignore her, his left hand steering the vehicle, a task that required a modicum of skill, even on the simplest of agricultural machines.
Zhang Xiaoqiang. You've looked, you've touched, what's the matter? Are you denying it now?
Yang Kor began to throw a tantrum when Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to disregard her. With a resigned squeak, Zhang Xiaoqiang halted the tricycle and turned back to face her. Yang Kor was holding a pair of binoculars, playfully observing him. 3 days without discipline, and she thinks she can climb the walls. It seems I must teach her a lesson. Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated how to make Yang Kor understand the significance of the flower's vibrant hue, his eyes ablaze with indignation, his left fist clenching and unclenching in a repetitive motion, his chest puffed up as if inflating, ready to burst forth at any moment. Yet, undeterred by his impending explosion, Yang Kor simply continued to observe him through the binoculars. After a prolonged silence, his inflated chest deflated like a punctured tire. And now, as someone partially incapacitated, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself unable to reprimand Yang Kor, his heart filled with a mixture of sorrow and frustration.
You say I've looked? Fine, even if I have, when did I ever touch you?
Zhang Xiaoqiang began to reason with her, resorting to logic in lieu of force.
Of course you did. Remember that day when your back went out, and you asked me for a massage?
I touched you for quite a while. How can that not count?
Yang Kor retorted, adopting a defiant stance. Come on, if that's the case, does that mean if I wash my feet, I'm bringing home a bride?
Zhang Xiaoqiang's anger surged. How could she be so unreasonable at such a young age? What would become of the future? Yang Kor said nothing, one hand holding the binoculars while the other pointed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, gesturing up and down.
Are you looking to spar with me?
Come on, today you'll experience the family discipline of the Zhang clan. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to confront the audacious girl, bracing himself to teach her a lesson, even at the risk of further injury.
No, no. Not that. There's someone over there.
Yang Kor stammered, pointing behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang snatched the binoculars from her and directed his gaze where she indicated ahead. The main road connected to a side street, and about 200 meters down that path lay a small factory, its outer walls obscuring the details within. On top of a building, unclear whether it was a workshop or a warehouse, a figure waved a red banner, seemingly attempting to attract attention.
What do you think? Zhang Xiaoqiang sought Yang Kor's opinion, recognizing his own compromised state as the only hope rested with her. Let us observe for now.
Don't worry, I won't be seduced away by some pretty boy.
Yang Kor seemed to understand Zhang Xiaoqiang's cautious nature. The tricycle came to a stop over 200 meters from the factory's entrance, as both Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor took turns scanning the area with their binoculars and aiming their crossbow.
The small factory comprised 3 workshops, 2 warehouses, and a 3-story office building, which appeared to also serve as dormitory quarters, with various garments hanging from the windows, exposed to the elements.
A man clad in an indistinct suit stood atop one of the warehouses, fervently waving the banner, seemingly welcoming their arrival. Uncle, what should we do? Should I charge in? Yang Kor was eager to engage. Wait.
Zhang Xiaoqiang responded tersely, choosing his words carefully.
Wait? Yang Kor questioned, puzzled.
Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his right hand, wrapped in bandages, to signal for patience. Yang Kor appeared to grasp the concept, albeit with some uncertainty. Noticing her lack of response, Zhang Xiaoqiang reminded her, "Do you remember the last time I used your thing to lure zombies into the river?"
Oh dear. Why do you have to bring that up, so embarrassing?
Yang Kor blushed and lowered her head, only to lift it again, her eyes sparkling with intrigue.
I thought only women would use that. I didn't realize men could too.
Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly rolled under the vehicle at her question, deeply aware of the chasm and their shared experiences. A joke flitted through his mind. A man, troubled by his inability to grow a beard, sought surgery to implant one. The doctor, lacking suitable hair, transplanted some from the man's wife. Later, the doctor returned to ask how the man felt. The man replied, "Everything is fine, except for a few days each month when I get nosebleeds. My right hand is injured. The scent of blood will attract the zombies."
Zhang Xiaoqiang patiently explained, internally lamenting, "I fear not the wolf-like adversary, but rather the pig-like companion." This time, Yang Kor truly understood, her face falling as she muttered, "Why is it that only women can engage in that? It's so frustrating."
As they spoke, zombies began to emerge from the factory in succession. An S-type zombie led the pack, followed by 2 D-types, with a throng of ordinary zombies trailing behind.
The S-type appeared well-fed, nearing its evolution to S2, standing about 1.
4 meters tall with arms extending to its shins, resembling a gibbon. This S-type was swifter than any Zhang Xiaoqiang had previously encountered, quickly distancing itself from the others. Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped Yang Kor, who was about to leap from the vehicle, and cautioned her fervently, "Whatever you do, do not let the zombies harm you."
Filled with confidence, Yang Kor nodded nonchalantly and jumped down to confront the threat.
Zhang Xiaoqiang, however, harbored little faith in her abilities. The S-type's speed was alarming, and he had little assurance of his own capacity to face it. Resolving to act, he bit down hard and tore open the bandage on his hand, delivering a powerful punch to the vehicle's wall. The freshly closed wound split open again, crimson blood seeping forth rapidly. The S-type, detecting the fresh scent of blood before engaging with Yang Kor, abandoned her and lunged directly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. With a resounding thud, the S-type zombie soared through the air like a lightweight scarecrow, spiraling before crashing to the ground. As it passed by Yang Kor, she struck it with her beast-horn spear at the waist, sending its upper body spinning 180 degrees before it was hurled away.
Not satisfied with her current feat, Yang Kor eagerly sprinted towards the D-type zombies. "She is too hasty, she should have waited for the zombies to approach," Zhang Xiaoqiang critiqued from behind. Reaching the D-type zombies, Yang Kor wielded her spear, sweeping through the necks of the 2 D-types with a single arc. The force of her strike sent their heads tumbling to the ground, their robust bodies slowly collapsing. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The most formidable threats had been neutralized, leaving behind mere fodder, lacking both speed and strength. As long as they remained vigilant against being surrounded, they would be safe. Chapter 44. If not, I shall kill him. Oh dear, at your age, you still don't know how to take care of yourself. Look, the wound I just bandaged is already open again.
Yang Kor lamented as she fussed over Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had carelessly torn apart her heartfelt rice dumpling, while she rewrapped his injuries. Behind Yang Kor lay a veritable abattoir of dozens of zombies, each corpse marred, either missing a head or a leg. As the sun began its descent, the dying rays cast a mournful glow over this apocalyptic battlefield, enhancing the desolation of the scene. The sunset illuminated Yang Kor, creating an ethereal halo around her, making her appear almost divine in her golden radiance. Having just engaged in strenuous activity, the petite girl still bore traces of perspiration. Beads of sweat glistened on her adorable little nose, sparkling in the evening light, while her bangs, dampened by sweat, clung alluringly to her forehead. Her bright, clear eyes were intently focused on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand as she diligently applied fresh ointment. Occasionally, a gentle breath escaped her lips, warming Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand, which had ceased to feel pain, replaced instead by a soft, tingling sensation from her breath. Watching Yang Kor tenderly care for his wounds, Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind momentarily drifted back to the scene of her fierce combat earlier. Yang Kor displayed remarkable talent, particularly a keen instinct for battle. She did not recklessly charge into the throng of zombies but rather moved agilely around them, deftly striking here and there, systematically whittling down the horde as if it were a large potato being peeled. That beast-horn spear of hers should be aptly named the Beast-horn Club. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, feeling somewhat aggrieved by her use of the weapon. Instead of thrusting, she wielded it like a hammer, causing limbs to be severed with ease, and there were more than a few unfortunate souls who lost their heads, their bodies cleaved in twain. Yang Kor's beast-horn spear was casually thrust into the ground, measuring approximately 1.7 meters from tip to tail, perfectly suited for her grasp. The steel shaft and the beast horn were tightly intertwined, and in the sunset's glow, the horn shimmered subtly, not in an ostentatious manner, but with a restrained elegance, exuding a low-key yet magnificent aura. The glistening horn possessed a remarkable characteristic of repelling dust, with any congealed blood or brain matter effortlessly sliding off along the spiral grooves, leaving it as pristine as before. What a pity for this spear! Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, observing the neglect of the beast-horn spear by Yang Kor. "Uncle, did you hear what I said?" Yang Kor inquired, her eyes wide with indignation, a flicker of fire lighting within them. Her delicate face, with rosy lips slightly pursed, radiated an adorable yet feisty demeanor. Ahem. Zhang Xiaoqiang, having not caught her earlier mumblings, coughed to mask his distraction, quickly thinking of a new topic to divert her attention. I was just thinking. Haven't we forgotten something?" He feigned seriousness. Yang Kor was puzzled, pondering what might have slipped their minds. "It seems we came here for that fellow over there," Zhang Xiaoqiang gestured with his eyes toward the small factory. Yang Kor glanced up, spotting a man still flailing a banner atop the roof, his earlier fervor now reduced to a feeble display. Under the waning light, his solitary figure danced despondently with the red banner, creating a scene imbued with a sense of melancholic artistry. Ugh. We've been battling monsters for half the day, and he still doesn't dare to come down. He clearly seems like one of those utterly pathetic types, and I can hardly be bothered with him.
Yang Kor expressed her disdain for the man on the roof.
Zhang Xiaoqiang noted the advancing twilight and suggested to Yang Kor, let us stay here for the night. As their tricycle approached, the small factory came into view, with a faded white and red sign reading XX Town XX Food Processing Plant hanging to the right of the entrance, its paint chipped and worn with age. Upon entering the factory, they were greeted by the sight of debris strewn across the floor, moldy bags of flour, tattered rags, and various food wrappers, interspersed with scattered human bones. A warehouse towering 8 meters high had its large iron door battered and dented, with a warning in white paint reading, Warehouse Restricted Area, no smoking or open flames. The walls of the warehouse were robust, a relic of the 60s and 70s, featuring a row of old wooden windows 5 meters above the ground. A rudimentary staircase made of U-shaped steel bars led up to the roof, where the man was peering down, seemingly searching for any remaining zombies.
Come down, it's safe now.
Zhang Xiaoqiang called out, but Yang Kor paid him no mind. Once the man confirmed that the area was free of danger, he cautiously descended the makeshift stairway. Oh dear, thank you so much, big brother, you have no idea how long I've been trapped in the warehouse, for whole months. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how I would have survived. The man was visibly emotional, almost as if he wished to kneel in gratitude as Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, his clothing grimy and drab, yet his face was relatively clean, albeit pale. His hair was somewhat long, covering his ears, reminiscent of the popular hairstyles of the 1980s. With a square jaw, thick brows, and large eyes, he made a decent first impression.
What is your name? How have you managed to survive until now?
Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired as he settled into a small reception area of the factory, surveying his surroundings. My surname is Xia Yuanshan, I'm the sales manager here. I was in the finished goods warehouse pushing for orders when Xia Yuanshan began to recount his story. The food factory typically produced small biscuits, employing about 50 local villagers. The factory director was his uncle, and after graduating from a third-rate university, he had worked in the factory's sales department. As the festive season approached, business was booming, and he was busy counting stock with the inventory manager, hoping to secure more supplies, until the virus outbreak caused the factory workers to go mad, biting and devouring one another. Xia Yuanshan, quick-witted and bold, locked the warehouse doors with the inventory manager inside, opting to stay put. However, half an hour later, when the inventory manager began to act strangely, Xia Yuanshan kept his distance. When the manager finally mutated, Xia Yuanshan had no choice but to eliminate him and remained in the warehouse for months, climbing to the roof each dawn to see if anyone passed by.
Xia Yuanshan, how did you manage your water supply? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, his curiosity piqued.
Big brother, you're too kind. Just call me Xiaoshan. Well, you see, the finished goods warehouse was always kept clean, with a water station built behind the main door for mopping and hand-washing to prevent contamination of the products. The water was drawn from underground sources, as most nearby farms relied on it for their daily needs. Big brother, you've saved my life. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
I'll do my utmost to help.
Xia Yuanshan vowed earnestly, though his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Yang Kor. Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed lightly to remind him to refrain from staring.
I saw this little sister on the roof. She is incredibly skilled.
Xia Yuanshan said, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Zhang Xiaoqiang merely nodded in acknowledgement.
Is she your sister? Xia Yuanshan inquired cautiously. No, I'm his wife. Yang Kor interjected, feeling bored, and stood up to assert her claim.
Oh. Big brother is quite impressive, haha. Xia Yuanshan laughed sincerely, but Zhang Xiaoqiang felt something amiss. The large iron gate of the factory was locked, and around a bonfire in the factory courtyard, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor prepared to spend the night. It wasn't that they didn't wish to sleep in a bed, but the odor within the dormitory was unbearable. They would have to make do with sleeping outside, comforted by the relatively mild evening temperature, akin to summer nights. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor agreed to take turns keeping watch through the night, wary of the unknown outsider among them. Put that thing down, or I shall kill him. Zhang Xiaoqiang was abruptly awakened from a daze, a sharp kick landing squarely on his abdomen before he could fully open his eyes. The blow struck his stomach, and with a gasp, Zhang Xiaoqiang curled up, retching violently. Chapter 45, Do not strike him again. As Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a crossbow bolt aimed directly at his forehead. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp kick struck his abdomen, the searing pain rendering him speechless as he curled up on the ground, gasping for breath. Why are you kicking him again? Came the voice of Yang Kor, laced with a sob. Throw away whatever you're holding.
Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized the voice of Xia Yuanshan.
Before he could react, another kick landed on his right hand. Ah! Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't suppress a cry of anguish as the white bandage wrapped around his hand quickly became stained with crimson, the wound splitting open anew. Stop hitting him!
What on earth do you want? Yang Kor shrieked, her voice tinged with desperation. What do I want? Ha ha ha, of course, I desire you. Xia Yuanshan cackled maniacally.
You all said it yourselves, the world is ending, the nation is fallen, the law is non-existent. Naturally, I shall do as I please. He continued, reveling in his own madness.
You are ungrateful, do not forget that we saved you. Had I known, I would have let the monsters devour you. Yang Kor exclaimed in fury, though Zhang Xiaoqiang, curled up in pain, could see nothing. Ha ha ha. Ungrateful, well said, I am indeed ungrateful. Do you know what happened to the last person who said that to me? Ah, I slowly choked her to death. You have no idea how exquisite that sensation was. Xia Yuanshan seemed to delight in sharing his twisted experiences, growing more animated with each word. Ha ha ha. Women are simply meant to be used. At40, pretending to be pure, when we're all trapped together, who else should I indulge? Ha, I did so daily, for a full 3 months. As he reminisced, he noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang attempting to move and kicked him several more times. Stop hurting him. Whoa, Yang Kor began to cry. Ha, this is the essence of enjoyment, you're relishing this, aren't you? Xia Yuanshan looked at the weeping Yang Kor with a sadistic grin. Cough, cough. I understand now, that librarian was not mutated, you raped her. Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed out, his voice hoarse. Bang. Another kick followed, correct answer, and you get another kick. Xia Yuanshan gazed at the curled-up Zhang Xiaoqiang with satisfaction. Wuo Yang Kor wept as she witnessed Zhang Xiaoqiang's suffering, her grip on the beast horn spear tightening. By the way, where was I? Ah, that librarian, if memory serves, she was the one who pulled me away from the entrance, the one who closed the door, ha ha ha. Xia Yuanshan, in a fit of glee, swallowed hard and continued. Oh yes, I choked her to death. Ha ha ha, who was she to attempt to kill me? What chastity can a 40-year-old woman possess? Ha ha ha. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, his face contorted in madness, his thick brows and large eyes twisted grotesquely, eliciting a sense of revulsion. His eyes sparkled with the kind of insanity only the deranged possess, his body trembling slightly as he seemed to relive those moments. Zhang Xiaoqiang, realizing that Yang Kor was still a distance of several meters away, knew he could not rely on her for aid. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, he cautiously reached behind himself with his left hand while Xia Yuanshan's attention wavered out of the corner of his eye. Xia Yuanshan noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang shifting. Poof. Zhang Xiaoqiang spat a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his insides had been rearranged after enduring a barrage of kicks. Cough, cough, ha, cough. As he coughed, he gasped for air, feeling as though his organs were ablaze. Ah! Yang Kor, unable to bear the sight of Zhang Xiaoqiang's torment, screamed and brandished the beast horn spear, ready to charge forward. Don't! Don't come over, I will kill him, I truly will. Xia Yuanshan, sensing Yang Kor's impending approach, began to panic, pressing the crossbow firmly against Zhang Xiaoqiang's head, leaving a deep impression on his face. Please. What do you want? I'll avenge my husband. Yang Kor was on the brink of madness under Xia Yuanshan's threat. Calm down, I will not harm him, as long as you discard that weapon and shed your clothes for my pleasure. I promise you shall be free by tomorrow. Xia Yuanshan feigned seriousness, his expression betraying his erratic nature. With tears in her eyes, Yang Kor gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, biting her lower lip so hard that a droplet of blood emerged, her hands trembling as they clutched the spear. Don't! Yes, lying, Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to warn Yang Kor, but before he could finish, a kick struck his chin. Stop hurting him, I'll do as you say. Yang Kor, witnessing Zhang Xiaoqiang being struck once more, grew frantic. Bang! The beast horn spear was hurled to the ground as Yang Kor's hands moved towards the zipper of her collar. Seeing Yang Kor discard the spear, Xia Yuanshan relaxed his guard, loosening his grip on the crossbow. His attention became entirely fixated on Yang Kor as she began to undress. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Yuanshan was distracted, Zhang Xiaoqiang freed his right hand from the binding, delivering a powerful punch to Xia Yuanshan's groin. Ooh! Xia Yuanshan yelped, clutching his groin, clearly in significant pain. Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly drew the whoosher pistol from his lower back and aimed it at Xia Yuanshan, pulling the trigger, yet, there was no sound. The whoosher remained silent. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed under his breath. The pistol often malfunctioned when loaded, and at this critical moment, it was proving to be utterly unreliable. With no time to ponder further, he swung his left hand downward, the grip of the pistol crashing into Xia Yuanshan's kneecap. Crack! A sound reminiscent of bone fracturing echoed. Ah! Xia Yuanshan dropped the crossbow, clutching his leg as he rolled on the ground, screaming in agony. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at Yang Kor, who stood there, her left hand pressing down on her right hand, staring blankly in this direction, clearly still in shock. What are you staring at? Come help me. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, every inch of him aflame with pain. Why is it always me who gets hurt? He pondered, bewildered. Oh. Yang Kor finally snapped back to reality, rushing over to retrieve the crossbow, then stomping down hard on Xia Yuanshan's right leg. The sound of bones cracking once more filled the air as Xia Yuanshan howled in agony. Yang Kor continued to stomp on the other 3 limbs, including the one in the middle, before finally reaching Zhang Xiaoqiang's side. Xia Yuanshan lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body now devoid of life. Chapter 46. Is there a generation gap? How are you feeling? Does it hurt? Are you alright? Yang Kor helped Zhang Xiaoqiang up from the ground, allowing him to lean against her chest. His Zhang Xiaoqiang inhaled sharply as he followed Yang Kor's movements. Every inch of his body ached. Yang Kor hurriedly slowed her actions, hoping to alleviate his pain. Do you know how the villains in movies meet their demise? Zhang Xiaoqiang, resting against Yang Kor, gazed into the flickering campfire. Yang Ko remained silent, tears occasionally dripping onto Zhang Xiaoqiang's cheek, warm droplets cascading down his face. Because villains always talk too much.
Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to himself.
Do you know why the female protagonists in films often face tragedy?
He turned his head with great difficulty to look at Yang Ko behind him. Because those foolish female leads are always willing to believe the words of the villains. Zhang Xiaoqiang, with his head resting against the soft curves of Yang Ko's chest, spoke in a dazed manner.
Do you think that's satisfying that pervert will truly spare us?
At this point, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of frustration akin to that of a father disappointed in a wayward child.
I was just worried about you getting hurt. I care about you.
Yang Ko's voice dwindled, laced with a tinge of sorrowful grievance. Zhang Xiaoqiang fell silent, perpetually feeling that there was a disconnect between them. What else would that pervert Xie Yuanshan be capable of? He had dared to violate and kill his own savior. Did he truly think he would relent simply because one was partially disabled and the other underage?
The thought sent a chill down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine, as cold sweat trickled down his back.
I was too careless, he silently admonished himself, gazing into the blazing flames before him. He began to reflect on when he had become so heedless. Had the comfort of nearly half a month spent in the cave dulled his instincts? Had Yang Ko transformed into a powerhouse? Had he grown complacent in his makeshift leather armor adorned with animal hides? He should have been alert after being ambushed by the mutated weasel beneath that great tree. There had been no reconnaissance beforehand, no vigilance afterward, and he hadn't even had a weapon at hand. If it hadn't been for Yang Ko's keen eyes and quick reflexes, he would have already had his throat torn out. Ironically, after narrowly escaping death, he had still deluded himself into thinking he had merely encroached upon the territory of a mutated weasel, inciting its attack. Why hadn't he used binoculars to survey the area beforehand? Did he truly believe that donning a disguise rendered him invincible? Even more absurdly, after sustaining injuries, he had failed to heighten his alertness. Aware of the dangers in this apocalyptic world, he had foolishly trusted Yang Ko to keep watch. Despite her inherently carefree nature, Zhang Xiaoqiang had even slept soundly, reflecting on the cautiousness he had exhibited when first leaving home. Each step had felt precarious, as if walking on thin ice. In the wild, even the slightest rustle would rouse him from slumber. How had he become so numb and careless? The more he scrutinized his own shortcomings, the more his heart raced. The moral codes and societal norms that once governed life before the apocalypse had been shattered by the arrival of the end times. The suppressed ambitions, desires, and madness of humanity had erupted alongside the virus. He recalled a book he had read, possibly on Freud's theory of personality, which described personality as composed of the ID, ego, and superego. When needs arise from the ID, individuals demand immediate satisfaction, thus the pleasure principle governs human nature. The ego, developing from the ID in response to the realities of the environment, learns to navigate these limitations and to meet needs within the constraints of reality, governed by the reality principle. The superego, in contrast, represents the ideals of a sage, the kind of person who, in films, pays their dues even at the brink of death. Before the apocalypse, people adhered to various rules, laws, and order. Afterward, they trampled upon these principles in the name of survival and desire. Those who had lived in the ego before now existed in the ID.
I can no longer be as I once was. You are not a savior, nor should you always strive to be the good person.
Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded his self-reflection, contemplating whether he should embrace a villainous role. Xie Yuanshan lay a short distance away like a lifeless dog, emitting pitiful groans. His limbs had been crushed by Yang Ko into grotesque, unexpected positions. For instance, he lay on his back, yet his heels pointed skyward instead of his toes. His trousers were damp, a foul odor wafting through the air, indicating that he had lost control of his bodily functions due to Yang Ko's treatment. Yang Ko, catching a whiff of the stench, wrinkled her brow, gently laying Zhang Xiaoqiang back down before walking over to Xie Yuanshan. Grasping the collar of his garment, she gave it a shake, sending him tumbling into the darkness beyond the reach of the firelight. Thud, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed.
Xie Yuanshan's wretched wails pierced the night.
Yang Ko returned, cradling Zhang Xiaoqiang once more, her movements tender, in stark contrast to her usual boisterous demeanor. Leaning against her, Zhang Xiaoqiang savored the warmth of her embrace, faintly hearing the intermittent sounds of suffering in the background. He made a decision: he would neither be a good person nor a bad one. Good people often face tragedy, and failing as a villain could lead to an even worse fate.
How did he get his hands on the crossbow?
Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly broke the momentary serenity. Perhaps he took it while I was using my alternate account. Yang Ko's voice grew softer, her chin eventually resting against her chest.
Why didn't you wake me when you went to the restroom?
Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, his expression calm as he gazed into the flames. I saw you sleeping soundly and wanted you to rest a bit longer, Yang Ko explained, lifting her head again. Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a long breath. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Ko had acted with good intentions, albeit her good intentions had led to mishaps.
Do you understand what you should do from now on?
Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he were admonishing a disobedient daughter.
I understand. Even if I need to pee, I'll report to you first.
Yang Ko responded obediently, resembling a child in kindergarten promising to behave.
By the way, what should we do about that Xie fellow? Should I kill him?
Yang Ko recalled Xie Yuanshan still lying in the distance, seeking Zhang Xiaoqiang's opinion on how to handle him. Let it be, killing him would sully your hands. We can feed him to the zombies tomorrow. The recluse had never understood the meaning of repaying kindness with kindness.
Aren't you afraid to kill him? Do you not feel like vomiting after taking a life? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired curiously, wondering how this young girl could possess such audacity. Not at all. After I killed the first monster, I felt exhilarated, far more enjoyable than playing games at home. Yang Ko appeared uninterested in the topic, her demeanor suggesting that he was somewhat naïve. Is it possible that after playing so many games, you no longer feel nauseated by the act of killing? Zhang Xiaoqiang, raised under the red banner, found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of today's youth. Could it be? I had a generation gap with my father, and now I have one with this little girl as well? Zhang Xiaoqiang finally perceived that he might no longer be young. Chapter 47. Kill me on this desolate night. The campfire warmed his chest. Wrapped in this comforting heat, Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned against Yang Kor, contemplating whether to steal a few more moments of slumber. Yang Kor, already asleep, cradled Zhang Xiaoqiang against the wall, her steady and prolonged breaths creating a gentle stream of warmth that caressed his neck, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort and ease. The horizon began to show faint signs of dawn, heralding the end of the night, when Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly sensed that something was amiss within his body, something profoundly wrong. His entire being felt as if countless needles were piercing through his meridians and acupoints, leaving no part of him free from a sensation of soreness, numbness, and swelling. It was as if millions of ants were crawling over him, burrowing into his skin, penetrating his flesh, and even reaching the marrow of his bones. The itchiness was ubiquitous, from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, from his skin to his very marrow. The sensation of being ensnared by countless ants was nothing compared to this insatiable itch, accompanied by pulses of electricity coursing through the gaps in his bones, inducing waves of tingling that felt akin to holding a coil of electrified copper wire. This indescribable sensation of soreness and numbness was even more tormenting than sheer pain, compelling Zhang Xiaoqiang to scream out, to release the tormenting strangeness that gripped him, yet he could not muster a sound. Not a single part of his body was within his control, not even the simple act of blinking felt manageable. Yang Kor, startled awake by Zhang Xiaoqiang's involuntary tremors, asked groggily, "What is wrong?" Zhang Xiaoqiang was unable to articulate his distress, but deep down he recognized that this was the manifestation of his peculiar ability to heal rapidly. Previously, when injuries were minor, the sensations had not been as intense, and a brief rest would restore him, albeit with an increased appetite. "What's wrong with you?" Wu, unable to comprehend his silence, Yang Kor grew anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay there, eyes shut tight, trembling in agony. Yang Kor held him close, pressing her small face against his forehead, trying to absorb his warmth. Oblivious to the outside world, Zhang Xiaoqiang silently endured the sensations of soreness, itchiness, and swelling. As time progressed, he began to feel a slight alleviation, enough to draw a breath of relief. "Go!" Zhang Xiaoqiang finally opened his eyes and uttered a single word. "What?" Yang Kor, noticing his response, leaned closer, eager to hear. "Cook at least enough for 10 people, Zhang Xiaoqiang managed to stammer. Yang Kor was utterly baffled as to why Zhang Xiaoqiang would want her to prepare food in his current state. "Hurry, don't mind me," Zhang Xiaoqiang urged, feeling his body slowly returning to normal, his speech regaining clarity. "Okay." Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang starting to stabilize, she laid him flat on the ground and clumsily began to busy herself. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly as the day began to brighten, the sky a pristine azure, unblemished by clouds, resembling a vast sapphire suspended overhead. The sensations of soreness and itchiness gradually receded, replaced by an intense, fiery hunger gnawing at his insides. Feeling his strength returning, he sprang up from the ground. The campfire, tended by Yang Kor, blazed robustly, with a pot of rice simmering atop a makeshift stove crafted from triangular iron. With a face smudged with soot, Yang Kor stirred the pot with a spoon. Zhang Xiaoqiang, unable to wait, climbed onto the cart to scavenge for some pre-cooked food. "Ah, bliss," he exclaimed, patting his belly in satisfaction, devouring 7 previously prepared beggaress chickens and a large pot of half-cooked rice. Zhang Xiaoqiang soon regained his former vitality. "You hardly slept last night, you should rest for a while. I have some matters to attend to," Zhang Xiaoqiang said, displaying rare concern for Yang Kor. "Okay." Yang Kor, feeling utterly exhausted, climbed onto the cart, wrapped herself in a blanket, and drifted off to sleep. "It's time to settle the score," Zhang Xiaoqiang mumbled as he made his way towards Xie Yuanshan. Xie Yuanshan lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly motionless. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood quietly beside him, observing the blood-soaked fabric clinging to his limbs, an unbearable stench emanating from his body, threatening to induce nausea. Xie Yuanshan, in a daze, intermittently groaned in agony, tearing away the bandages from his hands. Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered that the wounds had completely healed, leaving behind a dark brown scar. Gripping Xie Yuanshan's collar with his right hand, he began to drag him towards the entrance of the food factory. The jolting motion roused Xie Yuanshan from his stupor, and his pained wails regained some vigor. Upon opening the gate, they encountered several legless zombies lying nearby, likely drawn by the scent of blood from the night. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no mind, continuing to drag Xie Yuanshan past them until they reached a vacant space by the perimeter wall, where he unceremoniously dropped him. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood nearby, waiting. Xie Yuanshan seemed indifferent to Zhang Xiaoqiang's treatment, perhaps resigned to the notion that death was his only escape, as he groaned softly, attempting to alleviate his suffering. As the sun ascended, casting its golden rays wider, the light approached with the swiftness of the naked eye. When Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself fully bathed in sunlight, the legless zombies also drew nearer. Xie Yuanshan, now aware of their presence, became agitated, his mouth opening and closing as if to speak. "Give me a quick death, kill me." The words escaped him with great difficulty, leaving him panting heavily.
Zhang Xiaoqiang merely stood by, silent and unmoving. The zombies drew within mere meters of him, evoking fear and panic. His body squirmed backward like a colossal maggot, beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascading down his forehead, falling like rain. Finally, the zombies caught up with him. One lunged at his leg, its claws seizing his left calf, biting down through the fabric of his pants. In his final moments, a surge of latent strength erupted within him, his scream resonating with vigor. One of the zombies clutched his head and attempted to bite at his ear. Pulling gently, the ear was torn away by the zombie's teeth. Zhang Xiaoqiang collapsed to the ground, retching violently. The food he had consumed earlier had long been digested by his cavernous stomach. All that remained was a bitter bile. Meanwhile, Xia Yuanshan was still alive, his anguished cries echoing, and upon hearing them, Zhang Xiaoqiang was once again reminded of the gruesome scene of the zombies devouring him, causing him to hunch over and vomit once more. At last, Xia Yuanshan fell silent. Zhang Xiaoqiang rested for a considerable time before regaining his composure. Feeding Xia Yuanshan to the zombies was a torment not just for him, but for Zhang Xiaoqiang as well. He found it unbearable to witness that. He felt a twinge of admiration for Yang Kor, who remained unfazed while watching her boyfriend being devoured. Could it be that watching horror films has bestowed her with some sort of resilience? Just a trivial scene? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, utterly perplexed. After dispatching the legless zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the tricycle, where Yang Kor lay wrapped in her blanket, sleeping peacefully, a hint of a smile gracing her face, perhaps lost in a delightful dream. Chapter 48, Encountering D2 again. The early morning is always the most splendid time of the day. Even in the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoqiang drove his tricycle agricultural vehicle along the road, with his destination set for Jinyun City. Being the provincial capital, Jinyun City undoubtedly garnered more attention from the central government than the prefecture-level city he resided in. Coupled with the local armed police station there, it was certain that a significant number of survivors would be gathered in the area. In the apocalypse, the odds of individual survival are exceedingly slim. Although a recluse may not require extensive social connections, he is not a high monk meditating in a remote temple. He needs society, he craves interaction. To be precise, he seeks diversions to fill the void of his existence. The reason for a recluse's isolation is often rooted in a sense of emptiness, a desire to stand apart from the mundane world. He constantly feels out of sync with reality, indifferent to the judgments of others, yearning instead to carve out a personal sanctuary amidst the materialistic hustle and bustle of urban life. Recluses observe the world around them from a distance. They may be unremarkable in appearance or quietly unnoticed, yet they possess their own sense of identity and thought. This ideology is not imposed upon them by others. Rather, it arises from their own unique worlds, allowing them to critique all notions of authority, for they have cultivated their own culture. Regrettably, while they exist independently from societal norms, they cannot entirely extricate themselves from it. Most must endure the confined spaces of their lives, bearing the peculiar gazes of those around them. Why do people not accept recluses and introverts, even as their numbers continue to swell? It is because these individuals harbor a spirit of freedom, unwilling to be shackled by conventionality. They may lack the means to project a grand self, yet they manage to express their own smaller selves. The morning sun was not yet scorching, and a refreshing coolness permeated the air. The morning breeze caressed his skin, invigorating him. In the back of the vehicle, Yang Kor slept soundly, resembling a little pig, undisturbed even by the bumps of the ride. Reflecting on the girl's behavior from the previous night, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought, what a scatterbrain, yet a smile graced his lips. After all, Yang Kor had been quite considerate, proving that his efforts in raising her had not been in vain. It was no wonder that some veteran recluses longed for nurturing games. Something's amiss. As Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart tightened, he halted the vehicle, raising his binoculars for a closer inspection. About 300 to 400 meters ahead lay a small river, spanned by a concrete bridge. The bridge, not particularly long, around 10 meters, was 8 meters wide. A long-distance bus had collided at an angle with the left side of the bridge's guardrail, forming a distorted shape. The right guardrail stood 3 to 4 meters away from the bus's rear, just enough space for a small vehicle to pass, though now it was filled with dozens of zombies. In earlier times, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have called upon Yang Kor to help him clear the zombies. However, after encountering 2 unnecessary risks, he had grown cautious. He exited the vehicle, making his way to a small mound ahead, where he lay down to observe closely. Using his binoculars from the mound, he scrutinized the bridge. The angle provided a clearer view. The bus was a 12-meter-long Jingdong coach, painted a vivid red. The front had crumpled significantly upon impact with the bridge's opposite end, and there were nearly 50 zombies scattered across the bridge. None appeared to be evolved zombies. The bus bore a sign indicating the route from SC City to J City, suggesting that the Jingdong coach had recently exited the highway en route to J City. Recalling the highway, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of frustration. Just the day before, he had driven his tricycle onto the highway, eager to experience the thrill of an agricultural vehicle on such a road. Unfortunately, after only a few kilometers, he found himself at an entrance, reminiscent of a junkyard from a Western film. Various luxury RVs, high-end sports cars, large trucks, and small cars were jumbled together like a pot of overcooked congee, towering as high as 7 or 8 meters in some places. Some vehicles, charred and twisted, lay in heaps, while zombies and skeletal remains were scattered throughout. An undeniable tableau of the apocalypse. With no other option, he had to adhere to the old roadway. Upon seeing the scene before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of relief. As long as there were no evolved zombies, he would be fine. Just as he prepared to rise, however, he sensed something was off. Near the bridge's entrance, 4 or 5 small vehicles lay wrecked, their bodies contorted grotesquely, yet all the car doors had been wrenched off and tossed aside, some landing several meters away. Ordinary zombies lacked the strength to do such damage. The temperature began to rise, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he lay too long, feeling a tightness in his chest. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not let his guard down and continued to observe intently. Had he not been unfamiliar with the area, he would have taken a detour. The map only offered this singular route to the provincial capital. After overcoming so many hardships, he did not wish to perish in this small ditch. The zombies on the opposite side of the bridge began to stir, parting to avoid something, revealing a towering D2 zombie emerging from the vehicle's front. The sight of the D2 sent chills down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. His last encounter with one was a nightmare. He wished to forget that he could never erase the terror of shaking atop the bus as it jolted, nor the panic of being cornered against the window, face to face with the D2. Turning to flee, fear gripped him. The D2 was akin to facing a fully armored main battle tank with nothing but bare hands. Even a crossbow that could pierce steel would barely scratch its surface. He lacked the confidence to confront it. Even with a beast-horn spear in hand, the outcome would be the same. The D2 paused on the bridge, and through his binoculars, Zhang Xiaoqiang saw it sniffing the air and letting out a roar that echoed even 200 meters away. Oh no, Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped. He was positioned upwind, his scent carried directly to the D2's nostrils. He had been detected. In a panic, he sprang to his feet, rushing to the tricycle, igniting the engine and turning sharply to flee. Desperately attempting to accelerate, the agricultural vehicle faltered at the most critical moment, its speed diminishing until it came to a complete stop. Damn it, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled that he hadn't refueled since leaving. He had only filled up when transporting supplies. Now, the repercussions of his negligence had caught up with him. He shook Yang Kor awake, who was still soundly asleep, and, clutching the beast-horn spear and hoisting his backpack, he urged her to run towards the fields by the roadside.
Uncle, what are we hiding from? Yang Kor queried, bewildered by Zhang Xiaoqiang's urgency. Zombies.
He replied, not daring to glance back to see if the D2 was in pursuit, though it was at least 2,000 meters away. Uncle, what is there to fear from those things? Watch me deal with them. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Yang Kor halted, ready to face the threat. Zhang Xiaoqiang, unable to match her strength, found himself pulled away in a panic. It has evolved, possibly even secondarily evolved.
He exclaimed, needing to elaborate for her understanding. How many?
She asked, pausing to inquire. Just one. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite having once been a formidable force, he now felt like a cornered mouse. It is very powerful, even a bold 1T bring it down. He explained, attempting to mask his own cowardice. At fast, Yang Kor began to comprehend, relating it to her gaming experiences. This was akin to encountering a formidable boss, one with thick skin and swift movements that they were not yet prepared to confront. Not exceptionally fast, it's probably about the same speed as a light jog. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled his first encounter with the D2 vividly. Then we have nothing to fear, based on my gaming experience. As long as we avoid its touch, we can wear it down gradually. With a sense of confidence drawn from her gaming prowess, Yang Kor turned back toward the bridge. Chapter 49. Damn it, if I'm destined to die, so be it. You can escape today, but not tomorrow.
The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn.
Zhang Xiaoqiang watched as Yang Kor bravely faced D2 alone, his latent machismo flaring to the surface, overshadowing the terror he once felt in the presence of D2. He stepped ahead of Yang Kor, proclaiming, I am a homebody, yet I am also a man must rise to the occasion. Repeating this mantra to himself, he attempted to banish his fear of D2 from his mind. Standing beside the tricycle, Zhang Xiaoqiang awaited the arrival of D2, reminiscent of the melodramatic films he had seen in the past, heroes patiently biding their time, unafraid, simply waiting for the impending showdown. If I die, will anyone remember me? He mused with a self-deprecating smile, glancing at Yang Kor. Yang Kor appeared entirely unfazed, radiating excitement akin to that before a climactic battle with a game boss. She seemed to find D2's arrival too slow, tapping her right foot rhythmically against the ground, the beast-horn gun in her hand pounding against the earth in tandem. A small crater had formed beneath her feet. Observing Yang Kor's relaxed demeanor, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his own tension dissipate as he noticed a small dark figure slowly approaching.
Is that a march? He pondered, recalling Yang Kor's footfalls. Should we perhaps play the German Panzer March? He endeavored to relax further as D2 drew near. Wow! What a striking creature, more impressive than a governor. Yang Kor exclaimed, astonished by D2's formidable physique, seemingly surprised that the emaciated zombies she typically encountered could appear so robust. Don't be so easily startled. Prepare yourself, it's almost here. Zhang Xiaoqiang readied his Type 54 pistol, checking the magazine. Click, he chambered around and aimed at D2. Despite wielding a firearm, uncertainty gnawed at him. Who knew if the bullets would even penetrate? D2 towered at approximately 2.5 meters, even more imposing than the last one he had encountered. Its head was completely bald, devoid of any hair, unlike other zombies which bore at least a few strands. Its eyelids were tightly shut, hiding its whites from view. The shoulders were muscular and broad, resembling a solid wall. Its gait was not particularly swift, with strides so lengthy that only a light jog from an ordinary person could keep pace. The muscle tone from thigh to calf was taut, and its dark skin appeared akin to steel, morphing in shape as it advanced. Bang! As D2 approached within 30 meters, the Type 54 barked in Zhang Xiaoqiang's grip, and he disregarded the recoil that jolted his wrist, fixating on D2. The creature paused momentarily but then continued its advance, seemingly impervious to the bullets. Bang, bang! Zhang Xiaoqiang fired repeatedly, the recoil rendering his wrist numb. Out of 6 shots, 5 struck D2, which appeared to be pained, emitting an enraged roar as it quickened its pace towards him. In a frenzy, Zhang Xiaoqiang fumbled to change magazines. His childhood fascination with firearms led him to overestimate the pistol's power, and its lack of effectiveness left him unprepared, solely focused on reloading to try again. Ah! Yang Kor cried out, brandishing her beast-horned gun as she charged at D2, embodying the fearless spirit of youth.
Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang finished reloading, he caught sight of her rushing forward, cursing under his breath as he reholstered his pistol and seized the beast-horn gun to pursue her. Standing next to the towering D2, Yang Kor resembled a mere child, barely able to see over its waist. Undeterred, she swung the gun in a wide arc, striking D2's thigh with a resounding thud, akin to hitting a battered drum. D2 stumbled slightly but quickly regained its footing, swatting at her as though shooing away a fly. The recoil from the impact numbed Yang Kor's hands, and when D2's left arm slammed down onto her weapon, the beast-horn gun rebounded violently. The force sent Yang Kor flying several meters onto the ground, leaving her unable to maintain her grip as she lost consciousness, the beast-horn gun tumbling aside. D2 showed no inclination to spare the girl, turning to advance upon the unconscious Yang Kor. Witnessing her peril, Zhang Xiaoqiang's fear vanished entirely, propelling him into a sprint towards D2's rear. Worn by the trials of time, D2 was clad solely in a tattered belt around its waist, from which hung a pair of frayed trousers that could scarcely contain its ample backside, the undergarments long gone. Through the ragged fabric, the outline of D2's posterior was faintly visible. Without time to dwell on this, he recalled his countless practice sessions on assassination. Today, they would finally find purpose. Thrust. The beast-horn gun plunged into D2's rear, halting its advance momentarily. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind was clouded with adrenaline. He barely registered that he had breached D2's defenses, instinctively twisting the weapon as per his training. The horn tip of the weapon, with its spiral design, burrowed deeper into D2 as he applied force. Zombies evolve, and with that evolution comes heightened sensitivity to stimuli. While ordinary zombies might remain oblivious to his presence, D2 could sense him. Thus, while such an assault might not faze a typical zombie, it triggered D2's anger. The last encounter had been similar. A mere scratch had provoked D2 into an unrelenting pursuit, ignoring the scent of fresh blood until it had dismantled a luxury bus, and now? Roar! D2 bellowed in fury, pivoting sharply to claw at its rear. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained oblivious to D2's wrath, focusing solely on maintaining his grip on the weapon, his singular thought being, I cannot let the girl die. D2 is formidable, I must twist it a few more times. Immersed in the chaos, he felt as though he were back in a restaurant, uncorking wine for patrons. The beast-horn gun, roughly 2 meters long, with about 80 centimeters being the horn, had already penetrated approximately 40 centimeters. Just as he was fully engaged, an unexpected force yanked him sideways, causing him to stumble. D2 had missed its grasp, yet it could feel something lingering at its rear, intensifying its rage as it spun in vain to seize its invisible foe. Zhang Xiaoqiang clung tightly to the weapon, running in tandem with D2's movements, reminiscent of his childhood days on a pirate ship, swaying back and forth. Realization dawned upon him, but he dared not release his grip. If D2 caught him, it would surely dismantle him limb from limb. Not if Yang Kor were to awaken, she might find the scene eerily familiar, reminiscent of children playing the game of eagles catching chicks. D2 is the eagle, Zhang Xiaoqiang is the chick, and D2's rear is the hen. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a profound sense of despair, lamenting why this scenario always unfolded in such a manner. Caught in limbo, neither here nor there, his hands, gripping the gun, began to bleed as the friction intensified, the pain akin to applying chili oil to an open wound. As he spun with D2, dizziness began to set in, and he questioned how much longer he could endure. Meanwhile, Yang Kor lay motionless, and he remained uncertain of the severity of her injuries. Chapter 55 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. Zhang Xiaoqiang yawned in boredom as D2 came to another halt. In response, he engaged in peculiar antics. With the vibrations transmitted through the gun barrel, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to run, following the force exerted by the weapon. As long as he maintained his current state, everything would be fine. Initially, it had been a torment for Zhang Xiaoqiang. It was numbing. It was excruciating, however, as the saying goes, prolonged suffering breeds expertise. Through his tussle with D2, he gradually discerned the method. It was no longer necessary to grip the beast-horn gun with both hands. A single hand sufficed, and there was no need to exert excessive force. He merely needed to sense the power flowing through the gun barrel and jog in that direction. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he was walking a dog, with the beast-horn gun serving as the leash. As time passed, D2's movements slowed considerably, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang the opportunity to observe Yang Kor lying on the ground, her life uncertain. Zombies, after all, were once human. Unlike machines that can run indefinitely on electricity or fuel, their robust physiques began to wane with sustained, vigorous exertion. Eventually, D2 became indifferent to Zhang Xiaoqiang, pausing to rest. Fearing that once it recuperated, he would meet a tragic end, Zhang Xiaoqiang resorted to his odd antics whenever D2 stopped, prompting the creature to resume its relentless pursuit. Ah! Zhang Xiaoqiang yawned once more, having had a restless night, and the vigorous activity an hour prior had drained much of his energy. Though he had recovered somewhat, the absence of an imminent crisis made him feel exceedingly fatigued, leading to a series of yawns. D2 halted again, prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to muse, no movement? The gun barrel remained still, suggesting that D2 no longer cared about his actions. The bottle opener resumed its work as the beast-horn gun plunged deeper into D2. Roared. D2 let out a mournful howl and began to pivot, attempting to reach for the moon. You little rascal, can't seem to finish you off? Zhang Xiaoqiang smirked and continued running. Another 15 minutes passed, and D2 came to a complete standstill. Regardless of how he tried to provoke it, nothing worked. Staring at D2's immobile form, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of bewilderment. Finally, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he summoned his resolve and vigorously shook the gun barrel, akin to an old-fashioned well crank. Roar. D2 emitted the most anguished scream it had ever produced, resonating in Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears and prompting him to tighten his grip and resume running in circles.
This time, D2 did not relent, persistently pursuing Zhang Xiaoqiang. The ease he had previously felt was replaced by frantic and intense activity. The bizarre standoff continued between man and zombie, while Yang Kor lay on the ground, oblivious to her fate. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't shake the feeling that Yang Kor's posture seemed somewhat altered from before. D2's gait became increasingly unsteady, its legs no longer possessing the strength they once had. Zhang Xiaoqiang, too, was panting heavily, his calves aching. The gun barrel conveyed another surge of force, and he instinctively veered left. Unexpectedly, D2's head twisted. Midway through the motion, it jerked to the right. The opposing forces caused Zhang Xiaoqiang to lose his grip on the gun barrel, sending it flying from his hands. Finally, they faced each other directly as Zhang Xiaoqiang watched D2 lurch toward him. "Holy cow," he shouted, turning to flee. Zhang Xiaoqiang and D2 raced across the springtime fields, employing every tactic he could muster, crawling, rolling, tumbling, to evade D2's massive claws. D2, fueled by rage, relentlessly pursued Zhang Xiaoqiang, disregarding Yang Kor entirely, fixated solely on the man trailing closely behind. "There once was a chrysanthemum before me, I failed to cherish it. Only upon losing it did I realize my folly. If heaven grants me another chance, I shall not let go. If fate insists on offering me this chance multiple times, I hope it amounts to 10,000. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented deeply as he sprinted for his life, realizing that just as D2 was nearing exhaustion, his own complacency had rendered him a target once more. Zhang Xiaoqiang zigzagged through the fields, D2 relentlessly in pursuit, occasionally raising its enormous paw to swipe at him. He had considered using obstacles to shield himself, but the open fields offered little in the way of cover. The only barriers were the small ridges in the fields, which would only cause D2 a minor stumble before it resumed its chase. As he continued running, he found himself near Yang Kor again. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Zhang Xiaoqiang leaped without a second thought, executing a perfect forward flip, landing and rolling to dissipate his momentum. He clutched the beast-horn gun, a piece of rebar he had hastily picked up. Immediately, Zhang Xiaoqiang regretted picking up the beast-horn gun. It was too heavy, weighing over 10 pounds, lacking Yang Kor's extraordinary strength. It was manageable under normal circumstances, but now it felt like a burden. Ultimately, he decided against discarding it. With the beast-horn gun still in play against D2, he felt a semblance of confidence, despite the ineffectiveness of his handgun. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Zhang Xiaoqiang spotted an irrigation ditch ahead. The ditch was approximately 2 meters wide, and though its depth was unclear from a distance, he had no choice but to gamble. D2 likely couldn't leap across that distance. Zhang Xiaoqiang led D2 toward the ditch, and upon reaching it, he sprang into the air. He leaped across the ditch, but his eagerness caused him to land somewhat unsteadily. He dropped the beast-horn gun and rolled on the ground several times to mitigate the impact. Before he could rise, a resounding thud echoed behind him. Turning, he saw D2 tumble into the pit. Roar! D2 let out a furious roar as it watched its prey escape. Zhang Xiaoqiang had grown immune to D2's cries, having heard it scream countless times during their peculiar game of chase. It was remarkable how loud and resonant its roars were. Cautiously, he approached the ditch and took a closer look. The ditch was lined with concrete and measured about 1.8 meters deep, devoid of water but filled with a thick layer of sludge. D2 was trapped, with only half its body visible above the muck, its lower legs ensnared. D2, confined in the narrow space, grew increasingly agitated, thrashing its arms and clawing at the concrete wall before it. Debris flew in all directions, resembling a violent demolition. In an instant, D2 had gouged a sizable hole in the concrete barrier, and as it continued to claw and scrape, the opening widened. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart raced at the sight. It wouldn't be long before D2 escaped. Realizing this, he drew his .54 Type pistol and positioned himself 1 meter from the creature, aiming at its head and squeezing the trigger once more. Bang, bang, the bullets failed to penetrate D2's skull but succeeded in eliciting pain howls. It raised its arm defensively, retreating violently. Roar! An even more anguished cry erupted, and Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that the beast-horn gun had been pushed against the concrete wall behind it, the force of D2's retreat altering its position completely. Chapter 51. Wake up, do not sleep. With a wretched howl, D2 swung its right claw backward, sending dust and debris flying from the concrete barricade behind it, yet it could not grasp the firearm hanging from the rear door. D2 recalled the true instigator and lunged once more at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed the beast-horn spearhead at D2's throat. He had contemplated targeting its head, but the absence of any discernible skull, merely a tuft of fur, filled him with trepidation. Thus, he directed his aim towards its throat. Thwack! The beast-horn pierced through D2's trachea and lodged itself into the cervical vertebrae, an immense force transmitting through the spear, dissipating upon striking a stone the size of a computer monitor. D2 attempted to unleash another furious roar, but alas, it was never to be. The beast-horn had silenced its voice, sealing its tragic fate. With a spear thrust into its rear and another piercing its throat, D2 found itself utterly trapped. Witnessing D2 ensnared between two formidable spears, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a semblance of relief wash over him. He calmly replaced his third magazine, chambered around, and took aim. Bang! 7 bullets erupted towards D2's gaping maw, but the target proved too diminutive, and Zhang Xiaoqiang's aim lamentably lacking. The bullets ricocheted off the corners of D2's mouth, inciting its agitation. Spit! D2 expelled an unidentified object that hurtled towards the stones at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet. Thud! A yellowed incisor crashed against the rock before tumbling to the ground. The loss of its incisor ignited D2's fury once more, as it raised its arms in a furious arc, striking the threaded steel beast-horn spear. Thud! One of the U-shaped threaded steel beast-horn spears soared into the air, and Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed skyward at the spiraling projectile.
The U-shaped spear twirled in the air, a massive and smooth cranium tumbling alongside it, its eyes tightly shut, now wide open, the whites of its eyes tinged with a hint of green, seemingly questioning something in its final moments, a visage reminiscent of one who could not find peace in death. Both the beast-horn spear and D2's head hit the ground simultaneously. The spear rebounded slightly before coming to a halt, yet D2's head continued to roll until it rested at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, the pale whites of its eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right foot, as if yearning to take a bite. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, collapsing to the ground in a daze, still reeling from the preceding chaos initially. D2 had been ensnared by two formidable spears, and with his handgun rendered ineffective, Zhang Xiaoqiang believed he could inflict no further harm. He thought D2 would remain trapped in the drainage ditch while he escaped the peril, moving on with their separate paths. Little did he know, D2's sheer ferocity bent the threaded steel, the force transferring through the spear into its cervical vertebrae, tearing apart its neck and severing its head, which flew into the air alongside the beast-horn spear. D2 was ultimately slain by its own might, perhaps the reason its eyes remained open in death, with its head resting at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet. The massive, headless body lay against the concrete barricade, its upper half collapsed into a pit it had dug itself, a beast-horn spear standing ominously behind it, giving the impression it had met its demise through some grotesque act. Seated on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang gradually regulated his breathing until his heart no longer raced in panic. As he observed D2's lifeless form, a profound sense of pride surged within him. There was a time when the mere sight of D2 had instilled a desire to flee. He had dreamt more than once of being awakened by D2's ferocity. Its formidable strength and armor-like protection had left him feeling powerless, never once considering he could vanquish a D2 in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet now, he had done so. He lived, while D2 lay dead. As he stared at D2's corpse not far away, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, his body feeling weightless, as if he were ensconced in a delightful dream. He pinched his leg forcefully. Huff! Zhang Xiaoqiang awakened, regaining some strength. He rose from the ground, gazing down at D2's head, which rested like a football at his feet. To hell with you! Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his foot and kicked. D2's head rolled along the ground and tumbled into the drainage ditch. Ouch, damn. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he had kicked a massive lead ball, cradling his right foot while wincing in pain and cursing. Limping on one leg, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it both amusing and lamentable. Throughout his fierce struggle with D2, he had emerged unscathed, yet now, with the dust settled, he bore an injury. It seemed his fortune in battling D2 had run dry. Descending into the pit D2 had excavated, he stepped onto its skin, akin to a tire, and climbed to its waist. Gripping the beast-horn spear, he shook the wooden shaft and made several attempts to pull it free, but it remained stubbornly lodged, likely caught on D2's pelvis. Having given up on the beast-horn spear, Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the deformed threaded steel spear and approached the motionless Yang Kor. Observing her lying there, he felt a pang of sorrow. Had this been at the outset of their encounter, he would have cared little for her well-being. A girl so helpless, so ignorant, if she perished, so be it. Yet now, the situation was different. Although Yang Kor could be a bit petulant at times and often unreasonable, in Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes, she had shown genuine concern for him in critical moments. While he was reclusive and somewhat awkward, he did not possess a heart of stone. Moreover, despite her youth, she had begun to show empathy, often referring to herself as his wife. Though Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned indifference, he secretly found comfort in this. The mere thought of the spirited and charming girl potentially leaving him filled him with an unbearable weight, as though a 1,000-pound stone pressed upon his heart. With a heavy heart, Zhang Xiaoqiang approached Yang Kor, who lay quietly on the ground, her camouflage attire slightly wrinkled, her right arm extended forward, her left hand supporting her right arm, her face resting upon it. She resembled a beauty lost in a spring slumber. Gazing at Yang Kor, the weight that had once burdened Zhang Xiaoqiang vanished. She had completely forgotten the earlier peril, sleeping deeply, and if he listened closely, he could even hear her soft snores. Seeing Yang Kor slumbering peacefully like a little pig, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of frustration. The one who had voluntarily sought to confront the boss lay sprawled on the ground, while the one wishing to flee had fought fiercely against it. An inexplicable anger welled within him, and he lifted his foot as if to kick her, but upon seeing the contented smile on her face, he could not bring himself to do it. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed heavily. How did I end up saving such a troublesome ancestor? Wake up, do not sleep, he urged, shaking Yang Kor gently. Yang Kor turned over, mumbling inaudible syllables before drifting back to sleep. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself somewhat admiring her. Despite the fierce battle with D2, it had seemingly left no impression on her slumber. The numerous roars from D2 and the gunfire from Zhang Xiaoqiang had failed to rouse her. It's morning. Get up. Zhang Xiaoqiang changed his approach, continuing to rouse her. Let me sleep a bit longer. Call me when it's time to eat. Yang Kor remained reluctant to open her eyes. Time to eat. Get up. Zhang Xiaoqiang insisted, and suddenly, Yang Kor sprang upright, exclaiming, I'm so hungry I can hardly sleep. Where's the food, where is it? It was rare for her to remember mealtime. As Yang Kor searched for food, she glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang. His expression was one of thunderous discontent, the veins on his forehead pulsating with ire. Oh, the boss. Yang Kor finally registered the situation and began frantically searching for her weapon. Chapter 52. The gun is meant for piercing. With a resounding thud, the U-shaped rebar beast horn gun was flung to the ground before Yang Kor. She cowered, tucking her head in, her eyes darting around in search of D2's figure. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid her no further heed, approaching the backpack he had set down, and took a long swig from his military canteen, not stopping until it was empty. Where's that booze? Yang Kor inquired softly from behind, her voice delicate like a mewling kitten. Zhang Xiaoqiang shot her a sidelong glance, irritation evident as he lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, lost in thought as he pondered the gains and losses of their encounter with D2.
Hey, uncle, you're amazing. Did you really scare that big booze away? Yang Kor attempted to curry favor with Zhang Xiaoqiang, cautiously assessing his mood, aware that patriarchy was currently prevailing. Aren't you the one who's supposed to be formidable? Didn't you transform into a beautiful maiden? Were you not going to punish it on behalf of the moon, so why are you just lying there asleep?
Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed her, growing increasingly vexed.
Yang Kor stubbornly insisted on confronting D2 alone, only to end up flat on her face. Had Zhang Xiaoqiang not punctured D2's rear, she would have long since been devoured. If Yang Kor had exerted herself adequately, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have been more understanding.
However, the crux of the matter was that she had fallen asleep right before D2.
I don't know, I just felt a tightness in my chest and then everything went black. I had no idea until you woke me up.
Yang Kor tilted her head, trying to recall the moment but failing to understand why she had dozed off. Observing Yang Kor still in her daze, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed. What kind of education are these young girls receiving nowadays? He found two large boulders leaning against each other and inserted the rebar into the crevice. Yang Kor exerted herself to straighten the rebar beast horn gun. Seeing the weapon straightened in her hands, Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke up. What are you holding?
Uncle, didn't you say it was called a beast horn gun?
Yang Kor replied, glancing from the long gun to Zhang Xiaoqiang, puzzled by his question.
Do you even know that thing is called a gun? Is it meant for bashing?
Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted angrily, frustrated that the weapon he had painstakingly crafted for her was being treated like a club. Yang Kor bowed her head in silence, feeling wronged. As long as it could strike a monster, wasn't using it to bash acceptable. Zhang Xiaoqiang, seeing her refusal to admit her mistake, felt his temper flare. He took a few deep breaths and slapped his cheeks to regain composure.
Can you bash it open with that gun?
Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed to the massive boulder beside them.
Yang Kor gazed at the towering rock and its considerable thickness, stuck out her tongue, and shook her head at Zhang Xiaoqiang.
Try stabbing it with the beast horn gun, Zhang Xiaoqiang said calmly. Yang Kor looked at him quizzically but remained silent, raising the gun and swiftly thrusting it toward the rock like chopsticks piercing through tofu. The 80-centimeter beast horn easily penetrated 40 centimeters into the boulder, leaving Yang Kor astonished, staring incredulously at the weapon in her hands.
Do you understand now?
Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, watching as the beast horn gun rotated out of the boulder, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Yang Kor remained bewildered, unable to grasp Zhang Xiaoqiang's point. Pressing her thumb against her temple, she murmured to herself, calm down, when you were her age, you were still catching loaches and fishing for frogs.
You need to be calm.
After a long pause, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a heavy breath and turned to the still confused Yang Kor.
As of now, the gun in your hands has yet to encounter anything it cannot pierce.
Especially with the spiral grooves on the beast horn, which can cause even more extensive damage at the puncture site. If, instead of bashing D2 earlier, you had stabbed its knee joint and shattered its bones, D2 would be lying on the ground, at your mercy. Having finished his thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a flush of embarrassment. These realizations were freshly conceived in his mind. Nonetheless, even if he had known earlier, he lacked the strength to pierce as deeply as Yang Kor had.
Yang Kor nodded, genuinely understanding now.
But, it was you who told me to bash it first.
Yang Kor's voice interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's moment of pride as a makeshift educator.
Huh? When did I say you should bash it? Zhang Xiaoqiang was taken aback. When I killed the first monster, you gave me a hammer. Yang Kor's words struck a deep wound in Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. One reaps what one sows. He ceased to argue with Yang Kor about whether to stab or bash and called her over as he walked toward the fallen D2. Wow! Uncle, you're so impressive, you defeated such a large boss. Yang Kor exclaimed in astonishment as she beheld D2 sprawled in the waterway, unable to comprehend why she had failed while Zhang Xiaoqiang succeeded. Go pull the beast horn gun out for me, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed, pointing at the weapon embedded in D2's rear. Ugh! That's so disgusting, Uncle, how can you be so lewd, it's so dirty to stab it there.
Yang Kor was reluctant to comply, dragging her feet in protest.
You can choose not to do it, but the next time we encounter D2, I'll use your gun to stab it, Zhang Xiaoqiang threatened. Alright. I'll go, but why do you have to make it sound so gross? Yang Kor complained as she slowly approached the iconic beast horn gun lodged in D2's rear. Your tearful light, fragile yet wounded, the pale crescent moon captures the past. The night stretches long, crystallizing into frost, who is in the attic, coldly despairing, rain gently taps against the vermilion window, my life is scattered on paper, blown by the wind to dreams, far away, transform into a wisp of fragrance, drifting like the silhouette of you. The chrysanthemum withers, frost covers the ground, your smile has faded to a yellowed huey flowers fall, leaving hearts in anguish, my silent thoughts flow quietly, the north wind disrupts the night, unending, your shadow is unbreakable, leaving me solitary, doubled on the lake's surface. The flowers have wilted, falling in splendid decay, in a world of withered beauty, fate bears its burdens, sorrow cannot cross the river. Autumn's heart is cleaved in two, fearing you cannot reach the shore, a lifetime of swaying, whose land is this, with hooves pounding in disarray? My body clad in armor, screaming through the ages. As dawn breaks softly, you sigh quietly, a night of melancholy so subtle, the chrysanthemum withers, frost covers the ground, your smile is faded to a yellowed hue.
Flowers fall, leaving hearts in anguish. My silent thoughts flow quietly. The north wind disrupts the night, unending. Your shadow is unbreakable, leaving me solitary, doubled on the lake's surface. Yang Kor sang Chrysanthemum Terrace beside him, while Zhang Xiaoqiang held the beast horn gun, its tip still pristine and gleaming, catching glimmers of light in the sun, as if it were a living entity. Gazing at the shimmering beast horn, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an inexplicable discomfort. Despite washing it several times and disinfecting it with white liquor, he could not shake the unease, for the act of piercing was simply too repugnant. With a rev of the engine, the three-wheeled agricultural vehicle roared back to life, heading toward the bridge. Chapter 53 I. Love you, husband. After confirming that there were no hidden bosses, the two of them advanced towards the bridge, armed with long rifles.
Just as Yang Kor was about to charge ahead to wreak havoc, she was halted by Zhang Xiaoqiang's voice.
It may seem exhilarating to kill now, but soon the ground will be littered with corpses. How will the vehicles pass? Will you carry away the bodies?
Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished Yang Kor, who pouted in silence.
Do you see that empty space by the bridge? Wait there, I will lure the enemies. For everyone that comes, you take it down. If two come, you deal with them both. Do not act impulsively again, alright?
Zhang Xiaoqiang reiterated earnestly, while Yang Kor displayed her impatience.
Observing her demeanor, he was reminded of his own youth, when his father would similarly lecture him, and he too would wear a look of annoyance.
Is this the rebellious spirit of youth? Have I truly begun to age?
Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not ponder further as he approached the horde of zombies. As anticipated, the moment he drew near, the zombies lunged at him mindlessly, a throng of them following in his wake. He reveled in the thrill of luring them to the open space, while behind him, Yang Kor shouted and fought with great enthusiasm. After enticing around 20 to 30 zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to join the fray alongside Yang Kor, only to find the ground strewn with corpses, leaving only a few zombies still standing.
Yang Kor, resembling a Valkyrie, wielded her rebar spear with such prowess that it spun like a wheel, sending zombies flying as she struck them with precision. One headless zombie flailed like a headless fly, its skull crushed into its chest by her forceful thrust.
As he witnessed the chaotic dance of the zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed that his earlier instructions had gone unheeded. She was not piercing but rather smashing and sweeping them aside.
In the blink of an eye, the area was cleared, yet Yang Kor appeared unsatisfied.
Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented his own shortcomings. How was it that others could raise such obedient and endearing companions, while his was so defiant? He decided to let her be, no longer wishing to intervene. Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts turned sour for a moment before he resumed his task of luring more enemies. He had hardly intervened in the demise of 50 zombies.
Yang Kor had taken them all down. Gazing at the sprawled corpses around him, he felt no envy. What did it matter if one slayed many? They were merely the lowest of cannon fodder, unlike him. If he were to engage, it would be to eliminate the boss outright. With the bridge now cleared, Zhang Xiaoqiang drove his three-wheeled agricultural vehicle to the opposite bank. Upon arrival, he swiftly disembarked and made his way towards the Jinlong bus. What's the matter? Are there still monsters about?
Yang Kor queried as she followed suit, her beloved rifle in hand. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully navigated around the scattered bones, assessing the red bus before him. The left side of the bus had been crumpled from an impact, merging with the driver's seat, and the driver had long since vanished. Only darkened bloodstains remained on the torn white seat covers. The bus's body appeared largely intact, the black sealed windows unbroken, save for the door facing the bridge, which had been forced ajar.
In anticipation of the rewards awaiting him, he jested with Yang Kor, "Don't you loot after defeating monsters in the game?
Uncle, are you feeling alright? Those monsters don't wear clothes, so what could they possibly drop?"
Yang Kor dismissed Zhang Xiaoqiang's treasure-seeking tendencies.
"Ha ha. While there may be no loot, there could be treasure chests," he replied, climbing onto the Jinlong bus. Inside, the scene resembled a chaotic refuse heap. Bones, tattered rags, and a multitude of bags of various colors and sizes lay strewn about. Zhang Xiaoqiang's objective was these bags. Surely, during the festive season, some valuable items would be found. Yang Kor settled in the back of the vehicle, a pile of snack bags on her left and an assortment of shampoos, conditioners, facial cleansers, hand creams, foundation, lip gloss, eyebrow pencils, eyelash curlers, and numerous other small items on her right. As she munched on snacks, she admired her Bon Marché handbag, which Zhang Xiaoqiang, indifferent to women's accessories, could not identify. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt he had sighed too much that day. His haul consisted only of snacks and cosmetics, along with the handbag that Yang Kor clutched tightly. He found a Nokia mobile phone nestled within a genuine leather pouch, which contained a spare battery. Zhang Xiaoqiang was quite fond of this phone. Its original model far surpassed any counterfeit, especially since it was a new release from October 2012, valued online at 8,888. He marveled at the thought that he could assemble 3 computers with the cost of just one phone. Although he was uncertain of the phone's utility in the apocalypse, he decided to keep it on his person. At least I can pretend to be a wealthy gentleman.
After replacing the battery, he pressed the power button.
A melody played, and the China Mobile logo appeared, followed by a picture of a young girl on the background. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, holding a pair of chopsticks and posing playfully for the camera, her face adorned with a mischievous and sweet smile, reminiscent of a little fairy. The girl's bright, sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks, coupled with her endearing expression, evoked a sense of comfort and melancholy within Zhang Xiaoqiang. As he gazed at the girl's photograph, he couldn't help but admire her beauty and charm. She was leagues ahead of the two-dimensional beauties from those games. Yang Kor, despite being a lovely girl, paled in comparison to this enchanting child. While Yang Kor might one day blossom into a beauty, the girl before him already possessed an exquisite allure. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, pondering, if this extraordinary little girl hasn't been devoured yet, she has likely transformed into a zombie as well. Yang Kor remained engrossed with her handbag, seemingly captivated by it, while Zhang Xiaoqiang idly fiddled with the phone.
Given the day's events and the encroaching darkness, he decided to tidy up the bus and settle in for the night. Upon opening the messages, he discovered a series of unread texts from his wife, all signed with your wife. He selected the most recent unread message. December 31st, 2012, 10:40 p.m. Husband, where are you? Come back quickly, everyone outside has gone mad. December 31st, 2012, 1:21 p.m. Husband, where are you? I'm so scared, the crazies outside are starting to eat people.
December 31st, 2012, 7:50 p.m. Husband, are you hurt? The madmen outside are banging on the big iron door. Me and Meow Meow are safe in the bedroom. January 1st, 2013, 10:00 a.m. Husband, why aren't you replying? I am going to die of anxiety. January 1st, 2013, 2:47 p.m. Husband, did you receive my message? I called you but no one picked up. I miss you, Meow Meow misses you too. January 7th, 2013, 8:02 a.m. I don't know where you are, or if you're still alive. Yesterday, I saw Zhang Boss, who lives next door, trying to drive out. I watched his car get surrounded and saw him dragged out. I saw him being eaten. I love you, husband. Having read all the messages, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled deeply, a heaviness settling in his heart. The owner of the phone's wife and a cat named Meow Meow were barricaded at home, while the phone's owner had either been devoured or transformed into a zombie. His wife remained at home, fantasizing about his return to rescue her, but alas, her husband would never come back. Chapter 54. Where did the lingerie come from? Beep beep beep. The long-awaited sound of the phone alarm jolted Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. He rose, stretching his limbs, his hands resting on his hips as he adjusted his stiff muscles. The persistent electronic chime from his phone echoed around him, a familiar tune that he was reluctant to silence, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Yang Kor remained deeply asleep, her slumbering form rather restless. The blanket had fallen to the floor, her head tilted at an odd angle, and a droplet of saliva hung precariously from the corner of her mouth, glistening like a spider's thread as it connected her lips to her thigh. One smooth, rosy leg extended forward while the other was bent, resting on the cushion, clad in a lace-trimmed set of alluring lingerie that hung loosely on her frame. The oversized bra failed to fully contain her bosom, leaving a portion tantalizingly exposed. As Zhang Xiaoqiang bent to retrieve the blanket to cover her, his gaze was drawn to the revealing attire of Yang Kor, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Wait a moment, he pondered, staring at the black lingerie she wore, feeling an unsettling familiarity. No way. Wasn't this the very piece he had discovered last time? He had deemed it too extravagant for Yang Kor, stashing it at the bottom of his backpack in hopes of encountering a voluptuous beauty to wear it. How had this little girl managed to pilfer it for herself? Irritation welled up within him. How could Yang Kor don his private collection without so much as a word of inquiry? The phone continued its relentless beeping, rousing Yang Kor from her slumber. She pressed her small hands against her ears, eyes shut tight, and cried out, Mom, turn off the alarm, just 5 more minutes. You'll be late for school. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted as he silenced the phone, leaning closer to her. Startled, Yang Kor bolted upright, exclaiming, oh no, oh no. She froze, taking in the glum expression on Zhang Xiaoqiang's face, then glanced down at the cup in his hand. A chill swept over her, and upon looking down, she realized her modesty was compromised, her petite treasures exposed. Yang Kor shrieked, covering herself with her hands, whimpering, oh no, I've been seen. Boo-hoo, I can't face anyone. Bang. Zhang Xiaoqiang flung the blanket over her head, enveloping her snugly. Now, tell me, where did you acquire that lingerie? He demanded, standing over her muffled beneath the blanket. Yang Kor stammered, seemingly unable to conjure a plausible explanation. Suddenly, she pulled the blanket down to her chin, revealing her head, and offered a sheepish smile. Uncle, you're quite the pervert. How could you secretly stash women's lingerie in your bag? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Consider this set my hush money, she declared with an audacious grin as Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the audacious girl, releasing a deep sigh of exasperation. With the lingerie conundrum behind him, he descended from the vehicle, intent on preparing breakfast. The memory of the meal Yang Kor had prepared the previous morning stirred his appetite. He extracted a steel rod wedged in the car door and kicked it open. Fresh air rushed in, invigorating him as he inhaled the crisp morning atmosphere, feeling a wave of rejuvenation wash over him. The warm sunlight enveloped him. Just as he was about to step out, a glimmer caught his eye. Turning back, he noticed the windshield, cracked like a spider's web, and beneath it lay a set of keys glistening in the sun. His heart quickened at the sight of the keys, as he had learned that finding keys often heralded good fortune. Bang! He opened the luggage compartment, revealing a neatly arranged row of large travel bags and suitcases. He unzipped the first bag, uncovering a plethora of mobile phone boxes filled with various counterfeit devices. After extracting one with a fully charged battery, he calculated that he could use these batteries to last until next year. Carefully setting aside all compatible batteries, he eagerly opened the second bag. As he peered inside, his eyes grew misty at the sight. The saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. The bag was filled with an array of women's lingerie, colorful, stylish, modest, and daring. Zhang Xiaoqiang's excitement was palpable. Casting a glance at Yang Kor, who was engrossed in a mobile game, he discreetly selected the most seductive and exquisitely packaged piece, clearly worth a small fortune, and tucked it into his satchel. Come here. Choose some for yourself, grab a variety of sizes, lest you find yourself without any as you grow, he called out, beckoning her to make her selection. Yang Kor, upon seeing the assortment of lingerie resembling a sea of flags, let out a cheer and dove into the bag. The first one sells phones, the second lingerie, the third surely won't be selling adult films, right? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, feeling as if he were opening a treasure chest in a game. The next bag appeared quite ordinary, containing only men's clothing. Discarding the garments onto the ground casually, he stumbled upon a stack of thick packages, pulling them out one by one to reveal 20 neatly wrapped bundles encased in newspaper. He tore open one, discovering a neat stack of 100 yuan bills, each bundle containing 10,000 yuan, totaling a staggering 200,000. Zhang Xiaoqiang ripped open all the newspaper wrappings, tossing the bills into the air.
The money rained down, fluttering like leaves, as Zhang Xiaoqiang stood amidst a shower of red bills adorned with the visage of a great leader. Yang Kor, disturbed by the sudden money rain, complained about Zhang Xiaoqiang's reckless littering.
Garbage, he pondered her words. Indeed, people toil their entire lives only to realize they have amassed little more than a pile of paper. In a world on the brink of collapse, that very paper transforms into refuse, and here he was, lamenting over a heap of trash. Truly, a folly of the mind. Regaining his composure, he opened the fourth bag, likely belonging to a young couple, as it contained both men's and women's clothing, including 2 TNF hiking jackets, one in blue-gray for men and the other in light blue for women. Sniffing them confirmed they were new and unworn, so he tossed the women's jacket to Yang Kor to continue her search. Ha! Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, spotting 2 notebooks. One was pristine, devoid of any embellishment, while the other was adorned with stickers of cartoon cats and various photo collages, featuring a miniature plush cat attached. This particular notebook, released by Asus in April 2012, was designed for outdoor use, boasting a titanium alloy exterior that could withstand shocks, performing reliably in extreme temperatures and environments, whether in the desert or rainforest, underwater or at high altitudes. Zhang Xiaoqiang had been captivated by its online reviews but had been deterred by its steep price. Now, he had the chance to call it his own. Carefully placing the notebook into his computer bag, he noticed 2 collapsible pouches. He opened one, revealing 6 mirrored surfaces arranged in 2 rows. Initially perplexed, he realized, upon noticing the connection ports, that this was the fabled solar-powered laptop charging pouch. Chapter 55. He is such a dashing man. The tricycle traversed the road leading to City J, with Yang Kor seated at the back, lost in the melodious tunes playing through her earphones. However, Zhang Xiaoqiang, though surrounded by music, felt a profound discontent within. Aside from acquiring 2 laptops that morning, he had only managed to gather a few dried seafood items. What troubled him most was the realization that the laptops contained nothing but incomprehensible surveying data and a handful of songs, no games whatsoever, not even a single adult film, which he deemed essential for a man. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an urge to curse. How could one be considered a man without even a collection of adult films? With a sudden creak, the vehicle came to a halt. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the map in his hands, feeling despondent. On the provincial map, City J was merely a small circle, indicating that the old national road to Jinyun City passed through it. Staring at the minuscule dot on the map, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was unfamiliar with the roads in City J. Who knew if entering would lead him to find a way out? Moreover, despite its modest size, City J housed a population of several hundred thousand. If there happened to be 1 or 2 D3 or S3 zombies there, wouldn't that be akin to delivering a feast to the undead? Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated at the outskirts of the city, contemplating seeking Yang Kor's counsel, but her dismissive retort, "That's your concern," silenced him. But he found himself at a loss for words, torn between the decision to venture forth or retreat. Suddenly, the sharp sound of gunfire, a series of short bursts from an assault rifle, shattered the tense atmosphere, startling Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Stay alert," he shouted to Yang Kor, swiftly drawing his handgun and chambering around. Yang Kor readied her crossbow, aiming at the source of the gunfire. The music from the laptop was silenced, and both individuals cautiously observed the surrounding rustling foliage, the air thick with tension, with even the sound of Yang Kor's heavy breaths discernible. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed again, this time closer. A man's agonized scream pierced the air from the left front, followed by a prolonged burst of gunfire. Clearly, the situation was dire. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained motionless. In the face of uncertainty, the wisest choice was to wait. He was neither a special forces operative nor a secret agent, merely an ordinary citizen, and the preservation of his life was a source of solace. When confronted with unknown dangers, he chose to exercise caution. The thick underbrush obstructed his view of the situation ahead, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang with a serious expression, while Yang Kor appeared somewhat indifferent, casually chewing gum, her demeanor laced with disdain. The undergrowth began to stir, raising Zhang Xiaoqiang's apprehension. With a sudden rustle, 4 or 5 figures burst forth from the thicket, ignoring Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor as they dashed forward, heads down. Zhang Xiaoqiang was baffled by the sight. 4 robust men, 2 wielding sharpened rebar, one clutching a longquan sword typically used by elderly ladies during morning exercises, and another carrying a bow resembling an English longbow, though lacking arrows. The men fled in a panic, resembling a disheveled troop from a film. Could it be D2? Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped, hastily revving the tricycle to escape the scene. The last encounter with a D2 had been a matter of luck rather than skill. Relying on the young girl felt far too precarious. As for whether they were S2, the thought never crossed his mind. Given the speed of S2 zombies, escape would be impossible. Just then, a man wielding a Type 81 rifle leapt into view, aiming and firing behind him, but his ammunition was scant. After a few shots, the rifle fell silent. Frustrated, he abandoned the weapon and sprinted after the others. Before he had taken more than a few steps, 3 S-type zombies emerged from the underbrush, roaring as they pursued him. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor stood by, watching in bewildered silence, as neither the fleeing men nor the zombies paid them any heed. "Uncle, are they filming a cop and robber movie? Why are those monsters ignoring us?" Yang Kor inquired, her eyes glued to the unfolding chase.
Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could respond, two more S-type zombies leapt from the foliage. These were particularly gruesome, one riddled with bullet holes in its thigh, moving as if caught in a zombie dance, while the other resembled a mobile beehive, its chest and abdomen covered in eyes, clearly injured and unable to run. The two wounded zombies caught wind of Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor, shuffling closer to Zhang Xiaoqiang refrained from letting Yang Kor take action, observing the two S-type zombies approach. One was performing a zombie jig, while the other moved with a moonwalk, inching toward the side of the tricycle. Bang! Bang! Two shots rang out, and the S-type zombies collapsed in succession. Zhang Xiaoqiang blew the smoke from the muzzle of his gun, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Within a meter, I'm still hitting my mark. Thus far, his handgun had finally proven effective against zombies, and he fondly stroked the weapon, reflecting on his progress. His gaze fell upon the abandoned Type 81 rifle on the ground, contemplating whether to retrieve it now or wait until the chaos subsided. Though devoid of ammunition, possessing a rifle had been a dream of his youth. As for the men engaged in their frantic escape, they were of little concern to him. After all, they were not striking beauties, and he couldn't care less about their fate. While Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed the plight of others, it did not hinder Yang Kor from enjoying the spectacle of following the events surrounding Xiaoyanshan. She had grown somewhat indifferent, aloof towards outsiders, yet still affectionate towards her own. Look, look! Uncle, that guy with the gun has dashed to the front. Ha, he is about to be caught. What a fool! If only he'd discarded the thing in his hands, he would have been faster. Isn't that right, uncle? He's truly been caught. One has been bitten. Wait, why is only one stopping to eat? What about the others? Have they had their fill? Yang Kor observed through the scope of her crossbow, her sharp tongue relentless, devoid of any sympathy. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no mind to her comments, fixated instead on the Type 81 lying on the ground, increasingly enamored with it. Though a reclusive individual, he was also a traditional Chinese man who believed that taking without asking is akin to theft. Despite having collected numerous items along the way, all had been unclaimed possessions. Thus, I can wait until you perish before I claim it. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to embrace the role of a hypocritical gentleman. Uncle! They running this way, they must have heard the gunfire. Yang Kor alerted him, gripping her beast horn gun with eagerness. Let them approach before we decide. Don't reveal your beast horn gun. Wealth should not be flaunted. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no intention of rescuing anyone, but that did not mean he would shy away from dispatching zombies. Besides, inquiring about the local routes from a resident would also be beneficial. The remaining four men sprinted desperately toward the tricycle, while Zhang Xiaoqiang stood calmly by the vehicle, silently observing their frantic run, offering neither encouragement nor urging them to hasten. Puffing and panting. Their labored breaths echoed from a distance, faces flushed and contorted in exertion, resembling the little demons from Fengdu's King Yan's palace. The man wielding the Longquan sword was nearing his limit, gasping for air, his eyes bulging, white foam forming at the corners of his mouth. Hearing the footsteps closing in behind him, he couldn't resist glancing back. To his horror, a diminutive S-type zombie was trailing him, claw raised in a menacing gesture, its foul, dark paw poised to grasp his face. Ah, he let out a blood-curdling scream, summoning every ounce of strength to propel himself forward, his arms flailing to increase his speed. It seemed he had completely forgotten about the Longquan sword in his hand. It swayed rhythmically with his movements, glistening in the sunlight. Swish! A gust of wind brushed past his ear, followed by a thud. What had fallen? He remained oblivious, continuing to sprint until he stood beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, gradually regaining his breath, at least providing a buffer. Meanwhile, one S-type zombie feasted in the distance, another having been pierced through the skull by Yang Kor's arrow, leaving only one bearing down on him. He unsheathed the military knife at his waist and hurled it with precision, witnessing it soar toward the S-type zombie's head. Thud! The spinning knife embedded itself firmly into the zombie's forehead, and it staggered forward before collapsing. The four men reached the tricycle, eager to climb aboard, only to be met with Yang Kor's crossbow aimed at them, rendering them motionless as they glanced backward in shock. Dumbfounded, the four muscular men wore expressions of utter disbelief. One zombie lay on the ground with an arrow lodged in its forehead, while another lay prostrate, as Zhang Xiaoqiang extracted the military knife from its skull. None of the men uttered a word or moved an inch, merely staring blankly as Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the S-type zombie that was still consuming flesh. The S-type zombie halted its meal, rising to face Zhang Xiaoqiang, its fury palpable, akin to an animal interrupted mid-feast. It lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a roar, yet he remained unfazed. As if strolling through a garden, he stepped aside, allowing the S-type zombie to miss its mark, and in a swift motion, plunged the military knife into the back of its skull. Withdrawing the knife, Zhang Xiaoqiang wiped the blood from its shoulder. The S-type zombie collapsed like a heap of dough. By the time Zhang Xiaoqiang returned, the men were still in a state of shock. Gulp! The man wielding the Longquan sword swallowed hard. Gulp, gulp. The remaining three finally snapped back to reality, synchronously swallowing hard. Brother, this is how a dashing man behaves. Zhang Xiaoqiang reveled in his triumph, for the practice of his knife-throwing skills had all but worn down the sharpening stone. Chapter 56. News from Jinyun City. Four men gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, seemingly unable to fathom how he had so nonchalantly dispatched those mutated zombies. Clearing his throat, Zhang Xiaoqiang regarded the quartet. The man wielding the longbow had already fed a zombie, while the one with the Type 81 rifle appeared to be in his mid-20s, clad in a set of filthy garments whose color was indiscernible. His countenance was fierce, unmistakably the type who thrived on trouble, yet, at that moment, he seemed surprisingly subdued, his eyes darting around, lost in thought. The other two appeared rather unremarkable, sporting generic faces that would be easily lost in a crowd, both seemingly in their 20s or 30s, standing before Zhang Xiaoqiang in a timid manner, stealing glances at the fierce-looking man, indicating that the one with the Type 81 was the leader. The man wielding the Longquan sword was the eldest, his face lined with wrinkles, suggesting he was in his 40s, resembling a simple, earnest individual. "Which one of you is the leader?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, wiping his military knife clean with a rag before sheathing it at his waist, as Yang Kora's crossbow seemed to aim at them almost imperceptibly. The earnest-looking man exhibited little reaction, merely staring vacantly at Zhang Xiaoqiang's military knife, while the two generic-looking men glanced at the one with the Type 81, remaining silent. "Haha, I am their temporary squad leader." "What orders do you have, esteemed brother?" The man with the Type 81 attempted to smile, striving to present a more amiable demeanor, but his distinctive appearance rendered the smile rather disingenuous. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not one to judge solely by appearances. After all, Xia Yuanshan had initially appeared sincere, projecting an image of someone willing to brave any peril, only to reveal himself as treacherous. "Oh? What is your surname?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, a thought stirring in his mind. None of the four men carried backpacks, suggesting they resided nearby, and since the man claimed to be a temporary squad leader, it implied there were others at their residence. "Haha, I am of humble surname called He Wenbin." "What do you go by, esteemed brother?" He Wenbin bowed slightly, attempting to ingratiate himself with Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Just call me Cockroach." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, reluctant to disclose his real name. He preferred the moniker Cockroach to his own, as it at least conveyed a sense of streetwise survival. "Oh. Brother Cockroach, I wonder if there is anything you require. You have saved our lives, so feel free to ask for anything." He Wenbin said as he retrieved the Type 81. Watching the rifle return to its rightful owner made Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart ache, but he resigned himself to playing the role of a benevolent figure. "How is it that you, armed with both guns and swords, were chased by a mere handful of zombies?" Zhang Xiaoqiang queried, puzzled. He believed the S-type zombies were not particularly formidable, far inferior to the D2 variant. Killing one was akin to squashing an ant. "Brother Cockroach is indeed skilled, we cannot compare. Those creatures are exceedingly swift. Aside from aiming for their heads, nothing else is effective. We set out with 10, and now only 4 remain." He Wenbin's expression darkened as he spoke, the heavy losses weighing heavily on him. "Are there any gathering places nearby?" Zhang Xiaoqiang subtly probed, hoping to extract information. "I haven't heard of any. Aside from our group of over 40, we haven't encountered anyone else." He Wenbin hesitated, but ultimately shared what he knew. Brother Bin, didn't we catch a message on the radio last time?" one of the generic-faced men interjected, prompting He Wenbin's recollection. "Oh. I remember now, the radio mentioned a survivor gathering point near a town on the outskirts of Jinyun City." He Wenbin relayed the latest information to Zhang Xiaoqiang. "How many people are there? Are the administrative bodies still intact?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked urgently. As long as the authorities remained, order could still be maintained. He had no desire to live in chaos, especially as he lacked confidence in himself. "I don't know, perhaps around 100,000? The radio advised us to head there, but Longu said relying on others is less reliable than taking matters into our own hands. At least we wouldn't be cannon fodder," He Wenbin confessed, lacking specific details. Zhang Xiaoqiang inhaled sharply. Jinyun City, with a population nearing 9 million, had dwindled to just over 100,000. With a 90% infection rate, there should still be close to 1 million survivors. Did that mean the actual survival rate was merely 1%? "Who is this Longu?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, intrigued by the mention of someone capable of leading a group of 40 or so individuals in such dire times. "Longu is the one who let us out from the prison," He Wenbin elaborated, revealing his understanding of the gravity of their situation, recognizing Zhang Xiaoqiang as a superior force. Zhang Xiaoqiang was aware of a labor reform farm nearby. He had a relative imprisoned there, uncertain of their fate. "Do you know Kai Kuan-yong?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked hopefully, wishing to find any trace of family. "I don't know. I was a serious offender, kept in solitary confinement." He Wenbin thought hard but couldn't recall. He turned to the earnest-looking man, asking, "Honest man, do you have any recollection?" The man, dubbed Honest Man for his demeanor, pondered momentarily before replying, "Names aren't used inside. We are generally referred to by our numbers. Those not in the same cell and without reputation remain unknown to one another." "How many managed to escape at that time?" Zhang Xiaoqiang held onto his last shred of hope. The larger cells, housing over 10 individuals, were the first to descend into chaos. "I was a thief, positioned near the entrance. Noticing things amiss, I picked the lock and escaped. I didn't see anyone else leave the larger cells, as even the guards had transformed into monsters. I ran to a solitary cell and freed those who had not yet changed before fleeing with them." Honest Man recounted, revealing himself as a savior to the remaining prisoners. Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling despondent, surveyed the men before him and asked, "Who among you is a local?" One of the generic-faced men cautiously stepped forward, saying, "I am." "What do you require? Aside from passing through City J, are there alternative routes to Jinyun City?" Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to head toward Jinyun City. The presence of more people offered a greater sense of security. "Travel east from here, reach Shihu village, then head north to Gujiaba.
Following the road west will allow you to bypass the city center. Many coal trucks take this route. The generic-faced man hesitated, as if he had more to say. What is it? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed, fully aware of the stakes involved, his life on the line. Earlier, there were broadcasts from Jinyun City, warning that many who drove there faced dire consequences. A formidable creature emerged, resulting in the deaths of 8 out of 10 who ventured that way, with another driven insane. The man paused momentarily before continuing. Survivors reported that the area was choked with vehicles, and the monster was capable of dismantling large buses. Many perished at its hands. He fell silent, awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's response. Are there any other routes to circumvent it? Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart raced, fixating on the man's lips for an answer. The man merely shook his head, indicating there were no alternatives. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt adrift, uncertain of his next move should he return to the cave with Yang Kur, hiding from the world. He Wenbin observed Zhang Xiaoqiang's despondent expression and felt compelled to act. Brother Cockroach, why not take refuge with us for now? We can wait for an opportunity to head to Jinyun City later? He Wenbin cautiously suggested, fearful of upsetting Zhang Xiaoqiang. After a moment's deliberation, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to accompany them, acknowledging that while Longo might not be a benevolent figure, he was no pushover either. He had clearly dispatched those S-type zombies with ease, and with Yang Kuo as a formidable ally, he felt reassured. Zhang Xiaoqiang agreed to follow He Wenbin, who promptly signaled to the others to lead the way to their temporary refuge. Brother Bin, Sanzi and the others might still be trapped in that small building. They could very well be alive. Honest Man suddenly reminded He Wenbin. He Wenbin glanced at the frail and sickly individuals among them, touched the empty Type 81, and cast his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the hopeful expressions of the men, and he found himself overwhelmed, pondering if this was how heroes emerged. Chapter 57 Ignition. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kur to guard the vehicle while he, along with He Wenbin and the others, retraced their steps. He Wenbin and his companions cautiously followed behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, their eyes darting about, alert to any signs of movement. It seemed they had become like startled birds. As they navigated through the thicket, they spotted an S-shaped zombie devouring a corpse. The sight caused He Wenbin and the others to turn pale. He picked up a sharpened steel bar from the hands of a commoner, weighing it thoughtfully and muttering, "It's not as convenient as a beast-horn gun." The group maintained a considerable distance from the S-shaped zombie, which remained oblivious to their presence, focused solely on its gruesome feast. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his hand and hurled the steel bar like a javelin towards the zombie. It soared through the air, arcing gracefully before embedding itself into the zombie's thigh, pinning it to the ground. Excellent! He Wenbin exclaimed, applauding Zhang Xiaoqiang's successful throw. Zhang Xiaoqiang, however, wore a blank expression, his cheeks slightly flushed. His aim had originally been directed at the zombie's head, but fate had intervened, resulting in the steel bar striking its thigh instead. Unbeknownst to He Wenbin and the others, they believed Zhang Xiaoqiang to be remarkably accurate. Roar! The S-shaped zombie let out a furious howl, struggling to rise. Zhang Xiaoqiang, appearing unfazed, approached it and with a swift motion, fired his handgun, shattering the zombie's skull. With his left hand gripping the gun, he extracted the steel bar with his right and tossed it to the commoner, who fumbled awkwardly to catch it. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the expressions on He Wenbin and the others' faces. He brandished the handgun to assert his authority, signaling that he too was armed. However, He Wenbin and his companions were unperturbed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's possession of a firearm. They regarded it as a commonplace occurrence, even speculating that he preferred it to avoid staining his military knife. He Wenbin snatched the Longquan sword from the honest man's grasp and offered it to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Brother Cockroach, use this. Each bullet spent is one less in your arsenal. He seemed genuinely concerned about the depletion of Zhang Xiaoqiang's ammunition. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a mix of exasperation and incredulity, realizing he was merely putting on a show for the blind. Taking the Longquan sword, Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly noticed something amiss. This sword was far from the lightweight exercise tools favored by the elderly. It was remarkably heavy, significantly more so than ordinary swords. Zhang Xiaoqiang's strength had vastly improved since his days as a reclusive homebody, particularly after consuming rainwater for the second time, which had caused his power to increase daily. The steel bar he had just wielded felt almost weightless in his hands, while the sword now felt perfectly balanced. Brother Cockroach, look, there are inscriptions here. He Wenbin pointed to a section near the hilt of the sword. Zhang Xiaoqiang examined the intricate patterns along the blade, which resembled waves, and noticed two small characters etched near the hilt. Jingwei. The sword appeared quite ordinary at first glance, save for the remarkable steel pattern, while the rest of it seemed unremarkable. The blade was blunt and unadorned, as if it had never been sharpened, and the hilt was fashioned in the shape of a brass ingot, its dull hue tinged with signs of tarnish. The hilt itself was a hefty piece of wood, which felt relatively comfortable to grip. In summary, this sword lacked the aesthetic appeal of a stainless steel Longquan sword. Zhang Xiaoqiang held the Jingwei sword, puzzled by its significance, while He Wenbin hurried to clarify. They had ventured out to scavenge for supplies and had stumbled upon a hidden chamber in an old house, filled with paintings and antiques, presumably family heirlooms. Initially, they had dismissed the paintings and antiques as useless, but the honest man, accustomed to thievery, had discovered a hidden compartment containing a wooden box, which housed this unassuming sword. It was, in fact, the most valuable treasure within that secret room, and the honest man had managed to secure it while escaping. Zhang Xiaoqiang, holding a nonchalant attitude, considered returning it if the honest man was reluctant to part with it, especially since he still possessed the beast-horn gun, which he deemed far more precious. The honest man, seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang seek his opinion, appeared somewhat agitated, his expression less wooden than before. No worries, you take it, I have no use for it.
It seemed he relished the respect he received from others. Thus, with the sword in his left hand and the handgun in his right, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his way towards the location where Wenbin's companions were trapped. Upon witnessing the horde of corpses before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a shiver run down his spine.
There are countless. Not dozens, not hundreds, goodness, there must be over 1,000.
Turning to Wenbin, he saw that his expression mirrored his own horror.
What on earth is happening? This shouldn't be.
The honest man, gazing at the mass of zombies clustered together, appeared sickly pale, his lips white, and his eyes wide with disbelief. This was Zhang Xiaoqiang's first encounter with such a vast horde. During their previous escape, they had only faced a maximum of 200 to 300. It is said that a multitude of 10,000 becomes an unfathomable sea, yet witnessing 1,000 was still profoundly shocking. Situated near J City, they found themselves on a small hill overlooking a cluster of old brick houses, their surroundings adorned with towering trees that suggested the village had a long history. The picturesque scene of small bridges, flowing streams, and ancient trees evoked a feeling of tranquility, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden paradise, were it not for the nearby residential development encroaching upon it. The construction of the housing complex was only halfway completed, and scaffolding surrounded the area. Two figures stood upon the scaffolding, gazing down at the throng of zombies below. Through binoculars, one could see their faces etched with despair as they occasionally witnessed an S-shaped zombie attempting to scale the scaffolding, only to plummet inelegantly onto the heads of its fellow undead. What are your thoughts? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, turning to Wenbin and the others.
Shall we retreat for now?
We can devise a plan later, Wenbin suggested, his tone wavering. With the two commoners nodding in agreement, even the honest man seemed to wish to retreat, albeit hesitantly. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast a discerning glance at them before continuing to survey the surroundings. The two men were trapped in a building halfway up the hill, with zombies lurking below, while not far off, a medium-sized truck stood idle, its open cargo area revealing sacks of rice. The straight-line distance from the hilltop to the trapped men was merely 100 meters, yet the sight of the horde caused the legs of the four sturdy men to tremble, let alone those confined atop the building.
Is that truck yours?
Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, pointing towards it. Wenbin nodded, and the two commoners chimed in. We usually drive it, we know the route well.
Where's the nearest gas station?
Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, contemplating a fiery strategy. As the last zombie fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of satisfaction with the Jingwei sword in hand, slicing through bone as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. It appeared blunt, yet it was capable of cleaving with precision. He had dispatched several zombies without a hint of dullness on the blade. The entire gas station had been cleared out, and Zhang Xiaoqiang spotted a fuel tanker parked nearby. He instructed the group to split up in search of keys. While hunting for the keys, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed a car repair shop across from the gas station, its surroundings cluttered with stacks of old tires, some towering higher than he was. Ultimately, the keys were discovered on a zombie, and Zhang Xiaoqiang directed them to load the old tires onto a truck awaiting repairs. Using chains, they towed the truck behind the fuel tanker and made their way towards the location where the two men were trapped. One by one, the tires were propped up on the hillside, while gasoline was siphoned from the tanker and poured over them. The horde of zombies below was tightly packed, with no gaps to be found. Light it up. With two tires ignited, Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded Wenbin and the others to push them down the slope.
The sight of the two blazing circles rolling down the hill was mesmerizing. Crashing into the mass of undead, the horde erupted into chaos, the burned zombies struggling to escape, while those on the periphery pushed inward, and even from the hilltop, the anguished wails of the zombies echoed in the air. Chapter 58, a successful rescue. As the rubber of the tires began to ignite, extinguishing the flames became an increasingly arduous task. One by one, the zombies transformed into human-shaped torches, thrashing about wildly, only to spread the flames to their fellow undead. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood atop the hillside, inhaling the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting up from below, his stomach churning in response. He shouted at the dazed Wenbin, continue. Instantly, Wenbin and his companions became as exhilarated as if they had consumed a blue pill, stripping off their shirts to bare their torsos, dousing the next tires in gasoline, their faces alight with excitement. Flaming tires rolled down the slope, occasionally toppling along the way. The scene before him evoked the sensation of returning to an ancient battlefield. The horde of zombies was thrown into utter chaos, countless flaming figures fleeing in all directions, including the DNS variants, who joined the fray, igniting anything flammable in their path. Flames erupted across the hillside, even scaffolding catching fire. You and I will go retrieve them, Zhang Xiaoqiang stated, fixing his gaze on Wenbin. Hesitant, Wenbin surveyed the scattering zombies below. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not rush him. He had already done all he could, sufficient to serve as his badge of loyalty. Were it not for the myriad of conflicting scents below, the zombies would have retained their greatest asset. Zhang Xiaoqiang would never descend. The burning rubber posed a far greater threat than the makeshift gas grenades he had previously crafted. Let us do it. I'll follow whatever orders Brother Cockroach gives. Wenbin proclaimed, adopting a self-sacrificial demeanor. He then added, bowing slightly, of course, I don't possess Brother Cockroach's remarkable skills, so I kindly ask for your protection. Zhang Xiaoqiang shot him a sidelong glance but said nothing, turning instead to descend the hill, even tucking his pistol back into his waistband and wielding only the Jingwei sword. The distance of 100 meters was easily traversed. Zhang Xiaoqiang skillfully avoided the burning tires and dispatched several errant zombies, calling out to Wenbin amidst the throng, get them down here. I'll be waiting.
Wenbin, surrounded by hundreds of wandering zombies, felt a wave of terror wash over him, dampening his pants with fear. With a quavering voice, he shouted up to the scaffolding, Sanzi, for heaven's sake, come down.
What are you doing up there, just hanging around? Brother Bin, goodness, I thought we were done for. I'm coming down, don't run away, I swear I'll burn incense for you.
The voice from the scaffolding was frantic, the figure scrambling down with a flurry of limbs, only to freeze upon witnessing the surrounding chaos of headless, rampaging zombies.
Zhang Xiaoqiang felled a zombie that charged at him and asked, "Isn't there's still one more up there?"
Sanzi, eager to escape, replied hastily, "He has frozen in fear, clutching a metal pipe and one T let go.
No matter how I pull him, he is unresponsive."
Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded, turning back towards the hill, with He Wenbin closely trailing behind like a shadow, not daring to stray from his side.
Upon reaching the summit, the trio left behind were equally elated. Smack! He Wenbin slapped Sanzi on the back of the head, barking, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank Brother Cockroach. If it weren't for him insisting on saving you, we'd have been sound asleep by now."
Sanzi appeared youthful, not yet 20, yet his face bore the weight of untold stories.
"Thank you.
"Thank you, Brother Cockroach, you're like a father to me," he exclaimed, bowing deeply before he could bow a third time. Zhang Xiaoqiang interjected, "I'm not dead yet, no need for 3 bows.
Smack!
He Wenbin struck Sanzi's head again, scolding, "I told you to study hard.
It is a shame you lack culture."
Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others return, Yang Kuo leaped up, exclaiming in playful annoyance, "Brother Cockroach, who is this?"
"Ha, from now on, you can call me Sister Cockroach."
Yang Kuo replied with a smug expression. The honest man, the average-looking fellow, and the rest of the group squeezed into the fuel truck, with He Wenbin trailing behind on a tricycle, while Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuo settled in the truck bed. Yang Kuo perused the original owner's diary on her laptop, while Zhang Xiaoqiang reclined against a blanket, smoking a cigarette.
"This is quite comfortable. Not having to drive brought him immense joy."
The tricycle's cabin was jarring, and each dismount left him feeling as if his bones had been rattled apart. As the saying goes, one who has never driven knows not the hardships of driving. One who has never ridden knows not the comforts of being a passenger. He Wenbin, having traversed life and death with Zhang Xiaoqiang, held him in deep admiration and now sought to curry favor, answering every question Zhang Xiaoqiang posed.
"How did you manage to escape? Were there any survivors among the armed police?"
Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired about their situation. "Oh, it was utter chaos back then, there were over 1,000 people inside, most of whom had gone mad. Even the armed police who entered to restore order fell victim. I happened to be locked in solitary confinement for a scuffle just days prior, until the honest man freed me. Thinking back still sends chills down my spine." He Wenbin, not appearing to be a virtuous character himself, had always been brash and domineering. Now, having been thoroughly cowed by the zombies, he would not have dared to accompany Zhang Xiaoqiang into the fray had it not been for the sheer force of his own bravado.
"How many made it out in total?"
"The Type 81 rifles are decent.
Where did they come from?"
Zhang Xiaoqiang offered a cigarette from behind it. He Wenbin accepted it with one hand, dangling it from his lips without lighting it, continuing to drive. "About 20 of us made it out, along with 2 prison guards. The guns were scavenged from the ground, but we didn't have many bullets. We had intended to raid the ammunition depot, but the squad stationed there had turned into monsters, and 6 of us were lost in the process." He Wenbin's face darkened as he recalled the first time he witnessed zombies devouring people. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Oh, the chaos was unimaginable, those creatures were everywhere, and no one knew when one would leap out from a corner, ready to bite. Thankfully, most were locked away in their cells and couldn't escape."
As He Wenbin recounted his tale, Zhang Xiaoqiang listened attentively.
He Wenbin had grown up in a difficult environment. His mother had run off early in his life, leaving him to contend with an irritable father who frequently disciplined him. After each bout of punishment, he bore the marks of his father's wrath. Disinterested in academics, he had dropped out before finishing the first year of middle school, opting instead for a life on the streets, where he had gained a modicum of notoriety. For a decade, he wandered through life until his father fell ill with liver cirrhosis, leaving him bedridden and awaiting death. He returned home to care for his father, who, on his deathbed, implored him to do better. What could a semi-literate individual, who had not completed middle school, hope to achieve? After facing repeated setbacks, he was urged by former friends to return to his old life, but he was resolute in his desire to pursue a righteous path. He Wenbin sighed heavily as he recounted this part of his life. Eventually, through an introduction, he became a bodyguard for a businessman. With his previous connections, he gained respect among the local toughs, and the businessman's operations faced no interference. Life was decent until at this point. He Wenbin's expression turned to one of rage. "Damn it, don't let me cross paths with him again. If I do, I'll make him pay dearly." The businessman, who owned 2 furniture stores, also engaged in illicit activities that He Wenbin was unaware of. One day, the businessman took him to a hotel for a business meeting. Upon entering, he received a phone call and, after hanging up, handed He Wenbin a briefcase to deliver to the store. Trusting the man, He Wenbin accepted the briefcase and descended the elevator. As soon as the doors opened, he was ambushed by 4 or 5 men, their guns trained on him. The businessman was a drug dealer, smuggling narcotics across the border using lumber from his furniture business. That day, he was preparing to make a delivery when he received a tip-off. A cunning switch had turned the drug dealer into He Wenbin, who had unwittingly paid off connections to avoid any repercussions of the briefcase contained contraband, leading to He Wenbin receiving a life sentence. Just when he thought his life was over, the apocalypse struck. Initially, the honest man released over 30 individuals, and they encountered 2 prison guards, grabbing several Type 81 rifles as they burst forth. As they made their way to the exit, they found the iron gates of several cells ajar, allowing countless zombies to scatter them. They rushed toward the main gate, only to find it was electronically locked, with electric fences surrounding it, forcing them to backtrack in search of the control room. After dispatching a few scattered zombies, their ammunition ran out. They attempted to raid the munitions depot, suffering 6 casualties without securing a single round. Ultimately, it was the honest man who broke into the armed police's duty room, yielding a small cache of ammunition. By the time they escaped, only about 20 remained. The prisoners, having secured their safety, contemplated eliminating the guards, but not all were inclined to do so. Some had connections that kept them from suffering any losses while incarcerated. Thus, the surviving group split into 2 factions, with 2 guards leading 7 or 8 individuals with whom they had friendly relations, seeking their own paths. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors, led by Long Gu, rescued a few others to form a small enclave. Chapter 59 Never show weakness. The oil tanker gradually came to a halt, and He Wenbin followed suit, bringing his vehicle to a stop. Before alighting, he cautioned Zhang Xiaoqiang, "Be wary of a fellow named Chen Yi." Before he was incarcerated, he committed a home invasion and brutally murdered an entire family of 8, earning himself a death sentence. He seldom shows respect to Long Gu and possesses a cruel disposition. Now, under Long Ji's command, he may very well seek to trouble Cockroach Brother. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded in acknowledgement, silently alert. He Wenbin pondered for a moment before adding, "If He Gu seeks trouble, Cockroach Brother must not show any leniency." Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized He Wenbin closely, finding him to be quite commendable. Here, he tossed a pack of Huangalo cigarettes to He Wenbin, expressing his gratitude. He Wenbin repeatedly thanked him, carefully concealing the cigarettes within his clothing. The oil tanker halted before a medium-sized poultry farm, its perimeter encircled by 4-meter-high walls, the white lime coating adorned with the words Jiangpengzi Poultry Farm in red paint. A rusty iron gate was tightly locked, and not far from the entrance, heaps of refuse lay scattered about, predominantly chicken feathers and bones.
Bang, bang, bang. Little 3 knocked vigorously on the iron gate, shouting, "Are you all dead in there?" After a considerable pause, a voice echoed back, "Damn it, I can tell it's you, you brat." Never speaking like a normal person. A figure emerged from within, approaching the gate to unlock it. The man, in his 30s, was poorly dressed. Although He Wenbin's group appeared slightly dirty, they still seemed presentable. The man wore a black overcoat, unbuttoned and flapping open, beneath which was a gaudy wool sweater that appeared almost feminine. He donned tattered jeans, revealing red long johns peeking through the rips, and his shoes were travel-worn, stained with dark splotches of blood that had yet to be wiped clean, creating a rather unappetizing sight. His hair was disheveled, speckled with an unknown white substance. On his back was slung a Type 81 rifle, its barrel filthy, a patchwork of grime suggesting it hadn't been cleaned since he acquired it. "Old Russian, have you crawled back into a woman's pants again?" He Wenbin teased the old Russian. "Ha ha. Just had a meal, was merely resting on that woman, and before I could even make a move, you started banging on the door." The old Russian laughed off He Wenbin's jibe. "Damn it, you can still get it up for that old woman? She looks like a sow at over 40, her bulk is appalling." Little 3 critiqued the old Russian's taste. At that moment, Yang Kor jumped down from the tricycle, clutching a laptop. With the old Russian's eyes lit up upon seeing her, casting a glance at He Wenbin, but dared not stare for too long, only stealing furtive glances. "Where are your eyes wandering? Do you want me to gouge them out?" He Wenbin warned, a fierce expression on his face. The old Russian fell silent, opening the iron gate and stepping aside. The oil tanker and tricycle drove into the poultry farm, stopping in an open space in front of a small building. The old Russian is also a major offender. He was convicted for the heinous crime of raping and murdering young girls. Initially, we were waiting for him to get his comeuppance, and we all disdain him, He Wenbin informed Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Such individuals are the bane of all decent men. The thought of innocent, adorable little girls being subjected to such atrocities and then ruthlessly slain was utterly intolerable. In the center of the poultry farm stood a 4-story villa, seemingly built not long ago, its dark green glass gleaming brightly. It towered amidst the poultry farm, creating a striking contrast. Surrounding the villa were several rows of red brick buildings, likely the poultry farm's feed storage and supply rooms. Several disheveled men were seen entering and exiting the red brick structures, not a single woman in sight. "Why are there no women around here?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, curiosity piqued. "Surely, in this post-apocalyptic world, women wouldn't be extinct?" "Huh, Cockroach Brother is interested in women. The women are all inside the villa, not coming out, but some are off limits, those belong to Long Gu and Igu. The others are fair game." He Wenbin trailed off, noticing Yang Kor glaring at him with an expression of deep-seated hatred. The iron door to the villa swung open, and a tall, burly man emerged, his short hair bristling with menace, his eyes glinting with a predatory light, as if he were poised to devour anyone in his path. He Wenbin recognized him as a troublemaker, a man exuding malice. "Ah, Binzi, you've returned, and you managed to procure an oil tanker, quite the accomplishment." "Igu, I've brought back 2 individuals." He Wenbin reported respectfully to Chen Yi. Chen Yi, not paying much attention, regarded the 5 individuals, his expression darkening. "So it's just you lot who made it back, the others are dead?" Chen Yi inquired, his mood fluctuating ominously. "We had bad luck, encountered a swift group of those creatures that are hard to aim at. That we managed to bring back this many is fortunate." He Wenbin recounted the situation, the honest man beside him nodding in agreement. "Ha, that's fine, just means fewer mouths to feed." Chen Yi's expression shifted from dark to bright, his gaze landing on Yang Kor, who stood off to the side, observing the scene. "Not bad, you even brought back a little girl. Little girl, you'll be with me from now on, I guarantee you'll live in luxury." As Chen Yi spoke, he reached out towards Yang Kor, only to be met with the barrel of Zhang Xiaoqiang's pistol pointed at his forehead.
Chen Yi's smile froze, his hands suspended in midair, glancing nervously at He Wenbin and the others. He Wenbin appeared awkward, while the others averted their gazes, pretending to be engrossed in their own shoes.
Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, his expression inscrutable, the weapon steady in his grip, the dark muzzle trained on Chen Yi's brow.
Ego, I haven't finished speaking yet. It was this cockroach brother who saved us. He single-handedly dispatched 6 of those fast creatures. He Wenbin interjected. I, along with Cheesy, were surrounded by 1,000 monsters on the scaffolding, and it was Cockroach Brother who brought Bingu out from that horde. Little 3 added in support. Ha ha. Binzi, you should have mentioned that sooner, Cockroach Brother, is it? My apologies for the oversight, we're all comrades here. Chen Yi feigned ignorance of Zhang Xiaoqiang's gun, warmly greeting him. Zhang Xiaoqiang holstered his weapon and returned the gesture with a fist salute. As a newcomer to this land, I beg your pardon for my lack of decorum. No need for formality, no need. My surname is Chen, you can call me Chen Yi, brother, your skills are impressive, have you trained before? Chen Yi began to probe Zhang Xiaoqiang's background. Zhang Xiaoqiang sensed Chen Yi's shrewdness, recognizing that such a figure could be treacherous, capable of striking from the shadows at any moment. I haven't trained systematically, just some aimless practice, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied evasively. Gu, shouldn't we invite Cockroach Brother inside? He Wenbin suggested. Chen Yi smacked his forehead in realization, how could I forget, my apologies, please, do come in. He guided Zhang Xiaoqiang into the living room, offering him a pack of cigarettes, which Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed were the cheaper kind, costing 7 yuan per pack. Accepting them discreetly, Chen Yi then shouted upstairs, hey, dead women upstairs, come down and serve our esteemed guest some tea. Turning back to Zhang Xiaoqiang, he continued with a grin, Cockroach Brother, are you jesting? You managed to take down 6 monsters just through aimless practice. I've encountered such creatures before. It took a volley from 7 or 8 rifles to bring down just one. Those creatures are easy to deal with. They really fast. If you have courage, you can take down dozens. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied nonchalantly. At that moment, 4 young women descended from upstairs, adorned in vibrant attire with subtle makeup. One of them served tea, while the other 3 knelt at Chen Yi's feet, massaging his legs. Cockroach Brother, do you fancy any of them? Just say the word, they're quite warm at night, Chen Yi remarked to Zhang Xiaoqiang, his expression entirely nonchalant. Chapter 61 Must not offend a brother's wife. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the several women before him, noting that they appeared to be in relatively good spirits, unlike the men outside whose faces were drawn and pallid. Their looks could be deemed above average. Of the women, in turn, covertly assessed Zhang Xiaoqiang, devoid of hope or fear, their expressions blank and apathetic. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang was not particularly accustomed to engaging with others, he could certainly perceive Chen Yi's attempts to draw him in. Yang Kor glanced at the women kneeling to one side and made a slight grimace, remaining silent. Brother Yi, you jest, a gentleman does not covet another's pleasures, I am but a humble man unworthy of such fortune. Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, shaking his head at the women on the ground. It was a lie to say he was unaffected, especially given the mature development of the women, whose figures were undeniably appealing, far surpassing that of Yang Kora. However, the current circumstances were unclear, and coupled with what He Wenbin had mentioned regarding Chen Yi's character, caution was paramount. Moreover, it seemed Chen Yi was not the type to willingly settle for second place. Perhaps today he would offer you women, and tomorrow he might set you upon Longo with a blade. Chen Yi kicked at a woman clad in red, barking, you wretched harlot, how can you lack so much awareness? Go and serve Cockroach Brother well, or I shall flay your skin and feed it to those creatures. The woman tumbled several times before obediently kneeling again, bowing her head to Chen Yi. She then wiped her hands on her clothing and began to massage Zhang Xiaoqiang's thighs. This woman, in her 20s, possessed a delicate beauty, her lips rosy and teeth white, her complexion fair, slightly inferior to Yang Kor's, and her hair, uncolored, flowed dark and lustrous. Her low-cut red coat revealed a pristine interior, beneath which she wore nothing, her ample bosom shyly partially exposed. The woman gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her face a mask of fear intermingled with anticipation, a hint of despair glimmering in her eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated to dismiss her. He could not afford to disregard Chen Yi on their first meeting. The woman exhaled in relief as 10 slender fingers delicately kneaded Zhang Xiaoqiang's thigh. Zhang Xiaoqiang beckoned Yang Kor over and whispered something in her ear, prompting her to pout and storm out in displeasure. Observing Zhang Xiaoqiang accepting the woman's massage, Chen Yi beamed, how does it feel, brother? His tone had grown warm, adopting a familiar demeanor as if Zhang Xiaoqiang were one of his own. That woman is Su Qian, formerly a lobby manager at a prestigious hotel. Initially, she was reluctant to comply with me, but now she has been tamed like a dog, ha. Chen Yi reveled in his triumph, eagerly imparting tips on how to dominate women. Yang Kor re-entered, cradling 4 blue soft packs of premium Huangdala cigarettes. Zhang Xiaoqiang gestured for her to present the cigarettes to Chen Yi.As the women surrounding Chen Yi accepted the cigarettes. Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, a small token for our first encounter, I hope Brother Yi will not find it lacking. Chen Yi appeared pleased with Zhang Xiaoqiang's demeanor, tearing open 1 pack and distributing it to Yi Wenbin, Sanzi, and the honest man, while 2 unremarkable faces remained outside. The men hastily expressed their gratitude, and Chen Yi took a pack for himself, lighting a cigarette, instructing a woman to carry the rest upstairs. Chen Yi turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang with a smile, forgive me for the spectacle, brother. Times are tough. Listening to Chen Yi lament his woes, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it peculiar, in a world where the populace had dwindled to a mere fraction, how could resources be so scarce? Su Qian's gentle and agile hands applied just the right amount of pressure, massaging his thigh to a state of delightful numbness as Zhang Xiaoqiang reveled in the experience and pondered. He had assumed his abilities were commonplace, that the ruthless individuals outside were plentiful, yet, who would have thought that even someone with 8 lives on their conscience could be in such dire straits? Especially when encountering He Wenbin, where robust men were driven like rabbits by the S-shaped zombies, lacking even the courage to turn and fight.
Are they truly so weak, or am I simply too strong?
A pair of delicate hands ventured to his inner thigh, brushing lightly over the ammunition, nearly causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to lose himself. Su Qian's hands interrupted his reverie. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his desires. Before he could regain his composure, Su Qian unzipped his pants and boldly grasped him. Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly leapt from his seat. He had never experienced such a thing. I am not accustomed to this in front of others, he declared, maintaining a facade of calmness. Su Qian's face drained of color, her large eyes reflecting despair, while Chinese expression darkened, his fierce gaze fixed upon her. Sensing the tension, Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly added, "Why not focus on massaging my legs? Your technique is commendable." Chinese countenance brightened, and Su Qian cast a grateful glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang. She lifted his leg, removing his shoes and socks, disregarding any unpleasant odors, placing his foot between her bosom and massaging his calves. The pungent aroma emanating from his feet contrasted sharply with Su Qian's softness, and Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, "This is decadence." He then turned to Chen Yi, asking, "Brother Yi, the outside world is rife with death. What is lacking? If one possesses strength, one can simply carry it away." "Alas, brother, you cannot fathom. Resources are abundant, but they come at the cost of one's life. Bullets are scarce, and at the sound of gunfire, those creatures converge. If you are a moment too slow, you may lose your life." Chen Yi lamented, pausing briefly before continuing, "Originally, we had around 70 or 80 people here, but those who dared venture out for supplies have perished in droves. As you saw, Wenbin's 10 men returned with only 5. Had it not been for your timely arrival, they would have been completely wiped out." Zhang Xiaoqiang began to comprehend. They were not raiding for supplies but rather stealing them. The moment they attracted the attention of the zombies, they had to flee with all their might. "I heard from He Wenbin that Brother Yi has a considerable number of people here.
Is there enough food?"
Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the truck filled with rice still amidst the horde. "Ah, brother, fret not, our rule is simple. If you dare to venture out and seize supplies, there will be rice and flour aplenty. However, if you choose to stay at home like a dead dog, you shall only feast on chicken feed. We may lack in many areas, but we have an abundance of chicken feed." Now Zhang Xiaoqiang understood why the women in the small building in He Wenbin's group appeared well-nourished, while the men in the red brick house looked haggard. They were indeed subsisting on chicken feed. Hiss! A wave of soreness surged through his feet, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to inhale sharply. Su Qian, who was massaging his feet, gazed at him anxiously, her hands never ceasing, now transitioning from massage to gentle caresses. "Ah! What a relief!" Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a subtle current coursing through his body, leaving him utterly revitalized. Su Qian, relieved, continued her ministrations, while Chen Yi observed with increasing satisfaction as Su Qian's demeanor softened. "Brother, you may not know, but her massages are quite effective. I heard she worked in a foot spa before becoming a lobby manager. She is not just a harlot. If you fancy her, I can gift her to you." Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could respond, Yang Kor, growing impatient, cast him a series of frantic glances. He rolled his eyes at her insistence. "Men's affairs are best left to men." Zhang Xiaoqiang conveyed this message to Yang Kor. She ceased her glances, lowering her head in sulky silence. "Ah, Brother Yi, you jest. After all, one must not offend a brother's wife." Zhang Xiaoqiang declined Chen Yi's offer, opting to remain observant until the situation clarified. This was a lesson he had learned from stock trading. Pleased with Zhang Xiaoqiang's words, Chen Yi assumed he was garnering his allegiance and prepared to persuade him further. "Wenbin, I heard from old Mao that a distinguished guest has arrived. Why have you not introduced us? Are you not concerned about what others might say regarding our manners?" A resonant and penetrating voice called from outside, and a burly, steady-footed bald man strode in. The man appeared to be in his 30s, his gaze piercing, a deep scar running from the corner of his right eye across his nose to his left jaw, reminiscent of a serpent coiling upon his face. His chin jutted slightly outward, and with his head held high, he emanated an air of authority. Yet he fixed his steely gaze upon Chen Yi and inquired, "Brother Yi, do you agree with my assessment?" "Long gu. Long gu. Long gu." He Wenbin, Sanzi, and the honest man rose to greet the newcomer. Long Gu ignored them, his focus solely on Chen Yi. Chen Yi's expression shifted from a pale shade to a deep crimson, ultimately settling into a ghostly hue. He lowered his head and conceded, "Brother Long speaks the truth." Zhang Xiaoqiang observed the scene, unable to interject. The 3 women beside Chen Yi knelt with their heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound. Su Qian continued to massage Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding tension, her focus solely on his feet. Yang Kor exhibited peculiar behavior, as if she wished to speak yet was uncertain of her words, her face betraying anxiety as she cast Zhang Xiaoqiang anxious glances. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoqiang was engrossed in the unfolding drama and paid no heed to Yang Kor's distress. Long Gu appeared satisfied with Chen Yi's response and turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoqiang, a smile gracing his lips. "Fellow townsman, are you also from Y City?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, recognizing the dialect. Yet Long Gu remained silent, his attention fixed on Yang Kor, his expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 61. My countless cousins. At this moment, the atmosphere in the living room was rather peculiar. Brother Long stared vacantly at Yang Kor, while Chen Yi sat nearby, his expression gray and lost in thought. He Wenbin and others were diligently examining their palm prints, seemingly calculating their fates. A few women knelt on the ground, burying their heads as if they were ostriches. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on a chair with one bare foot, while Su Qian focused intently on cradling his smelly foot. Yang Kor felt somewhat anxious, her hands awkwardly clasped in front of her chest and then behind her back, ultimately falling to her sides as she nervously pinched the hem of her clothes. The living room felt stifling, with so many people cramped together, there was not a single sound, and the air was laden with the unpleasant odor of Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet. Cousin. Are you out? At last, Yang Kor broke the silence, greeting Brother Long. Upon hearing Yang Kor refer to Brother Long as cousin, Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly kicked Su Qian in the face, almost losing his balance. He couldn't help but hum a little tune to himself, my family's cousin is countless. Brother Long seemed to awaken from a dream, stepping forward to carefully scrutinize Yang Kor. You are Chang Ji's daughter? You are Kor, goodness, how have you grown so much all of a sudden? Brother Long appeared incredulous. Congratulations, Brother Long. That's wonderful, Brother Long has found family. He Wenbin and the others congratulated him from the side. I'm almost 15 now. You've been inside for 6 years. Yang Kor reminded him. No wonder, the last time I saw you, you were pestering your father for money to buy yogurt. When he refused, you threw a tantrum on the ground. It was me who gave you $100 before you calmed down. Brother Long reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. It seems that Yang Kor has had a penchant for throwing tantrums since childhood? Zhang Xiaoqiang began to understand why she had developed such a habit. What are you talking about? I was still in elementary school back then. Yang Kor felt embarrassed upon hearing Brother Long mention her past folly. Where are your parents? What about my mother? How are they faring now? Brother Long asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Despite being an inmate, he still cared for his family. Yang Kor felt a wave of melancholy wash over her at the mention of her parents, her eyes beginning to redden. I don't know, that day, I was out shopping with classmates and got trapped in a truck for 3 months. I finally escaped the city, but my classmate was eaten by a monster. Boo-hoo. As she wept, she continued, my parents and aunt live in the city center, where the monsters are most numerous. If I hadn't been saved by a cockroach, I would have been devoured too. Boo-hoo. With the thought of her parents' uncertain fate, combined with the reunion with relatives, caused the long-suppressed anguish within Yang Kor to erupt, her cries echoing through the room. Hearing Yang Kor wail uncontrollably, Brother Long's mood soured as well, his eyes reddening. He Wenbin and the others hung their heads in sorrow, their own family's fates also unknown. Even Chen Yi, lost in thought about his own family, sat silently with his head in his hands, while the women beside him buried their heads, their expressions obscured, with only the smooth floor tiles glistening with tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt the warm droplets of tears fall onto his foot, turning to see Su Qian had paused her massage, holding his stinky foot against her chest, her gaze blankly fixed on his pant leg, tears streaming down her face onto his odorous foot. Having lost his parents early on, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no visceral pain. He firmly believed that his sister would be alright. If he, a reclusive young man who rarely exercised, could survive, then his presumably stronger sister should be fine. Thus, Zhang Xiaoqiang remained a detached observer, calmly studying the expressions of others. Brother Long wiped his eyes and spoke, let's not dwell on such disheartening topics. Today is a day of celebration, a joyous occasion. He turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who promptly stood up. Hello, Brother Long. Are you also from Y City? Zhang Xiaoqiang stood barefoot on the ground, aware that he was in someone else's territory and could not act too proud, especially since he was related to Yang Kor. A fellow townsman. Please, make yourself comfortable. Brother Long beckoned Zhang Xiaoqiang to sit down. Taking a seat on a genuine leather sofa in the center of the living room, he stroked the armrest of the sofa and asked Zhang Xiaoqiang, what do you go by, young brother? Having drunk rainwater, Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared remarkably youthful, looking to be in his 20s. Coupled with the fact that he had never gone hungry since the apocalypse began and had kept fit, he exuded vitality, his complexion rosy, leading others to believe he was quite young. Ah. Brother Long, you flatter me. I have a nickname, Cockroach, but I shan't mention my previous name. Zhang Xiaoqiang harbored some resentment towards his name. Young brother, in this current world, as long as you possess skill, even if you were called Stinky Bug, others would still address you as grandfather. Ha. Brother Long dismissed Zhang Xiaoqiang's words nonchalantly, appearing quite boisterous. You saved Kor and raised her to be healthy and plump. That is a skill in itself. How are your martial abilities, brother? It seemed Brother Long was unaware that Zhang Xiaoqiang had been a formidable force. Brother Long, Cockroach is quite capable. Just last time, it took 7 or 8 rifles a long time to kill a monster, while Cockroach single-handedly took down 6. We all owe our lives to him. He Wenbin chimed in, rallying support for Zhang Xiaoqiang. Indeed, Brother Long, you don't know, Chi Zi and I were trapped on the rooftop by thousands of monsters, and it was Cockroach who rescued me after battling his way through. I thought I wouldn't make it, and Chi Zi was so scared he became dumbfounded, still hanging around in that state. San Zi joined in to amplify Zhang Xiaoqiang's achievements. San Zi is exaggerating. I merely started a fire to create chaos amongst those creatures before going down to save people. Zhang Xiaoqiang humbly downplayed his actions. Brother Long, you should have seen it. I followed Cockroach every step of the way, from the outermost ring of thousands of monsters to the very core. I witnessed him take down hundreds single-handedly. I'm not ashamed to admit that I still haven't dried my pants. He Wenbin boasted exaggeratedly, despite Zhang Xiaoqiang having only dispatched a handful of monsters at most, and even that was purely coincidental.
Indeed, Brother Long, I had a clear view from the rooftop, and it was Bingu who called me down. Sanzi eagerly chimed in. Even the usually taciturn Chen Yi wished to speak but struggled to express himself, nearly standing to the side, nodding excitedly at Brother Long. Seeing this scene, Brother Long was taken aback, then his face broke into a joyful smile. Huh? A fierce general, undoubtedly a fierce general, today is double happiness. Brother Long was delighted, likening Zhang Xiaoqiang to a valiant warrior, positioning himself as the commander. Brother Long, what do you command? He Wenbin, with a fierce demeanor, stood straight like a sheep awaiting orders. Go to the chicken coop and grab a couple of fat chickens to slaughter. Today we feast. Also, tell old drunkard to keep an eye on the chickens. If a single feather goes missing, I'll skin him alive. Sure thing. He Wenbin quickly turned and dashed off toward the chicken coop. Ha, I hope I haven't made you laugh, young brother. When I first arrived, half the chickens had already starved to death, and the rascals below were gorging themselves. By the time Sanzi mentioned that the chickens could lay eggs, there were less than 100 left. I feared they would go extinct, so I had to have someone keep watch. Brother Long explained, worried Zhang Xiaoqiang might think him stingy. Su Qian carefully put on Zhang Xiaoqiang's left sock, lacing up his shoe, before starting to massage his other foot. Yang Kur glared at her from the side, muttering something under her breath. Observing Su Qian removing his right sock stirred something within Chen Yi. He had 4 women, and Brother Long likely had at least as many. Together, they numbered 10, and with himself and Yang Kur, plus He Wenbin and his group, there would be 20 people. 2 chickens for 20 people indeed seemed rather meager. Brother Long, having just arrived, I have little to offer, but I do have several hundred pounds of rice and smoked meat. I hope you won't find it lacking. Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to temporarily settle here, preparing to share his stockpile, as he had grown weary of eating smoked meat daily, and seeing it now made him nauseated. Yang Kur also refused to eat fatty meat. It was better to offer it as a gesture of goodwill. Ha, young brother, you're quite generous, not to mention, I've grown tired of rice and pickled vegetables every day. Even the food in the cell is better. Brother Long was touched, prompting the honest man and Sanzi to go down to Zhang Xiaoqiang's tricycle to retrieve supplies, with Yang Kur following closely behind to ensure they did not tamper with her hidden treasures. Chapter 62 The Grain Crisis 3 women were ushered upstairs by Chen Yi, yet Su Qian remained untouched, as the others seemed unwilling to give up on her, permitting her to continue massaging Zhang Xiaoqiang. In the living room, 3 burly men engaged in casual conversation, lamenting the state of the world. Yang Kur entered, clutching a blue soft pack of Huanggalo cigarettes, which he handed to Long Gu. Upon seeing that Long Gu had only received 2 packs, Chen Yi felt a sense of relief, his expression brightening, and he began to speak more freely. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart ached. Within a single day, he had given away 6 packs of cigarettes, particularly lamenting the 5 yuan packs of Huanggalo, of which he had only managed to scrounge 2 for himself. Long Gu tore open a pack of cigarettes, tossing one to Chen Yi, before lighting one for himself and taking a deep drag. You seem to be doing quite well, little brother. Alas, it's a tough world out there. Yang Kur appeared as though she had something to say, but a mere glance from Zhang Xiaoqiang silenced her, prompting her to excuse herself, claiming it was too stuffy, and stepped outside. Naturally, Zhang Xiaoqiang would not allow Yang Kur to divulge the location of their secret stash, meticulously gathered by him and her over time. He had no desire to follow in the footsteps of Lei Feng and relinquish his hard-earned resources. He had been contemplating the cave as his backup plan, a refuge should the outside world become untenable. Before long, He Wenbin entered, announcing that dinner was ready, and the group proceeded to the dining room. The dining area was quite tastefully decorated, featuring a large round table with a glass turntable atop it. 12 high-backed wooden chairs surrounded the table, and the walls were adorned with golden wallpaper and numerous pieces of art, albeit lacking in aesthetic coherence. Traditional Chinese landscape paintings were haphazardly displayed alongside Western oil paintings, and a small altar against the wall bore a statue of Guangdong cast in purple bronze. To the left of the statue stood a vertical freezer, while a wine cabinet to the right was entirely empty. The dishes on the glass turntable were simple: a large bowl of egg drop soup, a generous serving of smoked meat stir-fried with cabbage, a plate of plain kung pao chicken, a dish of stir-fried pickled vegetables, a plate of sautéed potato slices, and a chicken hot pot. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others settled into their seats, 2 newcomers entered the room. One was a stocky man, standing at about 5 feet 5 inches, with a bushy beard that made him resemble a dwarf from a video game. He wore a leather jacket that seemed to strain against his muscles, giving him an intimidating appearance. The other was quite the opposite, tall, over 6 feet, and slender, with a balding head slicked back, his ordinary features marred by a predatory gaze that was unsettling. Ha! Back already? Come, sit down and eat, cockroach brother. Let me introduce you, this is Cannon Chamber. Long Gu gestured toward the shorter man. Cannon Chamber has quite the fiery temperament, he can dish it out and take it. He once single-handedly took down more than 10 opponents, killing 5 of them. Impressive, indeed. Cannon Chamber nodded silently, his eyes fixated on the preserved meat on the table. Long Gu then pointed to the taller man. This is Vulture. He was once the leader in S-City and has quite the blood on his hands. Vulture, too, remained silent, merely nodding as he assessed the expressions of those gathered around the table, deep in thought. Damn, we've entered a den of wolves, Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed inwardly, maintaining a polite smile. There were a total of 9 individuals seated at the table, including Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kur, as well as He Wenbin and 3 others, with Long Gu, Chen Yi, and the 2 newcomers rounding out the group.
Notably, none of the women were present, suggesting that not everyone had the privilege to dine at this table. Even the old Russian was conspicuously absent. After Long Gu introduced Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor to the newcomers, he directed everyone to begin the meal. At that moment, 4 unremarkable women entered, each carrying bowls of rice and bottles of white liquor. These women appeared somewhat unwell, their gait slightly unsteady, and though their attire was disheveled, they were clean. The 4 women poured liquor and served food to the men, while Long Gu listened to the reports from Vulture and Cannon Chamber. Long Gu, we've taken all the places we could. The other areas are too dangerous, and we can't get too close. Vulture reported on the day's spoils. Indeed, Long Gu, today I led a group to raid a small grocery store, bringing back just 2 people, some cigarettes, liquor, and a few boxes of instant noodles. What a loss. Cannon Chamber lamented, pouring out his grievances. We sent 10 men out today, and only 5 returned. If it weren't for Cockroach Brother, perhaps none would have made it back. He Wenbin chimed in and the expressions of the men around the table darkened, with only the young girl incessantly enjoying her kung pao chicken and sipping the egg drop soup. How much grain do we have left? Long Gu asked in a grave tone. Including what Cockroach Brother brought, we have over 700 pounds. With 15 women consuming over 20 pounds a day and the men needing more than 50, this grain will only last us about 10 days. After that, we'll be left with chicken feed. He Wenbin reported to Long Gu, prompting a grim atmosphere among the men. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to worry, questioning whether he had made a grave error in joining this group. Only Yang Kor seemed unfazed, continuing to indulge in food and drink, evidently planning to retreat to the cave if things turned sour, confident in her backup plan. Should we consider rationing? Perhaps have the daily intake for everyone? Chenny suggested. Long Gu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. If we don't eat enough, we'll lack the strength to fight. Even if we find more grain, we won't be able to carry it. How about we eat half the grain and half the chicken feed? Sanzi chimed in with another suggestion. Before Long Gu could respond, He Wenbin quickly interjected, those who dare to risk their lives are doing so for the promise of rice. If everyone is reduced to chicken feed, who would still be willing to fight? Enough of this grim talk. Let us eat. Long Gu declared, shoving a piece of fatty meat into his mouth and chewing heartily. The others followed suit, and Long Gu raised his glass, exclaiming, today, we celebrate Cockroach Brother's arrival. Cheers. He downed his drink in one gulp. Zhang Xiaoqiang reluctantly followed suit, forcing the liquor down his throat. Good. Refreshing. The group erupted in cheers, and with one toast came another, leading to an endless succession of drinks. Zhang Xiaoqiang was unaware of how he found himself sprawled on a strange large bed, only that he had retched several times and struggled to locate his manhood while urinating. Lying in the pitch-black room, he found sleep elusive, his head throbbing, yet his mind remained clear. He reflected on the day's events, aware of the harsh realities of the apocalypse and the struggle to survive, yet he was perplexed by the sheer misery endured by others in this world. He thought of Su Qian, who had endured abuse yet still expressed gratitude, of the women who cowered like dogs at Chen Yi's feet, and the emaciated men who bore the brunt of hunger. He even contemplated the ungrateful Xie Yuanshan, the contractor who had devoured his beloved wife, and the man who had taken his own life, believing he had murdered his entire family. Zhang Xiaoqiang had always considered himself no saint, yet, in comparison to Chen Yi and Long Gu, he felt like a paragon of virtue, akin to a man who would pay his dues even on his deathbed. He had never aspired to greatness, knowing he was incapable of grand deeds. He merely wished to find a government-controlled place where he could continue to exist. With the realization that the passage had been blocked by D2, he lost his sense of direction, resigning himself to mingling with a group of labor reform convicts, watching as women were degraded, remaining indifferent. He was uncertain of his future goals or the path ahead, staring at the picture of a super cute, stunning little girl on his Nokia phone. He gazed intently, suddenly overcome by a desire to find a beautiful woman, to have a multitude of children, and to pass on his surname. Setting down his phone, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. He wanted to live, to have descendants, to ensure there would be someone to honor his memory during festive occasions. Despite the persistent headache, Zhang Xiaoqiang found a strange comfort in his current situation. He no longer felt the need to concern himself with how others lived, as long as he could lead a good life. There was no requirement to pose as a deity or a hero, as Chen Yi had said. If one lacked the ability and the courage to fight, they were only deserving of chicken feed. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly on the bed, waiting for the effects of the alcohol to wane. He believed that once the pain subsided even slightly, he could finally enjoy a restful sleep. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a shadowy figure slipped inside before the door was shut again. Zhang Xiaoqiang reached for the pistol he had hidden beneath his pillow, loading it discreetly under the covers, poised for the figure's approach. The silhouette moved slowly, clearly unaccustomed to the darkness. The room was eerily quiet, with only the distant hum of a diesel generator breaking the silence. Chapter 63. A form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly sat up, extending his pistol from beneath the covers to aim at the shadowy figure. With his left hand, he adjusted his Nokia phone to illuminate the area with its flashlight. He remained still, careful not to disturb the shadow, patiently awaiting further developments. Uncertain whether the figure was Yang Kor or if they bore ill intentions, he maintained a vigilant watch until the silhouette reached the edge of the bed. Upon reaching the bedside, the figure paused. After feeling the corner of the bed. Zhang Xiaoqiang heard a rustling sound, reminiscent of someone undressing. Could it be that I have mistakenly entered the wrong room, he thought, growing increasingly hesitant to make any sudden movements. He himself was baffled as to how he ended up in this bedroom. His last recollection was of a soft whisper, followed by a tumble to the ground that rendered him unconscious. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself comfortably lying on a plush mattress, his phone and pistol placed beneath his pillow, while his clothes and military knife were neatly arranged on the bedside table. Observing the gun and knife reassured Zhang Xiaoqiang, allowing him to await a peaceful slumber in this unfamiliar environment. Dragon Brother was Yang Korra's cousin, so he had no reason to worry about her well-being. Furthermore, that carefree girl was not without her own means of self-defense. If she were to apply a modicum of intelligence, it was conceivable that Zhang Xiaoqiang would not stand a chance against her. Of course, this assertion was futile. Yang Korra's typical demeanor was one of indifference, embodying the attitude of, "That's your concern, not mine." As long as there was sustenance and entertainment, she would remain unconcerned about any pitfalls he might lead her into, perhaps even following him into danger without a second thought. But enough of idle chatter. Once the figure had shed her clothing, Zhang Xiaoqiang caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of a woman's subtle allure. A warm, slender hand grazed his furry thigh, and soon the woman climbed onto the bed, burrowing beneath the covers. As she nestled into the bedding, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an unexpected heat course through his body. Yet he inhaled deeply, envisioning her as a rather rotund woman, perhaps measuring 150 centimeters in height and weighing 180 kilograms, an absurdity that made him chuckle at the thought, reminding himself of the old adage, better to be cautious until the situation is clear. Who knows if this might be a trap? As the woman lowered her head towards his thigh, she did not anticipate the icy barrel of a gun pressing against her forehead, causing her body to stiffen instantaneously. A beam of blinding white light dispelled the shadows of the room, illuminating her face. The sudden glare forced her to shut her eyes tightly, paralyzed with fear, as she craned her neck, awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's decision. Zhang Xiaoqiang held the pistol firmly against her forehead, activating the flashlight on his Nokia phone. He was momentarily dazed, left in utter astonishment. Despite having encountered countless beautiful women, he couldn't help but be captivated by the sight before him. The woman lay bare, eyes closed, utterly still, surrendering herself to fate. Her lustrous, jet-black hair cascaded to her shoulders, shimmering with an ethereal blue hue under the harsh light. Her flawless visage bore no blemish, and her delicately arched brows seemed untouched by any cosmetic alteration. Was she truly this perfect by nature? A gentle flush adorned her eyelids, not painted by cosmetics but rather emerging from within, exuding an essence reminiscent of a maiden from the picturesque waterways of Jiangnan. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, neither coarse nor overly pronounced, akin to a masterpiece of ancient Greek artistry. Her slightly fuller lips complemented her facial structure, adding to her allure. She positioned herself between Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs, her form concealed beneath the covers, her back exposed, displaying skin as smooth as silk, her physique elegantly proportioned and undeniably enticing. "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, his caution heightened in this unfamiliar setting, uncertain of the woman who had seemingly presented herself to him. She was undeniably beautiful, yet after 7 years of restraint, he possessed sufficient willpower to resist temptation, having long passed the age of allowing his lower instincts to govern his actions. I am here at Dragon Brothers' behest to serve you. My name is Yuan Yi." Her voice was cool and melodious, her Mandarin accent carrying a poetic quality reminiscent of a young girl reciting verses. Gradually adapting to the brightness of the flashlight, Yuan Yi opened her eyes. Her gaze, reminiscent of glass, was devoid of emotion, reflecting a profound hopelessness for the future. Lying bare before Zhang Xiaoqiang, she exhibited no trace of shyness, merely fixating on the cold muzzle of the gun, awaiting his decision. "Please leave. I wish only for a quiet night's rest. Kindly express my gratitude to Dragon Brother for his kindness." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, rubbing his aching forehead, his voice low and subdued. In truth, he felt a stirring within him, particularly drawn to Yuan Yi's unique, frigid aura, akin to a solitary plum blossom thriving amidst the snow. Her exquisite features resembled those of a celestial being untouched by the trivialities of the mortal realm. Yet, the most provocative aspect was that this seemingly ethereal figure was engaged in an act typically associated with courtesans, the stark contrast nearly overwhelming Zhang Xiaoqiang's composure. Regrettably, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the tense standoff between Dragon Brother and Chen Yi. Despite Dragon Brother being Yang Kor's cousin and a fellow townsman, and despite Zhang Xiaoqiang's distaste for Chen Yi, he did not wish to interfere in their conflict. After the incident with Xie Yuanshan, he understood the treachery that lurked in human hearts. Both Dragon Brother and Chen Yi had escaped from prison, as had their subordinates. If Dragon Brother were to eliminate Chen Yi, it would only lead to despair among his followers, fracturing their unity. In a world rife with peril, particularly in a post-apocalyptic landscape where danger lurked at every corner, the remaining humanity could not afford to fragment into internal strife, lest they become fodder for the ravenous undead. Conversely, Chen Yi could reject Dragon Brother as authority, but he could not eliminate him. Should he attempt such an act, his own followers would not rally behind him, and he could not simply slaughter those who opposed him. In these dire times, every life was precious, and the loss of even one was a grave waste. In this context, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself in a position of significance. As an outsider with no direct ties to those present, and possessing commendable skills, he could serve as an instrument for settling their disputes. If he were to assist in eliminating a rival, no one would voice dissent, preserving face for all involved. Later, should they seek retribution, Zhang Xiaoqiang, a mere outsider, could easily be disposed of. As the saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the hound gets cooked. When the birds are caught, the bow gets broken. Zhang Xiaoqiang was no fool, nor was he Yang Kor. He had witnessed enough of the trivial dramas and palace intrigues to discern the machinations at play. He had no desire to become a pawn, subject to the whims of others. Thus, remaining neutral as a third party was the most advantageous position for him. He possessed considerable experience in dealing with the undead. Even if faced with a D2, he knew how to retreat. Furthermore, he had rescued He Wenbin and his group, who respected him for his prowess and dared not betray him, for not everyone was as deranged as Xie Yuanshan. Now, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself in a quandary. The allure of the beauty summoned by Dragon Brother was undeniably enticing, yet he could only recite silently in his mind Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajnaparamita, perceives that all phenomena are empty, thereby transcending all suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form is precisely emptiness, emptiness is precisely form, sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are likewise so. Shariputra, all phenomena, feigning righteousness, he regarded Yuan Yi, who lay bare upon him, with an expression reminiscent of Lu Shanghui, the virtuous scholar. Chapter 64 Kill me. Yuan Yi remained motionless, her gaze fixed coldly on Zhang Xiaoqiang as she said, "Go ahead and shoot me. If you're worried about staining the sheets, you can do it outside. Long Go won't hold it against you." Zhang Xiaoqiang's complexion began to pale, his anger boiling within him. Ever since Xie Yuanshan had threatened Yan Kor with a crossbow, he had sworn never to allow anyone to threaten him again. Yet, this woman before him had the audacity to do just that? "Get lost, go as far away as you can, I never want to see you again." Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted at Yuan Yi, his disdain for her attempts to coerce him into submission palpable. Even the notion of being compelled into doing something he detested was unacceptable. Yuan Yi did not budge, her body remained still, her expression as placid as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuations as she stared blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. The sight of her unyielding presence, still sprawled across him, only fueled his frustration further. He had never encountered a woman so shameless. Zhang Xiaoqiang bent his right leg with the intent to kick her off the bed, but halfway through, he paused, a memory surfacing. He recalled a time in middle school when a girl had slapped him, and he had refrained from retaliating. His father's words echoed in his mind: a man should only vent his anger on another man, never lay hands on a woman. No matter the reason, no excuse sufficed for a man to strike a woman. Those who did not deserve the title of man, this principle was etched deeply in Zhang Xiaoqiang's memory. Before his father had imparted this wisdom, he had pushed his younger sister during a squabble over possessions, only to be disciplined severely. After that punishment, he had been left bewildered, only comprehending the lesson much later when he recalled his father's admonitions. Even when he had intended to discipline Yan Kor, it had mostly been a scare tactic. Seeing this tenacious woman sprawled upon him, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of torment wash over him. "Do you truly wish to die?" he asked in a strange tone, as if a peculiar uncle were inquiring whether a little girl desired a lollipop. Yuan Yi met his gaze earnestly and nodded. A semblance of relief appeared to wash over her as her rigid form relaxed, her slender fingers loosening their grip on him. As Yuan Yi's hand fell away, Zhang Xiaoqiang too felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "Do you see? It's merely a sharp military knife with tiger teeth. Are you aware of the monsters that consume people? This knife has claimed no less than 10 lives, and now, I shall lend it to you. Take it outside, aim for your carotid artery, and you will feel something surge forth. Soon, you will feel your strength ebb away, and you will realize your wish has been granted. Go on, take the knife and leave. Remember to close the door behind you. Thank you." Zhang Xiaoqiang wished to rid himself of Yuan Yi. The headache that had plagued him was now significantly alleviated, and all he desired was a peaceful slumber. Yet, Yuan Yi remained unmoved. She glanced at the knife, contemplated for a moment, then shook her head. "If I wished to end my life, I would have done so already. Do you think I enjoy living a life devoid of future and hope, one more torturous than death?" She became increasingly animated, her previously indifferent cheeks now animated, her large eyes, filled with despair, glistening with unshed tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang, wearied from the day's endeavors and now beset by a fog of confusion, looked at her helplessly. He had endured an exhausting day, only to be met with this obstinate woman, a conundrum he could neither strike nor dismiss. Yuan Yi gradually regained her composure, her excitement dissipating, reverting to an icy demeanor, her eyes returning to a state of numbness. "You might as well kill me. I would be grateful, truly. If only you could find it in your heart to grant me release." Yuan Yi's pleas resumed, revealing her genuine desire for death. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt the onset of another headache, this time unassociated with alcohol. Faced with this obstinate woman, he felt utterly cornered. He was indifferent to taking a life. His capability to feed Xie Yuanshan to zombies proved he was not a man of compassion. Yet, he recalled that he was a recluse, not a murderer. He only killed when provoked. Yuan Yi bore him no ill will, and her beauty was undeniable. Had it not been for Long Ji's interest in him, he might never have had the chance to interact so intimately with such a stunning woman. Yet, he could not justify killing her merely because she disturbed his sleep. "You might as well abandon hope. I will not kill you. If you do not leave, I will summon someone to expel you." Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to extricate himself from the conflict between Long Gu and Chen Yi. If he could not confront them, he would at least evade them. "Please, no." Yuan Yi cried out, her concern evident as she clung tightly to his waist. Their bodies were now completely intertwined, with no space left between them. His already fragile resolve began to crumble further. Yuan Yi's icy touch ignited a clarity within his foggy mind. With great effort, Zhang Xiaoqiang pushed Yuan Yi away, whose grip was reminiscent of an octopus entangling its prey. Wrapping himself tightly in the blanket, he thought, "Goodness, truly, a beautiful disaster. I nearly became collateral damage." After being shoved aside, Yuan Yi did not pursue him further. Instead, she sat naked on the bed, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang and stating, "You either kill me or take me. Otherwise, I will not leave." Zhang Xiaoqiang chose not to respond, stepping off the bed, indifferent to the fact that he was exposed, and began dressing with the garments he found on the bedside table. Yuan Yi, witnessing his actions, appeared flustered, unsure of how to proceed. Her previously composed demeanor shattered. She gripped the blanket tightly, her teeth gnawing at her lower lip until it nearly bled. Once dressed, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his way to the door. "If you intend to cling stubbornly here, then stay. I refuse to entertain you any longer. I shall sleep outside. I've been doing just that for the past few days." Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang don his clothes and head for the door, Yuan Yi sprang from the bed like a startled cat, barefoot, and knelt before him, clutching his legs with a grip that would not yield. Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to pry her hands free, but they were as tenacious as a turtle's jaws, refusing to loosen. Exhausted, he found himself at a loss. Today, he had encountered a woman even more relentless than Yang Kor. The mere thought of Yang Kor potentially becoming as obstinate as Yuan Yi sent a chill coursing through him. Looking at Yuan Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He suddenly found zombies to be endearing. Even D2 seemed far more charming in comparison. He would willingly face D2 again rather than grapple with Yuan Yi. Are women truly more perilous than zombies? What is it that you truly desire? I assure you, I will not harm a woman, whether she is 80 or 8, I stand by this principle. Zhang Xiaoqiang declared, his tone exasperated as he regarded Yuan Yi, who resembled an ostrich, helplessly. He felt a surge of frustration bubbling to the surface and continued, do not expect me to take you, I am averse to using what others have left behind. With a resolute expression, he surveyed Yuan Yi as though appraising discarded refuse. Yuan Yi remained silent, her actions limited to tightly clutching his legs. Seeing her unyielding stance, Zhang Xiaoqiang's facade of authority deflated like a punctured tire. If you do not release me, I shall call for assistance. Do not blame me if others witness your current predicament. Desperation crept in as Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered the possibility of calling for help, secretly wishing for someone to be nearby. Yuan Yi suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with a heart-wrenching plea as she gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Please, I implore you. Long ago has said that if I do not serve you well, I will be fed to those monsters. He is capable of doing it. I wish to die, but not in that manner. I have witnessed how those creatures feast upon the living, and the fear grips me. I am truly terrified. At this, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a coherent thought. He recognized that Long Ago was no benevolent figure. He was capable of unspeakable acts, especially in these times of scarce resources. Losing one more person would indeed lessen the burden of consumption. Zhang Xiaoqiang could choose to turn a blind eye, allowing Yuan Yi to fall prey to Long Ago and the zombies, yet what difference would that be from taking her life himself? The Nokia phone's battery began to emit a warning signal, its power depleting, and the room fell into darkness once more. The two of them stood in the dimness, and soon, the moon outside joined the spectacle, casting a silvery light through the window, illuminating the darkened bedroom with a cold glow. The night air grew chilly, and Yuan Yi, unadorned, shivered slightly as she felt the cold seep in. A creaking sound interrupted the eerie silence of the room as a delicate figure slipped into the bedroom. Upon seeing the two in a stalemate, she paused, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 65. Is it unseemly to court a brother's wife? Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yuan Yi gazed in astonishment at the figure who had just entered. Bathed in the moonlight, the bedroom exuded a poetic ambience. Kneeling on the floor, Yuan Yi embraced Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs, resembling a jade statue of exquisite beauty. Her smooth, delicate skin appeared both elegant and mysterious under the silvery glow. Clad in camouflage, Zhang Xiaoqiang was held by Yuan Yi like a newlywed husband reluctant to part from his bride, while the newcomer observed them silently, seemingly moved by the scene before her. Turning his face towards the intruder, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. One woman had already set his heart ablaze. Now, with two, he was on the brink of ecstasy. Indeed, the new arrival was Su Qian, her long hair elegantly styled atop her head, her face adorned with light makeup, draped in a sheer gown. The moonlight revealed that beneath, she wore nothing at all. Su Qian, while not as stunning as Yuan Yi, radiated a blend of maturity and allure, grace and seduction, qualities that Yuan Yi lacked. It seemed Chen Yi was unwilling to be left alone and had sent Su Qian to him as a gesture of goodwill. Could it truly be inappropriate to pursue a brother's wife? After standing in a daze for a moment, Su Qian approached, wrapping her arms around Zhang Xiaoqiang from behind, her chest gently caressing his back. Su Qian, please leave. I won't engage with either of you today. I am exhausted and desire rest. Enduring the peculiar sensations emanating from behind him, Zhang Xiaoqiang sought to send Su Qian away first. Su Qian froze, her movements halting as she knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking her forehead against the pristine porcelain tiles with a soft thud. In the stillness of the night, the sound resonated distinctly in Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a greater affinity towards Su Qian than Yuan Yi. He was acutely aware of his own flaws, yet Su Qian embraced them without pretense, her massages earnest and attentive. Moreover, she appeared more timid than Yuan Yi, stirring a protective instinct within him. Unlike Yuan Yi, who bargained with him, Su Qian merely implored silently. Please rise. Unable to bear the sight of Su Qian's forehead turning a shade of blue, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally spoke. Obediently, Su Qian ceased her actions, standing upright without attempting to cling to Zhang Xiaoqiang any further, instead lowering her head, awaiting his decision regarding her fate. Are you suggesting that if we cannot be together, you would rather be subjected to those horrors? Zhang Xiaoqiang teased Su Qian, utterly skeptical that Chen Yi could stoop so low. Among Chen Yi's 4 women, Su Qian surely ranked second in beauty for a man. A beautiful woman is a tremendous asset. Nodding, Su Qian raised her gaze to meet Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes. Sensing his disbelief, she grew anxious and uttered the first words since entering the room. It's true. Last month, Long Ago and Yi Go rescued a pair of twin sisters, both remarkably beautiful. I have never seen such exquisite girls, though they possess quite the temper, spoiled and capricious. Long Ago and Yi Go each took one. The sisters were reluctant to follow them and often hurled insults. Long Ago bound the elder sister and fed her to the monster, and seeing this, Yi Go did the same with the younger sister. We all watched, too terrified to look away. Long Ji's gaze was upon us, and anyone who dared to avert their eyes would meet the same fate. Yuan Yi, still kneeling, trembled violently, evidently haunted by those terrifying memories. She tightened her grip around Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs, burying her forehead deep into his thigh. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss. Should he truly harden his heart and disregard them? Or could he muster the resolve to rid himself of both Long Gu and Yi Gu? That was sheer folly. Even the guard at the entrance wielded an AK-47. What strength did his little boat possess against such might? Joining the conflict between Long Gu and Chen Yi was even less appealing. Who would wish to meet the fate of the rabbit dies and the hound is cooked, the bird is hunted and the bow is put away? Gazing at Su Qian, who stood submissively to the side, and at Yuan Yi, who clung tenaciously to him, Zhang Xiaoqiang weighed the pros and cons until a flash of inspiration struck him. Aha! Both Long Gu and Chen Yi sought to curry favor with him. Accepting Long Ji's goodwill would offend Chen Yi, accepting Chen Yi's benefits would offend Long Gu. However, if he were to accept the goodwill of both, he might manage to avoid offending either. After all, they were now on equal footing. Neither would gain an exclusive advantage. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of relief. Since both men aimed to win him over, he could indulge in both favors. Even if he ended up offending them both, it would matter little. They were currently preoccupied with their own conflicts and had little time to concern themselves with him. He would take one step at a time. Yuan Yi, please rise, rest assured, I will not cast you away. Zhang Xiaoqiang said to the woman clinging to his legs. Yuan Yi hesitated, but upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression sour, she complied and stood. Zhang Xiaoqiang's feelings towards Yuan Yi soured further. He wished to assist her yet found it difficult to trust her. Was this what they referred to as moral degradation? Yet, did such a concept even exist in a world like this? Returning to the bedside, Zhang Xiaoqiang shed his clothing, donned his undergarments, and slipped beneath the covers. He then poked his head out to address the two bewildered women. Please, make yourselves comfortable. With a sigh of relief, he closed his eyes, finally resolving the tangled, painful dilemma that plagued him, and at last, he could drift off into a peaceful slumber. However, the mattress soon began to tremble as two bare figures entwined themselves around him, their delicate hands growing restless. Just as he felt his body on the verge of responding, Zhang Xiaoqiang threw off the covers and sat up abruptly. Enough already! Whatever you want to do, just do it. If you wish to play, feel free, but I am utterly exhausted. I simply crave a good night's sleep. Is that too much to ask? Yuan Yi and Su Qian immediately complied, shifting away to create some distance from Zhang Xiaoqiang. He lay back down, his drowsiness returning. Just as he was about to succumb to sleep, suddenly, the door creaked open, and a woman with a slender figure burst in, wielding a makeshift flashlight. Uncle? How could you betray me like this? Do you have no shame? I've worked so hard to follow you everywhere, and you repay me by seeking out two others? Yang Kor clearly could not shake off her unease, and Zhang Xiaoqiang's drowsy state was shattered by her arrival. He glanced at the scene, Yang Kor throwing a tantrum, while Yuan Yi and Su Qian had buried their heads under the covers on either side. With a groan, he muttered, "For individuals in total, are we playing mahjong here?" Chapter 66. Do not look today dawned with brilliant sunshine, as the morning light streamed through the window and cascaded onto the plush mattress. A ray of warmth gently struck Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyelids, rousing him from slumber. He lay there for a while, blinking in dazed confusion before fully awakening. Yang Kor clung to him like a koala bear, her grip causing his arm to tingle with numbness. The little girl tilted her head against his cheek, exhaling a warm, fragrant breath that wafted over his face. Zhang Xiaoqiang, inhaling her breath, was convinced that she had taken to brushing her teeth 3 times a day after his previous teasing, which she had clearly taken to heart. The blanket had long been kicked aside by Yang Kor, who was clad in a pink, revealing lingerie set. However, the unfortunate reality was that she had little to reveal, the 2 cups hanging limply at her sides, while her fair, plump form glistened in the sunlight like delicate buns. Yang Kor's drool had dampened Zhang Xiaoqiang's shoulder, intertwining with her hair in an uncomfortable tangle. It was evident that the alluring lingerie she wore was the very set he had hidden in his bag, but he felt no anger. He simply did not care if the best and most enticing pieces were stashed away in an exceptionally discreet location, far from her prying eyes. At that moment, his toes brushed against something soft and yielding. Zhang Xiaoqiang instinctively wiggled his big toe and accidentally pinched something, tightening his grip. "Ing ning," came a delicate cry from the foot of the bed. Looking down, he saw 2 small mounds under the covers. Yuan Yi and Su Qian, who had been relegated to the foot of the bed by Yang Kor the previous night, huddled together, too timid to move, enduring the night in such a manner. Seeing the 2 mounds reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang of the scene when Yang Kor entered. She had been frantic and furious to find the 2 women sleeping beside him, scolding him incessantly. Embracing a staunchly patriarchal ideology, which he considered a lifelong creed in the family tradition of the Zhangs, he felt a swell of frustration. He remained silent, merely gazing at Yang Kor with a chilling intensity, which caused her to fall silent, lowering her head and tracing circles on the floor with her toes. "You needn't concern yourself with my affairs, understand?" Zhang Xiaoqiang warned her in a forbidding tone. Yang Kor nodded, acknowledging his words, yet refused to meet his gaze, her expression one of defiance. "Your matters will be my concern from now on, do you understand?" Inside, Zhang Xiaoqiang reveled in the moment, relishing his assertive masculinity while imagining the envy of those who lived under the thumb of their wives. Hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's declaration, Yang Kor looked up in surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy, nodding emphatically. Noticing the 2 sets of women's revealing nightwear on the floor, her face puffed with indignation, her right foot stomping against the ground in frustration. It was clear that jealousy knew no age. After Zhang Xiaoqiang detailed the origins of Yuan Yi and Su Qian, Yang Kor's sympathy began to overflow. Though it was directed solely at the women, she cared little for the fate of any men. Ultimately, she agreed to let the 2 women stay in the room, albeit still harboring jealousy, relegating them to the foot of the bed while donning her lingerie openly beside Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yuan Yi and Su Qian behaved obediently, scarcely moving throughout the night, curled up like two small puppies. The small mound on the right side of the bed stirred slightly. This sensation was unlike anything Zhang Xiaoqiang had ever experienced. Was this scene familiar? He recalled that actress Bai Niaoying had once done something similar in a film. The small mound on the right was likely Yuan Yi. He vaguely remembered her lying beside him, yet was surprised by her cool demeanor juxtaposed with such fiery actions. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never held her in high regard, particularly as she often presented herself as a strong woman. As a self-proclaimed homebody, he found such domineering women rather unappealing, while the timid Su Qian surprisingly caught his eye. Though Su Qian lacked Yuan Yi's beauty and grace, Zhang Xiaoqiang found her demeanor more appealing, perhaps a reflection of his latent patriarchal tendencies. Yuan Yi's actions were, in essence, a violation of dignity. Had it been Su Qian, he would likely have felt embarrassed and urged her to cease. As for Yuan Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang savored the attention she lavished upon him while simultaneously pondering, did she wash her feet yesterday? I wouldn't know. What if she didn't? Suddenly, Yang Kor stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she stared blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Ah, she exclaimed stammering. She asked, how did you end up in my bed? She began to check her attire, and upon realizing that her quail egg was exposed, she dove under the covers, muffled sounds escaping as she lamented, oh no, I've been seen. I can never show my face again. As she spoke, she kicked her legs about wildly, inadvertently striking Su Qian, whose small mound shook in response. Su Qian remained silent and still, enduring Yang Kor's kicks with quiet resignation. Zhang Xiaoqiang could hardly bear to watch and said to Yang Kor, stop shouting, think carefully about what happened last night. Yang Kor paused, and moments later, her head peeked out, a hint of embarrassment on her face. He. I just can't recall at the moment, besides, it's only natural to be seen by one's husband. With that, she leaped into Zhang Xiaoqiang's embrace, burying her head against his chest, her little nose sniffing around him. Zhang Xiaoqiang, gazing at the now disheveled Yang Kor, wondered how Su Qian had been so utterly trampled. Yang Kor looked up, her crescent-shaped eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaoqiang. Is this what they call masculine charm? Why does it smell just like my father's? It's all smoke. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang was certain he hadn't bathed yesterday. He wondered how Yuan Yi could tolerate such a state. Did Long Gu not enjoy bathing either? Get up, he commanded, giving Yang Kor a playful pat on her backside and nudging Yuan Yi's foot to prompt her to dress. With a rustling sound, Yuan Yi and Su Qian simultaneously threw off the covers, revealing two mature, beautifully shaped women emerging from beneath, entirely unclothed, their pristine forms bouncing with their movements. Su Qian's was a bamboo shoot type, perky and upright, while Yuan Yi's was more spherical, full and firm, appearing quite delightful to the touch. Ah! Yang Kor shrieked again, jumping up to cover Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes, muttering incessantly, don't look. You two are so shameless, how can you be naked? Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly pried Yang Kor's hands away, turning his gaze from Yuan Yi and Su Qian to focus on her instead. Have you forgotten what we discussed yesterday? Regardless of whether I seek other women or what kind I pursue, it is my own affair. If you disapprove, you need not look. Zhang Xiaoqiang's threat proved effective. Yang Kor had previously treated relationships like child's play, but faced with Zhang Xiaoqiang's assertive masculinity, she found herself at a loss for words. But I was the first with you. You've seen everything, you have to take responsibility. Yang Kor replied, glancing down at her revealing lingerie, her voice barely above a whisper. Understood, as long as you obey, I won't neglect you. Zhang Xiaoqiang waved his hand nonchalantly. And I want special privileges. Yang Kor, sensing Zhang Xiaoqiang's agreement, began to negotiate. Special privileges? Zhang Xiaoqiang assessed her and nodded, causing her face to light up with joy. Privileges are fine, but they must wait until you fully develop, he added. Yang Kor glanced down at her quail egg, her expression deflated. Chapter 67 of the return. At this moment, Yuan Yi and Su Qian had already donned their attire and stood to one side, awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's instructions. Upon catching sight of them, Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Su Qian still wore the sheer, nearly transparent fabric, which was even more revealing in the daylight. Yuan Yi, clad in slightly more, had a slender black strip of cloth wrapped around her chest, leaving both the waxing and waning crescent moons on display, complemented by denim shorts that barely reached the upper thigh, exposing her long, elegantly pale legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze roamed incessantly over the two women. His current resting place was on the first floor, and the exit from the room should lead to the living room. Given the traffic in and out of the small building since yesterday, it was plausible that the likes of Sanzi and the honest man were seated in the living room. With the women dressed as they were, stepping outside would almost certainly leave them completely exposed. That would reflect poorly on Long Gu and Yi. He needed to find a way to cover them up more adequately. Zhang Xiaoqiang began searching the wardrobe within the room, hoping the previous occupant had left behind a few garments. To his dismay, the wardrobe was entirely empty, save for Zhang Xiaoqiang's backpack. Upon spotting the backpack, his eyes lit up. Inside were supplies he had prepared for a hasty escape: cigarettes, bottled water, various food items, and of course, a change of clothes, several sets of camouflage uniforms that could certainly be worn by them. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the backpack and began extracting the assorted items, starting with a medium-sized transparent plastic bag filled with boiled smoked pig ears, pigtails, and thinly sliced pork belly, which he placed on the desk. He continued rummaging, uncovering some roasted wheat and baked flatbreads, staples that were easily preserved and unlikely to spoil anytime soon. Gulpy, gulpy. As Zhang Xiaoqiang busily rummaged, he heard two distinct sounds of swallowing.
He glanced up to see Yuani fixated on the plastic bag on the desk, her eyes glued to the smoked pork, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Xiaoqiang, standing beside her, dared not stare openly but stole glances from the corner of her eye, her swallowing not lagging behind Yuani's. Zhang Xiaoqiang found this quite amusing. Despite the apocalypse, he had not gone without meat even when encountering Yang Kor, who had asked him for meat. The issue was resolved after dealing with the mutant beasts, leading to a stockpile of over 10,000 pounds of smoked meat, so much that even Yang Kor had grown weary of the fatty cuts. Now, witnessing two delicate beauties drooling over pork head, the stark contrast nearly made Zhang Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. How long has it been since you last had meat? Zhang Xiaoqiang paused to inquire. Yuani remained silent, entranced by the pork, while Su Qian hesitantly responded, last month, we managed to have some chicken heads, feet, and offal, but it's been quite a while since we've had any. Usually, we eat plain rice with pickles. It fills us up, but the sisters living behind the building often go hungry. Su Qian murmured weakly, her eyes still darting towards the pork, as if what she once deemed unremarkable had transformed into a rare treasure. No wonder the women in the dining hall appeared somewhat unsteady yesterday. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the plastic bag and declared, each of you may take a handful, but no more. It was not that Zhang Xiaoqiang was being stingy. Rather, he felt no obligation to shower kindness upon others. Women. Su Qian's massage from the previous day had been quite satisfactory, and Yuani's morning service had brought him comfort. Thus, allowing them each a handful sufficed as compensation. Upon hearing this, Yuani hesitated for a moment before confidently stepping forward to grab a generous portion, swiftly retreating to indulge. Su Qian approached more slowly, first expressing her gratitude before savoring a piece of pigtail. Zhang Xiaoqiang tied up the bag, refusing to give Su Qian extra simply because she took less. Opportunities were scarce, and one must take responsibility for oneself. Yuani recognized the importance of seizing her chance, hence she could afford to take more. This was an inevitable survival principle in the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang acknowledged that Yuani's approach was correct, yet he found himself harboring a growing disdain for her. This feeling was difficult to articulate. Perhaps it stemmed from her overly assertive demeanor despite her lack of strength, or perhaps it was due to her persistent clinginess the previous day. Even her morning service would not alter Zhang Xiaoqiang's aversion towards her. As he observed Yuani and Su Qian eating the pork, Zhang Xiaoqiang cast a glance at Yang Kor, remarking, look at how others are faring. You truly are oblivious to your fortune. Yang Kor turned her head away, ignoring him. Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions exited, traversing a narrow passageway until they reached the living room, where Long Gu and Chen Yi sat, sipping tea and smoking, attended by a woman he had encountered in the dining hall the day before. Long Gu erupted into laughter upon spotting Yuani, who followed Zhang Xiaoqiang, exclaiming, ha brother, how was last night's experience? That little lady certainly possesses some noteworthy skills. Chen Yi's expression darkened, but upon catching sight of Su Qian emerging behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, his mood lifted, brother, you've struck gold twice, just be mindful of your stamina. As they beheld Yuani and Su Qian, Long Gu and Chen Yi exchanged glances. Chen Yi's eyes gleamed with provocation while Long Gu remained nonchalant. Just then, Yang Kor pushed past Yuani and Su Qian, bouncing into view, greeting Long Gu and Chen Yi cheerfully before skipping out the door, destination unknown. The appearance of Yang Kor rendered Long Gu and Chen Yi speechless, while Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, it's like getting mud stuck in your pants. It's not excrement, but it sure feels like it. After breakfast, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Long Gu relaxed in the living room, smoking and chatting idly. Before long, Yuani and Su Qian arrived, each carrying a backpack, casting glances at Long Gu and Chen Yi. Cough, cough. Long Gu cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Brother, from today onwards, Yuani is your responsibility. She is no longer my concern. You can make your own decisions, and if you find her unsatisfactory, feel free to dispose of her. I won't hold it against you. With that, he turned to Yuani, instructing, you will now follow Brother Cockroach. Remember to serve him diligently, and should he find you lacking, you know what fate awaits. After issuing his orders, he noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang preparing to speak and interjected, Brother Cockroach, do not hesitate. This is settled. As the saying goes, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothing, do not bring shame upon your elder brother. Following this, Chen Yi chimed in, Brother Cockroach, we clicked right away, no need for further words. Su Qian is now yours to do with as you please. He then turned to Su Qian to issue a warning, you must understand your position and refrain from any foolish notions. If you provoke Brother Cockroach, well, Zhang Xiaoqiang regarded the two stunning women standing before him with a sense of exasperation. Su Qian was manageable, having consistently shown herself to be well behaved, but Yuani? The more he looked at her, the more his dislike grew. Her expression was decidedly unappealing. He contemplated informing Long Gu of his aversion to Yuani. Zhang Xiaoqiang was prepared to return her to Long Gu. He was well aware of Long Ji's pride, yet he found himself utterly repulsed by Yuani, particularly her incessant display of dominance. In the pre-apocalypse world, such behavior might have been tolerable, leading Zhang Xiaoqiang to think, if I can't confront her, I can at least avoid her. However, in this new world, she was merely a burden, and her haughty demeanor only exacerbated Zhang Xiaoqiang's irritation, especially given his own strong sense of masculinity. Yuani appeared to sense Zhang Xiaoqiang's distaste, as she observed his intent to return her, her demeanor shifting to desperation. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed pleadingly at him, her lips bitten by her own silver teeth, blood oozing forth, yet she paid it no mind. Seeing her expression of despair, Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated. Despite his strong aversion, he had not reached the point of wishing her dead. Yuani opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately remained silent. Such arrogance while begging for mercy? Zhang Xiaoqiang's temper flared. He stood up, resolved to return her to Long Gu. Having to deal with such a character was unbearable. Even the usually troublesome Yang Kur was more compliant than her. Chapter 68, Are there rules in my house? As soon as he stood up, Zhang Xiaoqiang caught sight of Su Qian, who was looking back at him with a pleading expression in her eyes. This left Zhang Xiaoqiang at a loss for what to do. Long Gu noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang's movement, raised an eyebrow, and inquired, "Little brother, do you have a question?" Thank you for your kindness, brothers. I just arrived and haven't had the chance to explore the surroundings. I wish to go out and take a look. Zhang Xiaoqiang was indifferent towards Yuani but felt a certain fondness for Su Qian. After all, she had once served as a lobby manager and was quite adept at reading people. Zhang Xiaoqiang's introverted nature and male chauvinism were indeed captivated by Su Qian's feminine charm. Very well, it seems our little brother wishes to familiarize himself with the environment. Long Gu was quite magnanimous and typically granted any suggestions Zhang Xiaoqiang made. Little brother, shall I accompany you outside? Chen Yi chimed in eagerly. What are you still doing here? Are you unaware of the rules regarding cockroach little brothers? Hurry up and go, you clueless fool. Long Gu felt embarrassed as he watched Su Qian stride towards Zhang Xiaoqiang's room while Yuani remained standing there, oblivious. Zhang Xiaoqiang wholeheartedly agreed with Long Ji's assessment of Yuani, pondering, could it be that Long Gu also finds Yuani intolerable, which is why he has sent him my way? Just as he was about to exit, Long Gu called out to Zhang Xiaoqiang, now that 2 women have entered your room, according to our rules here, the women in your room are your responsibility. You must provide for all their needs moving forward. If you cannot support them, you may send them to the back house, where Binzi and the others will take care of them, but they will have to share their company with them. Understood, Long Gu. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. This was the rule of the apocalypse. One could only eat as much as one could afford. Even Long Gu and Chen Yi had to venture out to scavenge for supplies, let alone a newcomer like Zhang Xiaoqiang. Upon stepping outside, a series of anguished cries from afar shattered the tranquil atmosphere of the chicken farm. Chen Yi frowned as he surveyed the crowd gathered near the chicken coop and turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, saying, "Shall we go take a look together?" As they approached, a foul stench of poultry assaulted their senses. A group of gaunt men stood around, numbly observing an open area where He Wenbin was mercilessly beating a young man with a steel rebar spear. The young man, appearing to be under 20, wore only a pair of shorts, and his bare chest and back bore the marks of brutal welts from the strikes. He clutched his head and screamed in agony. Sanzi and the 2 familiar faces from yesterday stood nearby, weapons in hand, maintaining a watchful presence. An older man, over 50, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to He Wenbin, pleading, "Please stop hitting him. He'll be beaten to death. I'll take the blame for my son's wrongdoings, I beg you, Bin Gu." Beside the chicken coop sat a man in his 40s, sporting a prominent red nose, with sparse hair atop his head. He wore a dark green military overcoat, speckled with chicken feathers, and his cotton shoes were caked with droppings. Leaning against a wall was a Type 81 rifle, and in his hand, he held a bottle of unidentifiable white liquor, occasionally taking a swig while watching the commotion unfold. "What is happening?" Chen Yi inquired. The men standing by dispersed in a hurry, retreating to a distance while casting glances their way. "Yi Gu, cockroach brother." He Bin and his group greeted the 2 men. "Yi Gu, here's the situation. This kid was feeding the chickens this morning and secretly hid an egg in his pants. Just as the old drunkard had counted the eggs, he noticed something was off, pointed a gun at him, and he became so frightened that he confessed everything." He Wenbin recounted the events, and Chen Yi's expression darkened. "Beat him. Hit him harder. You think you can eat without putting in the effort? It doesn't work that way." Chen Yi seethed with anger. Supplies were critically scarce, and this brat dared to attempt to snatch food from the jaws of danger? He Wenbin took the order and resumed striking, while the young man on the ground cried out, "Dad, Daddy, help me, it hurts so much." He writhed in pain. He Wenbin remained indifferent, mercilessly continuing his assault until he grew weary. Sanzi stepped in to take over, swinging the steel rebar with renewed vigor. Zhang Xiaoqiang silently observed the scene, reflecting, "Look closely, this is the apocalypse, there are no rights, no laws, and certainly no emotions. A powerless individual could be beaten to death for stealing a mere egg. Do you wish to end up like him, Zhang Xiaoqiang?" The young man's father continued to bow his head repeatedly, blood staining the ground beneath them, while the onlookers remained unmoved. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the bloodied ground and thought, this is the consequence of being powerless. If you lack strength, do not be too arrogant. If you wish to steal an egg, be prepared for the possibility of death. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 large dogs. Under their watchful gaze, he felt utterly powerless, awaiting death. He thought of the D2 that had charged out of the internet CAF, leaving him trapped atop a vehicle, waiting for the verdict of fate. He remembered lying atop the mutated beast, letting it carry him through the darkness, uncertain of what fate held for him. A chill ran down his spine as he broke into a cold sweat. His survival thus far had been due to luck rather than strength. He recalled how He Wenbin and his group had been routed by the S-shaped zombies, how Chen Yi had shifted his demeanor towards him, and how Long Gu had sought to recruit him. He had begun to feel smug, thinking that the world's heroes were merely ordinary, believing he could strut around with his underwear on the outside. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly found it ironic that he had once remarked about Yang Kur, the Zhongshan wolf's offspring becomes arrogant once it gains power. Was he not now just a self-satisfied Zhongshan wolf? Seeing D2 made him tuck his tail and flee, yet here he was, acting as if he were entitled to the respect of those seasoned gang leaders who had fought for decades. Each of them had blood on their hands. The young man's cries grew fainter until he lay on the ground, nearly groaning. Sanzi, too, was exhausted, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Enough. Go check if he still breathes. If he's alive, toss him back, and his chicken feed will be halved from now on." Chen Yi's command brought a sigh of relief from the kneeling father, who thanked him profusely as he hoisted his son onto his back and made his way toward their dwelling, leaving a trail of blood behind them. Chen Yi accompanied Zhang Xiaoqiang as they toured the chicken farm, and Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the vast fields lying fallow, bewildered. Ego, why not let those cowards cultivate the land? If these fields were planted, they would yield grain by autumn. Alas, little brother, you know not the circumstances. We initially found some seeds nearby, but this damned climate is utterly erratic. One day it's spring, the next summer, and the day after that, it turns into winter. All the seeds have perished, not even sprouting a single hair. Chen Yi was equally troubled by the cursed apocalypse. Without planting, they would have no choice but to raid the zombies, risking their lives. But how many zombies were there? Over 6 billion, even in China, there were over 1 billion. Not how many living people remained, perhaps a mere 10 million. Typically, Chen Yi would not hesitate to punish a young man to death, but in this case, he refrained, for the population simply could not withstand further losses. Upon returning to the living room, they found Longo, the vulture, and Pao Tang emerging. Longo turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang and said, "Cockroach little brother, since you've just arrived, take a few days to rest and acclimate before venturing out to scavenge. The supplies you brought yesterday are still sufficient. Keeping your women fed for 10 days or half a month should pose no issue. That has settled then. We'll be heading out now. If you wish to explore outside, be sure to inform the old Russian so he can let you through." It seemed Longo intended to personally venture out to scavenge for supplies, with Chen Yi standing by his side. Clearly, the food situation had become dire for them as well. Once Longo and his group exited, only the old Russian guarding the gate and the drunken old man overseeing the chickens remained. Sanzi was particularly warm towards Zhang Xiaoqiang, bustling about to attend to him. Zhang Xiaoqiang urged him to tend to his own matters and retreated to his bedroom. Upon entering his room, he beheld the elusive Yang Kor seated regally on the sofa by the door, while Su Qian and Yuani stood before her, scarcely daring to breathe. Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the scene and could not help but groan. Is this the Three Kingdoms? Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang enter, Yang Kor immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Husband, I haven't bullied them, I was merely teaching them the rules of the Zhang family." "Are there rules in my house? Why was I not aware of them?" Zhang Xiaoqiang mused internally. After all, Yang Kor was his staunch supporter. She would light the fire for him, hand him a knife for any task, and perhaps even raise a fuss if things went awry. "You go outside first. I have something to discuss with them." Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed Yang Kor. Having asserted his authority over her that morning, Yang Kor could only sulkily exit, the sound of the door slamming resonating loudly, shaking the dust from the ceiling above. Chapter 69 of The Origins of Yuani. As Yang Kor closed the door, Su Qian knelt beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, resuming her leg massage as she had the day before. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid her no mind. The weak had their own means of survival. If he were to treat her as an equal, would she then expect sustenance to fall from the heavens? He reclined like a dignified elder, relishing Su Qian's ministrations, while observing the anxious Yuani standing before him. "Do you know?" Zhang Xiaoqiang began, a playful smile gracing his lips, though it bore a chilling quality that sent shivers down Yuani's spine. "I truly despise you." He fixed his gaze on her, continuing, "Do you recall why I stood up back then? It was not in a desire to escape, rather, I intended to push you back. As for how Longo deals with you, that is of no concern to me." Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke leisurely as he noted the pallor on Yuani's face. Her formerly vibrant lips had drained of color, and unable to remain upright any longer, she collapsed to her knees, bowing her head to the ground in front of him, silent, simply knocking her head repeatedly. Once, twice, and on the third knock, her forehead struck the toe of Zhang Xiaoqiang's shoe. Yuani raised her head timidly, her eyes brimming with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. "I do not care for you. I fear your blood will stain the floor." Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled a father who had bled profusely while kowtowing for his son. Yuani's eyes were filled with despair. She trembled slightly as she knelt on the ground. Memories of the twins who had fed zombies haunted her, recalling how they were gradually devoured. The thought nearly drove her mad, and she harbored a profound fear of Longo. Yet, she lacked the courage to end her own life. She set aside her former pride, willing to engage in acts she once deemed beneath her, preferring to endure such humiliation rather than face being consumed by the undead. "Am I to be devoured by those monsters as well?" Yuani thought in despair, her eyes no longer numb but instead a lifeless gray. She could not fathom how she had arrived at this point. She had lowered herself to the extent of licking Zhang Xiaoqiang's toes, an act that even the most lowly courtesan would not have performed. She had surrendered her femininity, striving to be more devoted than a noblewoman, all to avoid feeding the zombies, and yet here she was, facing such treatment. She recognized Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke the truth. Since waking that morning, he had treated her with cold indifference, even disdain. She could not understand what she had done wrong. She had exerted her utmost effort, resenting Zhang Xiaoqiang for his inability to tolerate her. She loathed Su Qian, questioning what superiority the wretched girl held over her. Was she more beautiful, younger, more educated? Did she come from a better background? Yuani perceived Zhang Xiaoqiang as a cat, with herself as the mouse beneath its paw, the feline toying with her, relishing the despair etched on her face as she awaited her fate. Su Qian remained focused on her task, kneeling with even pressure as she massaged Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs. He regarded Yuani's expressions, at times sorrowful, at times filled with rage, until they ultimately shifted to despair as she pressed her forehead against the floor, awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's decision regarding her destiny. Zhang Xiaoqiang savored the fleeting emotions playing across Yuani's face, internally reminding himself, "Look, Zhang Xiaoqiang, observe this is the fate of the weak. Do you wish to kneel before her, begging for the kindness of others to spare you?" The recent sight of the young man beaten for stealing eggs had imparted a valuable lesson.
The apocalypse had its own rules. Previously, he had merely escaped with a young girl, encountering some survivors but never truly grasping the harshness of the world until witnessing the plight of Su Qian and Yuan Yi, and the father who had bled while bowing for his son. He understood now, in the apocalypse, there were no elaborate rules. If one possessed skill and capability, they could thrive. Those lacking ability and driven by fear only deserved to consume scraps, reduced to fighting for a mere egg.
Where are you from? What did you do before?
Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, observing Yuan Yi like a lamb awaiting slaughter, a sense of conquest swelling within him. He found himself intrigued by this weakling who still exuded a stubbornness that hinted at a complicated past. Yuan Yi lifted her head slightly, meeting Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze without hesitation as she disclosed her background. Her voice, reminiscent of poetry, captivated him as he listened patiently to her tale while enjoying Su Qian's attentive service. Yuan Yi hailed from SH, her family affluent, her father engaged in import-export business. After completing high school, she studied in the UK, returning home in June 2012. Upon her return, she joined her family's foreign trade company, preparing to take over her father's position. Recently, a massive copper mine was discovered in J City, and the local mining company sought to procure engineering machinery from abroad. As the vice president of her company, she personally led a delegation to J City to discuss cooperation. They arrived the day before the viral outbreak, and the next morning, they set off to inspect the mine's preparations. Around 10 o'clock that morning, the virus erupted. She and a supervisor from the preparatory office took refuge in a storeroom filled with New Year's gifts, hundreds of apples, several hundred bottles of red wine and cooking oil, and some bottled water for hospitality. They survived on apples for a week, but when no rescue arrived, the overzealous supervisor, a man in his 40s, attempted to assault her. Having anticipated his intentions, Yuan Yi feigned flirtation, ultimately strangling him with a pair of stockings. After another week of staring at a corpse, she could no longer bear it. She opened the storeroom window, soaked the deceased's clothing in red wine, twisted the wet garments into a rope, and secured it to a steel railing, tightening it until the railing deformed. When the gap was wide enough for a person to slip through, she risked being devoured and made her escape. After several perilous encounters, she located the rental car they had arrived in, but on her way back to J City, she was intercepted by Long Gu, ultimately leading to her present situation as a gift to Zhang Xiaoqiang.
Damn, no wonder you always carry yourself with such an air of superiority.
Turns out you're truly a rich heiress. Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled, amused at her attempts to maintain a lofty demeanor even now that she had become a mere plaything. Surviving to this point was already a stroke of luck.
Do you know why I didn't send you back? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt compelled to clarify certain matters.
He had become her protector and meal ticket, unwilling to play the role of a saint, bearing no obligation to unconditionally support her. Yuan Yi shook her head in confusion. I refrained from immediately returning you because I witnessed Su Qian's plea. Though I detest you, I do not hold the same feelings for her. Do you understand why?
Thank you, master. Su Qian looked up at Zhang Xiaoqiang, offering a sweet smile of gratitude before returning her focus to her task.
Yuan Yi cast a grateful glance at Su Qian, her resentment dissipating, yet she shook her head again, increasingly perplexed. She truly could not comprehend why Zhang Xiaoqiang despised her. Did he truly desire her death?
I cannot tolerate you.
I find it intolerable that you, a privileged daughter, still attempt to present yourself as superior in this dire situation. Remember your current status. In this world, lineage, appearance, and education mean nothing. You are nothing more than a dog begging for scraps, so do not harbor any delusions of being a prized pet. You must regard yourself as the most wretched mutt. Having vented his frustrations, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed Yuan Yi still in a daze, seemingly unable to process his words. He sighed, lamenting her lack of awareness despite her education in the UK. What are you still doing? Do you not see that I am thirsty? Go fetch me some water? Zhang Xiaoqiang had grown accustomed to Yuan Yi's insolence, knowing that those who could not see their own inadequacies would ultimately be discarded.
Oh.
Yuan Yi snapped back to reality, rising to dash toward the living room.
And you?
What is your story? Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his gaze to Su Qian, recognizing that to ensure his own survival, he needed to understand those around him. I come from a humble background, Su Qian began, massaging as she recounted her tale. Chapter 70, taking the driving test together. Sushi's family was in dire straits. Both of her parents were laid-off workers, and during the most challenging times, they struggled to put enough food on the table. Fortunately, the school waived tuition and miscellaneous fees, but upon receiving the university admission letter after graduating from high school, her parents were overwhelmed with grief. Weeping in despair, her father recalled that his former workplace had purchased an accident insurance policy for him, which was still valid. In a moment of desperation, he recklessly dashed onto the road against the traffic signal seeking death, but instead of perishing, he was struck and left paralyzed from the waist down, confined to bed, unable to move. He contemplated starving himself to alleviate the burden on his family. She knelt beside her father's bed, tears streaming down her face as she vowed never to attend university. Subsequently, she found work as a waitress in a restaurant and dedicated herself to her job. Her diligence and eagerness to learn allowed her to master various tasks within the restaurant, leading her manager to promote her to a team leader position, with the prospect of further advancement to a supervisory role after a period of evaluation. As her family's situation gradually improved, her mother began to show signs of fatigue and weakness. She urged her to see a doctor, but her mother hesitated, unwilling to incur medical expenses. It wasn't until her mother's body became swollen and she could no longer eat that they finally went to the hospital. The diagnosis was end-stage uremia, a revelation that struck Sushi like a bolt from the blue. She admitted her mother to the hospital and arranged for her aunt, who farmed in the countryside, to come and care for her for a monthly stipend of 800 yuan. Sushi resigned from her job and began working in a foot massage parlor as an escort. Her salary as a team leader was merely 1,600 yuan, and even if promoted to supervisor, it would only amount to a little over 2,000. In contrast, the base salary at the foot massage parlor was 2,000, with tips from satisfied clients often doubling her income, allowing her to earn nearly 5,000 a month. If she disregarded all else and fully engaged in her new role, her earnings could be even higher. As the hospital's billing statements piled up and her mother's condition worsened, so she made the heart-wrenching decision to sell her virginity for 8,000 yuan to a 60-year-old coal magnate. Following this, she spent her days caring for her father and her nights working as an escort, living a double life. The whispers about her activities gradually reached her father's ears. He feigned ignorance until, after her mother passed away, he crawled out of bed and into the kitchen, taking a knife to end his own life. By the time Sushi returned home, he was already lifeless, leaving behind a letter in which he expressed no blame towards her, urging her to live well for her parents, to follow the right path, and to pursue a university education. At this point, Sushi was in tears, while Yuani sat beside her, stunned, holding a cup of tea. I have contemplated death, I possess the courage to end my life, yet my father urged me to persist, even if it means living like an animal. After making arrangements for her father's funeral, she self-studied for the adult college entrance examination, eventually starting from the bottom at a star-rated hotel and working her way up to become the lobby manager. As the holiday season approached, she ventured outside the city to deliver vouchers to clients and found herself trapped at one client's house until she was rescued by Chen Yi. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced over at Yuan Yi, who quickly offered him the teacup. Observing the tearful Sushi kneeling by their feet, he lamented, "This wretched apocalypse." "Do you understand your current identity?" he asked, taking a sip of water and casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Yi. Compared to Sushi, Yuan Yi seemed to have grown up in a honeypot. Aside from her status as a wealthy heiress, she was nothing more than that. Although she attempted to display humility, her innate arrogance lingered beneath the surface. Yuan Yi suddenly knelt down, mimicking Sushi, and began massaging Zhang Xiaoqiang's other leg. "Master, I will be obedient. I no longer want you to kill me. I will be very obedient. Please do not return me to Longgu. I will do whatever you ask." Despite her submissive demeanor, Zhang Xiaoqiang remained skeptical. After some thought, he spoke, "You have killed before, you should possess some courage. I do not seek to keep a mere ornament. If you wish to be well fed, you must seize it for yourself, fight for it. Sushi is no exception." Both Yuan Yi and Sushi turned pale, rendered speechless, their hands freezing in place. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unhurried, calmly waiting for their reactions, pondering why a girl no older than 15 would be compelled to fight for survival while two adults hoped to reap the benefits without effort. Of course, he did not genuinely intend for them to engage in a struggle. Rather, he aimed to acclimatize them to the atmosphere and strengthen their resolve, hoping they could serve as additional allies in the future. Contrasting Yang Kor with Xiaowanshan, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it difficult to trust men. Even though Wenbin had saved his life, he still felt uncertain that if he needed to venture out for supplies, he would prefer to take a few women along, as Yang Kor possessed great strength and could serve as a human crane. Sushi was the first to nod at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her expression resolute, as if perceiving an opportunity to escape her identity as an object of desire. Yuan Yi also nodded, albeit with a hint of trepidation. If I am surrounded by those monsters, you must kill me before they can devour me." She gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang with pleading eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiang readily agreed, stating that as long as they were determined to improve themselves, he would not coddle anyone. He could not attend to everyone's needs and would not risk his own safety for the sake of others. If danger arose, he would escape without hesitation, unaffected by cries for help, with Yang Kor being the sole exception, as she would undoubtedly risk everything to save him, even at the cost of her own life. It seemed foolish, yet Zhang Xiaoqiang was fond of Yang Kor's naivety. He appreciated women who lacked guile, who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to him. Regrettably, he found himself indifferent to her less-than-ideal physique. "Who among you can drive?" Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the numerous vehicles he had seen during his journey, lamenting his inability to operate them. He had spotted a plethora of cars on the highway, most of which still had their keys in them, inciting a pang of regret as he thought of such splendid off-road vehicles so ideal for escape. "I can. So can I." Yuan Yi and Sushi eagerly chimed in. Observing the two women kneeling at his feet, Zhang Xiaoqiang became frustrated, feeling inferior to them. "Yang Kor," he called out loudly. The door swung open with a thud as Yang Kor rushed in, asking, "What is wrong? What happened? Should I teach them a lesson?" Upon noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's intense gaze, she shyly exclaimed, "I didn't eavesdrop, I swear, I just got here." Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed her, instructing Yuan Yi and Sushi to rise. He then approached Yang Kor and said, "Let us go take the driving test together." Behind the building lay an open space, serving as a temporary parking lot filled with vehicles such as Beijing Jeeps, Mitsubishis, and Land Rovers, alongside smaller cars like Bluebirds and Autos. Several vans and trucks were also present, evidently acquired by Long Gu and his crew. Zhang Xiaoqiang selected a Beijing Jeep and asked Sushi to drive, while Yang Kor, petite and careful, chose a Land Rover for Yuan Yi to teach her. The chicken farm was neither large nor small, allowing both vehicles to maneuver. Yang Kor quickly grasped the basics and began to drive with confidence, though she still struggled with turning and reversing. It seemed that with just a few more days of practice, she would be ready to hit the road. Seated in the driver's seat, Zhang Xiaoqiang gripped the heavy steering wheel, his foot hovering uncertainly over either the accelerator or brake, while his right hand manipulated the gearshift, reflecting on the absurdity of his situation as he watched the chaos unfold around him. "It's not that I was unwilling to learn before. It's simply that I lacked the talent." After a day of intensive training, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally discerned the difference between the accelerator and brake and learned how to operate the steering wheel to turn left and right.
However, he remained baffled by the mechanics of shifting gears. As he gazed at the wreckage of the front bumper, devoid of any remains, his mood lifted. After all, didn't the wealthy tycoons in movies always have drivers? Wasn't he fortunate enough to have two right at his disposal? Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a deep fatigue, the kind that accompanied prolonged tension. He sat in the living room sipping tea, while Sushi stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. He felt reasonably satisfied with his current situation, a secure place to stay, two beautiful women attending to him, and the luxury of electricity to browse the internet and play games at night. As long as he remained vigilant, he could consider himself somewhat settled. Just as he was relishing his newfound comfort, Long Go and the others returned. Before they even entered, Wenbin's voice carried through the air. Long Go, things have been dire these past few days. Adding up the deaths from yesterday and today, 10 have perished. Should I go light incense for Lord Guan tomorrow? Chen Yi chimed in, reprimanding, what were you doing all this time? You never burn incense. Who will care about you in times of crisis? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up to see Long Gu enter with a dark expression, followed closely by Chen Yi and the others. Chapter 71. Married, as Brother Long stepped into the living room, his gaze fell upon Zhang Xiaoqiang, who greeted him with a nod. Long's smile was faint and forced. Shortly after, Chen Yi and Wenbin entered, their expressions mirroring the tension in the air, with one sporting a bandage around his forehead, radiating anger. What happened, Brother Long? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, curiosity piqued. Earlier that morning, they had all been deployed, with over 20 burly men. What could possibly go wrong, unless they had encountered AD2? Ah, little brother, you have no idea. It seems that misfortune strikes whenever things don't go smoothly. This morning, Brother Long and Chen Yi had taken a group to the grain purchasing center located 30 miles away in Pingshan town. Originally belonging to the armed forces, it had been converted into a granary, where the grains produced by local farmers were sold. Situated on the outskirts of town, it typically saw little foot traffic, especially after the peak grain collection period had passed, rendering it relatively safe. Brother Long intended to procure some stored grain from the granary, so they drove 4 or 5 off-road vehicles along with a heavy truck to the grain purchasing center. At that time, there were hardly any zombies around the center. After sending someone in to investigate, they confirmed the granary was devoid of any threats. The group relaxed their vigilance, driving directly to the granary entrance, where they smashed the large lock and opened the doors. The sight of mountains of grain made Brother Long and his companions' mouths water, and without a moment's hesitation, they began to load it up. However, disaster struck almost immediately after only a couple of trips. Near the entrance of the purchasing center was a small courtyard, formerly a weapons storage facility for the armed forces, later repurposed for cash transactions. The guards were focused solely on the exterior of the center, and by the time they noticed dozens of zombies charging out from the courtyard, it was too late. The group found themselves cornered inside the purchasing center. Without hesitation, Brother Long ordered a retreat, and they charged towards the exit in their vehicles, with the heavy truck leading the way through the horde of zombies. Unfortunately, a few D-type zombies blocked the front door, slowing their speed as they knocked down several ordinary zombies, causing the smaller vehicles to be overturned. The driver was pinned beneath the vehicle, while the rush of panic caused Brother Long to sustain a head injury during the chaotic escape. The scent of blood drove the zombies into a frenzy, and they surged toward the fallen driver, while others targeted Brother Long. He scrambled to the heavy truck as the convoy became surrounded. The scene was dire. One off-road vehicle lay overturned at the entrance, while the others lacked the power to break through. The heavy truck, capable of smashing through, found itself trapped at the rear. With zombies outside and those within the smaller vehicles too terrified to exit and join the heavy truck, over 20 burly men were besieged by the horde. With their ammunition dwindling, Brother Long refrained from ordering a gunfire. Frustration mounted as he grabbed one of his subordinates, slashed him a few times, and threw him at the granary's entrance. The bloodied man writhed in agony on the ground, drawing the remaining zombies' attention away from the vehicles, allowing the occupants of the smaller vehicles to climb onto the heavy truck. Only then did Brother Long and his crew manage to escape by pushing aside the obstructing smaller vehicles. One could argue that luck wasn't entirely against us. We didn't encounter any of those fast creatures, or else the heavy truck wouldn't have stood a chance. Brother Long chuckled, relieved to have avoided an encounter with S-type zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang, listening in disbelief, pondered how a group of strong men had been surrounded by zombies, abandoning all their off-road vehicles and losing 2 men in the process, yet Brother Long seemed to find solace in not having encountered S-type zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang grew increasingly concerned for the safety of the chicken farm. If they encountered AD2, wouldn't it lead to complete chaos? The chicken farm may be good, but it's not a place for long-term residents. Brother Long, there are living people at the grain purchasing center. Those creatures were drawn there by the living, Zhang Xiaoqiang reminded him, a revelation dawning upon him. I know, we faced similar situations before, but it was only a handful of zombies, with dozens of people. It was impossible to handle them efficiently. All we could do was flee. Brother Long expressed his frustration. Why did they have to hide in the granary, causing us to lose 2 of my men? Our strength has diminished significantly now. Then how much grain did we manage to salvage? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, his concern for food supply evident. Without it, morale would plummet. About a ton, enough to last us for around a month. Brother Long surprisingly found the outcome satisfactory, weighing the loss of 2 inconsequential subordinates against a month's worth of grain. Brother Long, what's the protocol for searching for food? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, knowing he would need to venture out for supplies himself and wanting to understand the rules to avoid working in vain. Can't wait to get started, can you? Here, we earn our keep based on merit. If you find something, you owe 2 layers, 1 goes to me, 1 to Chen Yi, and another to the public fund.
That way, if things go south, you have some assurance, the remaining 80% is yours to share with your subordinates. Brother Long's rules felt akin to a personal income tax, providing both a levy and a form of insurance.
By the way, Brother Long, how do we handle meals for the women? Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled that Yuan Yi and Su Qian were not permitted in the dining hall. Naturally, whatever you provide to the kitchen, that's what they eat. You provide rice, they eat rice, you bring big fish and meat, they feast on those. At this point, Brother Long recalled something else and continued, this morning, that girl Kur came out of your room. From now on, she is your responsibility, make sure she is well taken care of. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a stir in his heart, does this mean we're married? If we encounter survivors, should we bring them back?
Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated a visit to the grain purchasing center, affirming that Brother Long would scout the area ahead, and as long as he remained cautious, he would be fine.
Bring them all back. If they dare to risk their lives to snatch supplies, they should also be willing to do the hard work of eating chicken feed. You can keep the prettiest ones in your room. The rest will be sent to others to share. Clearly, in this apocalyptic world, women were deemed of little value, they often became mere possessions of men, with the more attractive ones monopolized by a single man, while the less fortunate were shared among many. It was exceedingly difficult for a woman to stand out in such dire times. Former strong women or fierce girlfriends would find themselves in even worse predicaments. Before long, the group gathered in the dining hall for a dinner that was far from lavish. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to his bedroom, where Yang Kor lay on the bed, engrossed in a built-in computer game on her laptop, dressed in a cotton nightgown adorned with tiny stars, her smooth legs swinging energetically up and down. Yuan Yi and Su Qian stood nearby, attentively serving her, occasionally bringing her water and snacks. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang prepared to indulge in a delightful evening, he realized that with Yang Kor present, his plans were dashed. She watched him with hawk-like vigilance, clearly uneasy with him being alone with the two beautiful women now. She had taken over his bed as if she were the mistress of the house. It appeared tonight would not be in his favor. Why aren't you in your own room? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked Yang Kor. I am also considered your woman, why can they stay in your room while I cannot? Yang Kor replied defiantly. Never mind. Return to your room, they can sleep in your quarters tonight, and I will sleep alone, is that acceptable?
Zhang Xiaoqiang shrugged, having long ceased to care. Since emerging from the cave, he had neglected his training for quite some time. Today, he had come to realize the true brutality of the apocalypse, rekindling the motivation he had allowed to languish. It was time to rest early and resume training in the morning. Only then did Zhang Kor reluctantly rise, feigning nonchalance as she said, I'll just sleep on the side, really, I'm very obedient, you can do whatever you like, I'll just take a peek.
What are you looking at?
Tomorrow morning, the three of you will start training together. Yang Kor, you will triple your training. Zhang Xiaoqiang declared, addressing the three women before him. Having noticed Yang Kor growing complacent after gaining strength, he realized that their regular training had faltered. He, too, had not been exercising, thus lacking the authority to criticize her, and now, he needed to motivate himself and them. Yuan Yi and Su Qian had temporarily joined him, and he aimed to enhance their chances of survival as much as possible. Of course, the bottle of rainwater hidden in his backpack was strictly off limits to them. That was his treasure. Not even Yang Kor knew that her newfound strength stemmed from that rainwater. It wasn't he that Zhang Xiaoqiang was stingy, but he would not reveal it until he had ascertained Yuan Yi and Su Qian's character. He wouldn't share it with Yuan Yi, whom he disliked, nor with Su Qian, whom he favored. Surviving in the apocalypse was no small feat. One careless mistake could lead to being devoured without a trace. Yang Kor clutched her laptop, pouting as she walked toward the door, followed by Yuan Yi and Su Qian, who had been instructed to leave with her. Chapter 72. Do not assume that this will avert my hatred. Observing the desolate room, Zhang Xiaoqiang settled himself onto the sofa, retrieving a cigarette from his pack and igniting it. As he watched the wisps of white smoke ascend, he pondered his future plans. Whether he liked it or not, Yuan Yi and Su Qian had become his possessions. Yang Kor had been formally entrusted to him by Long Go, no longer able to fend for herself as she once did. Despite his aversion towards Yuan Yi, what could he do? Could he merely stand by as she tended to the zombies? Su Qian, though a delicate woman, possessed a cunning mind. She had ascended from the lowest ranks to become the lobby manager. Surely, such a feat required some methods. Although she consistently portrayed herself as meek and obedient, what if she found a better patron and decided to betray him? Then there were Long Gu and his cohorts. He and Chen Yi were entangled in their own messes, but that was beside the point. Together, they were a formidable group of over 20 men, each more ferocious and ruthless than the last. Yet, when faced with mere ordinary zombies, they crumbled in fear. What a disgrace, they could hardly be called men, not even matching a little girl. The city of Jinyun was off limits, and lingering here was not an option. Where could he go? Where could he find a place to call his own? Return to the cave. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, recognizing that he could no longer bury his head in the sand. The outside world was perilous. A single mutated beast could easily snuff out his life. If cornered, he would have nowhere to escape. At least outside, he might have time to flee upon sensing danger. As Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts wandered, the door swung open, and Yuan Yi entered, carrying a basin of hot water. She returned moments later with a red plastic basin and a bottle of hot water, and as she twisted a towel in the basin, Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, "Did Kur send you?" Yuan Yi nodded, continuing to wring the towel, and then gently placed it over Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. As he felt the lovely woman cleansing him, he contemplated, could it be that Yang Kuo has perceived my disdain for Yuan Yi? Is that why she feels comfortable sending her into my room? Where could she have learned such audacity? Zhang Xiaoqiang remained still, allowing Yuan Yi to wash his face, relishing the sensation akin to that of a pampered lord. Once she finished, Yuan Yi delicately unzipped his camouflage jacket, peeling it away until his chest and back were exposed to the air. She replaced the towel and began to wipe his body. Truthfully, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt somewhat unaccustomed, as if he had returned to his childhood. With his mother bathing him, he could scarcely recall the last time he had such an experience. Previously, he had only taken showers, leaving his back a blind spot. After tending to his back, Yuani reached for his belt, and Zhang Xiaoqiang observed her actions without feeling embarrassed. Yuani seemed unconcerned as well. As he regarded her, a peculiar emotion welled within him, neither hatred nor affection, merely a profound sorrow. If given a choice, he would prefer to forego Yuani's services and return to his previous life of languid existence, waiting for death until finding a modest yet decent woman to marry and raise a family, crafting his own little haven, rather than enduring this apocalyptic world, never knowing when he might be consumed by zombies or mutated beasts. Yuani was meticulous in her washing, sparing no corner or crevice. Eventually, Zhang Xiaoqiang rose, having been thoroughly cleaned. After completing his wash, Yuani emptied the basin, refilled it with hot water, and prepared to wash Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet. As she removed his socks, the stench wafted through the air, yet she did not so much as wrinkle her brow as she placed his foul foot into the basin. "Are you trying to scald me? Can't you see?" Zhang Xiaoqiang snapped, his mood already soured. Yuani, perhaps inexperienced in foot washing, had inadvertently burned his foot, causing him to curse in pain. Alarmed, Yuani knelt and began to bow her head. Seeing her in such a state, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt akin to a wealthy lord, while she appeared as a humble servant, instantly rendering the situation dull. "Forget it, just be careful," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Yuani raised her head in surprise, seemingly unable to believe that Zhang Xiaoqiang had let her off so easily. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, she quickly lowered her gaze. Yuani grasped Zhang Xiaoqiang's foot, beginning her ministrations, and he inwardly mused, does she have a foot fetish? Once she completed washing his feet, she looked at him, her eyes silently inquiring if he had further instructions. Zhang Xiaoqiang beckoned her closer with a crooked finger. Yuani knelt beside him, gazing up at him with wide eyes. Seated bare on the sofa, Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his right hand, stroking her silky hair, which seemed untouched by any chemical treatments. His fingers glided across her cheek, gently caressing her porcelain skin, so smooth and soft it felt like jade. Yuani remained motionless until Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted her chin, his gaze locking onto her dreamlike, large eyes as he softly stated, "You are beautiful, ranking third among the women I have encountered, yet I simply do not like you. In fact, I detest you." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's words, Yuani's fear resurfaced, her body trembled incessantly, yet her cheeks remained still, terrified of displeasing him. "You are a woman, and you are a weakling. Weaklings must possess the awareness of their weakness and refrain from harboring nonsensical thoughts, do you understand?" His tone, though gentle, held a palpable undercurrent of menace, serving as a warning for her to not impede him in the days to come. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to abandon her. Despite her constant display of humility and willingness to perform the most degrading tasks, she had spent years studying abroad, and the influence of foreign ideologies sometimes slipped through her demeanor. Yuani trembled further, her teeth chattering slightly, her body quivering more violently. "You are a weakling, a woman, yet not all women are weaklings." Zhang Xiaoqiang ultimately resolved to grant her an opportunity, recognizing that survival in this apocalypse was no small feat. Yuani's eyes widened, unblinking, her body's trembling ceased. She was intelligent enough to discern the implications behind Zhang Xiaoqiang's words. "Tomorrow, Yang Kor's training will be tripled for you three. Do you grasp my meaning?" Yuani nodded vigorously, instinctively licking her dry lips. Witnessing her crimson tongue glide across her sensuous lips ignited a spark within Zhang Xiaoqiang. He placed his right hand on the back of her head, applying a slight pressure. Yuani stole a glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang, noticing the fire in his eyes, and then she began to respond to him. Once everything had concluded, she rose to carry the basin away. "Wait!" Zhang Xiaoqiang called after her. He knew that adhering to Yang Kor's training regimen would be grueling for her, and given the meager nutrition of their usual meals, could she not be considered his woman? He retrieved a plastic bag containing cured meat, extracting some and placing it in a cup on the coffee table before handing it to her. "Share it with Su Qian. Not if I discover you hoarding it all for yourself." Yuani was unperturbed by his tone, gratefully accepting the cured meat before turning to leave. As Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the bed, feeling a profound sense of release, he reflected on how his once indestructible form had been shattered today, an emotion of melancholy washing over him. Contemplating Yuani's flushed face, which seemed even more exhilarated than his own, he wondered, could she possess that legendary special constitution? Lost in thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Beep, beep, beep of the alarm on his phone jolted Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. He silenced it and lay still, awaiting the return of his consciousness. Creak. The door swung open, and Yuani, clad in camouflage training attire, entered, approaching Zhang Xiaoqiang's bedside. Upon seeing her, Zhang Xiaoqiang leaped from the bed, aware that he had slept in the nude the previous night and was currently unadorned. Without any prompt from Zhang Xiaoqiang, Yuani prepared to attend to him, but he halted her actions, intent on conserving his energy for training rather than indulging in distractions. Yuani assisted Zhang Xiaoqiang with washing his face and dressing, and when everything was in order, he inquired, "Did Kuer send you?" "Miss Kuer provided me and Su Qian each with a phone. I came over once I deemed the time appropriate." Yuani replied, her head lowered, her heart fluttering with apprehension of Zhang Xiaoqiang's displeasure. Zhang Xiaoqiang caressed her jade-like face, stating, "Do not assume that this will prevent my disdain for you." With that, he strode out. Chapter 73. Susie's persistence. Outside the gate, Yang Kor and Sushi stood by, clad in camouflage training uniforms. Yang Kor idly twirled the rebar beast horn gun with her fingers, while Sushi and Yuani stood empty-handed, observing Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang noted that the perimeter of the chicken farm extended for over 1,000 meters. After running 3 or 4 laps, his body felt adequately warmed up. It seemed that current military morning runs were roughly 3,000 meters. Yuani and Sushi, embarking on their first run, should not rush, they should maintain a steady pace. Fully armed, Zhang Xiaoqiang carried a backpack, adorned with the ancient sword of Jingwei, slung a military canteen and a satchel, leading the way. Yan Kor, with a light blue travel backpack and the rebar beast horn gun in hand, followed closely behind, while Yuani and Sushi trailed at the rear. As they ran for 400 to 500 meters, Yuani and Sushi's pace began to falter. Yuani managed to keep up, but Sushi gradually fell behind as Zhang Xiaoqiang neither urged nor encouraged them, simply continuing to run ahead. If they could not endure, they would have to wait for elimination. Yang Kor, appearing unfazed, kept pace behind him, her stamina surpassing even his, rendering the weight of the gun and backpack inconsequential, allowing her to frequently glance back at the 2 women trailing behind. Yuani, with a slightly better physical condition, had grown up in a life of comfort, never experiencing hardship. Although she maintained her fitness while abroad, she had gradually become lax upon returning home, now struggling to adapt. However, she would soon improve once accustomed. Sushi's situation was markedly different. Coming from a humble background, she had seldom tasted good food, resulting in underdevelopment and a frail physique. After entering the workforce, she devoted herself to completing tasks, leaving no time for exercise. Now, she found herself on the brink of exhaustion, yet the stubbornness ingrained in her since childhood propelled her to continue running. In the first lap, then the second, Zhang Xiaoqiang overtook the lagging Sushi without a glance back, pressing on. Yan Kor, closely following Zhang Xiaoqiang, playfully made a face at Sushi before surging ahead. By the third lap, Yuani surpassed Sushi as well, casting her an encouraging glance as she continued to run. Sushi trudged along, feeling as if flames scorched her throat. Not a drop of saliva graced her mouth, and it felt as though smoke might escape from her throat. Her chest heaved like a bellows, and her legs felt as if they were laden with lead, each step a monumental test of her endurance. Gritting her teeth, she silently pressed forward, her mind a blank slate, indifferent to everything, fixated solely on the path ahead as she sought a new goal to surpass. When she saw Yuani pass her, tears welled in her eyes, swirling in her sockets but ultimately wiped away by the back of her hand. In this apocalypse, tears are unnecessary, she told herself, summoning courage to press on. Her body grew heavier, each step smaller and more laborious. An inner voice urged her to relent, whispering, give up. You've come this far, this is your limit, surrender now, or you may perish. For a moment, she wavered, her pace slackening as thoughts of abandonment crept in. Yet, the image of the beautiful, innocent twins, slowly devoured by a monster, flashed through her mind. They were so young, only 16, oblivious to the world, merely cherished by their parents. A few harsh words directed at Long Gu and Shen Yi had led to their fate, their anguished cries echoing in her ears for over 10 minutes before their demise. As if those haunting screams reverberated beside her, Sushi instinctively quickened her pace. Before long, she felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on her, as if a mountain bore down upon her. Her jogging had nearly devolved into a brisk walk, and the insidious voice within began its seductive persuasion, give up, you truly cannot continue, you are a woman, and you possess charm. All you need is to captivate Zhang Xiaoqiang, and you can achieve anything. Yan Kor is no match for you, a little cunning can easily send her away. At that moment, Sushi thought of Yuani, who was not only more beautiful but also hailed from a prestigious family with superior education and grace. Yet, due to Zhang Xiaoqiang's indifference, she nearly became a victim herself. What made Sushi better than Yuani? Would she, too, face the same fate if she ever provoked him? Chen Yi was ruthless, she shuddered at the thought of being fed to the monsters, spurring her to quicken her pace further. After that, regardless of how the inner demon tempted her, Sushi remained impervious, mechanically pushing forward. She had no idea how long she would have to run or how far she needed to go, she merely focused on each step, silently repeating to herself, even if I run to death, my head shall face forward. Her body grew increasingly heavy, and her condition worsened. Waves of dizziness crashed over her, and her vision blurred. She was unaware that Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yan Kor had once again overtaken her. She simply continued her habitual motion, her body long beyond her control. For Sushi, enduring to this point felt miraculous, yet she remained oblivious to where this miracle might lead. She sensed that the road beneath her feet was the longest she would ever traverse in her life, an interminable journey with no discernible end. Her thoughts became a chaotic stew, flitting from memories of classmates celebrating their university acceptances, while she sobbed in solitude, to the coal magnate in his 60s looming over her, as she calculated how much more she needed for her mother's surgery. She recalled her father lying in a pool of blood alongside a bloodstained farewell letter, and the derision of neighbors who scorned her while she quietly studied at home, listening to elderly neighbors use her as a cautionary tale for their children. Her face was wet with tears, which flowed unbidden from her eyes, her camouflage uniform soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to her body. She understood that Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others were different. They did not require the weak or the useless, this was an opportunity, a chance to escape weakness and avoid abandonment. She excelled at seizing opportunities, and this time would be no exception. Failure meant death. With a deep breath, Zhang Xiaoqiang halted, having completed 4 laps, ready to commence the next training session. Reflecting on his past as a reclusive individual who once considered 1,000 meters an impressive feat, he felt a sense of achievement. Yang Kor stood by, her expression relaxed. For her, 4 laps merely constituted a warm-up, her bangs damp with sweat adding an air of charm. Zhang Xiaoqiang, noticing her standing aside, recalled his instructions from the previous night. What did I say to you last night? Your task is threefold. For every step I take, you must take 3. If I run 4 laps, you shall run 12. Hey, you're bullying me, just because you think I'm a little woman, you can take advantage of me? No way, I demand my rights, I want fairness. Yan Kor erupted, throwing a tantrum, adamant in her refusal.
There are no rights to demand. Who was it that wanted to challenge D2 last time? And fell flat on their face?
Zhang Xiaoqiang's words extinguished Yang Ke's fiery protest. With a glum expression, she clutched her beast horn gun and resumed her run. After a brief moment, Yuani, breathless, approached, her face flushed, sweat streaming down her cheeks, soaking her front and back. She cast a glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang before gritting her teeth and chasing after Yang Ke, indicating her robust health and fitness, surpassing even Zhang Xiaoqiang's former state. In the distance, Sushi continued her slow advance. Having completed just over 2 laps, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not rush her. He cared not for speed but for the determination to persist. As long as she did not abandon her efforts, it signified hope, a hope to grow stronger in this desolate world. No one could save her, only through her own strength could she survive and thrive. Zhang Xiaoqiang, armed with the beast horn gun, squatted down to perform frog jumps, repeatedly leaping into the air. Gradually, he entered a rhythm, the women running laps fading from his thoughts. Each time fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he recalled the dangers and challenges he had faced, compelling himself to push toward ever greater limits. Chapter 74. What performance are you putting on? How many laps is this? How many times have you surpassed Su Qian? Huff huff, Yuani gasped for breath, waving her arms frantically. She lacked the energy to look around. Her eyes were solely fixed on Yang Ke, who was running further ahead. While abroad, her routine had been quite disciplined, with daily runs and participation in various sports, yet, in comparison to Yang Ke, she felt dreadfully inadequate. Her brain began to throb, and oxygen became scarce, forcing her to quicken her breathing, determined to keep pace with Yang Ke and not allow herself to be left behind like Su Qian. The approval of her father, the affection of her mother, and the attentions of handsome men at the company felt like distant memories, as if centuries had passed. Once, she had been the envy of all, dismissing any man with contempt, believing herself to be the center of the universe, her beauty, figure, intellect, and lineage beyond reproach, as if she were basking in a honeyed paradise. She had imagined herself conquering the business world, elevating the company to new heights, finding a distinguished partner, cultured, discreet, and considerate, whom she would marry, and together they would welcome a beautiful, cherished child, nurturing them as they aged side by side. Suddenly, her world transformed into a hellish nightmare. She had always believed herself strong, never losing hope even when trapped in a warehouse. After killing the old man who attempted to assault her, she felt no revulsion. At that moment, she believed herself invincible. It wasn't until she encountered Longo that her perspective shifted. Having never been in love and having always valued herself, she had never allowed another man to touch her. When Longo violently claimed her virginity, she felt a seething hatred, wishing to eliminate him just as she had the old man. Yes, he must be dealt with. Longo was robust, and she was no match for him. He had many subordinates, and she needed to bide her time. She waited until the appearance of the twin sisters. How adorable and beautiful they were. They seemed like angels forsaken by God, and for the first time, she realized her own beauty was not as exceptional as she had believed. The sisters were headstrong, often provoking Longo and his men. To her shock, Long Ji's cruelty became apparent as she helplessly watched the sisters be devoured by those monsters. Time lost, meaning as fear paralyzed her. Witnessing a monster feast on a human haunted her dreams, waking her in terror. The thought of being chewed apart was maddening. She dared not harbor any resentment. In these days of despair, thoughts of death surfaced repeatedly, and she would draw the small knife she had secretly hidden, contemplating her veins. Yet, she lacked the courage to act, often sitting on the ground, cradling her head in tears, only to tidy herself afterward to serve Long Ji's whims, believing her life would continue in this manner. Then Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared. Unlike Longo, he did not desire her and offered her an escape. Terrified of Long Ji's threats and the prospect of being consumed by those creatures, she clung to him shamelessly, hoping to provoke him into killing her. When she learned he intended to return her to Longo, she felt as if she would go mad. Longo valued his reputation, and she knew she would be devoured by those monsters. The despair she felt surpassed the humiliation of being treated like a dog in front of Longo. He despised her, though she could not fathom why, nor did she wish to. All she knew was that she must obey, more so than Su Qian, to avoid being devoured. She bore no hatred towards Zhang Xiaoqiang, for she had no right to. Her fate was not her own. Yang Ke was now out of sight, and anxiety surged within her as she quickened her pace. I hope he won't be angry. After Zhang Xiaoqiang completed his second set of frog jumps, he turned to the 3 girls. Yang Ke maintained a steady pace, while Yuani lagged behind. Yuani's performance was commendable, her athleticism notable. She could practice with equipment tomorrow. As for Su Qian, where was she? Not a trace of Su Qian was visible, yet on the ground lay a colorful heap. Approaching, he found Su Qian unconscious, her face pale and devoid of consciousness. He carried her to the entrance and dropped her unceremoniously. Zhang Xiaoqiang unscrewed his water bottle and splashed some water on her face. The cold water jolted her awake, her body trembled slightly as droplets flowed to her lips, and a delicate pink tongue emerged to lick them. If you're awake, get up and stop playing dead on the floor. Zhang Xiaoqiang said coldly, devoid of any warmth or sympathy despite having previously thought well of her. Su Qian groaned, struggling to sit up. Bang! A dark green military water bottle landed at her feet. She grabbed it, opened the cap, and hurriedly poured it into her mouth, choking violently as water rushed down her throat, causing her to cough fiercely until she regained her composure. How many laps did you run? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired. I don't know, I can't remember the last few. Su Qian replied, shifting from a seated to a kneeling position, her head bowed in fear, her body trembling slightly. Then start from the beginning. This time, remember it well. Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded coldly, indifferent to her thoughts. Yes, master. Su Qian replied, bowing her head before rising unsteadily to run away. Ha, I finished. Yang Ke exclaimed, sprinting to Zhang Xiaoqiang's side, now drenched in sweat, her back soaked.
Begin frog jump practice. Zhang Xiaoqiang said, continuing without further ado. After breakfast, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor returned to the temporary training ground, where Yuan Yi had completed her run, slumped on the ground like a noodle, desperately gasping for breath. Su Qian was still running laps, her swaying form indicating that she was on the verge of collapsing again. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kor to bring Su Qian over for a brief rest, providing each of them with a flatbread as breakfast. The women here had only 2 meals a day, with no breakfast provided. Given the strenuous morning exercises, both Yuan Yi and Su Qian were greatly fatigued, and Zhang Xiaoqiang, not one to be stingy, naturally offered them an extra meal. Once they finished eating, Zhang Xiaoqiang resumed frog jump training, reasoning that if they encountered formidable opponents in the future, at the very least, they should be able to outrun them. As they practiced, Long Gu and Chen Yi emerged, surprised to see Zhang Xiaoqiang training the women. "Brother, what performance are you putting on?" Long Gu inquired, perplexed. Brother Long, as a newcomer, I lack manpower, so I thought I'd make do with 2 female slaves for now, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, intentionally concealing his plans to leave and using the excuse of gathering supplies. "Brother, you needn't be so formal with us. We all family." Long Gu's tone carried a hint of reproach, and Chen Yi nodded in agreement. "I'm unfamiliar with the situation here, so I thought I'd start small to understand things better before enlisting your help for bigger operations." Zhang Xiaoqiang flattered them, hoping to placate their concerns temporarily. No need for such formality, but familiarizing yourself is wise. "If you need anything, just let me know," Chen Yi said cheerfully, pleased that with fewer hands on his side, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have fewer resources to work with. Those who were timid would falter at the first sign of danger, taking others down with them, which would ultimately benefit their adversaries. After some casual conversation, Long Gu and Chen Yi left with their subordinates to search for supplies, casting not a glance at Yuan Yi and Su Qian. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor continued training until noon, at which point they paused for lunch. Yuan Yi and Su Qian, utterly exhausted, looked disheveled, their hair a tangled mess and their faces smeared with dirt and sweat, resembling 2 bedraggled cats. They waddled rather than walked, struggling even to ascend the stairs, while Yang Kor appeared unfazed, seemingly craving more activity. Chapter 75. Holding on with mealtime still a while away, Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the bedroom first, taking a seat on the sofa and lighting a cigarette. Considering that Yuan Yi and Su Qian had pushed themselves rather hard during the morning training, he contemplated whether it might be prudent to allow them some rest in the afternoon. Otherwise, the effectiveness of tomorrow's training would be compromised. It was not yet a matter of urgency, so perhaps the training pace could be slightly eased. Yuan Yi and Su Qian had both performed commendably, particularly Su Qian, whose resolute spirit was evident in her fervent approach to training, suggesting she understood the importance of seizing opportunities. Once he finished his cigarette, he took a sip of water and continued pondering. The prospect of reaching Jinyun City seemed bleak, and with no time to linger in J City, he wondered where to go next. He was uncertain about the situation in the capital. It was likely the area under the strictest control, with the most comprehensive emergency preparedness. There should still be some military presence capable of maintaining order, at least preventing the reduction of people to slavery or women to mere objects. Could it be that I should head to BJ, he mused, finding the thought somewhat amusing. After all, if he couldn't even access HW, which was merely a few hundred kilometers away, how could he possibly traverse several provinces to reach BJ? He didn't even possess a map. What if he inadvertently crossed into another country? Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Yuan Yi entered, clad in a white floral sleep dress, carrying a basin of water. Upon seeing the basin, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of discomfort. His clothes were drenched in sweat from the intense morning training. Now that conditions permitted, he welcomed the opportunity to wash up. Rising, he took off his clothes without allowing Yuan Yi to assist, instantly feeling a sense of relief. Previously, he had lacked the means, but now, with the opportunity at hand, he would not deprive himself. After hastily drying off, he handed the towel to Yuan Yi, who stood by, unsure of what to do. He then changed into fresh clothes and reclined on the bed. Just as Yuan Yi was about to leave with the basin, he called out, "Please bring me my lunch afterward. I intend to rest for a bit." The previous day, he had shared lunch with Yang Kor, deeming it unnecessary to dine in the restaurant. Typically, Long Gu and the others would have their meals delivered to their rooms once prepared, unless there was a specific occasion to gather for a feast or discuss matters. He had met the chef yesterday, a former second-in-command at a large hotel, who possessed commendable culinary skills. He was the only one here who could enjoy a hearty meal without exerting himself, affirming the adage that once one becomes a chef, one will never starve. As he drifted into slumber, he felt someone enter and opened his eyes to see Yuan Yi standing at the foot of the bed with his lunch. The meal was delightful. The chef had prepared a clay pot rice dish for him that he could hardly recall the last time he had savored such a delicacy in this post-apocalyptic world, and eating it filled him with nostalgia. After finishing the dish and taking a sip of water, he inquired, "Where is Kor?" Usually, she would keep a close watch on him, but it was unusual for Yuan Yi to have been here for so long without an ambush from her. Miss Kor skipped lunch and went to sleep, claiming she hadn't rested well this morning. Zhang Xiaoqiang reclined again, asking Yuan Yi to sit at the head of the bed and massage his temples. As he inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Yuan Yi, his mind began to churn. With no clear direction, he could only remain here for the time being, at least until Yuan Yi and Su Qian were capable of self-defense before they departed. What were their thoughts on the matter? Did it truly matter? For now, Long Gu and Chen Yi had been performing quite well in terms of appearances. Regardless of their ruthless nature, they had treated him decently, providing women and allowing for rest. He could not afford to be ungrateful, and at the very least, he should assist in preparing some food supplies. Whether they lived or died afterward would be of no concern to him. What about the grain depot? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, shaking his head. If Long Gu and his crew of over 20 could not manage it, what chance did he have to succeed with just a few women? That would be a slap in the face. However, the area had already been extensively searched and secured by Long Ge's team, and venturing further would only bring him to the city. The thought of the tens of thousands of zombies waiting for him in the city extinguished his ridiculous notion. Feeling troubled, he turned over and hugged the pillow, reflecting on where to commence his own looting endeavors. It was uncomfortable to lie in that position. As he shifted, his hand inadvertently brushed against Yuan Yi's thigh. Through her sleep dress, he felt the smoothness beneath his fingers, prompting memories of Yuan Yi being trapped in the mineral company's preparation office, which seemed to contain red wine and cooking oil. This thought ignited a flicker of excitement within him, and he looked up at Yuan Yi, only to find her face flushed. The sensation beneath his fingers felt unusually tense, and he realized, in his distracted state, that he was squeezing her thigh too firmly, causing her discomfort. Her thigh twitched slightly from the pressure. Observing her bashful expression, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it quite peculiar. Could it be that she truly possessed some sort of unique constitution? "Where is that preparation office you escaped from?" Zhang Xiaoqiang proposed, feeling it was worth a shot. "It's near a small town close to the mining area. It's called Gai Town." Zhang Xiaoqiang found this intriguing and, instead of loosening his grip, he tightened it. Yuan Yi's face began to bloom with color, and she could not suppress a gasp. "How many zombies are there? Is the preparation office far from the town?" he continued to inquire. "There are dozens of those creatures. They are former employees of the preparation office. The office is about a 5-minute drive from the town." Zhang Xiaoqiang ceased his actions, deep in thought. 5 minutes, that would place it at least several miles away, eliminating the possibility of encountering the thousands of zombies that had amassed last time with him and Yang Kor. They could handle it, and the two women could acclimate to the atmosphere, so they would not panic upon seeing zombies in the future. "How far is it from here to the preparation office?" Zhang Xiaoqiang sought clarity, aiming to minimize unforeseen variables. "I'm not entirely sure. The last time we drove back, it took about an hour, mainly due to the poor road conditions, as our vehicle had a low chassis and was slow." As Yuan Yi felt his hand come to a halt, the flush on her face began to fade. It was still early afternoon. They had ample time to venture out. With that thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang pushed aside Yuan Yi's hands that had been massaging him and leaped off the bed. "Go, put on your training gear, wake Yang Kor, and you and Su Qian will accompany us to that preparation office," he commanded while slipping on his shoes. Yuan Yi's face turned pale. She realized it was time for her to confront the zombies directly, albeit sooner than she had anticipated. She remained silent as she exited, her steps heavy with trepidation. By the time Zhang Xiaoqiang gathered his belongings, equipped with weapons, a backpack, and a water bottle, he arrived in the living room to find the three women still not ready. He settled down, patiently waiting when Yang Kor, Yuan Yi, and Su Qian finally appeared in their combat gear. 20 minutes had passed. Observing their slow pace, Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression darkened. He said nothing to the drowsy Yang Kor, knowing she was prone to lingering in bed, while Yuan Yi and Su Qian dared not keep him waiting. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yang Kor insisted on driving the Land Rover she had used the previous day, but ultimately, they settled on a double-cab medium-sized truck with Su Qian at the wheel and Yang Kor beside her learning to drive. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yuan Yi occupied the back seat, gazing out at the desolate fields. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of sorrow. The erratic weather had ruined this year's spring planting, leaving their future uncertain. Yuan Yi gazed eagerly at the scenery outside, perhaps due to her prolonged stay at the chicken farm, finding it all quite novel. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at his watch. Half an hour had already passed, and they were nearing their destination. He pulled out his handgun to check the magazine, only to look up and find Yuan Yi's eyes gleaming with fascination at the firearm. Upon noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze, she quickly lowered her head, much like a child caught misbehaving, her fingers turning pale from the grip of fear. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood her feelings well. She believed that possessing a gun would grant her control over her fate, freeing her from being treated like a mere dog. This was a classic manifestation of a victim mentality, always placing hope in intangible things, never realizing that through training, she too could become strong. With a click, he slid the magazine into the grip of the gun, turning it around to offer the handle to Yuan Yi. She hesitated, her eyes wide with trepidation. "Take it," Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded, observing her cowering demeanor. Chapter 76. Please don't abandon me. Yuan Yi trembled involuntarily as she took the handgun, feeling utterly at a loss as she gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Her hands shook violently, caught in a dilemma of whether to hold onto the weapon or let it go. Without waiting for her further reaction, Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped her hand that clutched the gun, pressing it against his own head, locking eyes with her and commanding, "Pull the trigger." Fear engulfed Yuan Yi. She was overwhelmed with terror, perceiving the handgun not as a weapon but as a searing piece of coal. Her body quaked, yearning to release the gun, yet Zhang Xiaoqiang's firm grip rendered her powerless. The driver, Su Qian, also felt uneasy, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. Yang Kor merely cast a fleeting glance back before nonchalantly returning her focus to Su Qian's driving. "Fire! Haven't you always desired this?" Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to shout, disregarding Yuan Yi's pale visage filled with fear and trepidation. Tears welled up in Yuan Yi's large eyes, cascading down her cheeks as she exerted all her strength to break free, sending the handgun clattering onto the seat. With a sharp slap, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally broke his father's rule, striking Yuan Yi across the face. She covered the imprint of his hand on her cheek, too intimidated to move, only able to sob softly. Disappointment washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang as he observed Yuan Yi's longing for the gun. Understanding the psyche of the weak, he had offered her a chance, wanting her to fire the gun to prove her courage to resist.
If she truly dared to pull the trigger, it would signify that she still harbored the bravery to confront oppression, the tenacity to struggle in this apocalyptic world. Much like when Zhang Xiaoqiang handed young Kor a hammer to slay a zombie, the act of killing was not the objective. Rather, it was the courage to face fear that mattered. Young Kor succeeded. Yuan Yi faltered. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the handgun, looking down on Yuan Yi with disdain. She was even less than a girl of not yet 15, daring to fantasize about mastering her own fate. She presented herself as a strong woman, yet at her core, she was a coward. Beyond using her femininity to barter for survival, what else could she achieve? In his frustration, Zhang Xiaoqiang slapped her again, regretting that such a moment would tarnish his reputation. "You are a coward," he declared, staring at the sobbing Yuan Yi. "You have always believed yourself to be strong, thinking others inferior to you, and thus you exude an irksome arrogance." Yuan Yi remained silent, nearly weeping softly, absorbing Zhang Xiaoqiang's scathing critique. "Beneath your arrogance lies weakness. You are less than a 14-year-old girl who, at the height of her fear, could still wield a hammer to kill a zombie. Ask yourself, could you do the same?" Yang Kor felt slighted by Zhang Xiaoqiang's comparison. "You may be a woman, lacking strength, and perhaps even skill, but you cannot lack courage. Without courage, you have no right to exist in this world." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi let out a wail, her first genuine cry in this desolate world. She realized Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke the truth. She lacked courage. She had once contemplated killing Long Gu, but each time she encountered him, hesitation gripped her until she found an excuse in witnessing the monsters devour humans. To consider suicide, yet, each time she attempted, fear paralyzed her, and it was only now, fully exposed by Zhang Xiaoqiang, that she recognized her own cowardice. "Master, please don't abandon me. I will be obedient, truly, even if you treat me like a dog, I am willing. Please don't forsake me," Yuan Yi pleaded through her tears, terrified of the unknown fate that awaited her. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt exasperated. He wanted to abandon Yuan Yi. A person devoid of courage would only hinder progress. They might face thousands of miles ahead, with countless challenges along the way. Who knew when this timid soul would falter? As he observed the turmoil of emotions on Zhang Xiaoqiang's face, Yuan Yi's fear intensified. She suddenly lunged at him, unfastening his belt, repeatedly murmuring, "Master, don't reject me. I can do anything. Truly, I can do anything." With a swift slap, Zhang Xiaoqiang struck her again. Once the first blow had been dealt, a second seemed inevitable, especially towards someone he despised like Yuan Yi. Surprisingly, Yuan Yi felt elated after the slap. "Master, go ahead and strike me. I welcome it." Zhang Xiaoqiang was amused yet saddened by her reaction. "Sit tight," he commanded, and Yuan Yi complied immediately, adopting a demeanor of obedience. "I shall grant you another opportunity. This is a hammer. When you encounter a solitary zombie, you must kill it, or allow it to devour you, or you can exit the vehicle right now." Zhang Xiaoqiang presented Yuan Yi with a choice. She gazed hesitantly at the hammer, knowing that once a decision was made, there would be no turning back. Her fear of Zhang Xiaoqiang overshadowed even her fear of Long Gu. Long Gu merely required obedience, while Zhang Xiaoqiang demanded she confront the monstrous beings that preyed upon humanity. As she wrestled with her thoughts, her eyes drifted to the desolate fields outside the window, scattered with zombies, and then back to the iron hammer. After several moments of internal conflict, she looked pleadingly into Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes, who remained indifferent to her silent requests. With a slight release of tension, she accepted the hammer. Zhang Xiaoqiang then cocked the handgun and warned, "I will put you down before the zombies can get to you." Yuan Yi exhaled in relief, her face now resolute, her teeth clenched as she stared at the zombies outside the window. The vehicle slowed to a halt, and Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped out with binoculars in hand. Ahead lay a fork in the road, with a large open space to the right. The area was sparsely dotted with buildings, a parking lot with several cars and 2 buses, along with 2 construction vehicles. A 4-story main building stood alongside 2 rows of blue-painted temporary structures, and not far off were 2 small buildings still under construction, scaffolding draped over them, with dozens of zombies wandering about the site. The main building of the supply depot had few zombies, only a handful, while the parking lot contained about 10, likely attracted by Yuan Yi during her escape. There were no D-class or S-class zombies in sight, but Zhang Xiaoqiang remained vigilant. Between the depot and the construction site, there were certainly over 100 zombies, with at least 3 or 4 likely lurking in the shadows. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled Yuan Yi down from the vehicle, and Yang Kor, armed with her beast horn gun, jumped down as well, followed closely by Su Qian. "Go deal with the zombies in the parking lot. Leave one alive, and don't underestimate them," he instructed. Upon receiving Zhang Xiaoqiang's command, Yang Kor confidently flipped her ponytail and turned to face the zombies, exuding an air of assured victory. Watching her boldly stride towards the group of zombies, Yuan Yi and Su Qian were both shocked and terrified. They understood that even a dozen strong men might falter against those zombies, yet here was Yang Kor, not yet 15, daring to confront them alone. Zhang Xiaoqiang had instructed her to do so, seemingly without a trace of concern. "Do you not feel ashamed? You are inferior even to an underage girl," Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked lightly, observing the 2 women tremble with fear, their faces pale. Su Qian, however, gazed at Yang Kor's retreating figure with determination, her fists clenched as if bolstering her own courage. Yuan Yi, gripping the hammer, felt its weight akin to 1,000 pounds. The cowardice she had concealed was now fully exposed by Zhang Xiaoqiang, leaving her dignity and pride utterly dismantled. Observing Yang Kor's resolute strides, Yuan Yi felt no concern, rather, she was engulfed by a chilling dread that permeated her entire being. She could not even face a single zombie, let alone a horde of them. Zhang Xiaoqiang was right, there was no room for useless women in his company. Was she truly less than a mere girl? Far less. The business management skill she had garnered during her studies abroad now seemed utterly laughable in this context. With a fierce ha! Yan Kor unleashed her pent-up fury on the zombies, swiftly advancing towards one, swinging her weapon with precision. She struck with the force of a baseball player, her beast horn gun serving as a bat, the zombie's grotesque head as the ball, the crack of bone and the splatter of brain matter resonated simultaneously as the zombie's skull was cleaved in two, its remains rolling to the ground, leaving only a jaw and a row of teeth connected to a gaping neck. The black blood and yellow brain matter splattered across the vicinity, yet Yang Ko nimbly dodged the mess, remaining unscathed. The headless zombie collapsed to the ground with a thud, while Yuan Yi, unable to maintain her grip on the hammer, let it drop with a clatter. Su Qian's face drained of color, her body shaking as if afflicted by a chill. Chapter 77, Is This Your Courage? Yang Ko dealt with the first zombie and swiftly rushed towards the remaining ones. Typically, she exhibited a demure and obedient demeanor, her only flaws being her tendency to become jealous and throw tantrums. Overall, she remained quite composed. Yuan Yi and Su Qian had always shown her unwavering respect and deference, largely due to her being one of Zhang Xiaoqiang's earliest companions and a relative of Long Gu. However, deep down, they dismissed her, believing that by catering to Zhang Xiaoqiang, they could surpass Yang Kor in comfort. Now, witnessing her frenzied behavior left them shivering with trepidation. Indeed, Yang Kor was exhibiting her trademark madness. She unleashed her gaming skills, dispatching each zombie with ease, accustomed to the thrill of such chaos. Not a single zombie that fell to her hands remained intact. Wait, bang. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed Yang Kor reveling in her slaughter, his words falling on deaf ears. Just as the last zombie was about to meet its gruesome fate, he attempted to call her back, but it was too late. Yang Kor gazed upon the fallen zombies, all motionless, licking her lips, feeling an insatiable craving, her attention drawn to the dozens of zombies at the construction site, armed and eager to engage in further carnage. She relished the exhilarating sensation, exclaiming, "Ha! This is far more thrilling than playing games on a computer. I absolutely adore this feeling." Smack! A resounding slap landed on her backside, causing her to leap in surprise. "Do you have ears?" Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished her, standing beside Yang Kor. Dejected, she listened to his reprimands, her toes tracing circles on the ground. Yuan Yi, witnessing Zhang Xiaoqiang discipline Yang Kor into submission, felt an increasing sense of awe and fear towards him. If even someone as formidable as Yang Kor could be kept in line, she felt even less entitled to voice her opinions. Disregarding the zombies at the construction site for the time being, Zhang Xiaoqiang cleared a few in front of the main building and instructed Yuan Yi to lead them to the storage room, with Yang Kor and Su Qian following closely behind. Yuan Yi walked ahead, trembling with fear, with Zhang Xiaoqiang trailing just behind her, sword in hand instead of his beast horn gun, as the narrow corridor favored the sword's maneuverability. "The storage room is just around the corner," Yuan Yi stated, moving forward, but as she was about to turn, Zhang Xiaoqiang yanked her back by the collar, just in time to avoid a pair of zombie claws that swung around the corner. "Ah!" Yuan Yi screamed, collapsing to the ground, clinging to Zhang Xiaoqiang's leg, paralyzed with fear. "Damn it, I knew I couldn't rely on anyone at a critical moment." Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed as he kicked her aside, stepping forward to sever the head of the exposed zombie. Before the zombie even hit the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang turned the corner and was met with a horde of zombies densely packed in the corridor, making it impossible to count them all. "Fall back outside," he shouted, slashing at the zombies before him, realizing the corridor was too cramped to maneuver effectively. Suddenly, a small, emaciated zombie darted out from the crowd, its dark claws reaching for him. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his sword in a swift upward motion, severing its arms, but the S-shaped zombie lunged at him regardless. Bang! The Makarov pistol in his left hand discharged just as its arm fell away. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed for its head and fired. While he dealt with the S-shaped zombie, the remaining regular zombies lunged at him, their claws flailing. Overwhelmed by the sight of the dozen or so claws before him, he felt a surge of anxiety, knowing he couldn't dispatch them all in one go. "Get down!" Yang Kor shouted from behind him. Without a second thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang knelt and rolled backward onto the ground. A massive shadow swept over him, accompanied by a gust of wind. Yang Kor, sensing the danger, attempted to help, but the corridor's narrowness hindered her from wielding her beast horn gun. In her haste, she spotted a security door marked finance room nearby, seized the handle, and with a forceful tug, tore the door from its hinges. Brandishing the door like a colossal shield, she charged at the zombies. Bang! The iron door collided with the approaching zombies, and with a swift maneuver, she angled it to push them back. The door scraped against the walls, forcing the zombies to collide against it, creating deep grooves in the walls as they were trapped behind it. Yang Kor yanked the door down, causing it to wedge firmly in the brick crevice. Now, the zombies were securely ensnared, their countless claws reaching helplessly through the gaps, while Yuan Yi sat on the floor, a puddle forming beneath her, having succumbed to fear-induced incontinence. It was a miracle she could escape from this predicament. Zhang Xiaoqiang rose from the ground and approached Yuan Yi, who, upon noticing his gaze, scrambled to her feet, trembling slightly, her legs pressed tightly together in embarrassment, her face flushed. As she observed his pallor, her own countenance turned ashen. "Is this your idea of courage?" Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, feeling a mixture of frustration and dismay. Just moments ago, he was filled with a fierce desire to vanquish the zombies, yet here she was, trembling in terror. Hadn't Yang Kor been pursued by a horde of zombies like a hunted rabbit without such a reaction? Zhang Xiaoqiang finally grasped that sending her to confront zombies wasn't akin to battling monsters. It was akin to sweetly inviting the zombies to savor the delicacies, a pure act of delivering a meal. "Shall we try extreme therapy?" he mused, seizing Yuan Yi's arm and dragging her towards the door. Upon seeing the zombies mere inches away, she instinctively recoiled, her sudden surge of strength nearly breaking free from his grasp. "Can't I cure you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed on, gripping her tighter, his left hand holding her while his right pulled her hair, forcing her head closer to the zombie claws. When she noticed the claws mere centimeters from her nose, she screamed, thrashing her head in a desperate attempt to escape, but Zhang Xiaoqiang's grip was ironclad, leaving her in excruciating pain without a chance to break free. Overwhelmed by the stench of decay wafting from the claws, Yuan Yi closed her eyes in despair. "Open your eyes, or I shall throw you in," Zhang Xiaoqiang threatened coldly from behind. Fearing a grisly fate, Yuan Yi reluctantly opened her eyes, gazing at the claws near her nose and the throng of zombies beyond the door. She saw the zombies packed tightly behind the iron door, their claws flailing through the cracks, making it impossible to ascertain their number. The door creaked ominously, as if it might give way at any moment, unleashing the horde. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed Yuan Yi trembling, followed by the unmistakable odor of excrement emanating from her. Unfazed, he recalled how much worse the scent had been with Yang Kur. He had managed to navigate through danger with her. After all, Chapter 78 Yuan Yi slaughter 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that Yuan Yi remained completely still. Had it not been for the warmth emanating from her hand, he might have thought she had been frightened to death. Upon closer inspection, he found himself perplexed. Yuan Yi no longer exhibited fear or tremors. Instead, she opened her eyes wide, scrutinizing the zombies before her. As the adage goes, familiarity breeds comfort. Having witnessed enough, she had grown accustomed to the sight. The zombies, unable to seize her, no longer instilled terror within her. As she gazed at the monsters from her nightmares right in front of her, Yuan Yi's breathing quickened, and her complexion began to flush. Her captivating eyes sparkled with an almost seductive allure, while her legs rubbed together restlessly. Zhang Xiaoqiang, observing Yuan Yi's sudden excitement, was taken aback. He had never seen anyone exhibit such enthusiasm in the presence of zombies. The intricacies of a woman's thoughts were indeed challenging to decipher. He released his grip, and Yuan Yi remained motionless, not even tilting her head despite the claws hovering mere centimeters from her cheek. She intently studied the zombie before her, missing not a single detail, as if the zombie were a priceless artifact. When Zhang Xiaoqiang tapped her shoulder, Yuan Yi snapped back to reality. Upon seeing him, the flush on her face quickly faded, leaving her pallid. A peculiar long spear was handed to her, its tip adorned with a golden spiral pattern beast horn, possessing a texture unlike gold or jade. A faint luminescence danced along its grooves, exuding an air of mystery. Confused, Yuan Yi gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, uncertain of the meaning behind his gift. "Stand right there, you won't leave until every last zombie inside perishes. If you fail to accomplish this before we depart, you shall remain here." Zhang Xiaoqiang intended to acclimate her to the act of killing. Only by fortifying her spirit could she muster the courage to face future adversities. Slaughter was the swiftest means to this end, and he wished for her to engage in this brutal exercise. If she could not even manage this, he would unhesitatingly abandon her. "This is your final chance." If, before Zhang Xiaoqiang could finish his sentence, he watched as Yuan Yi thrust the spear forward, its tip piercing through a zombie's mouth with ease, as if it were slicing through tofu, and emerging from the back of its head. Instinctively, Yuan Yi twirled the spear, reducing the zombie's head to mere fragments. Without pausing, she plunged the spear once more. This thrust was slightly off target, entering the chest of another zombie. She rotated the spear again, creating a gaping hole in its torso, allowing those outside to glimpse the situation behind the creature. Despite the devastation to its chest, the zombie remained undeterred, its ferocity only escalating as it violently slammed against the iron door. The flush on Yuan Yi's face extended down her neck, her eyes gleaming with an intense brightness. A faint flicker of her tongue traced her parched lips as she thrust the beast horn spear once more. This time, the rampaging zombie met a grim fate. The spear pierced its throat, and with the rotation of its tip, flesh and bone erupted in a spray. With a thud, the zombie's head fell to the ground, its headless body toppling backward, wedged among the other zombies and unable to collapse fully. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed Yuan Yi, who was now exuding an overwhelming sense of power, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He did not harbor affection for her, on the contrary, he found her insufferable. Yet, he continued to grant her opportunities. Why? Did he see a reflection of himself in her? Yuan Yi, who dared not end her own life, was nevertheless drawn to the idea. Had he not once been in a similar predicament? Trapped within his own home, stripped of all hope, awakening each day to despair and torment, he had once wielded a kitchen knife, hesitating to take the plunge, because he too was weak, a coward. Only when he risked everything for a few cabbages did he truly transform from a coward into a man. It was only after slaying his first zombie that he found the courage to confront the apocalypse, charging at 3 zombies on his rooftop, awakening the potential within him to become strong. Seeing the current Yuan Yi reminded him of his past self, through the lens of his own evolution, he offered her repeated chances. This was not an act of kindness, nor was it preferential treatment due to her beauty. Rather, it was a sense of responsibility that came with her following him. In this world of despair, one must possess the will to survive. Weakness had no place in the apocalypse, regardless of one's former status or beauty. At that moment, Yuan Yi's behavior seemed utterly peculiar. Beyond her initial panic and fear, she now exhibited a fervent enthusiasm, her breaths quickened, her face flushed as if intoxicated with strong liquor, her eyes wide with excitement. In her fervor for killing, she unknowingly leaned further forward, her focus solely on the zombies ahead, oblivious to the danger lurking beside her. A zombie, cornered against the wall, reached out towards her arm, poised to inflict harm. Completely engrossed in her slaughter, she remained unaware of the impending peril. Bang! Zhang Xiaoqiang reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to Yuan Yi's thigh. Startled, she toppled to the ground, colliding with the wall. Rubbing her head, she gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang in confusion. "Have your eyes grown atop your head? How could you not see such a large zombie? If I had been any later, you would have joined their ranks." Zhang Xiaoqiang scolded, pointing at the zombie in the corner. Yuan Yi, witnessing the zombie's claws flailing where she had just stood, felt her heart race. Struggling to breathe after a long moment, she exhaled deeply, gratitude evident in her eyes as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Continue." Zhang Xiaoqiang, ignoring her gratitude, merely raised his hand to check the time. He needed to return before nightfall. It was already nearly 2:30, and they had to expedite their progress. Yuani pushed herself up, steadied by her right hand, and gripped the beast-horn spear tightly. She glared at the zombie that had nearly harmed her expression twisted with rage. No longer was there excitement or fear in her gaze. Instead, a crimson hue flickered within her pupils, as if a small flame burned brightly. Ha! It was her first vocalization during a kill, and her speed increased. The spear plunged through the iron gate's crevice, piercing the zombie's right shoulder. As she twisted the spear, the spiraled horn wrenched the zombie's arm away, with its right arm severed and falling to the ground. The spear again plunged into its left shoulder, severing that arm as well. Time and again, the spear penetrated the zombie's body, leaving a trail of wounds in its wake. The crimson within Yuani's eyes deepened, her lips moving as if uttering words like damn and kill. No longer was she the timid little lamb. She had transformed into a formidable leader. Watching Yuani dismantle the zombie into a mere skeleton sent chills down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. He questioned whether his coercion of Yuani was indeed justified. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the act of killing zombies devoid of passion or fear. For him, it was a simple struggle for survival. Apart from D2, he had never felt satisfaction from slaying a zombie, nor did he perceive it as a source of joy. Yang Kor treated zombies as mere video game foes, mindlessly striking them down without emotional investment. She relished the momentary thrill, only to forget it entirely afterward. Yuani, however, reveled in the act of killing. For her, zombies ceased to be the monstrous entities of her dreams, transforming instead into exquisite playthings. Witnessing them fall, flesh and bone scattering, filled her with immense joy. Her body trembled, not in fear, but in a soulful exhilaration that was indescribably beautiful. She felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, wishing the zombies would never cease to exist so that she could continue her slaughter indefinitely. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself utterly bewildered by Yuani. Her essence radiated pride, yet she displayed a subservience surpassing that of Su Qian. She was undeniably weak, yet following her profound fear, she became insatiably bloodthirsty. The zombie that had provoked Yuani could no longer withstand her torment. Its bones shattered under the strain, collapsing to the ground. Yuani, still longing for more, licked her lips as she assessed the remaining zombies, contemplating her next target. Hurry up, don't waste time, came Zhang Xiaoqiang's warning from behind. Upon hearing this, Yuani hesitated no longer, thrusting the beast horn spear forward. After dispatching several zombies, her accuracy significantly improved. With a single thrust, she pierced the eye of one zombie, which fell to the ground like a robot with its power switched off. Yang Kor found the spectacle utterly dull. For her, such a struggle resembled a child's craft project, devoid of excitement. She yearned for the thrill of wielding a large club, swatting away the foul-smelling monsters like pesky flies. Su Qian, watching from the sidelines, appeared pale with disbelief. She could not comprehend how Yuani, once more timid than herself, had transformed into such a formidable force. Yuani, embodying the spirit of a war god, slaughtered the zombies with fervor, her confidence soaring as she shed her former timidity, leaving Su Qian far behind. Chapter 79 To Return, or Perish. Sushi found Zhang Xiaoqiang utterly incomprehensible. Having worked as an escort and a lobby manager, she had encountered a myriad of characters, yet none exhibited the capriciousness of Zhang Xiaoqiang. Despite his evident disdain for Yuani, he repeatedly afforded her opportunities. He treated her with greater leniency than he did Yuani, yet during training, he was unyieldingly harsh, instilling in her a profound fear of falling short of his expectations and being abandoned. She was merely a small woman, a woman with a hint of cunning, yet in the relentless tide of this apocalyptic world, her meager wits seemed utterly insignificant. During the morning run, she realized that among Zhang Xiaoqiang's women, she was the least capable. Not only was she inferior to Yang Kor, but also to Yuani. Her feminine allure paled in comparison to the innocent charm of Yang Kor and the haughty grace of Yuani. She had once believed herself to be resilient, capable of enduring hardship and meeting Zhang Xiaoqiang's demands, even envisioning herself standing before him as a warrior, free from the shackles of servitude. However, witnessing Yuani now slaying zombies with the prowess of a warrior, she felt a profound sense of defeat. Father, watch from there, your daughter will survive, and she will live well. So she motivated herself internally, her eyes now devoid of uncertainty and despair, replaced instead with a newfound strength. Zombies lacked vision, they were oblivious to the concept of danger. As the zombies in front were dispatched, those behind surged forward, and Yuani, without needing to move her feet, continued to eliminate the relentless tide of the undead. Having exhausted herself during the morning's exertions, she found the afternoon's series of shocks taking their toll, her attacks losing their former ferocity. 3 left, 2 left, 1 left. She chanted internally, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as only the final zombie remained. As she gazed at the last remaining undead, Zhang Xiaoqiang inspected his handgun, poised protectively. It was a D-type zombie, capable of crashing through security doors. The iron gate that had momentarily stymied Yang Kor would not necessarily withstand a D-type assault. Zhang Xiaoqiang refrained from warning Yuani. This was her ultimate trial. If she succeeded, she would gain a valuable ally. If she failed, rest easy, I shall avenge you. The D-type zombie had been trapped in the throng until Yuani cleared the way, finally gaining the opportunity to advance. The fallen zombies created irregular obstacles on the ground, and the D-type moved slowly. As it approached the doorway, Yuani raised her hand and aimed a shot at its forehead. The D-type zombie, just as it stepped into a gap, crouched down. The beast-horn spear carved a bloody path along its cheek, tearing off its right ear and slipping behind its skull. A gaping wound opened from its mouth to the back of its head, with flesh and skin flayed away, revealing the stark whiteness of bone. The injury to its ear sent the D-type into a frenzy. With a deafening roar, it lunged toward Yuani. The iron door shuddered violently under the impact, its edges scraping against the wall, sending dust and debris flying. Observing the iron door struggle to withstand the D-type's assault, Yuani felt a surge of panic. She thrust her weapon forward again, but her strikes were no longer as decisive as before. The beast-torn spear struck the D-type's right forearm with a resounding thud. Yuani cried out, exerting her full weight against the spear, driving it through the forearm and plunging the spearhead into the D-type's chest. The spear became lodged against its sternum, but before she could withdraw it, the D-type raised its left arm and struck the spear with tremendous force. Crack! The sound of splintering wood echoed as the beast-torn spear shattered into two pieces. Zhang Xiaoqiang's spear had been crafted from inferior wood, unable to withstand the D-type's might. Holding the broken shaft, Yuani felt momentarily dazed, but as the D-type resumed its assault on the door, she turned to flee. Yuani stared in disbelief at Zhang Xiaoqiang, tears welling in her eyes as he aimed his handgun at her forehead. Return, or perish. His expression was grave, and without further words, he kept the gun trained on her. Should she take another step back, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Panic set in for Yuani as she glanced between Zhang Xiaoqiang's somber face and the D-type relentlessly battering the iron door behind her. Despair washed over her as she regarded the broken piece of wood in her hand. With a clang, a heavy iron hammer landed at her feet, precisely the one she had dropped in her moment of fright, mysteriously retrieved and tossed back to her by Zhang Xiaoqiang. Gritting her teeth, she shot a defiant glare at him, then raised her hand, slamming the wood onto the ground. Zzz. She unzipped her camouflage jacket, shedding it to reveal a sports tank top beneath, before bending to retrieve the hammer. Before she could rise, the door was flung open with a resounding crash, slamming against the left wall before crashing to the ground. A robust figure emerged, Yuani, gripping the hammer tightly in her right hand, hunched low and let out a provocative scream at the D-type, much like a gladiator taunting their opponent before a duel in ancient Rome. The zombie, oblivious to her taunts, continued its advance, its right claw pinned to its chest by the broken spear, causing it to stumble and slow its pace, resembling an ordinary zombie. Yuani remained low, facing the creature, nimbly darting to the sides. The D-type, heedless of her movements, lunged directly at her, seizing the opportunity while its claw was immobilized. Yuani dashed around to its back. Thud, 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 the hammer struck the back of the D-type's head thrice, but her strength proved insufficient. The blows were as inconsequential as mosquito bites to the hulking creature. The D-type, now catching the scent of Zhang Xiaoqiang, turned and charged toward him. Watching the D-type rush toward him, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it amusing, readying a dance for two, yet the creature insisted on making him the unwelcome third party. Thud, he raised his foot, sending it back to where it came from, but Yuani capitalized on this moment to strike the zombie's knee joint with her hammer. Crack, the sound of cracking bone echoed, causing the D-type to falter slightly. And now enraged, the D-type swung its claws toward her. Yuani swiftly retreated, narrowly dodging the claw that grazed her cheek. As she regained her footing, the D-type adjusted its stance, limping on one leg as it continued its pursuit. Yuani continued to retreat, but in doing so, she failed to notice the iron door lying on the ground behind her. Thud, she tripped over the fallen door and landed on the ground, the zombie closing in with another swipe aimed at her. She rolled frantically until she collided with the wall, her once fair skin now coated in dust and debris. Standing up, disheveled and smeared with grime, Yuani faced the D-type again. Its previous attacks had proven ineffective, and it let out a furious roar as it lunged at her once more. Clang, Yuani discarded the hammer, now empty-handed, staring defiantly at the powerful D-type as it charged toward her. Chapter 80, Contemplating Rebellion. As Zhang Xiaoqiang observed the scene, confusion enveloped him. Wasn't the situation unfolding rather favorably? Yuani's performance had long since earned Zhang Xiaoqiang's acknowledgement. Although she had yet to eliminate the Type D zombie, it was a fault of circumstance rather than incompetence. Had she been confronted by a mere ordinary zombie, it was likely she would have resolved the matter swiftly. Zhang Xiaoqiang refrained from calling her back, curious to discover the limits of her capabilities. At the very least, her current display had already surpassed that of Yang Kur at her peak, and indeed even eclipsed Zhang Xiaoqiang's own former self. Clutching his pistol, he prepared to intervene should Yuani falter in her efforts. Despite his disdain for her, he was not a petty man. As long as Yuani met his expectations, he would accept her. Yet, before her strength could wane, she discarded her weapon. Had she surrendered, was she so readily welcoming impending death? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of regret. At that moment, Yang Kur was filled with exhilaration. She found Yuani's engagement with the Type D zombie far more captivating than her own retreat behind the iron door. And now, as Yuani faced the Type D zombie unarmed, her bravery was even more striking than Yang Kur's previous encounters. Yang Kur's expression was tense, her crescent moon eyes widened, capturing every detail. She could almost envision herself with a cup of Pepsi in her left hand and a bag of popcorn in her right, seated comfortably on a couch, relishing a real-life horror film. In contrast, Su Qian's reaction was markedly different. Upon seeing Yuani seated on the ground, she instinctively covered her mouth, worried that her startled gasp might disrupt Yuani's focus. When Yuani rolled on the ground, Su Qian pressed her hand against her chest, fearing for her own heart's endurance. As Yuani discarded her weapon and tilted her head to confront the advancing Type D zombie, Su Qian shielded her eyes with her hands, glancing cautiously through her fingers, ready to withdraw at a moment's notice. Yuani regarded the Type D zombie, which limped toward her, with not a trace of fear upon her countenance. Rather than retreating, she strolled leisurely to the center of the corridor, observing the oncoming zombie with keen interest. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling like autumn moons, she gently bit her lower lip, her body trembling rhythmically, not from fear, but from the thrill of the impending danger. As the zombie lunged at Yuani without hesitation, she merely tilted her body, causing the robust creature to soar into the air with a resounding thud as it crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling into the atmosphere. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in stunned silence. Before he could react, a lithe figure leaped into the air and swiftly landed atop the zombie with a sharp crack. The Type D zombie lay motionless. As the dust settled, Yuani, clad in a snug athletic tank top, stood triumphantly upon the fallen zombie, her right foot pressing down on its throat. The creature's head tilted unnaturally, utterly still, its neck grotesquely deformed, evidently its vertebrae had been crushed. Had there been a slow-motion replay, one would have witnessed Yuan Yi sidestepping the zombie's charge, embracing its right claw before it could react, then deftly executing a powerful throw. As the zombie lay incapacitated, she leaped, decisively breaking its neck, achieving a resounding victory. Clean and unblemished, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of turmoil. He seemed to fall short of her newfound prowess. He certainly would not dare to engage in close combat with a zombie, even one with but a single arm. Was this truly the same Yuan Yi who had earlier been so frightened as to lose control? The very same Yuan Yi who had cowered from his bullying, too timid to protest, the same humble figure who had previously trembled at the thought of being discarded to the zombies? Yang Kor, too, was astonished. She glanced between the lifeless Type D zombie on the ground and Yuan Yi, who had just descended from its body, her mind racing to comprehend how the creature had been so effortlessly dispatched. Su Qian stood by, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She could not fathom how, upon their departure, both she and Yuan Yi had occupied similar standings, with Su Qian even possessing a slight advantage, given Zhang Xiaoqiang's indifference towards her. Yet, why had Yuan Yi so dramatically transformed, becoming someone utterly unrecognizable? The saying goes that one should regard a soldier anew after 3 days apart, but Yuan Yi had metamorphosed right before her eyes. When Yuan Yi had ambushed the zombie earlier, Su Qian had struggled to accept that Yuan Yi had surpassed her in strength. As Yuan Yi engaged in a life and death struggle with the Type D zombie, Su Qian's mind began to churn with calculations. When Yuan Yi faced the zombie barehanded, Su Qian outwardly averted her gaze, though inwardly she harbored a sense of schadenfreude. And now, as Yuan Yi, like a gallant warrior, vanquished the formidable zombie, why did Su Qian feel an inexplicable twinge of bitterness? With her head held high, Yuan Yi approached Zhang Xiaoqiang, her gaze ablaze with an intense fire, her eyes shimmering with challenge. This was the first time she met Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes directly, the first time she regarded him with a provocative stare. Yuan Yi's expression remained calm. She exhibited neither the joy of victory nor the fear of narrowly escaping death. She stood tall before Zhang Xiaoqiang, seemingly devoid of trepidation. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, making no move, yet he met Yuan Yi's gaze with an expression of composure. For the first time, he regarded her without disdain. Instead, he scrutinized her with a sense of normalcy. Suddenly, he recognized that Yuan Yi was not short. She stood over 170 cm, noticeably taller than Zhang Xiaoqiang's 168 cm frame. Previously, she had always appeared submissive and timid, her form hunched, thus, her height had gone unnoticed. Now, with her chest out and head held high, her stature was evident, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though Yuan Yi was looking down upon him. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang experienced a revelation. The reason he had always found Yuan Yi insufferable was not due to trivial grievances, but rather stemmed from a single truth: he detested being gazed upon with condescension by a woman taller than himself. Although Yuan Yi had never previously regarded him in such a manner, nor had she consciously displayed her height, Zhang Xiaoqiang, being sensitive by nature, began to feel the shift, akin to sensing an unsettling presence while camping in the wild at night. Though this feeling was not as pronounced, it stirred a sense of aversion towards Yuan Yi within him, a visceral discomfort at being overshadowed by a woman.
Contemplating rebellion? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, straightening his posture to meet Yuan Yi's gaze.
How many times had he danced between life and death? Why would he fear this young woman? His eyes hardened, filled with a fierce intensity as he regarded Yuan Yi, an expression laden not with murderous intent, but with an aura of death, a manifestation of the resentment he had accumulated through countless near-death encounters and victories over adversaries. Chapter 81. Come here. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed without arrival. Yuan Yi stirred, slowly retreating, no longer standing tall with her head held high. She moved to the corner, picked up a hammer, and returned to kneel beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, burying her head to once again express her submission, signaling her complete obedience. Yang Kor, eager to take action, wore a displeased expression, having anticipated an opportunity to teach this audacious woman a lesson, only to find that she was merely a decorative pillow, having wilted before she could even strike. How utterly uninteresting. Su Qian stood to the side with her head lowered, her body quivering slightly. Why can that wretched Yuan Yi stand before him with her head held high? Is this what it feels like to possess power?
Stand up! Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded Yuan Yi, who knelt at his feet.
Complying, she rose, lowering her head to return the hammer to him. Zhang Xiaoqiang accepted the hammer, gazing at the still submissive Yuan Yi. Lift your head, you shall never kneel again nor lower your gaze, even when facing me. From this moment forth, you shall walk as a person stands, not as a dog crawls. Yang Kor turned her face away, pouting, her expression vividly portraying her displeasure. Su Qian continued to lower her head, her trembling increasing, her hands clenched into fists, fingers turning pale. Yuan Yi has returned to being human.
Can one regain humanity simply by acquiring strength?
With a clang, the iron door of the storeroom swung open, releasing an indescribable stench. Outside, the odor of decay was overpowering, yet still bearable. Upon entering, a desiccated corpse lay on the floor, its upper body unclad, trousers half off. Evidently, this gentleman had succumbed to vice as well. The storeroom was modest, spanning merely a dozen square meters, flanked by rows of cardboard boxes, the floor littered with empty and half-empty water bottles, wine bottles, and apples discarded after a single bite. Opening a box revealed neatly stacked large Fuji apples, appearing well preserved and free from spoilage. After a few steps, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered another opened box containing 24 bottles of mineral water.
He called Su Qian over to relay instructions. She turned and exited, while Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kor to begin moving the apples outside. Reluctant, Yang Kor nevertheless gathered 3 apples and trudged out. You, come here. Zhang Xiaoqiang beckoned Yuan Yi, who stood by awaiting orders. Presently, she looked rather disheveled, exuding an odor of filth, her face, hands, and small vest smeared with grime, resembling a beggar rummaging through refuse. In Zhang Xiaoqiang's presence, she resumed her former humility, though a flicker of restless fire danced in the depths of her pupils.
Yuan Yi remained silent, quietly approaching Zhang Xiaoqiang, her gaze fixed upon him, devoid of the previous numbness and despair, exhibiting a certain depth that left Zhang Xiaoqiang unable to discern her thoughts. Remove your clothes. Zhang Xiaoqiang's tone was devoid of emotion, as if he merely requested a trivial task. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi's expression tightened, her fists clenched fiercely. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the edge of her vest and pulled upward. The garment slipped from her body with her chest thrust forward. She gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, seemingly awaiting his next move. Continue. Though her upper body lay completely exposed, she did not afford Zhang Xiaoqiang a lingering glance. He repeatedly picked up bottles of mineral water, twisting off the caps only to replace them, his focus solely on the water, seemingly indifferent to Yuan Yi standing nearby. This time, Yuan Yi hesitated not. In swift succession, she removed the remaining garments, leaving nothing behind, standing before Zhang Xiaoqiang fully unclad, her posture proud, devoid of any hint of embarrassment, merely a glimmer of mockery in her eyes, as if contemplating the uniformity of the world. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized Yuan Yi closely, yet she paid no heed to his gaze, standing silently in anticipation of his further actions. Zhang Xiaoqiang extended his right hand toward her, cold mineral water cascaded from above, coursing down her body. The icy liquid sent a shiver through Yuan Yi. She dared not move, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to drench her with the cool water, feeling herself revert to a mere plaything, subject to a man's whims. Cannot even wash yourself? Do you wish for me to assist you? Zhang Xiaoqiang's icy words shattered Yuan Yi's reverie, prompting her to awaken from her stupor. She began to rub her hands over her body, attempting to cleanse the accumulated grime. Bottles of mineral water poured over her head, the dirted water pooling on the ground, forming a sizable puddle. Upon Yang Kor's return, she inadvertently stepped into the water, inciting her ire. She protested to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who paid her no mind, continuing to douse Yuan Yi. With a few more complaints, Yang Kor again hoisted 3 apples and headed outside, her steps heavy upon the puddle, splattering water about as if to vent her frustration. Su Qian returned, cradling a pristine camouflage outfit, watching silently as Zhang Xiaoqiang assisted Yuan Yi with her cleansing, her heart heavy with envy. She lamented her own plight, vowing once more to catch up to Yuan Yi and escape her fate as a mere servant. 12 bottles of mineral water thoroughly rinsed Yuan Yi clean. Zhang Xiaoqiang took the clothing from Su Qian and tossed it to Yuan Yi, signaling her to dress. Clad once more, Yuan Yi stood before Zhang Xiaoqiang, now free of dirt and discomfort, feeling significantly lighter. She regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang with no trace of resistance. Her desires were modest. She cared little for Zhang Xiaoqiang's opinions of her. Previously, she could not afford to care, but now, it was of no consequence. All she sought was a modicum of respect. Her confrontation with Zhang Xiaoqiang was not a rebellion, rather, she merely wished to attain the treatment afforded to Yang Kur, even though she recognized herself to be inferior. She longed to retain a semblance of dignity, however slight. When Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded her to disrobe, she assumed he intended to humiliate her, to violate her in her most vulnerable state. She believed her standing in his eyes had not shifted. To him, she remained an unashamed doggy. In her previous defiance, she had acquiesced, feeling no entitlement to negotiate with him, thus she yielded outwardly. Yet internally, she harbored other thoughts. Little did she know that Zhang Xiaoqiang had no intention of degrading her. Instead, he permitted her to bathe and change into clean attire. That was sufficient. She had obtained what she desired. Yuan Yi regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang without fawning, silently etching everything into her memory. Only through loss does one recognize value. In this apocalyptic world, maintaining a shred of self-respect was exceedingly rare. Having endured numerous trials and tribulations over the past few days, her body remained weary, yet her spirit felt a profound lightness, a release from the depths of her soul. It was only now that she perceived Zhang Xiaoqiang as a true man, one worthy of her allegiance. Chapter 82 The thrill of male chauvinism. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed with satisfaction as Yuan Yi tidied up, her appearance now devoid of the unpleasant odor that had previously lingered. He nodded approvingly and drew the May 4th pistol from his waist, handing it to Yuan Yi. Take it. You've earned the right to wield it. At that moment, Yang Kor happened to enter for the 3rd time, and upon hearing the familiar phrase, she felt a surge of discontent. This was the very line Zhang Xiaoqiang had uttered when she had dispatched her first monster, and now he was directing it towards Yuan Yi. Did this imply that Zhang Xiaoqiang harbored feelings for Yuan Yi? No, she resolved to keep a close watch on Yuan Yi. I haven't even had my taste yet. I can't let this vixen get ahead of me. Yuan Yi, suppressing her excitement, cradled the pistol against her chest. For the first time since the apocalypse began, she felt a sense of joy. Zhang Xiaoqiang's insistence that she bathe and change clothes had already brought her immense satisfaction, and now, with the pistol in her possession, an indescribable happiness enveloped her. To her, this firearm was exceedingly precious, particularly in this desolate world where a single pistol could be bartered for several women more beautiful than herself. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yuan Yi silently vowed, while I might acknowledge you, it doesn't mean I'm fond of you. Don't ask me why, I have no idea myself. Why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry up and move the supplies. Zhang Xiaoqiang chided, noticing Yuan Yi lost in thought as she held the pistol, urging her to assist in transporting the materials. Though he claimed ignorance regarding his dislike for Yuan Yi, he knew the reason all too well. She was taller than him. As a staunch male chauvinist, this was an unbearable affront to his pride. Yuan Yi promptly and cautiously stowed the pistol in her clothing, lifting a box of apples to carry outside. Despite Zhang Xiaoqiang's reiterated disdain, it did not dampen her spirits. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon her, she carried the hefty box with a lightness in her step. Let the disciples bear the labor, Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, taking the opportunity to slack off. He hummed a tune while grabbing an apple, wiping it on his shirt before biting into it. Spotting a cardboard box of red wine, he curiously opened it.
What brand is this, he wondered, examining a bottle adorned entirely with English text. His familiarity with English was limited to a couple of words he had stumbled upon online, and he couldn't even recall whether his high school English teacher was male or female. Turning the bottle, he noticed a label reading Moose Red Wine, with its origin marked as France. What decadence, he muttered, popping the cork and pouring a mouthful. How does it compare to Great Wall wine? Lacking an appreciation for wine, he could not discern the difference between imported and domestic varieties. He discarded the bottle onto the ground, allowing the wine to seep out as he sauntered towards the exit, unperturbed by the hundreds of bottles still available. Extracting a half-broken beast horn pistol from a D-type zombie, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up and noticed a heavily locked mahogany door across from him, devoid of any markings and resembling a storage room. Intrigued, he used the beast horn's tip to pry the lock open, thrusting his foot against the door, which groaned painfully as it yielded. Inside, the space was dimly lit, crammed with an array of cardboard boxes. Zhang Xiaoqiang casually opened one, revealing 4 smaller boxes within, 2 red and 2 green, all of identical size. Activating the flashlight on his Nokia phone, he read the labels. Of the red box contained XX cured meat, while the green was filled with XX mountain delicacies. Upon tearing one open, he discovered vacuum-sealed packages containing cured meats, sausages, and smoked pig offal, while the mountain delicacies included dried mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and bamboo shoots. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a rush of exhilaration upon seeing the abundance of supplies. The mountain goods could serve as vegetables, and the cured meats would not spoil quickly, allowing for leisurely consumption. He ventured further inside, encountering numerous bulging woven bags, each emblazoned with the words Thai fragrant rice, and weighing 25 kilograms each. Estimating there were around 100 bags, he calculated a total of over 5,000 gene. Behind the rice bags lay more cardboard boxes filled with various candies and watermelon seeds. It appeared these storerooms were stocked with festive provisions intended for employees, which had yet to be distributed, now fortuitously falling into Zhang Xiaoqiang's hands. In the innermost corner, he discovered additional supplies, dozens of sets of light blue work uniforms, crafted from dense, durable fabric, far superior to his camouflage training attire. There were also bottles of floral water and high-top leather boots for both men and women, authentic military gear known for its sturdiness. Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately shed his worn-out sneakers for a pair of military boots, reveling in their comfort and newfound agility. Surveying the multitude of supplies before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to calculate how to distribute the bounty. He would certainly share some of the cured meats and mountain goods with Long Gu and Chen Yi, and the others, he Wenbin and Sanzi, deserved a taste as well. Ultimately, he would end up with little for himself, which was hardly appealing to him. He had yet to shake off his mindset of a minor character, failing to consider recruiting a few subordinates from among the prisoners. His decisions were primarily influenced by whether he felt he was getting a fair deal, compounded by his avaricious nature, leading him to avoid bringing everything back and becoming a scapegoat. Split the supplies into 2 trucks. One should carry fewer cured meats and mountain goods, while the other should contain a significant portion of the apples, some rice, and a bit of cooking oil. Hide the rest. Zhang Xiaoqiang decreed as he made his way outside. Yang Kor and the others were waiting at the door, clearly exhausted. With Yuan Yi and Su Qian visibly drained, Zhang Kor called out for a break, noting that they had already finished moving the apples and were now transporting cooking oil. Zhang Xiaoqiang, pleased that they were not slacking, tossed a bag of soft candies to them as a reward. With a cheer, Yang Kor tore open the packaging and began to enjoy the sweets, while Yuan Yi confidently took a few pieces for herself, retreating to a corner to indulge. Su Qian, feeling more reserved, picked up some candies that had fallen to the ground, sneaking them away to eat. Alright, after resting, move everything from the 2 storerooms outside, don't load the trucks just yet. Zhang Xiaoqiang said with an air of ease. Yang Kor glanced at him and exclaimed her disbelief, but inside are your favorite sausages, and fragrant rice. Zhang Xiaoqiang, adopting the demeanor of a mischievous uncle, dangled the allure of the sausages before her, and she was immediately captivated, her eyes alight with visions of the delicacies. Yuan Yi and Su Qian, however, were ignored in the process. Yang Kor, initially unburdened, had sought an opportunity to rest, but now filled with motivation, she resumed her work. Yuan Yi and Su Qian followed her lead, continuing to carry supplies, while they found no issue with Zhang Xiaoqiang's more passive role, content to let him stand idly by. Zhang Xiaoqiang now resembled the dominant male lion in a pride. While the lionesses hunted and tended to the cubs, he reveled in the experience of basking in the fruits of their labor, and the sensation of male chauvinism felt utterly exhilarating. Chapter 83. It turns out to be the genuine article. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no heed to the flurry of activity among the women as he leisurely ascended to the 2nd floor, rummaging through the office in search of any valuable items. Regrettably, apart from a few documents and promotional materials, there was little of worth to be found. The 3rd floor yielded similar results. Several offices presented no better fortune. Upon discovering a locked room, he pried it open only to find it neatly stocked with large cardboard boxes containing computer monitors and cases. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless. What use was a laptop if he had no other means to utilize it? Upon reaching the 4th floor, he entered a conference room that was stark and desolate, devoid of anything but tables and chairs. Passing through the conference room led him to a lavishly decorated reception area, furnished with genuine leather sofas, cashmere carpets, and mahogany furniture. However, none of these luxuries served any purpose for Zhang Xiaoqiang. It appeared there was little of value to be had. The reception area connected to a room with an upscale mahogany door firmly locked. Inside, something scratched at the door, and based on his experience, Zhang Xiaoqiang deduced that a zombie was trapped within. Yet, turning to leave would mean returning from the 1st to the 4th floor without having gained anything, a loss too great to bear. What if there were treasures behind that door?
Was it not worse to miss out? With a decisive click, he drove a beastly horn into the lock, twisting it until all the components of the lock were sent flying. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick to the door, which swung open violently, sending an object tumbling to the ground. Generally speaking, it is difficult to discern the gender of a human-turned zombie merely by appearance. One can only determine whether they were male or female by observing if they possess two deflated balloons or by examining their attire. The zombie sprawled on the floor was clad in a flamboyant women's trench coat, with a light purple silk scarf around its neck and skin-tight woolen trousers in a flesh tone. It wore knee-high, dark brown high-heeled shoes. Before the zombie could rise, Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly crushed its cervical vertebra with a decisive stomp, rendering it motionless. He surveyed the opulent office, noting that its owner must hold a significant status. Beyond the lavish furniture and seating, a painting titled Lonely Fishing in the Cold River Snow graced the wall, a masterpiece by a renowned artist, whose name even a recluse like Zhang Xiaoqiang had heard of. In a corner stood a wine cabinet filled with an array of fine spirits. Although he could not decipher the foreign labels, he noted a considerable quantity of white liquor, with rare brands scarcely visible. Many of the vintage clear liquor bottles bore labels that were nearly illegible, some reduced to mere fragments, and upon closer inspection, he discovered production dates predating the 1970s. A few dark, earthenware jars were prominently displayed. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the wine cabinet and began to gather the spirits, exclaiming internally, "All mine, even if I don't drink them, I must keep them." In the adjacent bedroom, he found a suitcase to stow the fine liquors, then resumed his treasure hunt. The bedroom was rather simple, lacking in anything of value, with some designer clothing that Zhang Xiaoqiang could not wear after all. In a post-apocalyptic world, who would flee in high fashion? Beneath a pillow, however, he discovered an abundance of blue pills, some kidney-tonifying medicine, and numerous ultra-thin condoms. It appeared the office's owner indulged in carnal pleasures. The zombie might have been his personal secretary. Zhang Xiaoqiang's suspicions were confirmed upon discovering a pair of underwear printed with images of various Japanese adult film stars, realizing that the office's owner was indeed the man who had perished in the storeroom. He rummaged through the desk and unearthed a wealth of fine cigarettes, at least 20 to 30 packs of renowned brands, some of which Zhang Xiaoqiang had never even heard of. Brands like Giant Panda and Nanjing 95 Supreme were haphazardly buried at the bottom, while the more recognizable Yellow Crane Tower 1916 was hardly noticeable, overshadowed by several unmarked white-label cigarettes. With no understanding of their value, he stuffed them into his bag. Ultimately, he stumbled upon some truly remarkable finds, a collection of adult films featuring either innocent or sultry actresses, cleverly concealed in the innermost corner of the drawer. It was sheer luck that Zhang Xiaoqiang managed to uncover them. Gazing at the exquisitely packaged discs, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a surprise, these are authentic originals." With his arms laden with treasures, he descended to the ground floor, where Yang Ko and the others had nearly finished their task. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang burdened with bags, Yang Ko rushed over, eager to see what he had brought. Zhang Xiaoqiang, indifferent, allowed her to inspect the contents. However, upon discovering the cigarettes and liquor, her interest waned, and she turned to leave. "Heh, those treasures are hidden beneath the surface. Of course, you wouldn't see them." Zhang Xiaoqiang hummed a tune, following Yang Ko outside. The open space before the main building was piled high with various supplies, evoking a sense of accomplishment. Yuani and Su Qian were slumped on the steps, while Yang Ko rummaged through boxes in search of items that piqued her interest. She had donned a pair of high-top leather shoes, now appearing only slightly less stylish than Zhang Xiaoqiang. Observing Yang Ko's continued growth, he silently prayed, "Oh, whatever deity is out there, please don't let this girl grow any taller." Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored the women and gazed toward the parking lot, where various vehicles were shrouded in a thick layer of dust. The once vibrant colors of the cars had dulled, adding to the desolate atmosphere. Approaching a rugged-looking SUV, he brushed away the dust from the windshield, revealing a spacious interior capable of accommodating 7 or 8 people. The roof rack could also hold a considerable amount of cargo, if only he could find the keys. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented the uncertainty of their whereabouts. Yuan approached Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously, remarking, "That's Director Li's vehicle, the one who perished in the storeroom." A medium-sized truck sped ahead, and Zhang Xiaoqiang settled into the passenger seat of the Hummer, taking in the scenery outside. He mused about the serendipity of having crossed paths with Director Li, who had unwittingly bestowed upon him such splendid cigarettes, fine liquor, and authentic adult films. Now, he was even gifted this impressive Hummer, complete with the keys conveniently left on the belt, a true stroke of luck, saving him the effort of ascending to the 4th floor. Yuan drove with utmost concentration, having become increasingly cautious since receiving the handgun from Zhang Xiaoqiang. Aware of his disdain for her, she was even more vigilant. Now armed with the courage to confront zombies, she believed this bravery stemmed from Zhang Xiaoqiang. If he were to abandon her, she questioned whether she would still possess the fortitude to face the undead again. Zhang Xiaoqiang's insistence on forcing her to confront zombies had inadvertently fostered a dependency on him. Lighting a cigarette, he savored the smoke curling from his lips, prompting introspection. Yuan was a woman of multifaceted personality, at times proud, at others humble, but within her lay an unacknowledged desire for destruction, a yearning she herself was oblivious to. Zhang Xiaoqiang had felt a sense of unease as he observed her mercilessly dispatch that zombie. Chapter 84. Do you have any cigarettes? When she was pushed to her limits, she erupted with astonishing courage and an extraordinary calmness. She relished the act of killing, a pleasure that left Zhang Xiaoqiang utterly perplexed. How could this once timid little lamb, who had been terrified of zombies, suddenly transform into a fierce lioness? Then there was Su Qian, whose bowed head betrayed her trembling body. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood Su Qian's thoughts, a weakling's jealousy upon witnessing her companion's newfound strength, yet he could not comprehend why Su Qian cast envious glances at Yuan.
It was unfathomable that such a frail woman could possess a gaze so unsettling. Yang Ke was the one woman Zhang Xiaoqiang worried about the least. She was somewhat carefree, yet her greatest virtue lay in her carefree nature. She was unconcerned with the troubles of the world, all she sought was joy, a rarity in the apocalypse. Indeed, he had never witnessed such a genuine smile on her face amidst the survivors, and her smile directed at him became one of his few pleasures in these dire times. Of course, there was also Zhang Xiaoqiang himself. He seemed to have forgotten the despair he felt at home, how he had risked everything for a few cabbages. After defeating the D2 zombie by sheer luck, he grew arrogant. Though he professed the need for effort, when faced with Yuan Yi's servitude, he did not refuse, he simply indulged under the pretext of this is how the weak behave. When Yuan Yi single-handedly dispatched the D-type zombie, Zhang Xiaoqiang was profoundly shaken. He suddenly realized that without his weapon, he was nothing. Perhaps he could handle a couple of ordinary zombies, but against a D-type, he lacked the courage. In that moment, he recognized that this once weak little lamb had left him far behind. Yuan Yi's reckless confrontation with the D-type zombie appeared both audacious and perilous. However, under her meticulous calculations, the D-type zombie succumbed within a single round. Watching the D-type zombie soar and then crash to the ground, crushed beneath Yuan Yi's foot as if she were squashing a cockroach, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of bitterness. He was consumed with jealousy over a mere female slave, especially when their eyes met, igniting a thought of utterly obliterating the woman before him. Ultimately, Yuan Yi recoiled, and Zhang Xiaoqiang found it difficult to lower himself, feeling that being envious of a woman was rather undignified. Thus, he assisted Yuan Yi in bathing, a form of compensation on his part, and he even handed her his pistol, not merely as an acceptance of her but also as a means to compel himself to refrain from relying on weapons to confront unknown dangers. "Do you have any?" Yuan Yi, unaccustomed to initiating conversation, hesitated after speaking. "What?" Zhang Xiaoqiang failed to catch her words. "Do you have any cigarettes? Can you give me?" After much fumbling, he handed her a pack of panda cigarettes. "Keep it," Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, glancing at the middle-aged man ahead. Yuan Yi hung a cigarette from her lips, retrieved a lighter, and lit it. She took a puff, immediately breaking into a cough, yet she did not relinquish the cigarette. Taking another draw, slowly, she exhaled smoke rings, as if lost in reminiscence. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mood remained unsettled. The more he pondered, the more discontented he became. Turning to Yuan Yi, he inquired, "What skills have you learned?" Yuan Yi nodded. "I learned some freehand combat abroad from an elderly man in Chinatown. He never told me his name, people there called him Old Lu." Upon arriving in England, Yuan Yi felt quite out of place and often wandered through Chinatown, finding solace in familiar faces and sounds. Gradually, she made friends and enjoyed mingling with them. One day, she saw an elderly man with white hair struggling to open a door, and she approached to lend a hand. During their interaction, the old man learned that Yuan Yi was from Shanghai, and he became excited. His surname was Lu, also hailing from Shanghai. He had come to England with his family during tumultuous times, yearning to return to Shanghai, but having lost contact with his relatives, he could only reminisce about his childhood home. Yuan Yi and Old Lu grew close, and she took pity on the lonely elder, often visiting him to keep him company. One day, while he was practicing freehand combat at home, he asked if she wished to learn. Seeing the hope in his eyes, she did not refuse. Old Lu's knowledge was limited to what had been passed down in his family, mainly joint techniques and throws. However, some of his moves were quite dangerous, with the potential to cause serious harm. After teaching Yuan Yi, he cautioned her repeatedly not to use them recklessly. Upon returning to her homeland, she ceased practicing, and without engaging in fights, she naturally lost her proficiency. When the apocalypse struck, she never considered that her training might prove useful, until she found herself cornered by a D-type zombie with her hammer rendered useless. Desperation drove her to employ the techniques she had once learned. Zhang Xiaoqiang fell silent, contemplating how to persuade Yuan Yi to teach him those freehand techniques. He realized that in this new world, cold weapons held more value than firearms. Gunshots attracted nearby zombies, and the recoil made accurate aiming difficult, unless one were a seasoned soldier accustomed to firearms. It was unlikely that ordinary civilians, who had never laid eyes on a gun, could shoot accurately. In contrast, cold weapons made no sound, thereby not attracting distant zombies, and did not require ammunition, alleviating the fear of running out of bullets. Most importantly, wielding cold weapons demanded courage. Only with courage could one face the zombies without fear, avoiding mistakes that, though seemingly trivial, could be fatal. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never encountered firearms. Since that first desperate struggle over a few cabbages, he had relied on cold weapons. Looking back, he realized that he was far more formidable armed with cold weapons than he would have been with firearms. Cold weapons could break or be damaged. In such instances, one's skills became paramount. Unarmed combat differed greatly from fighting with a weapon. It required not just mastery of the weapon, but also astute judgment and composure regarding the opponent. Since one's body became the weapon, one could not recklessly charge at an adversary, otherwise, it could result in mutual destruction. Only by remaining completely calm and discerning the opponent's strengths and weaknesses could one exploit their vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. This principle of Chinese martial arts, where stillness overcomes movement, is captured in the notion of being as still as a virgin, as swift as a hare. However, mastering unarmed skills is not something that can be achieved overnight. It necessitates the accumulation of experience, and cannot be likened to practicing assassination techniques 100,000 times to achieve fluidity in dispatching zombies as one would a mere chicken. Zhang Xiaoqiang's ingrained machismo made it difficult for him to speak up. A man, humbling himself before a woman, could not bring himself to ask, even in a commanding tone. Alas, the experience of seeking help was rather unpleasant. As Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, he gazed out the car window. They were not far from the small village where they had rescued the third person. The memory of witnessing thousands of zombies congregating together still sent shivers down his spine.
Suddenly, an idea struck him. He had cured meats and mountain goods in his vehicle that had nowhere to be stored. Wasn't there a small yard behind the auto repair shop across from the fuel depot? With a creak, the two vehicles halted in front of the auto repair shop. Zhang Xiaoqiang leapt from the car and headed towards the shop. During the previous rescue, he had been too rushed to pay attention to details, only grabbing the tires and fleeing. The yard was something he had inadvertently glimpsed while clearing out zombies, and even Wenbin and the others were unaware of it. Chapter 85 of The Wretched Old Russian. Here, discarded tires are piled high, forming mountains and seas. They litter the front and back of the premises, even accumulating on the rooftops of the repair shop, stacked in layers that seem precariously poised to tumble down upon unsuspecting pedestrians below, instilling a sense of dread in everyone who walks beneath. The vacant spaces flanking the repair shop are similarly cluttered with tires. Taking the narrow path on the left, one can circumvent a wall of tires to discover a roadway wide enough for a truck to pass through, yet obscured by tires, rendering it invisible to those outside who remain unaware of the hidden expanse beyond. The tires continue to extend along the sides of the path, reaching the entrance of a small courtyard, where an iron gate stands ajar, revealing several emaciated corpses of zombies, victims of Zhang Xiaoqiang's previous encounters, lying lifeless on the ground. Upon entering the courtyard, a small patch of open space comes into view, surrounded by scattered automobile parts and tools for repair. 3 rows of large tiled houses form a circular arrangement around the courtyard's entrance. The house facing the gate serves as a living room and kitchen, while the adjacent structures have been converted into storage rooms, filled with various models and sizes of parts as well as small tires. The kitchen is equipped with a coal stove, meticulously stacked with hundreds of pounds of honeycomb coal. Regrettably, the water supply has been cut off, and there are no wells, though even if there were, Zhang Xiaoqiang would not dare to utilize it. The Hummer and medium-sized truck are parked within the courtyard, as Zhang Xiaoqiang directs Yang Kor and Yuan Yi to tidy up the living room. Su Qian prepares dinner in the kitchen, igniting the coal stove with bottled water. It is now 4:30 in the afternoon. After dinner, they will still have time to reach the chicken farm before nightfall. With the living room cleaned, they only need to find fresh bedding to settle in. One of the storage rooms has been emptied, the door and half of the wall dismantled, providing ample space to park the Hummer inside. Zhang Xiaoqiang evidently intends to establish this place as a secret refuge. In the event of any danger, they can retreat here and set the surrounding tires ablaze, rendering it impervious to zombies and ensuring their safety. As the three gather around the dining table, Su Qian hesitates to sit, while Zhang Xiaoqiang displays a nonchalant demeanor. She serves him rice and pours water, while Yuan Yi appears to be quite at ease, occasionally stealing glances at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Observing him relish the dishes he favors, she deliberately avoids the plate of food he likes in favor of those he does not. Yang Kor, however, is unbothered by such considerations, taking whatever catches her interest, and occasionally playfully competing with Zhang Xiaoqiang for sausages and dried bamboo shoots. Their meal is a delightful affair. Having previously dined alone and making do, the atmosphere has brightened since Yang Kor joined, though dining with Long Gu and his crew had always left him feeling out of place, constantly second-guessing his words. He had no desire to mingle with a group of rapists and murderers, which had prompted his thoughts of escape. Nevertheless, should he choose to leave, preparation is essential. At the very least, Yuan Yi and Su Qian must enhance their physical fitness, for the outside world is fraught with hardship and peril, where a single misstep could spell disaster. Zhang Xiaoqiang has already assembled a small team, and he feels a natural responsibility for their well-being. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Xiaoqiang kicked the heavy iron door, calling out several times to no avail. Frustrated, he found himself increasingly repulsed by the perverse old Russian, contemplating whether he should devise a means to castrate him before proceeding. Coming, knock, knock, can't you see what time it is? Can't a man have a moment's peace? The old Russian grumbled as he approached, opening the iron door. Clearly, he had not heard of Zhang Xiaoqiang's exploits, suggesting he was not particularly esteemed among the inmates. Upon opening the door, the old Russian's gaze fell upon Yuan Yi, who stood behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. His eyes widened, and drool began to drip as he instinctively leaned toward her. Ah! No wonder Long Gu had his way with you, such a figure, such form. As he spoke, he reached out with his filthy hand toward Yuan Yi. Ah! The old Russian rolled on the ground, clutching his right arm in agony. Clearly looking down on Zhang Xiaoqiang, the old Russian presumed he had merely gained Long Ji's favor by rescuing Yang Kor, and with Yuan Yi no longer under Long Ji's protection, he fancied he had an opportunity. Armed with a gun while Zhang Xiaoqiang was not, he believed that even if he were to take Yuan Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang would only lament to Long Gu. After all, he had spent considerable time alongside Long Gu, and while he may not have achieved anything of note, he felt entitled to some leniency and punishment, believing that capturing this beauty would be a tremendous gain. The old Russian's thoughts were utterly misguided. He failed to realize he was not attempting to prey upon a meek lamb but rather provoking a fierce dragon. Yuan Yi, who dared to engage in close combat with D-class zombies, would surely not be intimidated by an ugly, disheveled old man. Before the old Russian's filthy hands could make contact, Yuan Yi deftly sidestepped, her left hand grasping his right forearm. With a slight outward twist, the joint of his right arm was exposed, after which she leaned her weight onto it, and with a sharp crack, the old Russian howled, writhing on the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang restrained Yuan Yi, who was poised to kick him again. While injury was acceptable, killing was unnecessary. He was merely a passerby and did not need to take it that far. Yuan Yi, caught off guard, missed her kick and retaliated with a slap, but Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily unprepared, and her palm flew toward his face. The wind from her hand halted just before Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes as Yuan Yi, panting heavily, glared at him with bloodshot eyes. After a prolonged moment, the fiery intensity in her gaze receded. She lowered her hand and stepped back, just as the old Russian rolled to her feet. With a swift motion, she stomped down, crack, and the old Russian's leg met a tragic fate. Howl! The old Russian's wretched cries echoed through the chicken farm, shattering the surrounding silence. What is going on? Long Ji's voice resounded from within, followed by his arrival with a group of men at the entrance. They beheld the writhing old Russian and the sight of Zhang Xiaoqiang standing with arms crossed, alongside Yuan Yi, whose high-top leather boots were spinning on the old Russian's leg. Yuan Yi glanced at Long Gu without speaking, her crimson eyes intensifying as she pressed down harder, eliciting even more pitiful cries from the old Russian, causing Long Gu and his companions to collectively gasp in astonishment. They had never seen Yuan Yi before and were aware of her being given to Zhang Xiaoqiang, but they had not anticipated that in just one day with him, she had transformed into such a fierce individual.
Did Zhang Xiaoqiang have a penchant for cultivating fierce women?
Ha, brother, what's the matter? We're all on the same side here, let us talk things over nicely. Long Gu attempted to mediate, signaling to those around him to separate Yuan Yi from the old Russian. Regardless of his feelings, the old Russian was still a man who had emerged from the same prison as himself. Without a word, Pao Tang stepped out from behind Long Gu, his eyes gleaming with menace as he approached Yuan Yi, his heavy footsteps resonating powerfully, showing no signs of caution, treating her as if she were an insignificant insect he could crush in an instant. Chapter 86, Settling Scores. Yuan Yi cast a swift glance at the cannon's muzzle and quickly chambered a round in her Type 54 pistol. Bang! The bullet struck the ground beneath the cannon, sending up a cloud of dust. The cannon came to an abrupt halt, a dark barrel now aimed squarely at her brow, leaving it unable to retreat or advance, beads of sweat trickling down its forehead. Yuan Yi's scarlet eyes brimmed with derision as she provocatively glanced at Brother Long, applying pressure with her foot once more. The old Russian, unable to withstand the pain, began to wail dramatically before Brother Long. Yet Yuan Yi held her Type 54 pistol steady, unwavering in her aim at the cannon. Brother Long, witnessing Yuan Yi's fierce demeanor, felt a twinge of disbelief. He looked towards Zhang Xiaoqiang, who responded with a slight smile. Brother Long, this isn't my fault. Who told the old Russian to take advantage of Yuan Yi? Besides, she is quite agitated right now. I tried to intervene, and she nearly slapped me.
Brother Long cast another incredulous glance at Yuan Yi and exclaimed, how did she transform so suddenly? Does my younger brother possess some secret technique?
Not at all, I have no special tricks. It's just that today, Yuan Yi single-handedly confronted a particularly formidable monster and, with nothing but her bare hands, managed to slay it. Ever since then, she has changed dramatically. I can't make sense of it either. Zhang Xiaoqiang naturally omitted the part where he had coerced Yuan Yi into battling the D-type zombies, even having her eliminate dozens of ordinary zombies for practice beforehand. If Brother Long were to attempt the same, it would be nothing short of a grave mistake. The expressions of Brother Long and his companions collectively shifted to one of disbelief. A woman had achieved what these men could not, the sheer strength of it was undeniable, yet Brother Long remained skeptical, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions.
Yuan Yi, come down, do you wish to throw your life away?
Brother Long shouted, attempting to intimidate her with remnants of his former authority. However, Yuan Yi was no longer the timid figure she once was. Having fought zombies one-on-one, she had cultivated the courage to face anything. Even Zhang Xiaoqiang found her to be quite a handful. Although he could suppress her for the time being, what would happen in the future? Yuan Yi glanced at Brother Long, raised her foot, and Brother Long felt a wave of relief wash over him, convinced his residual authority still held sway, pondering whether he could concoct a reason to reclaim Yuan Yi. With a swift motion, Yuan Yi stomped down on the old Russian's right knee, effectively crippling him. 3 of his joints were now destroyed, condemning him to a life of bedridden suffering in this apocalyptic world, devoid of any family to care for him. Becoming disabled would be a fate worse than death. Brother Long, witnessing Yuan Yi's defiance, felt a surge of anger die in his eyes. Yuan Yi had always been a mere dog at his feet, a creature of the lowest status. Do you wish to rebel? He said, reaching for his waist. Yuan Yi swiftly redirected her gun towards Brother Long, and a tense standoff ensued. Zhang Xiaoqiang, observing from the sidelines, felt a swell of irritation. How dare Brother Long treat Yuan Yi with such contempt in his presence? Moreover, he found the old Russian quite insufferable. Yuan Yi's actions provided him a sense of vindication. Though Yuan Yi had nearly slapped him as well, he considered it an internal conflict. Why should Brother Long presume to discipline Zhang Xiaoqiang's woman? As Brother Long reached for his gun, Zhang Xiaoqiang was ready to retaliate. His own child could be reprimanded as he saw fit. Brother Long had no right to lay a hand on her. When Brother Long found himself at the mercy of Yuan Yi's gun, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a rush of exhilaration, akin to a surf finally singing out in triumph. Brother Long's face darkened, and his followers stood in stunned silence, while only Chen Yi smirked, pleased to see Brother Long humiliated. If this matter was not resolved favorably, Brother Long's prestige would be severely diminished, providing Chen Yi with an opportunity. Amidst the silence, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed Yang Kora's worried expression. After all, Brother Long was a relative of hers, and maintaining appearances was important. Zhang Xiaoqiang decided it best to navigate the situation carefully.
Yuan Yi, come down.
Everyone is watching. I wouldn't want others to think I can't manage my own woman. Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke up, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. Who could predict whether Yuan Yi would comply? If she believed she had grown too strong, he would be at a loss. Fortunately, Yuan Yi hesitated as she regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang, ultimately lowering her weapon and stepping beside him, the crimson hue in her eyes gradually fading. Yang Kor, standing nearby, looked on with dissatisfaction, as if she wished to reprimand Yuan Yi, yet refrained, silently taking note of the incident. Zhang Xiaoqiang kept a watchful eye on Yang Kor. Sensing her discontent, he shot her a warning glance. Any issues must be resolved privately, away from public scrutiny. My brother is truly a force to be reckoned with. In such a short time, you've managed to tame this woman.
Alas, we are getting old.
Brother Long laughed heartily, attempting to downplay the situation as merely a familial dispute. Brother Long, you jest, however, I must remind you that Yuan Yi is now my woman, and she is no longer connected to her past. Please do not forget this, Zhang Xiaoqiang warned Brother Long and Chen Yi not to entertain any notions regarding Yuan Yi.
Ha ha, well said, my brother, a man should govern his own woman, wouldn't you agree, Brother Long?
Chen Yi seized the rare opportunity to bolster Zhang Xiaoqiang's stance, seemingly aligning himself with him. Brother Long's expression soured, and he turned to his followers, barking, "Why aren't you hauling this useless wretch inside?" Two men stepped forward, one lifting the front and the other the rear, and together they carried the old Russian through the iron gate. Just as Brother Long turned to leave, Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to him.
Brother Long, I did manage to acquire some goods today, would you mind telling me how much I owe you?
As the gate opened, the sight of a cart filled to the brim with fragrant rice and cooking oil, along with scattered apples from the bumpy journey, made everyone's mouths water.
After days of consuming nothing but rice and pickles, who could resist the allure of apples?
Ha, my brother has struck gold. Where did you find this? It has been ages since I've tasted fruit.
Chen Yi remarked, his eyes gleaming, though he refrained from making a move, adhering to the established rules. Anything collected must be surrendered. Brother Long and Brother Yi are so generous, I shall not be stingy either. I offer you 2,000 pounds of fragrant rice, 80 boxes of apples, 40 barrels of cooking oil, and a selection of fine wines and mountain goods, all as a token of goodwill. Zhang Xiaoqiang waved his hand grandly, gifting these supplies to Brother Long and Chen Yi, keeping the majority for himself, considering it a ransom for Yuan Yi and Su Qian. Brother Long and Chen Yi's faces lit up with smiles. They understood Zhang Xiaoqiang's intentions. Yuan Yi and Su Qian were now officially under his ownership, a gesture that signified the clearing of any debts between them, establishing a mutual independence. Chapter 87 of The Assassin. Long Gu wore a beaming smile, yet a closer inspection revealed an absence of warmth in his eyes. Chen Yi, however, remained indifferent. As long as Zhang Xiaoqiang chose to depart of his own accord, this murky pond could not accommodate him. Furthermore, having humiliated Long Gu today by reducing the old Russian to a state of disrepair, he had already offended the majority present. The death of the rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. Yuan Yi's brutal handling of the old Russian and Zhang Xiaoqiang's disdain for Long Ji's authority had thoroughly ignited the dissatisfaction simmering within him.
He felt no remorse for Yuan Yi's actions. What was the old Russian, after all? How dare he plot against those in Zhang Xiaoqiang's circle? Did he truly believe he was invincible? Yuan Yi felt exhilarated, as did Zhang Xiaoqiang.
Long Ji's feelings were of no consequence to them. Upon entering the bedroom, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yuan Yi and Su Qian to leave, retaining only Yang Kor. "Are you quite close to Long Gu?"
Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, his cigarette dangling from his lips. "Not really, we've only met a few times, usually during the new year."
"Why do you ask?" Yang Kor was perplexed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's sudden curiosity.
"If Long Gu were to attempt to kill me, whom would you support?"
At last, Zhang Xiaoqiang voiced his true intention. "How could that be? I thought your relationship was quite good."
Yang Kor, still youthful, struggled to grasp the complexities of such relationships. If it were Su Qian or Yuan Yi, they would not have posed such a question. They had already perceived the discord between Zhang Xiaoqiang and Long Gu.
"I shall ask you again, if Long Gu were to kill me, who would you side with?" Zhang Xiaoqiang regarded Yang Kor with a serious expression.
Should she choose to aid her relative, he would leave with Yuan Yi. Although he held a distaste for her, her behavior had been commendable, far superior to that of He Wenbin and his ilk. Moreover, she had proven to be obedient thus far, granting him a modicum of trust, especially since she could drive. As for Su Qian, he would not consider her for now. Her cunning was too profound, and he lacked the time to discern her true nature. Yang Kor sensed something amiss, her complexion paling, her breath quickening. Gazing at Zhang Xiaoqiang's serious demeanor, she blurted, "Of course, I would support you. You are my husband, I am bound to you for life." After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, my parents do not favor my little cousin.
They were once so angered by him that my aunt ended up in the hospital."
Hearing Yang Kor's declaration, Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression relaxed. He looked at her earnestly, saying, "From now on, pay no heed to your little cousin, regardless of what he asks you to do."
"Understood." Yang Kor nodded, her small face taut with determination.
Zhang Xiaoqiang then sent Yang Kor on her way, tidying up the cigarettes and alcohol he had brought back. He concealed the illicit materials within the lining of a camouflage jacket, alongside his cherished intimate garments. Employing tape to seal the openings, he reflected on Yang Kor's penchant for rummaging through his belongings. Should she discover something she fancied, she would seize it without hesitation. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he were stashing away secret savings. Once everything was in order, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled deeply, reclining with his legs crossed, relishing his cigarette. He could have intervened when Yuan Yi broke the old Russian's second leg, yet upon seeing Long Gu, he allowed Yuan Yi to unleash her frustration upon the old Russian. He sought to gauge Long Gu's true strength, ultimately confirming that they were strong on the outside but weak within. Aside from a few Type 81 rifles, they were nothing of consequence. Who says a homebody lacks cunning? After all, he had spent many years navigating the complexities of society, he had witnessed treachery and deceit firsthand. Had all those hardships been for naught? Pondering his future, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a headache coming on. He had never had the opportunity to travel the country and remained ignorant of the conditions in various locales. He knew Tibet was sparsely populated, given the vast expanse visible on the map, yet he could neither pilot a plane nor ride a train. How would he manage the journey? The door swung open, and Yuan Yi entered, carrying a basin of water, prepared to assist Zhang Xiaoqiang with his bath. Observing her, Zhang Xiaoqiang noted her demeanor was unremarkable, neither displaying aversion nor servility, as if this were merely an ordinary task for her. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, baffled by Yuan Yi's behavior following her recent display of strength. Was she still struggling to shed her former identity? Yet, she dared to meet his gaze, boldly requesting a cigarette and displaying no signs of discomfort during their shared meals. As Yuan Yi gently washed his face and body, she crouched down to cleanse his feet, testing the water temperature with a delicate touch. Her actions left Zhang Xiaoqiang increasingly perplexed. As she poured warm water over his feet repeatedly, he began to feel a sense of unease, contrasting sharply with the enjoyment he had felt the previous day. Yesterday, she had been the vulnerable one, and he had relished her attentive service. Today, however, he had assured her that she need not kneel or act like a servant. She could walk with dignity. Did she seem indifferent to her change in status? Once she had finished washing his feet, Yuan Yi grasped his smaller hand, her gaze filled with inquiry. Zhang Xiaoqiang, now devoid of patience, remained unsure of her intentions. That he waved her away and donned his clothing. Lying down on the bed today, he had openly confronted Longu. Caution was paramount. He stashed his military knife beneath his pillow and closed his eyes. A shadow appeared by the window, the pale moonlight failing to disperse it. The figure lingered momentarily before becoming busy, extending a metallic card to manipulate the window with a sound reminiscent of a mouse gnawing at the doorframe. Before long, the window slid open quietly, and a silhouette leapt inside, brandishing an object resembling a steel spike, slowly advancing toward the bed. Upon reaching the bedside, the intruder paused, but before he could raise the weapon, a blanket was thrown over him. Before he could react, a powerful kick landed on the covering, sending the intruder tumbling to the ground. A few more kicks followed, landing on his body, as muffled whimpers emerged from beneath the blanket. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood barefoot on the floor, observing a head emerge from the blanket. The individual seemed to struggle to free himself, but upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang advance with a knife, he hastily exclaimed, "Don't kill me, I am." Zhang Xiaoqiang had no intention of engaging in conversation. He stepped forward, placing a foot on the intruder's chest, and the military knife glided across his carotid artery. The man's eyes widened in shock as he clutched at his neck, collapsing backward, convulsing as he gazed at the ceiling. Just before the blood could spray forth, Zhang Xiaoqiang covered his head with the blanket, restoring silence to the room, save for the faint rustling from within. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no desire to ascertain whether this was an agent of Longu. Even if he knew, what difference would it make? He was merely a transient, and when the time came, he would depart. Besides, who could say if this was merely a trap? Both Longu and Chen Yi could have sent someone. Should exposure occur, blame could be shifted to the other, and without exposure, a potential adversary could be eliminated. Such calculations were elementary, thus Zhang Xiaoqiang preferred to act decisively. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was merely 12:30 a.m. With a corpse in the room, sleep was out of the question. It seemed he would have to seek refuge in Yang Chorus' room to continue resting. Zhang Xiaoqiang gathered his backpack and the bag containing his cigarettes and alcohol. Stepping outside, the living room was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of his phone, which barely allowed him to discern his surroundings. He spotted two doors across the way, unsure which was which. At that moment, he realized how inconvenient it was to lack a reliable telephone. Approaching one of the doors, he tested the handle. It was unlocked. Zhang Xiaoqiang gently pushed it open and strode in confidently, knowing that once Yan Kor fell asleep, no amount of calling would rouse her. His eyes quickly fell upon the beast-horn gun resting on the desk. Indeed, this was Yang Kor's room. Chapter 88. Sleeping here tonight. There is a line that goes, you guessed the beginning, but you cannot predict the ending. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the bedside, and before he could make any further moves, a blanket was thrown over him, swiftly followed by a kick that landed squarely on his chest. Enveloped in the bedding, he tumbled to the floor, and in a moment of clarity, he recalled how he had just dealt with the intruder who had entered his room. Truly, what goes around comes around. As Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, he rolled repeatedly to evade the subsequent attacks emerging from the blanket. He looked up just in time to see a sharp knife slicing toward his neck. His phone had fallen near the door, casting a faint beam of light that illuminated the room dimly, allowing him to vaguely discern the knife gripped in the hand of a shadowy figure, whose nimble movements indicated they were closing in on him. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on his back, leveraging his waist to perform two swift rolls away from his original position. With a flash, the blade struck the bedding instead. Before he could rise, another shadow lunged at him from the side, brandishing a square object aimed at his head. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned his body, curling his right leg before launching it with force, landing a kick on the figure's shin, causing them to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground. In that brief moment, the assailant wielding the knife silently approached from behind, the blade poised at Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat. He executed a backflip, and mid-move, he delivered a swift kick to the figure's wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang swept his legs towards the figure's ankle, causing them to lose their balance and topple onto him. A delicate hand grasped Zhang Xiaoqiang's right arm, sliding down to his hand, where his pinky and ring fingers were suddenly seized, threatening to be broken. Yuan Yi, it's me. Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized the cold fragrance emanating from the figure, a scent that lingered in his memory, reminiscent of the first time Yuan Yi had climbed onto him. With a release of his fingers, Yuan Yi stood and helped Zhang Xiaoqiang to his feet. In the darkness, Zhang Xiaoqiang's face flushed, the heat radiating as he realized he had been bested by a petite woman, leaving him bewildered and disoriented, especially after having just dealt with a thief in a similar manner. This was intolerable for someone like Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had always adhered to a philosophy of masculinity. Consequently, he felt conflicted. Yuan Yi's impression had slightly improved today, yet now he felt compelled to place her firmly on his blacklist. The beam of light from the phone illuminated Yuan Yi, who stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. She dared not speak before Zhang Xiaoqiang, merely lowering her head like a wooden puppet. Su Qian, too, refrained from rubbing her calves, standing by, awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's command. Yang Kor lay sprawled across the large bed, sound asleep, covered only by a blanket over her abdomen, leaving the rest of her body exposed, her fair and delicate thighs subtly glowing under the cold light. When did you discover my presence?
Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, curious as to how he had not made more noise. I woke when the doorknob turned. I intended to rouse Miss Kor and Su Qian, but only Su Qian stirred, Yuan Yi responded, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzzed. It was indeed unlikely that young Kor could be awakened so easily. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of relief that she remained undisturbed. A person has died in my room, I shall be sleeping here tonight, he declared as he began to remove his clothing. Only once he was in bed did Yuan Yi and Su Qian realize the gravity of his words. There was no denying that Zhang Xiaoqiang's tone was so matter-of-fact, akin to discussing the presence of a mouse in the house. A dead body seemed equally mundane. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly, ignoring Yuan Yi and the others. The morning's training had left him utterly exhausted, and his eyelids felt heavy. All he desired was a good night's sleep, everything else could wait. In a daze, he felt something snuggle into his embrace, but he paid little mind, as Yuan Yi served as a human alarm system, ensuring he need not remain on edge. This sensation was a first for Zhang Xiaoqiang in his 30 years of life, an ineffable feeling. In his dreams, he found himself entangled with a popular actress from an island nation. Upon awakening, he lay in bed, reflecting quietly, with Yang Kor nestled at his side and Yuan Yi and Su Qian at the other end. Yang Kor resembled a sleeping pig curled in his arms, softly snoring, as if he were cradling a drowsy little creature. Checking his phone, he noted it was already 6:20. He gently covered Yang Kor's mouth and nose with his hand, feeling a sense of smothering, prompting her to finally awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she found Zhang Xiaoqiang gazing at her, the darkness of her pupils glimmering under the light of his phone. Yang Kor initially appeared surprised, followed by a look of delight. "Darling, you finally took the initiative to come find me," she exclaimed, while sniffing around Zhang Xiaoqiang as if to memorize his scent. Zhang Xiaoqiang playfully smacked her bottom, saying, "Get up, training." Yuan Yi and Su Qian had already awakened. As they emerged from the blankets, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed Su Qian looking at him with a hopeful expression. Yuan Yi shot a cold glance at Su Qian but said nothing, merely dressing herself in preparation to depart. The group made their way to the temporary training ground from the previous day. After a brief adjustment of their attire and gear, they commenced their morning run. Today was different. Apart from Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kor maintaining the same pace, Yuan Yi and Su Qian lagged behind. The repercussions of yesterday's exertion began to manifest, with their muscles aching and stiff. Adapting fully would require several days of conditioning, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed, but did not rush them. He, too, had traversed this path. As long as they persevered, their physical abilities would gradually improve, and this was merely the darkness before dawn. During the midbreak, Zhang Xiaoqiang offered Su Qian a piece of flatbread, while he led Yang Kor and Yuan Yi toward the dining area. Initially, Yuan Yi was not entitled to dine in the cafeteria, but Zhang Xiaoqiang believed that her experience battling zombies warranted her a rightful place at the table. This also served as an implicit lesson for Yuan Yi, indicating that her status had evolved. She need not remain timid as before, but rather should live with confidence and a sense of self-worth.